Jiang Tian has already entered his freshman year of university. Like most college students, he possesses a particular fondness for novels, video games, and films. In essence, apart from his studies, he indulges in every form of entertainment available to encapsulate his attitude in a contemporary colloquialism. He attends school, utilizing the tuition paid by his family to pass the time he works, sacrificing a considerable portion of his personal time to earn a living. This week, it seems that there is no new episode of Naruto. What on earth is the anime company doing? Updating just one episode per week, and sometimes they even have the audacity to skip a week. They rise earlier than roosters, toil harder than oxen, and feast less than pigs living like dogs, wagging their tails only at their masters, while being haughty towards others. Have they all switched to filmmaking? What are they doing for sustenance this week? Jiang Tian exclaimed, in frustration after checking the website, realizing that there would be no new Naruto episode this Friday night. Use civilized language, please. Modern society demands that we exhibit politeness and civility. You, with your crude expressions, should just be silent, his roommate, the chubby one, retorted while lounging on his greasy mattress, munching on potato chips, with crumbs and saliva spraying as he spoke. That I have never uttered a curse in my life. All foul language has been sanitized by my saliva, Jiang Tian countered. I understand perfectly well what you mean. You are undoubtedly the most. The chubby one began to gesticulate wildly on his bed, but was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Tian. Enough of your self-praise. By the way, do you think the Akatsuki is more powerful than the Ninja Alliance? Jiang Tian turned to his roommate. That goes without saying, the Ninja Alliance, of course. Have you forgotten how formidable Naruto has become? With a single wind release, Raisin Shuriken, he dispatched pain. With the Rasengan in hand, the world is his, the chubby one exclaimed, his excitement palpable when discussing Naruto. Indeed, today, university students and even high schoolers are captivated by various anime, and as one of the titans of the genre, Naruto has garnered a substantial youth following. Its riveting plot, dazzling combat sequences, and richly developed characters and emotions have drawn in a legion of fans as the story unfolds. The emergence of the nefarious Akatsuki organization intensifies the excitement, leading to an ever-growing admiration and support for Naruto. Indeed, the protagonist halo in Naruto is overwhelmingly pronounced. Every time, Naruto, seemingly foolish, endures a beating from his adversaries, only to unleash an explosive surge of chakra and obliterate them with a Rasengan in a fit of rage. Even his companions share this trait. Shikamaru, for instance, defeated Haiden during the Chunin exams with his cunning strategy. It's amusing that an IQ of over 200 could outsmart Haiden, a top-tier shinobi, while disregarding the notion of strategy. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and schemes are rendered futile, Jiang Tian mused. Let's not be so harsh. If the protagonist dies, who would watch? The Akatsuki merely serves as a stepping stone for Naruto to rise as a celebrity in the ninja realm, the chubby one remarked as he stuffed more potato chips in his mouth. It seems there is nothing to do tonight. Perhaps I should retire to bed early, Jiang Tian sighed. Indeed, I only fell asleep at 4 o'clock last night. Now I feel somewhat drowsy. Perhaps I should just sleep since there is nothing else to do, Xiao Pang concurred. It seemed that he was only interested in eating and then sleeping. After shutting down his laptop, Jiang Tian climbed into bed. Time passed slowly, yet he found himself unable to sleep. The faint sound of Xiao Pang's snoring only heightened his restlessness. The moon outside appeared as beautiful as ever, capable of breaking countless hearts. In a moment of reverie, Jiang Tian perceived an ancient door standing before him. Its allure ignited a desire within him to open it. He slowly approached and gently pushed the door ajar. That a blinding flash of white light enveloped Jiang Tian, forcing him to shut his eyes tightly. After a brief interval, as the pain subsided, he cautiously opened his eyes, only to find himself in an expansive, white void, vast and devoid of any discernible boundaries or objects. Seeing himself, who had been in the dormitory, suddenly transported to this place filled Jiang Tian with a sense of dread. His legs trembled as he wandered through the emptiness, yearning for an escape. After wandering for a while, with nothing materializing, panic began to set in. Though he had always dismissed the notion of spirits, fear gripped him now. Humanity often feels anxiety towards the unknown. This is a fundamental trait, unrelated to courage. Once one's mind is thrown into chaos, irrational actions are hardly surprising. Jiang Tian began to run wildly, calling for help. Is anyone there? Please, someone save me. Hey, hurry, I don't want to die. He shouted desperately, but after half an hour, no one responded. Is anyone there? Oh heavens! Do not toy with me any longer. I concede, I beg you, release me. I promise to diligently pursue knowledge and one day repay my country. Overwhelmed by despair, Jiang Tian's words became disjointed. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his frantic pleas, startling him with both fear and surprise. Little one, is your clamor disturbing my slumber? Old man, it's me. Can you help me? Where am I? And how did I get here? Jiang Tian grasped at the voice, desperate for answers. You are human, haha. It has been ages since I last encountered one of your kind. An old man appeared out of nowhere. Who are you? Are you not human? Jiang Tian asked, scrutinizing the disheveled and somewhat unkempt figure before him. I am certainly not human. How could I possibly be human? You are the one who is not human. None of your family are human. I am the guardian spirit of Huaxia, a true deity, the old man proclaimed, tilting his head proudly, as if inviting worship. Oh, my fate. Find myself in such a wretched place. Sharing company with a lunatic me existence truly is lamentable. Jiang Tian lamented, feeling a deep sense of sorrow for himself upon hearing the old man's words. What? You dare doubt me? Allow me to broaden your horizons. Incantation. The old man, upon hearing Jiang Tian's words, felt his face flush with indignation. Having lived for over 10,000 years and assisted countless individuals, he was taken aback that someone would question him. Just because he appeared benevolent, did they assume he would not retaliate? The once barren space transformed into a luxurious villa. The old man had exchanged his robe for a tailored designer suit. Seated comfortably on an opulent imported leather sofa worth hundreds of thousands, a glass of red wine in hand. Smiling at Jiang Tian. Wow, you truly are a celestial being. Could you grant me some wishes? Seeing the astonishing scene before him, Jiang Tian donned a beaming smile, nodding and bowing with eagerness. To those who were ignorant of the truth, he believed they could be quite foolish. The old man reveled in Jiang Tian's attitude and cheerfully replied, anyone who can see me is undoubtedly a person of great merit on earth. For such individuals, we grant a wish of their choosing. What is your desire? Speak, and I shall fulfill it. Any wish? Very well. I wish to be wealthy with an endless supply of money for my lifetime. Jiang Tian pondered before stating. Done. You are now exceedingly wealthy. Did I ask that it? Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively. Then please send me back. You cannot return to Earth. Those who meet us can never return to their original world. This is to prevent them from disclosing the existence of celestial beings in this realm. The old man replied, shaking his head. In resignation, what? I cannot go back. What will become of all this money? Where will I live? What about my parents? I have yet to find a way to repay them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian immediately fell into despair. Do not worry. Your parents will be cared for by a person identical to you in every respect. As for you, you may venture to other worlds, such as Tang Mingqing, Tianlong, Resident Evil, Dochi Continent, Doa Continent. The old man dismissed the matter lightly. Can I go to the world of Naruto? Since returning was not an option, he might as well choose a future. Among all the choices, Jiang Tian held a particular fondness for Naruto. Yes, indeed, the world managed by the Six Paths. Of course, you may choose wherever you wish to go. I will just inform my subordinates, and the Six Paths will certainly accommodate you. However, as a Chinese person, should you go to Naruto, make sure to thrive and elevate yourself above the Japanese. Now, let us depart. With the old man's words, they arrived at a new location. Old ancestor, I did not expect to return to my humble abode. Had I known, I would have come to greet you. A middle-aged man, fairly decent-looking with eyes resembling concentric circles, approached respectfully. Oh, Six Paths, take this fellow to the world you govern. The old man gestured to Six Paths. Very well. Please follow me. The sage of Six Paths said to Jiang Tian. Before we proceed, do you have any other wishes? I shall grant anything that is not too excessive. The sage, seeing the old ancestor's companion, spoke kindly. Grant me the formidable bloodline limit that does not exist in the original world of Naruto, one that allows my body to become ethereal, rendering me impervious to attacks. Indeed, it is the bloodline limit that controls the very air itself. Thank you. Jiang Tian was not inclined towards the sinister Sharingan, but the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan was equally unappealing. Although powerful, it bore too many restrictions, and by the latter stages of Naruto, there were no truly formidable figures within this bloodline category. Let me return to the time of my very birth, at the same age as Kakashi Hitaki, and not in one of the 5 great ninja villages. None of these villages are filled with good-natured individuals. I shall wait until I grow strong before I venture there. That is all for now. Old man, farewell. Very well, little one. Make the most of your time there. If it weren't for the limitations, even the divine face, I would have made you invincible. Do not bring shame to your people. The old man finally adopted a serious demeanor in a flash of white light. Jiang Tian vanished from his spot. Our protagonist, after much discourse, finally transitioned into the world of Naruto. At this moment, the wheels of history began to turn quietly. Jiang Tian opened his eyes, bewildered by his surroundings. Observing the tatami beneath him, he realized he had entered the world of Naruto. Rising swiftly, he hastened to the mirror nearby, assuming it existed. In the reflection appeared a youthful visage, characterized by large, expressive eyes, a prominent nose, and fair skin. Though still a child, he possessed an undeniable charm, particularly accentuated by his deep, dark eyes, which seemed to possess an enchanting allure capable of captivating anyone. Fortunately, he was not unattractive. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to navigate the intricacies of the Naruto universe. Today marked the beginning of his training in ninjutsu. Come on out quickly, his own voice rang cheerfully from beyond the wooden, sliding door. Understood. Mengyue Jiangyu, you may proceed. I shall join you shortly. Jiang Tian shook off the remnants of his recent transmigration. Do hurry, Mengyue Jiangyu replied, departing with a bright smile. Through the memories of this body's original owner, Jiang Tian learned that in this life, he was named Mengyue Tian, a name closely resembling his own. He hailed from the Mengyue clan, the most prominent family in the Dreamland. Although Dreamland may not hold much significance compared to the 5 great nations in Naruto, it was well known in the surrounding regions. Notably, the illusionary techniques of the Dream Ninja Village were so formidable that they incited envy among the 5 great ninja villages. This fact was widely acknowledged within the ninja world. Moreover, the strong cooperative ties between Dream Ninja Village and Konoha deterred the other 4 major ninja villages from provoking them excessively. In this context, the status of Dream Ninja Village was akin to that of the 6th Ninja Village, largely due to Konoha's substantial influence. Ninjas from Dream Ninja Village aspired to be recognized as the 6th Ninja Village, acutely aware of the growing unrest within the ninja world. Now, at the age of 4, Jiang Tian was ready to embark on his ninja training. Today, his father, Mengyue Jianghu, would instruct both him and Jiang Yu on the art of chakra manipulation. Clad in a white kimono, Mengyue Tian took a deep breath before stepping outside, guided by his memories to the training grounds of his home. His parents were elite jonin of Dream Ninja Village, and their residence was quite spacious, reminiscent of how, in modern society, those with prowess receive exceptional treatment, including housing and vehicles from their companies. Sensing a difference in Jiang Tian today, his father Mengyue Jianghu expressed concern. Xiao Tian, are you feeling unwell today? Would you prefer to rest for the day? Looking into his father's caring gaze, Jiang Tian felt a stir of emotions within him. Despite the lack of a strong sense of belonging, after all, blood ties were profound. I am fine, father. Very well, then let us commence with chakra training. Shall you? You must exert yourself during the practice. Observing Jiang Tian's earnest expression, Mengyue Jianghu began the training session. Chakra is an energy that arises from the perfect fusion of mental and physical energy, typically utilized for performing ninjutsu. It can also be fashioned into threads to bind opponents or sever materials composed of chakra. In essence, chakra is the essential energy required for the execution of ninjutsu. This energy is primarily derived from 2 sources. Firstly, the bodily energy absorbed from the 130 trillion cells within the human body, and secondly, the mental energy cultivated through extensive training and accumulated experience. In essence, the so-called ninjutsu extracts these 2 forms of energy from within, refining them, a process known as chakra creation, through the method of hand seals before activation. Generally, it is only when children reach the age of 4 that their meridians have sufficiently developed for chakra cultivation. Early attempts at chakra training can be detrimental to one's physical health. The practice of chakra is fraught with peril, especially in its initial stages, where a single misstep could prevent one from ever becoming a ninja. The current age of you both is most opportune for this training. Chakra exists in the air around us. However, these chakras do not belong to us. Only through diligent practice can we permanently assimilate chakra into our bodies, thus truly possessing it. At this point, noticing Jiang Tian and Jiang Yu listening intently, Mingwei Jianghu nodded in satisfaction. To acquire chakra, one must engage with it, integrate it, and subsequently store it within oneself. That is all for now. I encourage you to experiment and strive to cultivate your chakra as soon as possible. In a few days, I will assess your chakra attributes. Thus, Jiang Tian and Jiang Yu commenced their training. Sitting cross-legged on the tatami mat, Jiang Tian began forming a hand seal, initiating his first chakra refinement. Jiang Tian's inaugural attempt at refining chakra was remarkably smooth, astonishing even his father, Mingwei Jianghu. Under Jiang Tian's guidance, the chakra began to merge with his body, circulating along his meridians before gradually gathering in the lower dantian. Ultimately, a small, mist-like entity formed within his dantian, remaining there effortlessly. Jiang Tian realized that his first chakra refinement was a success. Unbeknownst to Jiang Tian, the danger of chakra refinement before the age of 4 stems from insufficient mental strength in children to properly control chakra. In this life, Jiang Tian's meridians had already begun to mature, and his mental acuity was adequate. As a transcended individual, Jiang Tian had possessed formidable mental prowess in his previous life, often staying up late and attending class at 7:50 a.m., yet never feeling drowsy during lectures, regardless of their dullness. Now, having traversed into this new existence, his mental strength accompanied him, rendering his first chakra refinement a remarkably effortless task, completed in less than an hour. In contrast, Mingwei Jiangyu was not as fortunate, taking over 3 hours to achieve the same. Upon witnessing their successful chakra refinement, Jiang Tian's father felt a sense of reassurance. After all, the extraction of chakra is fraught with peril. Although the likelihood of mishap is minimal, one cannot help but fret over the possibility of such occurrences affecting oneself or one's loved ones. In these tumultuous times, where life is as fragile as grass, lacking the means to defend oneself makes survival exceedingly challenging. Modern individuals, despite their awareness of the rarity of disasters, often opt for insurance. Better safe than sorry. Jiang Tian has taken the first step in his ninja journey. Since you have all successfully extracted chakra, let us proceed to assess your chakra attributes. Chakra is categorized into 5 types: fire, wind, lightning, water, and earth. These elements are interconnected yet also counterbalancing. Wind can bolster fire, while water can likewise assist fire. Conversely, fire is capable of overcoming wind. Wind can vanquish lightning. Lightning can extinguish water. Water can erode earth, and earth can smother fire. Come, I possess chakra attribute paper. Simply channel your chakra into it through your fingertips, Dream Moon Jianghu announced, waving a piece of attribute paper that he had seemingly conjured from nowhere. Jiang Tian then infused his chakra into the paper, which immediately split down the middle. It appears, little Tian, that you possess wind attribute chakra, a rarity indeed. It seems I share the same attribute as Naruto. I shall need to learn the spiraling sphere in due course, Jiang Tian mused internally. Shall you? It's your turn to undergo the test. Jiang Yu skipped forward, channeling her chakra into a fresh piece of attribute paper, which promptly became soaked. You possess water attribute chakra. Quite fitting for a young lady, Dream Moon Jianghu remarked. I will first instruct you on the 3 fundamental ninjutsu techniques, and later, each of you will learn the corresponding attribute ninjutsu. Nearly all ninjutsu is executed through hand seals. There are a total of 12 hand seals: Qin, Chou, Hai, Mao, Shin, Si, Wei, Wu, Su, Yin, Yu, and Zi. Each seal has its specific formation. Qin, overlap the thumbs, with the left thumb on top. Chou, the right hand is horizontal, and the left hand is vertical. Hai, this position requires flexibility in the wrists. Mao, the right hand's pinky remains straight, while the other 4 fingers are lightly clenched. Shin, the pinky and thumb are parallel. Si, overlap the thumbs, with the left thumb on top. Wei, the thumbs point upward and overlap, with the left thumb on top. Wu, both elbows are extended, and the index fingers of both hands face each other to form a triangle. Su, the right fist rests in the palm of the left hand. Yin, the thumbs of both hands must be straightened. You, pay attention to the angle of the thumbs and the positioning of the fingers in both hands. Do not confuse them. Zi, overlap the thumbs, with the left thumb on top. Jiang Tian comprehended the importance of the hand seals. Itachi was able to perform 6 seals in a single second, leaving spectators in awe. especially with his ability to execute hand seals with one hand, a truly impressive feat. The shadow clone technique is one of the fundamental ninjutsu, utilizing chakra to create afterimages, thus not constituting a physical entity, and serving to confound the enemy's vision. Watch closely. Dream Moon Jiang said as he swiftly executed the hand seals, Wei Si In, performing the ninjutsu shadow clone technique. With a pop, a perfect replica of Dream Moon Jiang materialized beside him. Jiang Yu and Jiang Tian were both exhilarated, for this was their first encounter with a live demonstration of ninjutsu. Subsequently, Dream Moon Jiang introduced the transformation technique and the substitution technique, both under the same category of three-body techniques, which Jiang Tian and his companions diligently committed to memory. Today, I have imparted these teachings, and for the foreseeable future, they shall solely engage in the practice of the body flicker technique. When Naruto graduated, it appeared he had only mastered a few techniques, and he had yet to perfect them, suggesting he, too, faced certain challenges. At that time, he was merely 11 years old. In the days that followed, Jiang Tian commenced his earnest training, dedicating 5 to 6 hours each day to the cultivation of chakra. Chakra forms the foundation of all abilities. Only with an ample reservoir of chakra can one unleash formidable techniques. Jiang Tian's rigorous training was motivated by his awareness that it was the 38th year of the Hidden Leaf Village, and the following year, the prodigious ninja, the White Fang, would meet his demise, overshadowing the legendary Three Ninjas. By the 46th year of the Hidden Leaf, the Third Great Ninja War would erupt, and Jiang Tian would be approximately 12 years old. Being of the same generation as Kakashi, he understood that Kakashi would attain the rank of Jonin by the age of 12. Whether to surpass Kakashi or to participate in the impending conflict, Jiang Tian recognized the necessity of diligent effort, inspired by the dreams of his former life, which offered scant insights into these matters. Time sped by, and a month slipped away. The arduous nature of training became evident. It was no wonder that the deployment of powerful jutsu was infrequent, as chakra cultivation proved to be a formidable challenge. He pondered if there existed methods to rapidly enhance one's chakra, for individuals like Naruto and Sasuke were exceedingly rare. Realizing that achieving significant progress in chakra control within a short span seemed implausible, Jiang Tian resolved to devote greater effort towards honing his taijutsu. In the ensuing days, one would observe a young boy rising early, running around his village, and practicing throwing techniques with a shuriken in the woods. Initially, his parents, Moonlight Jianghu and Aoi Shizuka, expressed concern over his relentless training. However, after Jiang Tian reassured them and demonstrated that he could manage without adverse consequences, they acquiesced to his pursuits. At first, his sister Jiang Yu would join him, but she later relinquished her efforts. Being a girl, her prowess in taijutsu was not as pronounced, and Jiang Tian, feeling a sense of protectiveness towards his sister, believed that by becoming a formidable ninja, he could better care for her. His affection for his sister was profound, and he would likely acquiesce to any of her requests. His daily routine became fixed, morning devoted to taijutsu practice, afternoons for chakra cultivation and mastering the body flicker technique, and evenings spent at home either reflecting on his training experiences or accompanying his sister while their parents undertook missions. Despite the presence of a hired nanny, Jiang Yu was more comfortable with her family, prompting Jiang Tian to keep her company. He found immense satisfaction in his current life, believing that enduring hardships was the path to becoming exceptional. His sole frustration stemmed from the fact that his bloodline limit had yet to awaken. In his heart, he vented his ire at the Sage of Six Paths, suspecting that the sage was playfully toying with him. Time passed day by day, and Jiang Tian continued his training diligently. He made considerable progress in every aspect, and his physical skills had reached a modest level of achievement. At least now, Jiang Tian could hold his own against most of the students in Konoha's academy. However, he still lagged behind Kakashi, a prodigy who graduated from ninja school at the age of 5. A month later, his parents returned from their mission. Dream Moon Jianghu felt it was time to commence teaching Jiang Tian the relevant ninjutsu. Thus, Jiang Tian resumed his training. Dream Moon Jianghu instructed him, while his mother, Aoi Shizuka, taught his younger sister, Jiang Yu. From his father, Jiang Tian acquired several wind-style ninjutsu techniques, such as Great Breakthrough, Wind Blade, and Wind Blade Double Kill. With his current chakra, he could only perform a few of these C-rank or lower techniques. His sister, besides learning water-style techniques under their mother, also engaged in genjutsu training. As for Jiang Tian, he had yet to learn genjutsu because his bloodline limit finally awakened on his 5th birthday. One evening, during the celebration of both his and his sister's birthdays, many guests filled their home, and Jiang Tian, in high spirits, indulged in too many drinks. When he needed to use the restroom that night, he noticed his hand pass through the toilet's flush handle. This startled him, and he discovered that his right hand had transformed, feeling as if he, like Akamaru Yakumo, harbored a grotesque creature within. Gradually, his body began to change, and his reflection in the mirror appeared different from usual. Although he stood there as a person, it felt as if he existed in a different realm. Panicking, Jiang Tian fled to his room, and due to the spaciousness of their home, his family remained unaware of his distress. Once in bed, he attempted to calm himself. After all, a ninja is expected to maintain a tranquil heart, analyzing various situations with composure. To falter in the face of an unexpected event would signify a failure as a ninja. He noticed something peculiar during his frantic escape. He should have collided with numerous objects, yet he felt no harm. As he relaxed, Jiang Tian hurriedly examined himself. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his head, causing him to faint. The next morning, Jiang Tian missed his physical training, alarming his father, who came to check on him. When Jiang Tian awoke to his father's call, he felt no discomfort, as if the previous night's events had merely been a nightmare. Although he knew that was impossible, his mind now contained many foreign thoughts, revealing to him that last night's occurrences were linked to the awakening of his bloodline limit. His bloodline limit granted him the power to manipulate air, making him one with the atmosphere. As long as his chakra was sufficient, he could control the air throughout the entire ninja continent. Of course, this was merely a daydream for now, yet it provided him with a goal to strive towards. Controlling air, as the term suggests, implies the ability to manipulate it at will. One can thin the air surrounding others, extract carbon dioxide to bring about their demise, direct the flow of air, or even utilize it to observe others. We all exist beneath the veil of air. One can create air blasts to strike others or transform oneself into air. As long as chakra remains, you are air, and air embodies you. The emergence of one's bloodline limit has instilled in Jiang Tian a profound confidence. He is certain he will become a formidable force in the future. In the later stages of the Naruto saga, nearly all characters possess unique abilities. Otherwise, one risks being relegated to the role of a mere extra. Jiang Tian's fervor for training has once again surged. He dedicates substantial time each day to practice, particularly focusing on his bloodline limit. Today, he invested even more time, for although the concepts of his bloodline limit are vividly present in his mind, he must strive to truly integrate them, to wield them with mastery. After over a year of cultivating his chakra, he is nearing the level of a nin. However, he still struggles with its control, often resulting in waste. It appears that I must also work on controlling my chakra, ensuring it is utilized to its fullest potential. The practice of chakra control involves climbing trees and walking on water, precisely channeling a specific amount of chakra to his feet, allowing him to ascend trees or safely stand upon the water's surface. A surplus of chakra may damage the tree trunk or destabilize the water's surface. Conversely, a deficit could lead to a fall from a great height or a plunge into the water. I shall commence with tree climbing, as it proves to be the simpler endeavor. Jiang Tian embarked on his tree climbing journey, channeling chakra to his feet. One step, two steps, alas. Jiang Tian tumbled from the tree, landing on the mat below. Thankfully, his cleverness had prompted him to procure such a large mat. Otherwise, the fall could have been disastrous. After an exhausting morning of training, his body bore the marks of bruises and swelling. Despite the mat's presence, the fall was indeed quite severe. Naturally, one must choose a tall tree to achieve the desired results. Falling from such heights cannot be mitigated merely by a mat. Nevertheless, progress was evident. He had climbed halfway up the tree. After regaining his chakra, he resumed his ascent. Thus, the day passed. Upon returning home, his parents noticed his soiled attire and feared something amiss. Jiang Tian had no choice but to recount his endeavors. Seeing her son adorned with wounds, his mother, Shizuka Aoi, felt a pang of sorrow, yet understood the inevitability of such trials and presented him with effective pain relief. Only those who endure sufficient hardship can truly become ninjas, a profession marked by its inherent melancholy. His father, Dream Moon Jae-do, expressed curiosity regarding Jiang Tian's ability to control chakra through tree climbing and water walking. Jiang Tian, unable to divulge his origins, could only offer vague explanations. I had never imagined that standing at such heights could be so exhilarating. I longed to shout it out loud. Indeed, it is Jiang Tian who speaks. For days have elapsed, and he has finally ascended this grand tree, now relishing the exhilaration of being aloft. At this moment, Jiang Tian can traverse the branches in any direction, forward, backward, sideways, or even upside down, freely moving as he pleases. It seems that Sasuke and Naruto required a week to master such agility. Could it be that I am truly a genius? Jiang Tian mused narcissistically. Having successfully completed the task of climbing the tree, he now faced an even more formidable challenge. However, where could he find shallow water to practice? In his village. He stumbled upon a small stream and commenced his endeavor to walk on water, channeling chakra to his feet as he entered the stream. Alas! He slipped and soaked his trousers. Undeterred, he tried again, only to fail once more. Perhaps he had not exerted enough chakra. Yet again, he faltered, and with a splash, plunged into the water, drenched entirely. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must strive harder. Aha! I can walk on water now. A charming little boy stood joyfully upon the surface, laughing. A soda can drifted downstream, unnoticed by Jiang Tian, who attempted to take a few steps on the water's surface to show off. Needless to say, he fell again. Nevertheless, after half a month, Jiang Tian had indeed learned to walk on water. With the mastery of chakra control, Jiang Tian made significant progress in his subsequent ninjutsu training. His cultivation had truly entered a productive phase, yielding groundbreaking advancements in ninjutsu. As for Genjutsu, Jiang Tian was not yet intrigued, for he understood that the most potent illusions stemmed from the Tsukuyami within the Meijiki Sharingan. Although the Sunset Red illusion was imperceptible through the Three-Tomo Sharingan, it paled in comparison against the might of the Meijiki. Now that he had matured, Jiang Tian intensified his training in physical techniques. His body was beginning to develop, allowing for more rigorous training. He engaged in combat with his father, Moonlight Edo, using shuriken and kunai to hone his throwing precision. Leaping from the tree, he simultaneously and rhythmically hurled 6 shuriken, which gracefully arced around him. In that moment, Jiang Tian felt an eerie silence envelop him. Time itself seemed to slow as he perceived the distinct trajectories of the 6 shuriken, each aimed at a different target. As he touched the ground, 6 resounding hits echoed from various directions, completing the flawless execution. This technique was an evolution of the Uchiha clan's fundamental shuriken throwing method, the 6 throws, transformed into Jiang Tian's unique style. In his previous life, he had admired the Uchiha clan's prowess in shuriken throwing, captivated by their angles, arcs, and speeds, which left a lasting impression on him. Thus, he developed his improved version of the shuriken technique. Time slipped away unnoticed, like a fleeting shadow. Now, it is the 42nd year of Konoha, and the continent has begun to stir uneasily, with many sensing an oppressive atmosphere. Unbeknownst to him, for years had passed. Uncertain of the reasons behind his musings, Jiang Tian awoke in the morning with a sense of nostalgia. He pondered whether his former classmates still remembered him, concluding that they had likely forgotten. Never mind, he thought, I shall continue my training. His father had mentioned needing to speak with him today. The family gathered at the table for breakfast, kneeling as they ate. Afterward, Jiang Tian stood up, organized his ninja pouch, and prepared to train. His sister, Mingyue Jiang, called out to him, Jiang Tian, I need to discuss something with you. Your strength has reached that of a chunin for nearly 2 years now. Our village is in need of more ninjas, and to truly become one must endure the trials of war. The new genin have started their duties in the village. So I have decided to assign you and your sister to a team starting tomorrow. I will arrange for my brother Bai to be your instructor. So train a bit less today. Upon hearing his father's words, Jiang Tian paused momentarily. All right, I understand. He turned to his sister, Ayu. Didn't you say you wanted to spar with me? I have time today. Let us have a match to improve our teamwork for future missions. Excited at the prospect of her brother's company, Mingyue Jiang leapt up joyfully and quickly prepared to follow him. Over the past 4 years, Jiang Tian had frequently sparred with his sister, though he always held back, leaving Mingyue Jiang with little success in defeating him. Nevertheless, these encounters significantly enhanced her skills, making her eager for their bouts. Moreover, the most enticing aspect was that afterward, her brother would spend the entire day with her. Now 9 years old, Jiang Tian had surpassed a meter in height, his once cherubic face beginning to reveal hints of handsomeness, a testament to his father's fine genes. His sister, born just minutes after him, had blossomed into a graceful young lady, her beauty promising to captivate many when she grew up. Arriving at their training ground, Jiang Tian and Mingyue Jiang faced each other. You may strike first, Ayu, he said, drawing his kunai and assuming a combat stance. Very well, I shall not hold back. She replied sweetly, brandishing her kunai and charging at him with determination. Her movements betrayed none of the gentleness of her words. As Mingyue Jiang raced toward him, Jiang Tian's expression remained unchanged. He swiftly met her advance. Their kunai clashed, sending sparks flying. Without hesitation, Mingyue Jiang reversed her grip and hurled her kunai at him. Jiang Tian, noticing the projectile hurtling toward him, deftly deflected it with his own kunai, the sound ringing sharply in the air. Undeterred by her failed attack, Mingwei Jiang sprang into the air, executing a flip before launching 2 more kunai at him, followed by an additional pair from her right hand. Jiang Tian assessed the incoming kunai instinctively, preparing to evade. However, the last 2 kunai accelerated unexpectedly, colliding with the first pair, altering their trajectories dramatically and sealing off all of his escape routes. Surreptitiously inserting his own chakra threads into the kunai for control, Jiang Yu, you have indeed matured significantly. While contemplating this, Jiang Tian swiftly formed hand seals. As the final seal was completed, 4 kunai hurtled toward him, embedding themselves in crucial areas of his body. With a resounding bang, Jiang Tian transformed into a wooden stump. Seeing her brother vanish, Jiang Yu hurriedly brandished a few more kunai in a defensive stance. Concealed behind the trees, Jiang Tian observed her adept movements with delight. Her growth had not disappointed him. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, Jiang Tian formed hand seals once more, completing the sequence in a mere 1.5 seconds. As her brother reappeared behind her, Jiang Yu hastily executed her own seals. Water release, water smoke gun. A torrent of water surged from Jiang Yu's back, rapidly rushing toward Jiang Tian. In an instant, Jiang Tian, unable to alter his trajectory mid-air, was struck. With a puff of smoke, it became apparent that it was a mere shadow clone. Just as this realization crossed her mind, Jiang Yu felt a powerful wind approaching from behind. She swiftly turned, employing water release, water barrier. A wall of water rose before her, effectively shielding her from the dual assault of Jiang Tian's wind release, wind blade. Impressive, her reflexes had indeed sharpened. However, little did she know that the water barrier not only obstructed foes but also her own line of sight. As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Tian swiftly launched 6 kunai, employing the Jiang family's kunai throwing technique. The objective was not merely to defeat the enemy but to disrupt their movements, preventing a swift evasion. Gathering rapidly spinning winds into a blade, Jiang Tian charged forward. Just as Jiang Yu freed herself from the interference of the 6 kunai, she noticed her brother charging at her with no time left to form seals. She could only reluctantly draw a kunai. In terms of physical combat, Jiang Yu could not compare to Jiang Tian, who had reached the level of a Nin. However, she estimated that she wasn't particularly formidable among genin. With the kunai poised against her neck, Jiang Yu had no choice but to concede. You are my brother. You shouldn't let me win, she pouted, her cheeks puffed up. Addressing Jiang Tian. Seeing his sister act so adorably, Jiang Tian chuckled, gently ruffling her hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. All right, brother will compensate you. I'll take you to the market to buy your favorite candied hawthorn. Brother is the best. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu beamed with joy. The following morning, Jiang Tian and Jiang Yu trailed behind Mingwei Jiang to meet their teacher. He appeared to be an unremarkable man, with an ordinary face, build, and demeanor, likely possessing average strength. Their essay saying, the mediocre shines no brighter than the mediocre. I, who am average, cannot look upon the ordinary. For the time being, I shall be your teacher. Being a ninja is an exceedingly perilous profession. You may not even know the day you will meet your demise. Those wishing to withdraw may speak now, advised teacher Bai. Certainly, no one would choose to withdraw. The inhabitants of the ninja continent are almost universally proud to aspire to be true ninjas. Very well. I shall guide you through your tasks one by one and provide instruction in your training, swiftly honing you into genuine ninjas, individuals born for combat. Observing that no one has opted to retreat, I nodded in satisfaction. After all, they represent the future of the village. To facilitate our collaborative endeavors, let us commence with a round of introductions. Share your aspirations, your favorite things, your dislikes, and your preferred cuisine. Sigh, reminiscent of Konoha. Allow me to begin. I am Bai, a jonin of Dream Ninja Village, adept in fire release and earth release, though I shall keep my aspirations a secret. Now, who shall go next? Bai inquired once more. I shall go first. My name is Inoue Kawada, proficient in fire release and swordsmanship. My ambition is to become the village's great hero. I particularly enjoy barbecued food and have no dislikes, Kawada hastily replied, eager to share. I am Mingwei Jiang Tian, skilled in wind release. I have yet to form an ambition and cherish my family dearly. I detest being disturbed during my training, Jiang Tian stated calmly. I am Mingwei Jiang Yu, Jiang Tian's younger sister. My dream is for our family to remain safe and sound. I adore spending time with my brother and dislike being apart from him. I particularly relish the candied hawthorns he buys for me, Jiang Yu added cheerfully. Now that we are acquainted, we shall embark on our tasks together starting this afternoon. Everyone, prepare well. We will depart the village for our mission at 1 o'clock sharp. Punctuality is paramount. Bai waved to the group, pleased with the caliber of his students. For a small ninja village like Dream Ninja Village, even the genin cannot remain idle, engaging in trivial tasks such as helping to locate lost pets, picking up litter from rivers, or performing agricultural work. It is likely that only Konoha among the 5 great ninja villages possesses such strength and resolve. Smaller ninja villages receive limited assignments annually due to their lack of credibility. One never knows when they may be obliterated. Dream Ninja Village benefits from its amicable relations with Konoha, which allows it to undertake a relatively decent number of missions, albeit with a modest ninja population. Consequently, a considerable number of genin are dispatched as needed. The training of genin is quite straightforward, often requiring only the mastery of 3 fundamental jutsu. Most of them may perish while executing missions, yet a few survive, earning the chance to advance to chunin or higher, becoming invaluable assets to the village. Nevertheless, the village bears minimal loss. With a stroke of luck, they might even uncover a few resilient individuals. Only families like Jiang Tian's possess the means to enable their children to attain chunin status before stepping onto the battlefield, thanks to their parental connections. It is indeed impressive that someone like Kawada can wield fire release. This is precisely why Bai holds a favorable view of his students. No teacher desires to see their pupils meet an untimely demise in the throes of battle. However, due to personal circumstances, one cannot attend to every student, which necessitates that the students cultivate certain personal abilities to ensure their own survival. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Tian and Zhou Yu arrived at the gathering point. Equipped with their ninja tools, Bai informed them that their task was to capture a mysterious creature that had been terrorizing the fishing village, where villagers had reported their poultry being ruthlessly devoured. Despite the villagers' prolonged efforts to catch the creature, their livestock continued to dwindle, causing considerable anxiety among them. Later, some villagers claimed to have spotted a massive beast feasting on their fowl. Initially, the villagers were skeptical, but as sightings increased, they began to believe. Lacking the capacity to apprehend the creature themselves, they sought assistance from the nearby Mangren village. This marked their first venture beyond the village, and the 3 young companions were filled with excitement at the myriad wonders of the outside world, oblivious to the fatigue of their journey. Jiang Tian gazed at the towering trees lining the road, reflecting on the diminishing existence of such ancient trees on Earth. Despite the growing awareness of the importance of the natural environment, yet there remains a significant shortfall, particularly in rapidly developing regions like Huaxia, where the situation is even more dire. After a lengthy trek, Jiang Tian and his companions finally reached the fishing village, a place reminiscent of contemporary rural life. Positioned between the land of fire and the land of wind, the village faced the sea. The majority of the villagers made their living by fishing, selling their catch to procure essential goods. In this idyllic, untainted realm, the people were remarkably simple and sincere, rarely scrutinized by wandering ninjas. The village remained untouched by the ravages of war. Farming, fishing, weaving, and raising poultry encapsulated the villagers' existence. This place resembled a paradise in the world of Naruto, where children enjoyed carefree childhoods and families thrived in happiness. They would inherit their parents' trades, which, though arduous and at times monotonous, provided them with a profound sense of contentment. Perhaps the fervor of life and death battles was absent, or the exhilaration of surpassing one's limits was not present, nor the heart-wrenching pain of diverging paths between humans and spirits, or the calm collapse amidst harsh choices. Yet, in the simplicity of everyday life, there lies true happiness. As Jiang Tian and his companions entered the fishing village, they were met by a waiting figure. "Are you the ninjas from Mangren village?" inquired a robust middle-aged man. "Indeed, we are the ones you summoned to eliminate the monsters," replied their teacher, Bai. "Splendid. You have finally arrived. I am Yamazaki Koji, the village chief's son, and I am here to welcome you." "We are deeply grateful for your assistance," he said, beaming with a naive sincerity upon hearing the response he had longed for. "Your simplicity is truly refreshing." Bai responded amicably. "Now, please follow me. You will stay at our home for the next few days." With that, Yamazaki led Jiang Tian and the others further into the village. From the outside, the village presented one visage, but within, it revealed another. The fishing village was indeed picturesque. Despite the constant sea breeze, it lacked the pungency typically associated with coastal areas. The humidity, owing to its seaside location, enveloped the air. And with several days until the next sunny spell, a soft mist seemed to linger throughout the village, imparting an ethereal quality to the atmosphere. The gentle caress of the air was so pleasant that even Bai, the instructor, found himself enamored with the place, contemplating a prolonged stay. After resting at the village chief's residence, Bai rose early the following day to assess the situation. They first examined the remnants of livestock devoured by the monster. Several chickens and ducks were reduced to mere feathers and bones. A pig had been consumed to the point where only its head and neck remained. Blood oozing from its nostrils and eye sockets, its mouth agape as if in a silent scream of despair. The neck bore the marks of claw scratches, and the blood on the ground had completely congealed. Knowing that an inspection was imminent, the pig, which had perished the night before, remained undisturbed. Witnessing the horrific scene, Jiang Yu felt a wave of fear wash over her. Jiang Tian tightened his grip on his sister's hand, offering silent encouragement. Subsequently, Bai inquired with the villagers who had encountered the creature, piecing together descriptions of the beast. The villagers, exchanging details, ultimately concluded that the creature stood approximately 2 meters tall and measured around 3 meters in length, equipped with powerful, sharp claws and menacing teeth. Though its other capabilities remained uncertain, the gruesome fate of the pig, combined with the unsettling fact that none of the nearby villagers had heard its cries, suggested that the monster possessed some extraordinary abilities. It appeared that this creature would prove formidable. However, without having seen it firsthand, making accurate judgments was challenging. The primary preparation involved a thorough examination of their ninja gear. Tasks were then allocated based on their respective strengths. Bai and Inoue Kita formed one team, while Jiang Tian and his sister Jiang Yu comprised the other. The two groups would search within the expansive village, ready to communicate via radio, a notable feature from the world of Naruto, upon encountering the monster. Members of the same team were to remain within a proximity of no more than 10 meters. At the first hint of danger, they would promptly provide support. Naturally, all these plans would only be put into action under the cover of night, for the creature was known to be active solely after dusk. During the day, Jiang Tian and his sister explored the fishing village, followed by some solitary training, as the sun gracefully descended amidst the anticipation of countless souls. The night enveloped this quaint little village. Wisps of smoke curled upwards from each dwelling, enhancing the village's ethereal beauty. After a modest dinner, Jiang Tian and his companions retired early. As the last lights flickered out across the village, the four of them began their covert operation. They swiftly traversed the rooftops of each house, but to no avail. Nothing here, nothing there. The aspiration was beautiful, yet reality proved harsh. As the night passed without a glimpse of the creature, Jiang Tian and his friends found themselves at a loss. 5 days elapsed, and still, the monster did not manifest, prompting a chorus of complaints from the group. The lack of rest over these days began to take its toll, particularly on the young ones, aged 9 and 10, who struggled with the remnants of their 9-year routine. They dared not let their guard down. Having come this far, how could they return without a trophy? Lest they tarnish their own reputation? It became evident that they must take action themselves, as Bai contemplated. Drawing the serpent from its lair is a concept steeped in wisdom. One must attract the enemy with precision. Too little will not suffice, while too much may lead to misfortune, losing both the prize and the soldiers. After deliberation, they resolved to employ the shadow clone technique, learned from Bai. The 4 transformed into 30 clones, which then morphed into pigs. That night, these dozens of pigs wandered the village, specifically targeting areas where villagers were unlikely to return home, yet were easily observable. Fortune smiled upon the diligent. The following evening, the ground trembled slightly, an imperceptible sensation for the ordinary villagers, but Jiang Tian, as a ninja, sensed the approach of a formidable entity. Just as he prepared to act, a row of sharp teeth clamped down on his neck. The pig instantly transformed back into Jiang Tian, who swiftly retreated, hands forming seals with remarkable speed. Wind release, blade of wind. Jiang Tian gathered fiercely spinning wind into his hands, clashing it against the creature's paw. The immense recoil sent him flying, and with a whoosh, he vanished. In the distance, Jiang Tian promptly received information relayed from his clone. Teacher, the monster's location is. He informed Jiang Yu. Let us hurry, he added, retracting his shadow clone technique. This technique, which divides one's chakra amongst several bodies, is seldom employed by ninjas, as diminished chakra can severely hinder imminent combat. Only those like Naruto, with boundless chakra, dare to face every opponent with the multi-shadow clone technique. By the time Jiang Tian and his group arrived, Bai and Inoue Tian were already engaged in battle with the creature, strategically luring it away from the villagers towards a nearby beach. Before them stood a towering creature, reaching a height of 2 meters, with the visage of a seahorse and a long snout reminiscent of a crocodile. Its scaled hide bore markings akin to that of a leopard, while its formidable forearms resembled those of a gorilla. Strangely, its hind limbs mirrored the forelimbs of a sea lion. Observing that Inoue and Hecata were struggling, Jiang Tian and his companions promptly rushed to assist. The primary force against this behemoth was undoubtedly their teacher, Bai Yi. While Jiang Tian and his comrades kept distracting the creature, after a considerable effort, Jiang Tian succeeded in embedding his wind blade into the monster's body. Upon feeling the pain, the creature seemed to go into a frenzy, letting out a roar that Jiang Tian strangely did not hear. Yet, its attacks intensified, with both arms extended. The creature sent Bai Yi flying, directing a powerful jet of water at Jiang Tian and Inoue. When the monster unleashed its water technique, both Jiang Tian and Inoue were taken aback, but being seasoned ninjas, they quickly reacted. They executed the substitution technique, followed by the fire technique, Phoenix Fire. The clash of water and fire resulted in a burst of steam, neutralizing each other's attacks. Realizing that this creature was a ninja beast, Bai Yi sensed the situation had become quite precarious. He could only hope that the beast's might was not overwhelming, as he worried for his students' safety. He cautioned them, urging them to remain vigilant and to cluster closer to him. However, Bai Yi found himself momentarily speechless. Although he had spoken, no sound emerged, an odd occurrence indeed. At that moment, the creature launched another offensive with the water technique, Water Wing. A torrent surged towards Jiang Tian and the others. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Tian erected an earthen wall using the earth technique, Earth Flow Wall. The group did not disappoint their teacher's expectations and quickly dispersed. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously drew their kunai, affixing explosive tags to them before hurling them at the monster. The creature, dismissing these small projectiles, swatted them away effortlessly. However, the explosive tags played a crucial role, creating significant wounds in its right hand, which began to bleed profusely, its face contorted in fury. Yet, the creature did not retaliate. Instead, it retreated into the nearby sea, gradually vanishing from sight. With the monster's disappearance, Jiang Tian and his companions finally breathed a sigh of relief. The battle had been sudden and intense, but fortunately, no one had sustained injuries, and they had gained valuable insights into the creature, laying a solid foundation for future encounters. As night fell, weary from the confrontation, the group tidied up and retired for the evening. The following day, Jiang Tian and his 3 companions convened to strategize on how to tackle this formidable beast. They concluded that it was a ninja beast with water-based chakra, and through their recent battle, Jiang Tian assessed its strength to be roughly at the level of a special Jainin to Jainin. However, he noted that the beast possessed superior resilience compared to humans, complicating their task. Bai Yi inquired if anyone had additional observations. Teacher, Jiang Tian interjected. I discovered that we cannot make any sound when near the monster. Indeed, we have encountered such a situation, echoed Zhou Yu and Inoue Tian. Moreover, the battle site chosen by the river facilitates the use of the monster's ninjutsu. Indeed, I faced a similar circumstance yesterday, Bai nodded. Today, we shall devise a method to confront it. In the ensuing battle, we shall heavily rely on our teacher and Inoue Tian, for you possess attributes that counter it. Furthermore, dear sister, you share a similar attribute, allowing you to create some disturbances. Jiang Tian remarked, sighing, my wind-release ninjutsu lacks in formidable attacks. It appears I must quickly visit Konoha to observe the Rasengan. Were it not for these companions, I could resort to utilizing my bloodline limit. I seem to have become the most pitiful protagonist in this alternate realm. Such a failure. Does anyone have any good ideas? Bai inquired of his 3 students. A prolonged silence ensued. Ah, I know what to do. We can. Jiang Tian suddenly leaped up, startling the other 3. It seems we require a strategy. Brother. How clever. Indeed, you are my student. Very well, let us lure this monster out. Thus, the group made ample preparations once more. Days passed. Yet the monster failed to emerge, despite Jiang Tian and his companions searching for an extended period near the sea. This left Jiang Tian somewhat disheartened. All was ready. Yet the eastern wind was lacking. It seemed heaven favored them, as on the 4th day at noon, the monster appeared. This time, it seemed to seek vengeance for its previous injury, manifesting in broad daylight, and it did not seek out Jiang Tian and his companions, instead letting out a roar from just off the shore. This terrified the surrounding ordinary villagers, but simultaneously drew Jiang Tian and his group closer. Monster, today marks your demise, Zhou Yu declared, stepping forward to taunt. You vile humans. Last time, you injured me, and this time, I shall annihilate you all to quell my rage. The monster retorted for the first time. But he was not taken aback. It was quite normal for a beast to speak. You all must exercise caution. This will likely be a true life and death battle. Very well, let us proceed according to plan. Battle commenced. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. By swiftly formed hand seals. Unleashing a torrent of dragon-like flames from his mouth, hurtling towards the monster with immense power. Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique. Inoue Tian also performed his ninjutsu, forming seals and launching 5 or 6 large fireballs towards the creature. Jiang Tian reacted swiftly, employing Wind Release. Great breakthrough. A gust of wind surged forth, intensifying the flames of the fire dragon and fireballs. The monster seemed to sense a hint of danger and unleashed a massive ninjutsu. Countless streams of water erupted relentlessly from its mouth. After a cloud of white smoke, all returned to tranquility. Jinjutsu, Fox's Heart Technique. Jiang Yu followed suit, casting her illusionary technique. The monster immediately sensed its entry into a peculiar realm, witnessing several loathsome humans vanish before its eyes. It hastily surged forward, running incessantly, only to realize that it seemed to be trapped in a cyclical motion. At that moment, a sharp pain coursed through its body, and everything before its eyes faded away. How infuriating! These filthy creatures had dared to injure its noble form. Observing the shurikens embedded in its flesh, blood gushing forth, the monster felt its sanity slipping away. It appeared that their plan had succeeded to some extent, as Jiang Tian and his companions exchanged triumphant glances before the resounding explosion echoed. While the monster was ensnared in an illusion, Jiang Tian and his allies had strategically embedded shurikens throughout its body. Had it not been for the monster's exceptionally thick scales, they might have shattered its skull outright. Gazing at its blood-soaked body, especially the crimson streaks cascading from its head, the monster's rage truly ignited. Do not mistake my restraint for weakness, it seethed. Instantly, the entire terrain transformed into a vast ocean, and fortunately, they were in a low-lying area of the village. Otherwise, the entire settlement would have been lost to the annals of history. The water began to whirl into vortices, engulfing Jiang Tian and his companions entirely. In a moment of urgency, Zhou Yu unleashed a powerful water release technique, summoning a counter-vortex that propelled Jiang Tian and the others back to the surface just as they were about to plunge into the depths. Observing Zhou Yu struggle to maintain the balance of the reversing whirlpool, Jiang Tian and his allies swiftly vacated the area. With chakra flowing through their feet, they stood once more upon the water's surface. Before long, the torrent of water converged back into the sea, allowing them to execute their secondary plan. The group exchanged knowing glances and sprang into action. Ishikawa and Jiang Yu swiftly departed, leaving Jiang Tian and Teacher Bai alone on the battlefield. The monster, however, did not hinder their exit. It regarded them as the most despicable, for they had inflicted the gravest wounds upon it. Truly, they were contemptible humans. With a flourish, it unleashed a combination of fire and wind techniques, a colossal fire dragon surging forth with formidable force to assault the monster. Upon witnessing this familiar maneuver, the creature calmly prepared to counter it. Just as it was about to unleash another powerful attack, it noticed a wind shuriken trailing behind the fire dragon. Another trick? It mused, effortlessly evading the projectile. The wind shuriken transformed back into Jiang Tian, who began weaving hand signs behind the oblivious monster. Admittedly, Jiang Tian's strategy was a clear imitation of Naruto's tactics against Zabuza. He could never have conceived such a classic maneuver on his own. With a flourish, he unleashed a torrent of wind blades, innumerable and relentless, piercing toward the monster. Sensing a sharp pain in its back, the monster turned, only to find Jiang Tian, that insufferable brat, challenging its endurance yet again. As the monster narrowly dodged a fire technique launched by Teacher Bai, it charged toward Jiang Tian. Realizing the creature was barreling toward him, Jiang Tian immediately began to flee sideways, moving with astonishing speed, exerting every ounce of strength he possessed. The monster pursued him closely, relentless in its chase. A peculiar scene unfolded before the eyes, a man and a beast, racing forward in tandem, stirring up a whirlwind of dust and debris, their speed rivaling that of the illustrious Star Master within the realm of martial arts. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Jiang Tian sensed his chakra dwindling, a consequence of overexertion during their earlier battle. Alarmed, he realized he had yet to cover the remaining distance. He must persist. As he observed the creature ahead, its speed began to wane. Perhaps sensing victory was within reach, it surged forward once more, catching up to Jiang Tian and delivering a powerful blow that sent him sprawling. Gazing at Jiang Tian, who struggled to rise, the creature reveled in its triumph, exulting in the thought of finishing him off with a final kick, reducing him to mere pulp. As the beast advanced step by step, Jiang Tian felt utterly powerless, his chakra nearly depleted and his body aching. He could only hope for timely assistance. Just as the creature was about to strike, Inoue Kawaii and Zhou Yu reappeared, seemingly undeterred by their previous departure. Recognizing the relentless nature of these adversaries, the creature resolved to unleash its ultimate technique, fully aware that it would incur significant self-harm in doing so. It emitted a haunting sound that possessed an extraordinary force, inflicting excruciating pain upon Inoue Kawai, Jiang Yu, and Bai Yi, who had just arrived to lend aid. The piercing agony rendered them incapable of mounting an offense. Jiang Tian, sensing the grave situation, realized the creature could employ soundwave attacks. He noted that no one was currently focused on him. Stealthily, he activated his bloodline limit, creating a vacuum around him by eliminating the surrounding air. Fortunately, sound does not travel in a vacuum. Rubbing his aching head, Jiang Tian felt a sense of despair. Were they all to perish here? A glance revealed that the creature was not far from the trap he had prepared, merely 10 meters away. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to take a risk. Silently, he maneuvered behind the beast, and as it paused to emit its eerie sound, he unleashed the power of his bloodline limit once more. Channeling a compressed air cannon, a technique that relied on condensing vast amounts of air into an infinitesimal energy sphere before releasing it. Many explosions are born from the extreme expansion of air reaching a critical threshold, culminating in an uncontrollable release that results in detonation. The potential of this technique was formidable. Though Jiang Tian's mastery was not yet refined, he could still manage to propel the creature 10 meters away. Upon the creature's descent into the trap, Bai Yi and the others found their condition somewhat improved. Although still in pain, they persisted in encasing the beast in explosive seals, ultimately placing a thick cover of earth over the trap's opening. Before the creature could react, thousands of explosive seals detonated simultaneously around it, sending shockwaves that transformed the trap into a vast pit, over 10 meters wide. The creature, adorned in a pattern reminiscent of a leopard and belonging to an unknown species of beast, was deprived of the opportunity to leave a resplendent legacy in this world, becoming merely a mote of dust, perhaps more accurately, a remnant of flesh. Nonetheless, through the collective efforts of a few, the monster's ordeal ultimately reached a satisfying conclusion. Jiang Tian successfully completed his inaugural mission as a ninja. As he ascended to become a figure of reverence within the ninja community, he found himself reflecting wistfully upon his first assignment, though Bai Yi and the others could not fathom how the creature had fallen into the trap. They harbored no significant doubts regarding Jiang Tian's involvement. Having sustained considerable internal injuries, he remained at the village chief's residence for several days, during which his sister, Zhou Yu, diligently cared for him. Upon hearing of Jiang Tian's injury, she had been deeply worried and wept for an extended period. During this time, Jiang Tian took the opportunity to reflect on his mission, analyzing his performance and making necessary adjustments. Teacher Bai Yi mentioned that this period of relaxation allowed for guidance and fire techniques, while Jiang Tian also provided Jiang Yu with some combat training for one-on-one encounters. After a few days, fully recovered, Jiang Tian and his companions departed amidst the heartfelt gratitude of the villagers. As they traversed the path back to Dream Ninja Village, their spirits remained high. However, their journey back was not as smooth as their arrival. They encountered a band of robbers who were somewhat lacking in foresight. While a group of children chattered away, they stumbled upon a gang of brigands who had taken several men and women hostage. Jiang Tian had no intention of instigating trouble, adhering to the ninja code of conduct to avoid unnecessary conflict that could jeopardize one's mission. Thus, he chose to remain uninvolved. The robbers, likely believing that a single man accompanied by 3 children would be easy prey, were mistaken in their assessment of the situation. Aside from Jiang Tian, who was not particularly fond of wearing his village's headband, the others had sustained injuries during their previous encounter, causing them to conceal their identities as ninjas. Thus, the robbers could not perceive them as such, which led to a confrontation. These trees I planted, this road I forged. To traverse this path, one must pay a toll. We thrive by the mountains and the waters. Today's robbery is non-negotiable. Those who resist shall meet their doom, declared the leader, a scarred brigand. Jiang Tian was taken aback to hear such cliché lines in the world of Naruto, momentarily stunned. However, Bai Yi and the others felt no such astonishment. And if we refuse to pay? Bai Yi replied coolly. Ninjas are individuals who live on the razor's edge. Sometimes, encountering foolish adversaries offers a welcome diversion. No money? Huh. How dare he claim to be broke? The scarred man turned to his band of miscreants, who erupted into laughter as if they had heard the most absurd joke in existence. Even the captives regarded the robbers with expressions of impending misfortune. Do you know who we are? Allow me to enlighten you. We are the infamous poison wolf thieves. Hand over your money quickly, or we shall show mercy by leaving you with a complete corpse, the scarred man growled menacingly. We truly have no money, take our lives instead. Teacher Bai Yi calmly replied. No money? Then you shall die, the scarred man declared, rolling up his sleeves and drawing the large blade from his waist. At that moment, a gaunt figure with shifty eyes, radiating an unsettling aura, seized the scarred man and whispered something in his ear. The scarred man nodded as he listened, and gradually, a lewd expression crept across his face. With a facade of authority, the scarred man announced, since you possess no money, we shall extend a moment of kindness and spare your lives. However, you may leave, but that little sister must remain. Such a beautiful girl will surely blossom into a stunning woman. Selling her would yield considerable profit, and I could enjoy her myself. The scarred man thought lewdly. As death loomed once more, Jiang Tian was aflame with anger. His sister, Zhou Yu, was his most vulnerable spot. And now someone dared to encroach upon it. These men had to die. His mind was consumed by a singular resolve to eliminate this group. With a furious roar, Jiang Tian swiftly drew a kunai from his pouch and lunged at the scarred man, executing a swift throat-slitting motion. The scarred man dismissed the child as insignificant, failing to anticipate any combat prowess. As pain seared through his neck, he touched it, feeling the warm blood flow. Through his fading vision, he beheld the boy he had underestimated glaring fiercely at him, the kunai still dripping crimson. In his final moments, the scarred man realized that they were indeed ninjas. But the price of this revelation was steep. As he departed from the realm of the living, the onlookers were stunned. None could have anticipated Jiang Tian would eliminate the scarred man. The bandits were incredulous, while Bai Yi and the others believed Jiang Tian would not truly engage the robbers at this moment. After a brief silence, the bandits drew their weapons, clamoring for vengeance for their fallen leader. Bai Yi and his companions quickly responded, joining the fray. As the bandits charged, Jiang Tian coolly flicked his head, dodging a descending blade. He stepped forward, swinging his kunai to carve a gash into one of the robbers, then delivered a swift kick. The robber was sent flying, colliding with another who was rushing to join the fray. With two bandits sprawled on the ground, Jiang Tian advanced, delivering a swift downward strike, his hands poised above. Feet below, slicing through their throats in their shocked moment of disbelief. He spotted a bandit engaged in a fierce struggle with Zhou Yu and hurled his kunai, striking the bandit's forehead. He then offered a reassuring smile to his sister, whose face had paled. A gust of wind swept past him as another bandit swung a blade. But Jiang Tian deftly evaded the attacks. He quickly pivoted left, launching a counterstrike against the outstretched arm of the bandit. As the robber dropped his knife due to the pain, it was swiftly brought down upon his skull. In an instant, the head severed from the body, and blood splattered across the ground. The skirmish was short-lived. The robber's skills were merely on par with that of a lower-ranked ninja, occasionally even inferior. However, there were times when a formidable opponent comparable to a middle-ranked ninja would emerge. Yet, with the current composition of Jiang Tian and his team, it was challenging to encounter someone they could not handle. Go on, said Bai Yi as he untied the hands and feet of the terrified men and women before him. Without further prompting, they hastily fled, their legs trembling as they ran. Bai Yi smiled slightly, observing the still pale Zhou Yu, and inquired of his students, how does it feel to take a life for the first time? Under Bai Yi's inquiry, Jiang Tian regained his composure from his fury, gazing at the grim visage of the first person he had slain, particularly that of the one whose head he had severed. Although he had previously engaged in numerous hyper-realistic shooting games and had taken many lives, it was, after all, merely a game. Jiang Tian felt a tumult in his stomach, as though the food he had consumed that morning was about to make its reappearance. His complexion began to pale, and his legs wavered unsteadily. Ultimately, he could not restrain himself and rushed behind a cluster of trees to vomit, expelling bitter bile until his stomach was emptied. After a while, Jiang Tian began to feel somewhat better, yet he still sensed a lightness beneath his feet. Upon returning, he noticed Zhou Yu appeared similarly affected, while only Bai Yi and Inoue Kamita seemed unfazed. Evidently, Inoue Kamita was not a novice to such matters, having encountered death before. Well, this is your first kill, and such reactions are entirely natural. However, you must strive to manage yourselves better next time, Bai Yi remarked, observing that the two had shown slight improvement. The essence of a ninja lies in their frequent, forced confrontations with brutal choices. Ninjas are born to kill. When you hesitate to take a life, you risk losing your own. Jiang Tian nodded earnestly, taking a deep breath. He realized his training was insufficient, vowing to improve for the next encounter. He glanced at his sister, still appearing frightened, recognizing that her recovery was somewhat slower. Jiang Tian resolved to counsel her thoroughly upon returning home, understanding that while he would protect her, Jiang Yu must also strive diligently. The journey back was uneventful, and the quartet swiftly returned to their ninja village. Bai Yi went to report on their mission, while the others headed home for some well-deserved rest. Jiang Tian and Jiang Yu walked home together. To their surprise, Mengyue Jingshu and Jingxiang Aoi had not been assigned any tasks. Upon seeing the two return unscathed, they both sighed in relief. So how did the mission go? Jingxiang Aoi inquired, hastening to grasp the hands of Jiang Tian and Jiang Yu, her expression betraying concern as she noted Jiang Yu's still pale countenance. Oh, it went well? Jiang Tian replied, as he settled at the table with his parents, recounting the experiences of their recent days on the mission, including the events of that very morning. Having comprehended the unfolding events, Aoi Shizuka visibly exhaled a sigh of relief, casting a glance at her somewhat distracted daughter. She then rose from her seat and gently grasped Jiang Yu's hand. Yu, it has been over a year since we last had a proper chat. Let us ascend to the upper floor and engage in a heartfelt conversation. With that, she bid farewell to the father and son, Jiang Hu and Jiang Tian, and ascended the stairs with Jiang Yu. Allow your mother to offer some guidance. After all, women possess a deeper understanding of one another. Do not fret too much. Jiang Yu will surely improve. Such matters are relatively easy to handle, Dream Moon Jiang Hu reassured, noticing his son's lingering concern. Is there anything more heartwarming than witnessing one's children care for each other? Oh, I see. Jiang Tian promptly adjusted his demeanor. You have performed exceptionally well in this mission. You are truly my son, Dream Moon Jiang Hu, and have not brought shame to our family. Moreover, I have discovered that my son is remarkably clever, devising such excellent strategies. Dream Moon Jiang Hu praised Jiang Tian wholeheartedly. Chuckling, Jiang Tian subconsciously scratched his head, pondering whether he had inadvertently appropriated the classic tactics of Naruto and Shikamaru. Was this considered infringement? My daughter has grown so much. Upon entering the room, Aoi Shizuka settled onto the tatami mat, cradling her daughter's face for a meticulous examination. Her daughter had blossomed into such a beauty. Countless admirers would surely be captivated in the future. You are already a little beauty. That is not true. Mother is the most beautiful woman, Jiang Yu responded, her spirits lifting somewhat at her mother's compliments. Though she was still shy, her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. Still shy, even at your age? Observing her daughter's changing expression, Aoi Shizuka felt a sense of relief as the tension in her lovely face eased. The situation was not overly grave. Mother, please stop. Jiang Yu's voice dwindled. All right, I won't say more. Have you been enjoying your time with your brother these past few days? Aoi Shizuka continued, following her daughter's lead. This question reminded Jiang Yu of this morning's events, causing her complexion to pale slightly, though not as severely as before. It's been wonderful. My brother takes great care of me and always saves the best for me, Jiang Yu replied. Is that so? Have you considered becoming more independent? You cannot rely on your brother for everything. He has always been kind to you since childhood, fulfilling your every wish. You mustn't take advantage, or he will become exhausted. Don't you think? Aoi Shizuka gently guided Jiang Yu through the reasoning. Perhaps you're right. I shall strive to be stronger and help my brother share some of the burdens, Jiang Yu vowed earnestly. Indeed, our little Yu is so obedient. Aoi Shizuka affectionately patted Jiang Yu's head. Consider this, both you and your brother are now ninjas. You must take responsibility for your actions. For instance, during this morning's incident, your brother was engaged in battle while also looking out for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu seemed to recall something, beginning to tremble slightly. Jingxiang Kuei hurriedly embraced Jiang Yu. Do not fear. Our little Yu is the bravest of all. Just think. What if your brother is unable to assist you when the time comes? What would happen then? Or, what if he becomes distracted while helping you and gets hurt by someone else? Would you wish for your brother to be injured? Jiang Yu, overwhelmed by emotion, began to cry in Jingxiang Kuei's embrace, who did her utmost to comfort her. After a while, Jiang Yu regained her composure and, without wiping her tear-streaked face, looked up at Jingxiang Kuei and said, Mother, am I particularly useless, always causing trouble for my brother? Jingxiang Kuei lovingly wiped the tears from her daughter's face. How could that be? My daughter could never be a burden to her brother. He loves you dearly. Let me tell you. Never fear or feel guilty when dealing with villains. Their demise is well-deserved. But they are still human, and I have killed them, Jiang Yu retorted. It seemed that after her bout of tears, the situation began to improve. Consider this. They are all robbers, responsible for countless deaths. By eliminating them, you have rid the world of a great menace. People will be grateful to you. Moreover, remember, they were all intent on killing you. Had you not acted, they would have taken your life. Jingxiang Kuei began to coax her daughter. And did you not say that you wish to be with your brother and become a great ninja? These are challenges you must face. Otherwise, Your brother may leave you behind. Do not carry a burden of guilt. They are wicked individuals who deserve their fate. We are engaged in a noble endeavor to protect the villagers, deserving of respect." After a lengthy contemplation, Jiang Yu rose, sniffed, and declared, "Yes, I understand, mother. I must strive to assist my brother in any way I can. I shall go find him now." With that, Jiang Yu turned and bounced down the stairs. Though she had not fully recovered, her condition was manageable. In the days to come, with Xiao Tian providing comfort, it seemed that no major issues would arise. Jing Xiang Kuei nodded in satisfaction. Her children were growing up and embarking on their own journeys. Watching Jiang Yu bounce down and take a seat beside her, Jiang Tian felt a sense of relief. It appeared that all was well. Ceasing his conversation with their father, Jiang Tian led Jiang Yu back to their room, where he intended to take a nap. Lying on the wooden floor, he listened to the soft sound of Jiang Yu's breathing from the other side. Yet, he found himself unable to sleep. His current existence felt devoid of meaning. If he continued merely completing tasks, by the time the third ninja war arrived, he would become a jonin of the Dream Ninja Village. However, on the battlefield, a jonin held little significance. Was it not true that Kakashi participated in the third ninja war at the age of 12, yet he lost his left eye during the infamous Battle of Kamizukun? Moreover, perhaps he would not even reach 12 before being summoned to the battlefield. Without relying on my own bloodline limit, my chances of survival are rather slim, for I do not possess a powerful mentor with strength on par with that of a shadow. In due course, I shall have to move alongside others, without formidable ninjutsu. What shall I do? Alas, I wonder if Minato Namikaze has invented the Rasengan yet. If he could, I might stealthily infiltrate Konoha to learn it. I am nearing 9 years of age, and I estimate I have merely 2 years left. During this time, I must diligently cultivate my skills. Time passed, and I found my head growing heavy, my eyelids beginning to droop. With eyes closed, I gradually slipped into slumber. When my sister awakened me, it was already time for dinner. Our family gathered joyfully for the evening meal. After dining, both Dream Moon Jianghu and Aoi Shizuka departed on errands, leaving advanced ninjutsu for Jiang Tian and Jiang Yu to practice independently. Upon their return, they would provide explanations for certain aspects. Before leaving, Dream Moon Jianghu urged us to train earnestly, noting that the ninja world had once again become unbalanced, suggesting that significant events were on the horizon. It appears that the major ninja villages could no longer suppress their restlessness and had commenced minor skirmishes. Indeed, the Land of Fire lies at the heart of the ninja continent, boasting the most prosperous and fertile land. Who among those residing in deserts and small islands would not be tempted by this place? First, I must manage my own affairs. These past few days have been restful, and I should engage in earnest training. Oh, how wonderful it would be if I could also master the Rasengan. With such a grand technique in hand, combined with my bloodline limit, I could become a notable figure within the ninja world. Lost in these thoughts, I inadvertently sighed. Brother, what troubles you today? I've noticed you seem lost in thought. Is something amiss? Jiang Yu inquired, observing my contemplative demeanor and my subsequent sigh. Is there anything wrong, brother? No, there isn't, I replied, gently ruffling her hair. Humph, I saw you sigh. Can't you confide in me? Do you still consider me your sister? Very well, I shall tell you. I've realized that my current strength is insufficient. Lately, I've had thoughts about a certain ninjutsu that I wish to learn, yet I find myself at an impasse. Upon seeing my sister's cheeks puffed in determination, I surrendered. What is so difficult about it? Can't you simply practice? Many ninjutsu are derived from the experiences of our predecessors. Jiang Yu dismissed my concerns. By the way, why must I seek to learn from someone else? I could create the Rasengan myself. At her words, I experienced an epiphany. I had previously fallen into a misconception regarding my need to approach Minato Namikaze. Yet, it took him 3 arduous years, filled with countless experiments, to develop such a technique. Considering the 6 stages of ninjutsu, this ranks as a second-tier difficulty, an A-rank skill of exceptional complexity. Can I truly accomplish this? Am I really capable? My earlier enthusiasm waned. This is not as simple as harvesting cabbage. Others can do it, so why can't you? Brother, you must believe in yourself. You will be the greatest ninja in this world. All right, I'm all in. I am determined to create this jutsu, Jiang Tian thought resolutely. Early the next morning, Jiang Tian rose with the dawn and commenced his training. Previously, while watching Naruto, he had only encountered comprehensive explanations of the Rasengan and the wind release, Rasen Shuriken. The Rasengan involves emitting a chakra of no particular attribute that spins in various directions from the hand, then compressing and controlling this chakra, allowing it to undergo continuous transformation, ultimately achieving a qualitative leap, forming a rapidly spinning core of chakra within his hand, encased in an outer membrane that protects the inner sphere, resembling a miniature whirlwind. The training of the Rasengan consists of 3 stages. The first is to burst a water-filled balloon using chakra. The second stage requires breaking a rubber ball with chakra. The third involves controlling and compressing chakra within an inflated balloon without causing it to burst. Jiang Tian began with the first stage, specifically purchasing a basket of water balloons, rubber balls, and regular balloons with the pocket money given by his parents. The shopkeeper treated Jiang Tian like a deity, amazed at how this child spent a significant sum in their store. Initially, Jiang Tian touched the top of his head and discovered that he, like Naruto, possessed a right-handed spiral chakra. When producing chakra, one must mix energies, causing individuals to unintentionally rotate energy within their bodies, thus generating chakra. The direction of this energy's rotation can vary between left and right. Therefore, it is essential to ascertain the direction in which one's chakra rotates. In the training to burst water balloons, if the rotation of the water opposes the direction of one's chakra, the flow of chakra will become erratic and interfere with itself, making it difficult to strengthen the momentum and burst the balloon. Determining the type of chakra rotation is quite simple. One need only observe the direction of their hair growth. If it curls to the right, it indicates a right-handed spiral. If to the left, a left-handed spiral. Without a curl in either direction, one lacks chakra. Engaging in this stage of training also necessitates foundational exercises of climbing trees and walking on water. In tree climbing, one must focus chakra on specific parts of the body. When walking on water, attention must be paid to releasing a certain amount of chakra. Fortunately, Jiang Tian excelled in this aspect, demonstrating precise control and utilization of chakra. The training to burst the water balloon requires generating the flow of chakra, which equates to rotation. First, one must concentrate and maintain chakra in the hand, akin to climbing a tree. Next, a steady release of chakra must occur, similar to walking on water. Finally, one must apply pressure with the chakra to agitate the water within the balloon. While rotating, the water's flow must align with Jiang Tian's direction, meaning he must ensure that the water flows in a rightward spiral. In order to generate a sufficient rotational velocity in water to burst a balloon, one must conjure chakra that spins in various directions. The primary focus during this phase of training is rotation. Due to Naruto's inadequate control over his chakra, this results in the iconic Naruto-style spiraling sphere on screen. Initially, he creates a shadow clone using the multi-shadow clone technique, and then relies on the clone's hands to continuously alter the direction of the rotating chakra released from his right hand, forming the spiraling sphere in his palm. As the training evolves into the Rasen Shuriken, the requirements become significantly more stringent, necessitating a rapid transformation of chakra that ultimately leads to a substantial change in quantity. Consequently, Naruto must enlist the help of 2 others to unleash such a formidable and unparalleled technique. However, this technique carries considerable side effects in one episode. Tsunade remarks that it places immense strain on the cells in Naruto's right hand, potentially leading to fatal consequences if overused, resulting in an inability to perform ninjutsu permanently. While it is easy to speak of these concepts, the execution proves to be far more challenging. Theoretically, everyone understands the principles involved. After completing all necessary preparations, Jiang Tian employs his learned cheat, the shadow clone technique, to create 4 clones. Thus, 5 individuals each grasp a water balloon, infusing it with their chakra, which begins to swirl in a clockwise motion. Additional chakra is then dispatched in varied directions to agitate the water. Despite several attempts, success eludes them, prompting an increase in chakra usage. After more than 3 hours of relentless experimentation and reflection, a resounding pop signifies the balloon's rupture, leaving Jiang Tian utterly exhausted. Reflecting on this successful endeavor, he attempts the process several more times, achieving success each time. It seems that the first phase of training has been satisfactorily completed. The second phase, however, involves bursting a rubber ball, a task that is exponentially more difficult than the first. Lacking water, it becomes increasingly challenging to visualize the rotational direction of the chakra, thus complicating the process of its rotation. The crux of this stage centers around power. Consequently, Jiang Tian marks a small point in the center of his right palm, concentrating his chakra there. When one gazes at a blank sheet of paper, their eyes inevitably perceive the entirety of it. However, if a dot is placed in the center, attention is drawn solely to that point. When a person looks at a blank sheet without knowing where to focus, their gaze wanders aimlessly. Yet, The presence of even a single point urges the mind to concentrate on it, a phenomenon known as focusing on a singular point. With focused awareness, the spirit stabilizes, unlocking unimaginable power. As Jiang Tian attempts to puncture the rubber ball, he fervently strives to concentrate all his chakra into his palm. Only with such concentration can he unleash his strength. However, without a designated marker, this focus proves elusive. He must ensure that the chakra generated is centered on the mark on his right hand. Grasping a rubber ball, Jiang Tian closes his eyes, attuning himself to the location of the point in his palm. He releases chakra, allowing various forms of it to flow rapidly from his right arm into the rubber ball, urging more and more until it is sufficient. Countless chakras converge within the rubber ball, colliding and merging with one another. Ah! Jiang Tian exclaimed as the chakras surged once more into the rubber sphere. With a loud pop, the overwhelming energy propelled the ball from his grasp. Defeated, he felt the excruciating pain in his right arm and slowly regained his composure. Was he not a bit too reckless just now? Perhaps he had grown overly anxious. The essence of a ninja's training lies in cultivating a tranquil heart. It appears that his mastery was still lacking. Shaking his still aching right arm, Jiang Tian reluctantly concluded today's practice. Nonetheless, he had successfully completed the first phase, and with diligence, he was certain he would master the Rasengan. He thought to himself, feeling a surge of happiness. Upon returning home, Jiang Tian applied some pain-relieving ointment to his right arm. Just then, his sister Zhou Yu, having returned from an outing with her close friend, insisted on going out for barbecue together, as there was no one else at home. Given his sister's insatiable appetite, Jiang Tian found it hard to refuse her request. After changing into a fresh outfit, they set off. Although Dream Ninja Village was not a large ninja village, it boasted a vibrant atmosphere with a plethora of shops. The streets echoed with lively shouts, and the leisurely passers-by perused their surroundings. Children, recently released from school, chased one another in playful camaraderie amidst the bustling thoroughfare. After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived at the Qinyuan barbecue restaurant, a place frequently visited by Jiang Yu. The barbecue here was indeed renowned for its delectable flavors, making it a popular choice in the area. Given its fame, the establishment was bustling with patrons. But fortune smiled upon them as a table became available. The two siblings promptly took their seats. Once the waiter cleared the table, Jiang Yu eagerly began to order her favorite skewers, tenderloin, chicken hearts, and chicken meat. Watching her with delight, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. As he glanced around, his pupils narrowed in surprise. There were ninjas from the Hidden Leaf, identifiable by their distinctive headbands adorned with swirling symbols, particularly the Nin and above-clad in vests. What brought the ninjas from the Hidden Leaf to their modest village, and why was there no oversight upon them? If they were to enter the Hidden Leaf, the Umbu would surely start monitoring them within minutes. Alas, their village felt pathetically weak, merely a satellite to the Hidden Leaf, lacking any semblance of dignity. It seemed that should the Hidden Leaf visit, they would be obliged to entertain them lavishly, forever at the mercy of others, like a dog devoid of respect. Given the dark machinations of the Hidden Leaf's upper echelons, it was only a matter of time before their village became a mere pawn in their schemes, fighting others while the Hidden Leaf reaped the benefits. As anticipated, shortly thereafter, two ninjas adorned with the emblem of the Hidden Dream Village, featuring the four circular rings reminiscent of the Audi logo, approached to attend to the Leaf Ninjas. Witnessing his fellow villagers bowing and scraping before the denizens of Konoha, Jiang Tian felt a profound discomfort within. The notion that the weak must adhere to the survival laws of the feeble, relying on the strong, even if it meant living like a dog devoid of dignity, began to resonate deeply within him. For the first time, Jiang Tian harbored an immense yearning for power. Noticing her brother's distracted demeanor, Jiang Yu delicately fed him a piece of tenderloin. "Brother, what troubles you today? I've noticed you seem lost in thought lately." "I'm fine." Truly, Jiang Tian mumbled through his mouthful of meat. "Well, please focus on your meal. If I see you like this again, I shall be genuinely upset. Come, let us toast." Jiang Yu feigned annoyance for a moment before her expression softened. Clinking their glasses, Jiang Tian downed his drink in one go, choosing to set aside his thoughts and quietly enjoy the barbecue with his sister. After their meal, Jiang Tian and Jiang Yu departed from the barbecue establishment. Yet the scene they had witnessed would linger in Jiang Tian's mind for some time. "I must grow stronger and trample those Konoha scoundrels beneath my feet." The following day, Jiang Tian's injured arm had nearly healed. He immersed himself once more in rigorous training. After 2 intensive days, he finally completed the second phase of his training. With the rest days behind him, Jiang Tian, alongside teacher Bai Yi, embarked on various tasks. These assignments proved less challenging than the initial ones. They merely involved escorting an individual back to their village, encountering a few rogue ninjas along the way, which he dispatched with minimal effort. Another task involved seeking a particularly rare fruit, which, while not overly difficult, presented some challenges in the search. During this period, Jiang Tian set aside his training for the third phase of the Rasengan, instead focusing on enhancing his physical and ninjutsu skills. Under the guidance of teacher Bai Yi and through his own diligence, he made significant strides. After this busy spell, Jiang Tian and his companions were granted a few days of respite. He then commenced with the third phase of the Rasengan training. His dedication inspired Zhou Yu and the others to engage earnestly in their own training. Early one morning, Zhou Yu rallied Mengwei, Zhang Hu, and Jingxiang to join her in an intensive training session. The third phase is the most arduous, requiring the manipulation of chakra to rotate in various directions within a balloon, compressing it without bursting the vessel. The sheer volume of swirling chakra produces a force greater than that of a balloon bursting, and the rotation is swifter still. Yet, the balloon must remain undisturbed. Despite the chaotic and rapid spinning of chakra, a thin membrane-like layer forms on the surface, safeguarding the swirling chakra within. The essence of this training lies in the complete utilization of the knowledge previously acquired, coupled with the mastery of control. This entails not merely maximizing the rotation and potency of chakra, but also creating a membrane along the inner surface of a balloon, thereby confining the chakra within. The objective is to maintain the rotational and powerful qualities learned in the earlier stages without rupturing the balloon. This encapsulates the essence of the training. The necessity of this approach arises from the fact that, without these foundational stages, one can only generate a ripple upon a tree, as the energy would be dissipated. If one can sustain this miniature whirlwind in the palm, the energy remains concentrated, leading to an acceleration of rotation and an intensification of force, thus significantly amplifying the power released. Initially, the fragile balloon is prone to bursting within moments. Jiang Tian finds himself in a vexing predicament, compelled to exert tremendous effort in meticulously controlling the chakra, ensuring that it does not deviate in the slightest. This results in a prolonged stalemate between Jiang Tian and the spinning chakra. During this rigorous training, Jiang Tian's chakra depletes at a rapid pace, necessitating significant time dedicated to its replenishment. In such conditions, the growth of his chakra is still substantial. It can be asserted that Jiang Tian is now fully capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with elite shinobi devoid of special abilities. The only hurdle preventing his ascension to the rank of Jainin is the inadequacy of his task completion. As time gradually slips away under Jiang Tian's relentless training, 10 days have elapsed. One morning, gazing at the towering tree before him, Jiang Tian extends his right hand and utters, "Rasengan." In an instant, a pale blue sphere materializes in his hand, spinning rapidly, enveloped by a delicate membrane, with gusts of wind swirling around it. Jiang Tian directs his Rasengan towards the tree, and with a resounding crash, the tree collapses. At last, mastery is achieved. This technique, having taken the fourth Hokage 3 years to perfect, has been learned by Jiang Tian in nearly a month. Some may inquire how it took him almost a month to grasp the fourth Rasengan, especially when Naruto managed to learn it in a week. It must be noted that Naruto's rapid acquisition of the technique was aided by certain advantages. Utilizing both hands undoubtedly allows for superior chakra control. The distinction is akin to lifting 30 kilograms with one hand versus two. Mastering chakra with one hand is a far more intricate endeavor. While the Rasengan is classified as an A-rank high-level jutsu, it arguably possesses greater utility than the S-rank Chidori. Primarily, it is a ninjutsu that requires no hand signs, which is a significant advantage over those that do. By the time one has completed the hand signs, the jutsu has already been unleashed, clearly illustrating the superiority of the technique. The potency of the Rasengan is widely acknowledged. The climactic confrontation between Naruto and Sasuke on the rooftop serves as a perfect illustration of the contrasting strengths of the Chidori and Rasengan. Furthermore, the Chidori is encumbered by numerous limitations, such as requiring swift movement and the necessity of possessing eyes capable of locking onto the target to unleash its full potential. Everyone knows that the spiral sphere is a technique that compresses chakra, causing it to spin and explode, thereby generating immense power. The size of the spiral sphere is directly proportional to the amount of compressed chakra. For instance, the Great Ball Spiral Sphere contains a significantly larger quantity of chakra. As for Jiang Tian, he has mastered both the Spiral Sphere and the Great Ball Spiral Sphere. However, the formidable Super Spiral Wind Shuriken requires further training and a profound understanding of certain principles, which Jiang Tian does not believe he possesses at this moment. Gazing at his accomplishments, Jiang Tian smiled with satisfaction, He considered himself quite clever, a genius ninja, indeed. The day was still early. Yet he decided to return home sooner rather than later, feeling quite powerful in his own right. With the increase in chakra, he could now fully utilize his bloodline limit. When he arrived home, his father, Mingwei Jianghu, was somewhat surprised. "Why are you back so early today? Have you become a bit too proud?" Mingwei Jianghu was exceedingly pleased with his son. Just a few days prior, they had engaged in a sparring match, and despite the absence of life and death stakes, Mingwei Jianghu had found it challenging to gain the upper hand. He realized that his son had reached the level of a jonin, at just 10 years old. Possessing strength rivaling that of a jonin, "I'm quite proud of you," he thought. If this development continued, Dream Ninja Village might soon witness the emergence of a leader-level ninja, bringing the day closer when it could truly stand among the 6 great ninja villages. "Nothing much. I returned early because I made some progress in my training," Jiang Tian replied nonchalantly. "Oh, by the way, Jiang Tian, since you've reached the jonin level, I've decided to take you to witness the real ninja world tomorrow. It can be quite dangerous. Are you not concerned?" Mingwei Jianghu inquired, unfazed by his son's indifferent demeanor. "Ninja are born for danger. What is there to worry about? I am eager to see the true world, as it will benefit my training in the way of the ninja," Jiang Tian responded, finally showing enthusiasm. "Well said. You truly are my son. Make sure to rest well today. We shall depart tomorrow. Let us hope the village remains safe." A hint of worry crossed Mingwei Jianghu's face. "Is something troubling the village?" Jiang Tian asked. "Not much, really. All the ninja villages seem restless. I suspect the third ninja war will soon erupt. I wonder if our small village can survive this conflict. During the second ninja war, we suffered tremendous losses," Mingwei Jianghu chuckled lightly. "Do not fret. I believe everything will turn out well," Jiang Tian reassured, though he felt his comfort was somewhat powerless. While he did not have a strong sense of belonging to Dream Ninja Village, he knew his father had devoted his entire being to its prosperity. "All right, go rest. I will protect the village with my life," Mingwei Jianghu declared. The gaze of Dream Moon Edo gradually became resolute. "I shall ascend the stairs first," he declared. Jiang Tian nodded in response. Who knows what tomorrow holds? Let us hope it is not too dire. As the sun's last rays descended below the horizon, the renowned Hidden Leaf Village, lauded as the foremost ninja village in the ninja world, once again experienced a day that seemed eternally tranquil. This village, established by the indomitable first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the formidable Uchiha Madara, has wholly inherited the might of both the Senju and Uchiha clans. It not only continued the Senju clan's brilliant foundation of diverse ninja arts, but also possessed potent bloodline abilities, with 2 of the 3 great ocular techniques residing within its confines. However, despite its formidable strength, the Land of Fire, centrally located on the continent and controlling vital transportation routes while claiming the most fertile lands, became a catalyst for war. The great ninja wars invariably involved the Hidden Leaf Village. One might even argue that the very purpose of war was to vanquish Konoha. Compared to the Land of Fire, the other nations appeared grievously impoverished. Just observe the wind, earth, and lightning countries. Could they truly resign themselves to such a fate? Thus, the perennial dilemma for successive Hokages has been how to maintain a balance among the 5 great nations. Naturally, enlisting 1 or 2 allies is essential. One cannot truly engage in battles against 2, 3, or even 4 adversaries. Such an undertaking would be tantamount to madness. Engaging 2 foes is already a struggle. Facing 3 would be a desperate endeavor, and to confront 4. Even the mightiest Konoha has its limits. As the illustrious third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, known for his scholarly wisdom, stood upon the rooftop, he was engulfed in worry. Though the night had fully enveloped the sky, he gazed down upon the entirety of Konoha, lost in thought. The tribulations of the battlefield paled in comparison to his anxiety regarding internal crises. The strength of Konoha lay in its vastness. Yet this very vastness birthed another pressing issue, the unity of internal factions. The discord between the Senju and Uchiha clans had not dissipated merely because they had forged Konoha together. In fact, the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara quickly fell into discord, and the Uchiha clan soon inherited Madara's legacy, as the Senju clan faded from prominence. This conflict eventually escalated into a rift between the Uchiha and the village's upper echelons. Due to the actions of the second Hokage, they were constrained by the security force, distanced from the higher echelons of power, much to the Uchiha's discontent as one of Konoha's founding clans. Yet, Konoha was not solely comprised of the Uchiha. Countless clans existed, each entwined in intricate webs of conflicting interests, a matter of utmost concern for the Hokage. Alas, Tsunade, has she truly succumbed? At this moment, Saratobi Hiruzen had yet to show the signs of aging that would come over a decade later. His current strength was undeniably that of Konoha's preeminent ninja, Orochimaru, who would later inflict great harm upon Konoha, was still a ninja of the village at this time, or perhaps one might say, still a good person, at this juncture. Orochimaru had not yet embarked on his ruthless pursuit of forbidden techniques for immortality, nor had he conducted any human experiments, although his demeanor remained cold and calculating. He continued to fight for Konoha and was dedicated to nurturing the next generation of ninja. However, it was not Orochimaru who first exhibited problems among the legendary three ninjas. Rather, it was the third Hokage who now finds himself sighing incessantly over this matter. The reason is quite simple. Among the three, Orochimaru possesses the greatest combat prowess. Yet it is Tsunade who holds paramount significance for the village. Thanks to Tsunade, Konoha underwent a revolutionary transformation in its ninja combat configuration, resulting in the formation of exceptionally skilled ninja teams with superior overall combat effectiveness. Because of Tsunade, Konoha's medical standards skyrocketed from a level comparable to other nations to the pinnacle of the ninja world, drastically reducing the mortality rate of ninjas and consequently enhancing Konoha's overall military strength. Additionally, Tsunade's unparalleled heritage as the granddaughter of the first Hokage endowed her with vast connections and immense prestige. As long as she remained in Konoha, stability was assured. Yet now, Tsunade can no longer serve the village, for following the loss of her younger brother Nawaki, her old companion met a tragic fate during a mission, suffering a shattered kidney at the hands of enemies. Despite Tsunade's desperate efforts to heal him, he departed from this world unfulfilled, having never realized his dream of becoming Hokage to protect Konoha. Witnessing the death of her beloved and feeling utterly powerless, Tsunade began to doubt herself and her medical ninjutsu for the first time. Consequently, she developed a phobia of blood. Not only could she no longer engage in battle, but she also found herself incapable of performing her primary duty in medical care. The majority of ninja medical practice indeed necessitates direct contact with blood, transcending mere prescriptions. Perhaps realizing this, Tsunade ultimately resolved to leave, a decision that even Orochimaru and Jiraiya could not dissuade her from. The third Hokage refrained from intervening, fully aware of Tsunade's steadfast character. Yet this very realization caused him considerable distress. Tsunade's departure would have profound implications. It not only troubled him, but also posed a significant concern for Danzō. While the third Hokage stood lost in thought atop a balcony, Danzō remained ensconced in the underground base, vigorously manipulating his cane. Both men sighed repeatedly, lamenting how Konoha found itself entangled in such dire circumstances. Saratobi Hiruzen has sensed the impending storm of war. Without the formidable presence of Tsunade, Konoha faces tremendous peril in the forthcoming Third Shinobi World War. Although Konoha is still home to many capable ninjas, the ravages of war could nonetheless lead to its downfall. Seeking allies has become an imperative dilemma for Konoha. The rock village of the Land of Earth, the sand village of the Land of Wind, and the cloud village of the Land of Lightning have all commenced harassment along Konoha's borders, proving unlikely candidates for alliance. Meanwhile, the mist village of the Land of Water, situated on a small island, is preoccupied with quelling its own internal strife. While peace may soon be restored, by that time, they would possess little strength to assist Konoha. Moreover, if they can refrain from troubling Konoha during this critical juncture, the village would be more than grateful. After deliberation among the village's higher-ups, the modest Dream Ninja Village emerged as Konoha's sole viable ally. Although Dream Ninja Village is not particularly large, it boasts over 100 ninjas, thus providing some support on the battlefield. Furthermore, the leaders believed that their previous support for Dream Ninja Village would ensure a strong bond between the two, alleviating fears of betrayal during wartime. Consequently, Saratobi Hiruzen dispatched 3 or 4 ninjas to negotiate with Dream Ninja Village, ultimately promising numerous benefits, which led to the establishment of a wartime alliance between Dream Ninja Village and Konoha. As allies, the Dream Ninja Village began dispatching ninjas to Konohagakure to assist in the impending battles. Among the first 20 individuals on this mission was the renowned warrior, Dream Moon Edo. Early in the morning, Edo set forth towards Konoha, accompanied by his father and under the poignant gaze of his mother and sister. Though he felt a twinge of surprise at being called to aid in the Third Great Ninja War, the predominant emotion coursing through him was exhilaration. Edo was well aware that, despite the war's brutality, it ultimately culminated in Konoha's triumph, which would undoubtedly benefit the allied Dream Ninja Village. Moreover, Edo had long harbored a desire to participate in the Third Great Ninja War, yet had been unable to find an opportunity. He could not simply insert himself into the fray. Anyone who appeared would be met with lethal force. Konoha, here I come. What will the reality of you be like? The Land of Fire, centrally located on the continent, often faced enemies on all sides during wartime, resulting in the ninjas of Konoha displaying heightened sensitivity and a markedly different state of mind compared to peace times. Individuals typically gentle could become terrifyingly wrathful, and similarly, the usually placid Konoha would unleash a ferocity in battle that was fierce and unyielding. In times of war, infiltrating enemy territory for sabotage became a common strategy, with Konoha's White Fang being the most notorious. His incursion into the Land of Wind not only resulted in a swift slaughter but also allowed him a seamless escape. Even today, the Sand Ninja harbor a deep-seated hatred for him, and as the progenitor of the village, Konoha's ninjas were acutely aware of the peril posed by disturbances in the rear. Consequently, Konoha's patrol units were often more brutal than those at the front lines. Upon spotting foreigners, their immediate response was to strike first and inquire later. If one could not be dispatched, reinforcements would be summoned, ensuring either death or capture for interrogation. A contingent of 21, comprising 2 elite Jonin, 8 Jonin, 10 special Jonin, and young Edo, adorned with the Dream Ninja Village's forehead protector, enter the borders of the Land of Fire. It was not long before they encountered a group of patrolling ninjas. Without hesitation, these sentinels brandished their kunai, ready for combat. Edo, observing their demeanor, was struck speechless. Even with war already upon them, did they truly need to act this way? As the leader, Dream Moon Edo could not afford to grumble. He promptly produced the documents from his possession. We are the first unit of Dream Ninja Village ninjas, dispatched at the request of Konoha's Hokage for support. Here's the official request for assistance from your ninja village. One of the Konoha ninjas, donning a cat-faced mask, approached, took the documents, and after a brief inspection, gestured to his comrades. The Konoha patrol's Umbu lowered their kunai, but their bodies remained tense, prepared for any unforeseen eventualities. Please accompany us, the cat-faced Umbu requested, maintaining a polite facade, though his icy tone belied any semblance of cordiality. Given the current sensitive circumstances, we hope for your understanding regarding any shortcomings. However, Konoha is currently in a precarious situation, so we hope that you will follow closely behind us. We have designated personnel to escort you to Konoha, which will help avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Very well, we shall be cautious, Dream Moon Edo replied, skillfully concealing the disdain he detected in the words of the Umbu member. As an exemplary ninja, particularly after assuming the role of captain for his team, he adeptly managed his emotions despite the irritation bubbling within him. The group behind Dream Moon Edo was equally incensed, yet as ninjas, they adeptly masked their feelings. Under the guidance of Catface, they arrived at a transfer station, likely the point from which all patrols were dispatched and where shifts were exchanged. We are aware of your situation and will promptly send someone to escort you to Konoha. Please wait here for a moment, the station's supervisor informed Dream Moon Edo. What? We have to wait? The intermediary from Tree Village, of equal rank to Dream Moon Edo, could scarcely contain his frustration. Yet before he could voice his complaint, Dream Moon Edo restrained him. All right, thank you, we understand, he remarked, noting the supervisor's increasingly pale expression. He then urged his teammates to step outside. I know you harbor considerable grievances, but for the sake of our village, I urge you to exercise patience. Especially you, intermediary. You are perpetually impulsive. Should you cause trouble again, I shall send you back. The Tree Village intermediary clearly held a measure of fear towards Dream Moon Edo. Understood, Captain. I shall heed your guidance, he replied. The other ninjas echoed words of reassurance, bringing the matter to a close. After approximately half an hour, 10 individuals arrived to escort Dream Moon Edo and his group to Konoha. The journey was marked by silence. Following over an hour of brisk travel, the grand gates of Konoha finally came into view. The gates loomed like those from an anime, adorned with the emblem of Konoha, flanked by the sturdy wooden structure. A few individuals could be seen stationed at the entrance, patrolling. Even as they stood on the brink of war, Konoha appeared unfazed. The gates remained wide open, and the inhabitants seemed at ease. Truly, as the foremost ninja village in the realm, Konoha exuded an undeniable aura of strength. Upon entering the gates and undergoing the guards' inquiries, Dream Moon Edo and his group finally stepped into Konoha village. Their eyes were immediately drawn to the tallest building in Konoha, the Hokage's office, alongside the 3 stone statues honoring the ninjas who devoted their lives to the village. Having not ventured far, Jiang Tian sensed that they were being covertly followed, indicating a lingering mistrust. The other members were assigned accommodations in a nearby building, while Dream Moon Edo and the Tree Village intermediary followed a ninja to meet the 3rd Hokage. A gentle knock echoed through the air, prompting the 3rd Hokage to turn around. even while standing atop the rooftop, gazing at the thriving village he had nurtured. He remained acutely aware of every sound emanating from his office. After all, he was Konoha's foremost expert. Lacking such keen hearing would be a disservice to his reputation. "Come in," he beckoned. As he uttered this phrase, Sarutobi Hiruzen resumed his seat at the desk. "Forgive the intrusion, Hokage-sama," came the voice of the lead ninja as the door swung open, allowing him to enter. "Ah, it's you, Konoha's flame. What brings you here?" Hiruzen inquired, stroking his pipe with a slight smile. "Reporting to Hokage-sama, the first contingent of support ninjas from Dream Ninja Village has arrived." "Ah, they have arrived sooner than expected. Let them in," he replied, though his face revealed no trace of surprise, suggesting he had anticipated their arrival. As the representatives from Dream Ninja Village, Dream Moon, and the intermediary from Tree Village entered, they bowed respectfully before the third Hokage. "Please, do not feel constrained. Consider this your own ninja village. We are truly grateful for your support in our time of need," Hiruzen said, his tone warm and diplomatic. "It is only natural for us to assist Konoha when the village is in peril," Dream Moon replied, maintaining a humble demeanor. "Excellent. Since you are here, I can rest easy. You must be weary from your journey. Please take some time to rest. In a few days, we shall discuss matters of war. And I would appreciate your assistance then," Hiruzen continued, his demeanor remaining exceedingly genial. "Such kindness is undeserved. Dream Ninja will certainly do their utmost to aid Konoha." They replied respectfully before departing. Not long after, Dream Moon returned, having confirmed their identity following an inquiry. The previously stationed Umbu had also withdrawn, due to their recent travels. Everyone was fatigued, and they shared a meal before seeking rest. Although many were visiting Konoha for the first time, none expressed a desire to explore the village. Well aware of the Konoha ninjas' disdain towards them, they preferred to avoid any potential mishaps on their first day. This left Jiang Tian, who had initially hoped to sneak out, feeling quite disheartened. As night fell, Jiang Tian could no longer tolerate the monotony. Seizing the opportunity while his father and the others deliberated on their next steps, he stealthily climbed out of the window. Having never set foot in Konoha before, he was eager to witness its true vibrancy. Under the night sky, the streets of Konoha bustled with life. The number of people had not diminished, but rather increased. An array of street foods and entertainment filled the air with excitement. The lively atmosphere left Jiang Tian in awe, broadening his horizons. As he aimlessly wandered the streets, a delightful aroma wafted toward him. Being attuned to scents due to his innate abilities, he was quick to pinpoint its source. It turns out to be the renowned Ichiraka ramen. Given its prominence in the realm of Naruto, it is impossible for Jiang Tian to be unfamiliar with it. His stomach seems to grumble once more, influenced by the alluring aroma wafting through the air. Since he is here, he might as well indulge in a bowl. "Hiki. We eagerly await your next visit," exclaimed a middle-aged man wearing a chef's hat, addressing a group of patrons just exiting the establishment. To Jiang Tian's surprise, the owner of Ichiraka ramen was rather handsome in his youth. He mused as he assessed the man, who was indeed the proprietor of the ramen shop. As Jiang Tian stepped inside Ichiraka ramen, he turned to the owner and said, "Excuse me, could I please have a bowl of your signature ramen?" Upon seeing Jiang Tian's charming and handsome appearance, the owner's mood brightened immensely. "Young lad, are you dining alone?" he inquired. "Yes, sir. May I ask how much a bowl of ramen costs?" Jiang Tian responded. "Oh, is it a matter of finances?" "You're not, if you are short on cash." "This bowl shall be on me," the owner replied with a warm smile. Before long, the ramen was ready, and Jiang Tian gazed at the delectable dish. Certain it would be exquisite. "Well, I shall begin," he declared. Just as he took a few bites, the shop's curtain was swept aside. "Boss, I'll take 4 bowls of ramen," shouted a boisterous individual resembling a futuristic Naruto, sporting large glasses akin to those of a pilot. His voice booming in the small eatery. "Teacher, since you mentioned treating us today, be prepared for the expense," he added with a chuckle. "Haha, eat to your heart's content. Your month of missions has indeed been arduous, and as your teacher, I must provide some recompense," came a melodious voice in response. Indeed, it was a delightful sound, one that would surely make a sensation in the 21st century. With golden hair, striking features, and a gentle smile, it was none other than the future yellow flash of Konoha, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. 2 more individuals entered. One was an adorably cute girl with rosy cheeks that enhanced her charm, while the other, with silver hair and a cool demeanor, had his face obscured below the eyes by a black cloth. Without a doubt, this was Kakashi. At this moment, he had yet to acquire his Sharingan, so his left eye remained uncovered. The loud individual resembling Naruto was indeed Obito Uchiha. At this juncture, Kakashi and Obito began to bicker once more. Observing the cheerful quartet, Jiang Tian felt a deep sense of reflection. Obito Uchiha was an ordinary individual, lacking the innate talent to become an exceptional ninja. However, his fate, being born into the Uchiha clan, dictated that he must pursue the path of a ninja, which marked the greatest tragedy of his life. He faced ridicule for his poor performance, much like Naruto, yet he was even less fortunate. At least Naruto had Iruka to care for him. In the formidable Ninetales, he was the invincible protagonist destined to become Hokage. Upon contemplating the prospect of his quiet demise on the Great Bridge of Kamizo-kun, Jiang Tian could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Lin, too, seemed destined to meet a similar fate in the not-so-distant future. It remained uncertain whether it would be in the line of duty or during the tumultuous Third Great Ninja War. Kakashi, a man perpetually burdened by guilt, despite bearing the illustrious title of Copy Ninja, had long succumbed to despair, only to later find a semblance of solace. Minato Namikaze, the legendary figure renowned for his exploits during the Third Ninja War, had achieved fame through his astonishing feat of swiftly vanquishing 50 rock ninja with the Flying Thunder God technique, leaving many in awe and instilling fear in others. Tragically, shortly after ascending to the position of 4th Hokage, Minato perished at the moment of his child's birth, departing alongside the malevolent Ninetales that had been severed from him. This can only be described as a tragic entanglement, rife with profound regrets. Jiang Tian chose not to intrude upon their solemnity. After finishing his ramen and settling the bill, he quietly exited the Ichiraka ramen shop. 2 days later, the Umbu summoned Mangwei Edo, as the Hokage called for a council to deliberate on matters concerning the battlefield. The time for battle was finally at hand. Upon receiving the summons, Mangwei Edo hastily made his way to the Hokage's office, where upon arrival, he found a gathering of individuals that rendered the space somewhat cramped. Following over 2 hours of intense discussion, tasks were allocated to each participant. The Dream Ninja Village team, alongside Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 of Konoha, was designated to intercept the Sand Ninjas advancing from Sunagakure. Each unit was given a day to prepare, with a scheduled departure the following morning. At dawn the next day, the ninjas of Dream Ninja Village assembled with Konoha's forces at the village gate. Jiang Tian caught sight of Jiraiya, adorned with his long silver hair and a distinctive forehead protector emblazoned with the character for oil. His face bore streaks of red paint. Yet he did not possess the lecherous demeanor depicted in the anime. Rather, he appeared grave and earnest, imparting a serious aura. Amidst the villagers' heartfelt farewells, the grand contingent departed from Konoha, advancing westward toward the Land of Wind. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, the unit moved with remarkable swiftness, unencumbered by the presence of enemy ninjas. In just over a day, they reached the frontier of the Land of Fire. After a brief respite, they ventured into the Land of Rivers. The Land of Rivers, characterized by its mountainous terrain, stood as a slender expanse between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, making it a crucial battleground in their ongoing conflict. This region served as the primary theater of war, with Konoha's objective being to seize the vital routes of the Land of Rivers, expelling the Sand Ninjas and threatening Sunagakure from the borders of the Land of Wind. Upon entering the Land of Rivers, their pace slowed considerably, prompting Jiraiya to dispatch members of the Hyuga clan to scout the path ahead. As night fell, the troops ceased their advance. Jiraiya convened the captains of each squad to deliberate on the forthcoming combat maneuvers. Lord Jiraiya, I believe we should dispatch several small teams to eliminate the Sand Ninjas lurking in the Land of Rivers, aiming to eradicate them completely. The main forces should focus on the large encampment of sand hidden in the heart of the Land of Rivers, one captain articulated. Indeed, I concur that small units are necessary to strike against the covert Sand Ninjas. However, this mission is perilous and of utmost significance. Which teams are capable of undertaking such a task? Furthermore, we must deliberate on when these small squads should report back to the main forces, when to regroup, and at which locations. Jiraiya responded, My team is ready, and we are eager to accept this mission. Several small teams clamored, vying for the opportunity. Very well. Since there is such enthusiasm, I will assign 10 teams based on their strengths and specialties. These teams will commence their operations at dawn tomorrow. I hope they successfully complete their mission and contribute to our village. All teams dispatched must gather at the Shunten Bridge over the Nameless River in the Land of Rivers 5 evenings from now, regardless of circumstances. The 6th day will witness our full assault. Lord Jiraiya, I hope we can also send a team to assist in targeting the Sand Ninjas. Spoke the previously silent Dream Moon Edo as the meeting was about to adjourn. The once boisterous assembly fell silent. Jiraiya regarded Dream Moon Edo for a moment. Very well. Since Mr. Edo has made a request, we shall express our gratitude to the ninjas of Konoha, unfazed by the peculiar gazes from other Konoha ninjas. Dream Moon Edo understood that Konoha was not genuinely seeking aid from the Dream Ninja Village. Rather, they aimed to momentarily exert control over it through this alliance, preventing the small village from taking advantage of Konoha's plight. He pondered the limited capacity of the Dream Ninja Village, with only 30 to 40 elite ninjas. How much impact could they truly have on the battlefield of Konoha? The answer lay in the precarious situation Konoha faced, besieged on 3 fronts and struggling internally, making even a minor village like Dream Ninja Village capable of inflicting significant damage. However, Dream Moon Edo found himself powerless, as his village was indeed weak. Despite his resentment towards the current state of Konoha, he realized that, being bound to this vessel of war, the Dream Ninja Village must exert its utmost effort to aid Konoha, hoping for favorable recompense once the conflict subsided. Returning to his tent, weary and burdened, Dream Moon Edo gathered his team without revealing the truth he had discerned. Instead, he selected a squad for the sniping mission the following day. After meticulous consideration, he deemed Jiang Tian and his team to be the most suitable. Their leader, Shutsuan Zhangjie, an elite Jonin proficient in swordsmanship and fire techniques. The team also comprised Junichi, a special Jonin skilled in illusion techniques, and Liu, a Jonin adept in taijutsu and earth techniques. The team member, Zanar, a particularly skilled Jonin, adept in sensory techniques and proficient in taijutsu. Another team member, Akatsuki, a nin whose prowess is widely acknowledged to rival that of a Jonin, excels in taijutsu and wind release. Taijutsu serves as the cornerstone of their combat strategy. Such a combination is crafted for the art of assassination. As Getsuke-do anticipates his son's participation in the upcoming battle, he harbors little concern. Were he to be excessively worried for his son, he would never have allowed him to become a ninja. This is not to suggest that Getsuke-do lacks affection for his child. Rather, he possesses the resolute mindset of an exceptional ninja. Should his son fight for their village, even if it leads to his untimely demise, Getsuke-do would feel pride, despite his sorrow. This is the essence of the ninja world. Without a heart of steel, one ought not engage in such a deadly game. At dawn the following day, after other teams had chosen their paths, K-10's group ventured into the uncharted southwest direction. Embarking swiftly, they were fortunate, for this route traversed one of the few forested areas in the land of rivers, a rarity amidst its rugged mountains, albeit fraught with peril. As they leaped from branch to branch, they adeptly infused chakra into their feet, ensuring a stable landing on the next limb before propelling themselves forward once more. Within mere minutes, the sensory ninja, Zanar, called for a halt, having detected 4 ninjas ahead, who, based on their movements, appeared to be foes. All right. Everyone conceal yourselves and prepare for an ambush, commanded the team leader, Nakai Shimura. In an instant, all 5 vanished. K-10 crouched within the underbrush, suppressing his chakra flow, transforming into a mere stone, awaiting the enemy's approach. The distinction between a ninja's strength can often be subtle, once one reaches a certain level. The contest extends beyond mere skill. This is what is termed as fate determining life and death. Becoming a ninja is akin to stepping halfway through the gates of the afterlife. One's demise is never a surprise. Ninjas may resort to any means necessary for survival, yet they must not fear death. Those who do lack the ferocity necessary to fight and, paradoxically, perish more swiftly. Therefore, the act of ambushing is hardly surprising, even when facing adversaries of vastly different capabilities. A few minutes later, the sound of footsteps echoed, revealing their cautious advance. 1 Jonin, 1 nin, and 2 Genin. K-10 quickly assessed their strengths. It appeared that a teacher was leading 3 novice students to experience the harshness of battle. As they passed by, K-10 seized the opportunity. Such chances are fleeting. His teammates recognized this as the perfect moment as well, with 3 of them leaping from behind the trees. K-10's kunai slashed across the throat of the unsuspecting male Genin beside him before he could react. Meanwhile, Zanar dispatched another Genin with his own kunai. The ambush inflicted only minor injuries on the nin, who managed to evade Nakai Shimura's attack, providing aid to the Jonin. Cunningly aware that only one could be saved, he resolutely abandoned the lower ninja who would merely serve as cannon fodder in this battle. Who are you? So you are the Dream Ninjas from the Dream Ninja Village. Huh? A mere little ninja village dares to oppose us from the Sand Village? Aren't you afraid that the wrath of the Sand Ninjas will descend upon your village, turning it into mere history? The Sand Village Jonin, noticing the Audi-style forehead protectors atop Jiang Tian and his companions, spoke with barely contained fury. Huh? It is true that we cannot afford to provoke the Sand Village, but you too must possess the capability to return and inform your village's ninjas. Do not let it be that you cannot even escape from here." The sinister chariot mountain Liang let out a malevolent laugh. The two sand ninjas recognized that this was the most perilous moment of their lives. Instinctively, they inched closer, their expressions grave. As the captain, the intermediary from Tree Village offered them no respite, declaring that delay would spell disaster. Onward, eliminate them. Jiang Tian dashed to the left, charging towards the sand jonin with remarkable speed, reaching the level of a martial arts master. He hurled a kunai at the jonin, producing a shower of sparks as the two kunai clashed violently. Fire release, fire phoenix technique. The sand jonin surprisingly performed a one-handed hand seal, albeit slowly, unleashing a torrent of fire towards Jiang Tian. Utilizing the body replacement technique, Jiang Tian transformed into a burning wooden stump as the flames engulfed him, retreating 5 or 6 meters away. It seemed this jonin was rather special. At that moment, the other three had also arrived, attacking in unison. The two sand ninjas, who had previously stood back to back, were forced apart. Before long, a chunin fell to the combined efforts of Lu and Chariot Mountain Liang. However, the jonin remained a formidable challenge. Genjutsu, Nai Rao Jianji technique. The elusive Inu Junichi, having remained hidden, suddenly sprang forth, launching an illusion upon the unsuspecting sand jonin. This technique forced the opponent to confront the most terrifying vision in their mind, delivering a psychological blow. The jonin suddenly beheld his brother, poised to kill him. "Brother, I didn't mean to. Truly, it was my sister-in-law who tempted me, and I lost control in that moment. Please forgive me for the sake of our years of brotherhood. No, don't come any closer." It turned out that his greatest fear was none other than his own brother. Seizing upon the jonin's moment of distraction, Jiang Tian and his comrades would not let the opportunity slip away. They struck mercilessly. Earth release, earth flow rampart. Lu executed the earth release, surrounding the jonin with an earthen barrier, leaving only the front unprotected. Fire release, fire dragon technique. Captain Tree Village intermediary swiftly formed seals, unleashing a torrent of flames towards the jonin. Wind release, great breakthrough. Jiang Tian enhanced the flames further. The colossal fire surged into the earthen barrier, while Lu hastily erected another earthen wall in front. The fierce blaze raged within the barrier, and the anguished screams of the sand jonin echoed, sending chills down Jiang Tian's spine. After approximately 6 or 7 minutes, the inferno subsided, leaving many of the surrounding earthen walls charred and broken. The elite shinobi within had perished beyond revival, their flesh now rendered consumable. Jiang Tian and his comrades meticulously cleared the battlefield before advancing once more. 3 days had elapsed, and they had progressed significantly, engaging in skirmishes with the ninjas from the 5th Division. Though some of their own had sustained injuries, they successfully vanquished over 20 ninjas from Sunagakure. Among them were 8 elite shinobi, while the majority were lower ranked. Yet it could be said that Jiang Tian's 6th squad had effectively accomplished their mission against the sand ninjas. Among Jiang Tian's team, the inexperienced Inazuka Junichi and Kuruma Yamato bore considerable wounds, while the other 3 sustained only minor injuries that would not impede their offensive capabilities. Jiang Tian himself had suffered a laceration to his left arm inflicted by an elite shinobi from the sand, but after proper bandaging, the wound was under control. He felt a sense of satisfaction regarding his accomplishments over the past 3 days, having eliminated 2 elite shinobi for CH Nin and 1 genin. The battlefield truly serves as a crucible for personal growth. Over the course of these 3 days, Jiang Tian underwent a remarkable transformation. He developed a distinct aura during combat, and his fighting techniques improved significantly, shifting from flamboyant displays to a focus on lethal efficiency. His latent abilities could now be considered truly at the elite shinobi level. Previously, Jiang Tian's skills merely met the standards of an elite shinobi, devoid of the extensive experience and wisdom that accompanied such a rank. Yet now, within just 3 short days amidst the fray of battle, he could confidently be regarded as an elite shinobi. Particularly noteworthy was his recent encounter with 4 elite shinobi, 3 of whom had achieved a level of experience akin to seasoned veterans. Through immense effort and the trials of life and death, Jiang Tian triumphed over an elite shinobi in a one-on-one confrontation, ultimately employing the Rasengan to secure his victory. This initial triumph not only bolstered his own confidence but also benefited his teammates, who incurred only 2 severe injuries and 3 minor ones thanks to his assistance. After a brief respite, Jiang Tian closed his eyes, panting heavily. The exhilaration of battle had left him invigorated and enriched. Let us depart this location and find a place to regroup. The scent of blood here will surely attract more ninjas, announced their leader, Shutsu and Nakai. Are you two alright? Damn it, how could our luck be so dire? We faced two elite shinobi, yet both turned out to be exceptionally formidable, Jiang Tian remarked, his breath heavy. They must have employed some secret technique to suppress their chakra, misleading us into underestimating them. If we keep moving, we should be fine. Let us proceed, he concluded. And with a swift motion, all five vanished from sight. Within 5 minutes of their disappearance, a group arrived. The battle had concluded, with all four of the San's elite shinobi slain, indicating the strength of their adversaries. The scent of blood still lingered, suggesting the enemy had not long departed. Relay the message to reinforce the strength of each team in this area and intensify the search efforts, came the order. Eliminate our San ninjas for ghosts. They undoubtedly have gained little advantage. Very well, let us proceed, declared a middle-aged man with a somewhat sinister demeanor. Indeed, my lord. The atmosphere here returned to tranquility. The setting sun continued to radiate warmth upon the earth, casting a sanguine hue upon the leaves, which added a touch of melancholic beauty to this battlefield. Jiang Tian and his companions had been nestled within this small cave for the entire afternoon. After a day of recuperation, Jiang Tian's chakra had restored. Yet, no one requested to venture outside. The two severely injured members placed considerable pressure on the team, necessitating careful deliberation regarding their next course of action. Those who defy the rules of the ninja world are deemed wasteful. However, those who fail to value their comrades are even less than waste. It is rare for a ninja to abandon their companions, except in the pursuit of extraordinarily significant missions where life and death hang in the balance. Such circumstances are exceptional and fraught with peril. Is our food insufficient? I shall venture out to procure something to eat. Due to the intense battles of the past few days, coupled with the greater dietary needs of the injured, the provisions brought by the team today fell short. Moreover, with two critically wounded, mere sustenance of hard food is inadequate. For days now, one must remain vigilant, as any minor issue could prove fatal. In the realm of ninjas, life and death are but a heartbeat apart. Even the slightest detail can become the pivotal factor for survival, thus making food all the more essential. In this rocky expanse, it is indeed a challenge. Be cautious on your journey, and return swiftly. The captain did not decline. You all take care. I shall depart. Jiang Tian said as he approached the cave's entrance, forming hand seals and dispelling the illusion. As he exited, the illusion reformed, rendering the cave invisible once more. Only sensory-type ninjas could discern the presence of others here. The rest would stumble upon it by mere chance, with the exception of the Hyuga clan. Where to seek food? Ah, the river. It must harbor fish, and along the way, I may also find wild fruits or small creatures. Closing his eyes, Jiang Tian employed his bloodline limit. 10,000 senses, attuning himself to the environment within a 100-meter radius. In mere moments, he comprehended the surroundings. To the due north, there was movement. Swiftly, Jiang Tian darted toward the north, continuously sensing with his bloodline limit. 20 meters ahead lay a small stream. 30 meters to the northeast, a rabbit was spotted. However, near the water's edge, two ninjas were present, likely sand ninjas. What should I do first? For safety, it is prudent to eliminate the two ninjas first. Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. Jiang Tian conjured an identical illusion of himself, instructing it to feign the role of a clumsy novice ninja, approaching the stream without any defenses. The two sand ninjas immediately noticed Jiang Tian. For such a novice, there was no need for an invitation to strike. With a swift motion, the illusion dissipated, and the two ninjas realized their grave error. They had been overly careless. The cost of this oversight was their lives. Jiang Tian leaped from behind the rocks, hurling 6 shuriken. Two sand ninjas observed the trajectory of the shuriken soaring towards them and promptly made a split-second decision to disperse, their bodies moving apart. The last 3 shuriken suddenly accelerated, colliding with the first 3, resulting in a dramatic alteration of their paths. They scattered, heading towards the evasive positions of the two sand ninjas. This swift sequence of events caught the ninjas off guard, as they were evidently unaware that the thrown shuriken would change direction, severing all possible avenues of retreat and leaving them with no choice but to endure the onslaught. One of the ninjas, slightly less formidable, managed to deflect 2 of the shuriken, but the final one lodged itself in his right shoulder, causing a trickle of blood to flow. After throwing the shuriken, Jiang Tian did not pause. He dashed towards the sand ninja who was at a disadvantage. Upon seeing Jiang Tian approaching, the ninja hastily drew his blade to defend himself. However, during his sprint, Jiang Tian had already conjured a Rasengan with his right hand, which he unleashed upon the special J-Nin, effectively sealing his fate. The ninja's body flew backwards, colliding with a rock by the stream. And he remained oblivious to the moment Jiang Tian had executed the jutsu. The other ninja, possessing greater skill, dodged all of Jiang Tian's thrown shuriken. Yet, he could only witness the gruesome sight of his companion's chest caved in, the scene a harrowing testament to the brutality of their encounter. Enraged, he refrained from idle chatter and swiftly drew his katana, charging at Jiang Tian. With no one else around, Jiang Tian felt no trepidation about revealing his blood limit and readily utilized his abilities, becoming intangible. To the Sand Ninja's astonishment, his blade passed through Jiang Tian's body, emerging from the opposite side without encountering resistance, despite the enemy standing right in front of him. Ignoring the ninja's bewilderment, Jiang Tian solidified his form as the sword exited his body, swiftly retaliating with a shuriken strike. Although taken aback, the skilled Sand Ninja instinctively evaded the lethal blow, sustaining only a superficial cut on his arm. This adversary presented a peculiar challenge, prompting the Sand Ninja to resolve to engage in a prolonged battle to discern Jiang Tian's capabilities. He raised his sword once more to strike. Jiang Tian, recognizing the ninja's intent, did not shy away but allowed the blade to descend. As the sword neared his body, Jiang Tian sidestepped the blow and placed his palm on the ninja's right arm. The Sand Ninja sensed impending doom but had no time to react. With the swift execution of the air cannon technique, the Sand Ninja was propelled several meters away, demonstrating that Jiang Tian's power intensified in solitude. The two special J-Nin were dispatched in no time. Jiang Tian, reveling in his triumph, approached and removed the forehead protectors from the fallen Sand Ninjas, proudly binding them to his left arm. Each protector symbolized a life taken, serving as proof of his accolades upon return. On the battlefield, irrespective of allegiance, one must don their village's forehead protector, and every individual must safeguard their own, for they represent a second life. No one would dare abandon their protector in the heat of battle, as doing so would be a source of shame, leading to ridicule from their own village. In essence, when a ninja perishes, their forehead protector is returned to their village. Should one of our comrades fall in battle, their companions are entitled to retrieve their forehead protector and subsequently report the situation back to their village. Conversely, if one were to slay an opponent who possesses a forehead protector from our side, it is strictly prohibited to take it. However, few actually adhere to this practice. Take Jiang Tian, for instance. His sole concern lies in catching fish and rabbits, showing no interest in the forehead protectors of the two Sand Ninjas. After all, Jiang Tian harbors no fondness for the Leaf Village ninjas. The few he has encountered from the Dream Ninja Village have exhibited a haughty demeanor, as if they were paragons of virtue. Moreover, reclaiming one's own forehead protector bears no advantage. Hoarding too many would be detrimental, affecting one's combat efficiency. Jiang Tian concocted an exceedingly flimsy excuse. After meticulously cleaning the entrails and fur of a rabbit, along with the scales and gills of 4 fish by the brook, he hurried back, mindful not to keep others waiting for too long. Upon re-entering the cave, he was met not by the tense scene depicted on television, where everyone brandished weapons and eyed him warily as an enemy. The perceptive ninja, Che Zhongshan, could discern the distinct chakra signatures of the individuals present, despite his current serious injuries. Upon witnessing Jiang Tian's safe return, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, as tension had begun to mount within the team. As the master of fire techniques, team leader Shu from the village of Nakai accepted the animals from Jiang Tian and ventured out with him. They found a secluded spot surrounded by rocks a short distance from the cave and commenced cooking. They roasted the rabbit and 2 fish while preparing a soup with the remaining fish, providing nourishment for the 2 heavily wounded comrades. Jiang Tian stood guard nearby. Before long, the meal was ready, demonstrating the efficacy of fire techniques as a culinary tool. They first summoned the 3 individuals from the cave to partake in the meal, with Jiang Tian and the captain keeping watch. Afterward, the captain and Jiang Tian ate, while the other 3 stood guard. It was too long before they hastily finished their meal. Surprisingly, the captain exhibited commendable culinary skills. After days of foraging, they finally enjoyed a delectable feast. Once they concluded their meal, the group dismantled the site, ensuring no traces were left before returning to the cave. As night descended, Jiang Tian and his team of 5 prepared to spend the night there. The 2 heavily wounded comrades rested while the remaining 3 took turns keeping watch, each gripping their kunai, ready for battle at the slightest disturbance. Fortune smiled upon these unfortunate souls as the night passed without incident. With the dawn breaking, sunlight cascaded across the land, heralding a new day of conflict between the Leaf and Sand villages. "Captain, where shall we head next?" inquired Che Zhongshan. "Indeed, Captain. Please provide us with guidance," added the eager Junichi Yoken. After a night of rest, regardless of their physical conditions, they felt more revitalized than the previous day. "Let us first assess our current position before I make a decision," replied Captain Shu. "Very well, Captain," said Liu, extracting a map of the land of rivers from his ninja tool pouch. After studying it for a considerable time, Liu spread the map on the ground. "Come, take a look. We are situated here," he stated, pointing to a specific location, while the unnamed river's bridge lay at another point. The finger shifted slightly towards the northwest, covering a distance of approximately 100 miles. Should we choose to traverse directly, we would still have to pass through Xiangshan. And considering the possibility of encountering Sharon along the way, it seems that 2 days would suffice for us to return in time for the final assault. "Captain, could you enlighten us on our route?" Jiang Tian felt a twinge of anxiety. "Let us not dwell any longer. We shall return directly, bypassing any detours around Xiangshan. That mountain range is quite extensive. We will scale it and head back," declared Captain Shuzuan with finality. "Very well, let us set forth." The team nodded in agreement. Such is the nature of war. It grants no respite. Jiang Tian and his companions resumed their journey. Along the way, they stumbled upon the lifeless forms of their comrades. A small squad, comprising 3 elite shinobi and 2 mid-ranking shinobi from Konoha, had sacrificed their lives upon this land. Who truly remembers their valor? Perhaps only the gravestones of Konoha bear witness to their deeds. A thought struck Jiang Tian. What of his own fate? Would he too be destined to toil for the dream ninja village until the day he faltered in a mission, his life extinguished and ultimately forgotten by this vast continent? As they traversed an indeterminate distance, the distant mountains gradually transitioned from mere silhouettes to tangible forms, eventually standing prominently before them. Be cautious. The mountains are prime locations for ambushes. Once we scale this peak, we shall be but half a day's journey from Shuntian Bridge, Captain Shuzuan remarked, a hint of excitement in his voice. With a swift motion, several members of the team began their ascent. For ninjas, surmounting this 1,000-meter-high mountain posed little challenge. Nevertheless, the mountain was unlikely to yield easily. "Check ahead for any enemies," called out Sheong Shanlang. The group halted at a strategic point, aware that the upcoming area was a prime ambush site. "I sense no chakra flow. It appears we are alone," Sheong Shanlang stated, opening his eyes. "Alone, indeed. It seems the enemy has recognized that while this is a favorable ambush site, they too risk detection, thus opting to forego it. We are fortunate to have evaded a confrontation," he continued, eliciting a profound sense of relief in the heart of Shaoqin Chuani Lang. "Then let us proceed." Despite his skepticism towards Shaoqin Chuani Lang's words, Sheong Shanlang's perceptive abilities had proven invaluable on several occasions, allowing Jiang Tian and his team to evade strong adversaries and minimize casualties. Jiang Tian held a firm belief in his captain's instincts, deciding to exercise caution. He could always discreetly utilize his tracking technique, Wanchi chasing if necessary. As Jiang Tian followed closely behind the squad, an unsettling feeling began to gnaw at him as they neared their destination. Was there truly something amiss? Trusting his intuition, he noticed that his teammates were preoccupied, and he discreetly activated Wanchi Qianquan. Instantly, a wealth of information flooded Jiang Tian's mind, and the surrounding environment rapidly crystallized into clarity. The area was littered with explosive talismans, and upon the 4 surrounding rocks were intricately carved runes that seemed interconnected. Indifferent to these symbols, Jiang Tian was oblivious to their significance. Yet he understood they must pertain to combating them. As he cautiously maneuvered forward, sensing the impending danger, he withdrew, only to discover that his companions had already reached the heart of that treacherous zone, while he remained at the periphery. Alarm surged within him, and just as he prepared to shout a warning, a thunderous explosion erupted. A colossal gray mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar and tumultuous shockwaves that radiated from the epicenter, shattering the surrounding rocks into mere dust. The searing blast propelled tiny stones and grains of sand effortlessly into the air. In an instant, the explosion zone lay barren, and the swirling winds overturned Jiang Tian, who had intended to retreat. Struggling to his feet, he stood in anxious anticipation, fearful of how many of his comrades had survived. Minutes passed before the swirling dust began to settle, restoring a semblance of calm. Jiang Tian remained still, his keen senses revealing 3 intact flows of chakra amidst the debris, alongside a singular, feeble pulse. It appeared that only one of his allies had survived. As the haze cleared, 3 unfamiliar ninjas emerged from the remnants of the explosion, 2 men and 1 woman, their forehead protectors unmistakably identifying them as Sand Shinobi. On the ground lay an intermediary from the tree village, bloodied and writhing in pain, evidently having narrowly escaped the heart of the blast. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian's 3 teammates lay motionless at the epicenter, their bodies mangled beyond recognition. They were irrevocably lost. Just moments before, he had shared laughter and camaraderie with them. Overwhelmed by rage, Jiang Tian's gaze burned fiercely upon the trio of sand shinobi, his heart seething with vengeance. You shall pay for this, he thought. The leader of the sand shinobi chuckled, bemused by the unexpected resilience of a mere child amidst their flawless ambush. But fret not. For soon you shall all meet your demise, he jeered, dismissing Jiang Tian's fury as inconsequential. The fallen intermediary from the tree village was of no concern to them. Stripped of any fighting capability, the ambush had involved strategically placing explosive talismans and connecting them with fine threads to branches. Only those who unwittingly crossed the threshold would sever the threads, triggering a simultaneous detonation of all talismans. The resulting shockwaves would activate the runes left behind, forming a barrier designed to transport any survivors back to this site, where they would be met with a fatal strike. Have I deduced the plan correctly? Jiang Tian managed to suppress his anger as he addressed the murderous trio. Ah, young brother, you possess both charm and intellect. I find myself rather fond of you. The female sand shinobi replied with a flirtatious smile, though her tone was laced with mockery. Your analysis is mostly accurate, albeit with some discrepancies. Alas, such a youthful life is destined to fade. If you wish to take my life, you must first demonstrate your strength. Jiang Tian, who had previously exuded a nonchalant demeanor, suddenly transformed into a figure of grim intensity. Employing the body flicker technique, he swiftly appeared beside the tree village mediator, seizing him and departing from the scene. The sand ninjas made no attempt to counter Jiang Tian's actions, perhaps confident of their inevitable victory. Jiang Tian placed the tree village mediator behind a rock, a safe distance away, and performed some rudimentary bandaging before returning. This battle was unavoidable. It was the only means to avenge his fallen comrades and to secure sufficient time to return for the Captain-esque treatment. At the outset, we had orchestrated an ambush against the sand ninjas, but now the tides had turned against us. The little fellow still possesses some spirit, however. Mere determination is insufficient for a ninja. The male leader of the sand ninjas spoke again. Is it insufficient? Then we shall see. Before Jiang Tian could finish his sentence, he sprang into action. Faced with 3 elite ninjas, he found himself at a disadvantage. Realizing he must take matters into his own hands to alter the course of the confrontation. As he charged forward, the 3 adversaries quickly arranged themselves into a triangular formation, showcasing impeccable teamwork. Jiang Tian felt a weight in his heart. The trio's flawless coordination was formidable. In the realm of ninjas, battles often commence with tentative exchanges, aimed at gauging the opponent's capabilities before unleashing their true techniques. As Jiang Tian surged forward, one of the male sand ninjas unfurled a scroll, laying it upon the ground. He formed hand seals and pressed down on the scroll, exclaiming, "Release." In an instant, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and a humanoid puppet emerged. Channeling chakra through its hands, the puppet sprang to life, intercepting Jiang Tian's assault and unleashing poisoned shurikens and needles from its mouth. Realizing the peril he was in, Jiang Tian swiftly dodged to the left, but before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was met with the female sand ninja's attack. He managed a hasty defense, yet the recoil forced him to stagger back. The sand ninja leader's strike followed closely behind, prompting him to employ the body replacement technique, deflecting both the leader's attack and the puppet's poisoned shurikens onto a nearby rock. Their coordinated physical techniques were seamless, and Jiang Tian, a novice in this realm, felt a pang of embarrassment. It was time to get serious. With determination, Jiang Tian resolved to unleash his ninjutsu. Little fellow, you have quite the reflexes. It is commendable for a ninja of your age to evade our trio's onslaught, but such skill alone is insufficient. Regrettably for you. Remember that the one who will end your life is the sand ninja led by Kuramuchi, he said, his eyes filled with pity. Li Xiaodian, cease your games with him. Unleash your attacks directly. Earth release. Cracking earth palm. Kuramuchi struck the ground with both palms, causing the earth to fissure and rapidly spread toward Jiang Tian. Puppet technique. Death strangulation. The puppet, controlled by Li, transformed, sending a barrage of ninja tools spiraling toward Jiang Tian. Earth release. Rock collapse. The female ninja, Xiaodian, was not to be outdone, summoning falling rocks to rain down upon Jiang Tian. As Jiang Tian confronted the rapidly approaching assault, he barely had time to react before the ground beneath him began to tremble and crack. The force of the tremors rendered him unsteady, leaving him unable to evade the onslaught. In an explosive surge, the attacks converged upon him, engulfing him entirely. Was this the end? It seemed far too effortless. Indeed. Their coordination was impressive. However, if this was all they had to offer, it would lead to their demise. From the ruins, Jiang Tian's voice resonated. What? It's not over yet? Despite the barrage that had struck him, the adversaries sensed something peculiar about this young man. They realized they could not afford to be complacent. The three exchanged glances, immediately understanding each other's thoughts, and launched another wave of attacks. With the Earth-style technique, Earth Flow River, Karuki transformed a section of the terrain into a swamp, which flowed forth like a river towards Jiang Tian. Simultaneously, with Earth-style, Earth Dragon bullets, Xiaotian summoned dragon-shaped clumps of earth that relentlessly shot high-speed mud projectiles at him. Li swiftly manipulated the chakra threads in his hand, causing toxic mist to erupt from the puppet, mingling with the dragon-shaped mud projectiles. The mud projectiles turned a vivid purple as they sped towards him, disregarding the incoming onslaught. Jiang Tian dashed towards Xiaotian, who was closest to him. As the rushing swamp passed through Jiang Tian's form, it did not envelop him as it had with previous foes. He remained unscathed. The toxic mud projectile struck Jiang Tian accurately, only to glide past his head and plummet into the swamp. Seeing their combined efforts yield no effect, the three sand shinobi exchanged astonished glances. As Jiang Tian neared Xiaotian's side, Karuki and Li shouted warnings. Xiaotian, noticing Jiang Tian's approach, remained surprisingly composed, erecting a small earthen wall before herself to shield against his advance. Yet, what astonished everyone was that Jiang Tian effortlessly traversed the earthen barrier, which stood undamaged. In an instant, a spiraling orb materialized in Jiang Tian's hand, spinning with remarkable velocity as he directed it towards Xiaotian. She promptly employed the earth-style technique to burrow underground. Jiang Tian's attack missed, and he retracted the spiraling orb, just as he prepared to engage Karuki and Li. Xiaotian, having melded into the earth, emerged from below, seizing one of Jiang Tian's legs while exclaiming the earth-style heart decapitation technique. Alarmed, Jiang Tian reacted instinctively, invoking the void-style air cannon. With a thunderous blast, the ground beneath him collapsed, creating a sizable crater. Once again, he utilized the void technique to evade the rebound force. A pain scream erupted. This time, Xiaotian sustained significant injuries. Shortly thereafter, she emerged from the earth beside Karuki and Li, blood trickling from her mouth. Her right arm soaked in crimson, evidently rendered nearly useless, her body marred with wounds from which blood flowed freely. Had it not been for the urgency of the situation, Jiang Tian's hasty invocation of his technique might have left her lying lifelessly on the ground. Karuki, alarmed by the sight of Xiaotian's injuries, rushed to support her. Xiaotian, tell your brother where it hurts. Xiaotian, bear with it a little longer. I will get you back for treatment right away. You will be fine. In the midst of the chaotic struggle, Li urged calmness as he reassured, Xiaotian will be fine. I must first staunch her bleeding. You keep an eye on that child, lest he attempt a surprise attack. With that, he hurried to attend to Xiaotian's wounds, while Kuang Muqi remained vigilant, wary of Jiang Tian's potential assault. After a quick treatment, Xiaotian halted Li's further efforts, insisting they eliminate the threat before returning to her care. It's heavy, but I can still manage, she declared. You must hurry. From our earlier encounter, I discerned that he can occasionally vanish completely, rendering our attacks ineffective. However, when he employs ninjutsu, he is corporeal. Seize that moment to strike. I cannot assist you any longer. Exercise caution, she coughed, her health visibly deteriorating. Xiaotian, are you truly all right? Kuang Muqi asked, concern etching his features. I'm sorry, brother. I've made you worry. I assure you, I'm fine. A faint smile flickered across Xiaotian's pale visage. Rest for now. I shall vanquish him. Kuang Muqi instructedly. Help her to that side for basic treatment and ensure her safety from the battle. Once she is stable, escort her back to the base for proper care. Do not assist me. I can handle this fight alone. He patted Xiaotian's shoulder, his expression shifting. What are you planning, brother? You mustn't. This will harm your body and complicate your recovery. If you persist, you may never fully heal, Xiaotian implored, disregarding her injuries as she grasped Kuang Muqi's arm. Sister, I am fine. He dared to harm my sister. I will not let this go unpunished. Kuang Muqi dismissed her grip, addressing Li quickly. Take her away and care for her. Li opened his mouth, but words eluded him. If his sister had endured such suffering, he too would be driven to madness. For now, he resolved to stabilize Xiaotian's condition before seeking treatment for her, planning to return to confront Jiang Tian later. Rising slowly, he approached Jiang Tian, declaring, I never expected you, so young, to possess such strength. However, you have injured my sister, and I shall not forgive you. I will make you experience the depths of despair. Jiang Tian sensed a significant change in Kuang Muqi, yet he remained oblivious to the underlying issues. Did Quang Muqi intend to confront him using merely the faint strength he had just displayed? It seemed absurd. However, a shadow of trepidation loomed within Jiang Tian. Come. Let me witness your true capabilities, he challenged, dismissing the notion of defeat. Do you know what irks me the most? It is those arrogant children who consider themselves formidable. To us adults, you are merely fledgling ninjas. Furthermore, you have harmed my cherished sister. Regardless of the outcome, mark this day. It shall be your day of reckoning. In the depths of the reservoir, Karaki extended both hands, tightly gripping his waist, unleashing a series of fierce roars, as if a monstrous beast resided within him, transforming his entire aura. His chakra surged uncontrollably, eventually overflowing due to the limits of his physical capacity, swirling around him and creating an immense energy field that shattered the surrounding rocks into fragments. Observing Karaki, the once handsome visage had vanished, replaced by a taller, more muscular form, with his features grotesquely splitting apart, rendering him an unrecognizable amalgamation of man and beast. Most alarming of all, his eyes had lost their clarity and brightness, now entirely consumed by a crimson hue, radiating a ferocity that seemed capable of devouring all in its path. Jiang Tian sensed the gravity of the situation. This was no ordinary battle but a clash between humanity and the demonic. Karaki had completely forfeited his consciousness, transcending the bounds of humanity, transformed into a formidable beast. Karaki's sole remaining instinct was to eliminate Jiang Tian, the insignificant child before him. It appeared that the confrontation was about to escalate significantly, and the question of Jiang Tian's survival loomed large in his mind, filling him with bitterness. Such an abundance of chakra. The thrill of being a powerhouse is exhilarating. You shall serve as the first ant to test my strength. Karaki reveled in his transformation, pointing a finger at Jiang Tian and exclaiming with wild fervor. Jiang Tian fixed his gaze on Karaki, every function of his body primed for action, bracing himself for the impending assault. In an instant, Karaki sprang into motion, resorting to the most primal method of attack, charging at Jiang Tian with a powerful fist. Though Karaki had not been particularly swift in this moment, he moved with the swiftness of the wind. Jiang Tian barely registered a few afterimages of Karaki before being struck and sent flying. As he soared through the air, all he felt was a searing pain in his head, a void of consciousness. He crashed into the rocks, returning to the embrace of the earth, struggling to rise. Jiang Tian wiped the blood from his mouth, feeling dazed and disoriented, his vision hazy, making it difficult to even discern Karaki's form. He was acutely aware that he was not invincible like Naruto. A couple more blows, and he would surely perish, he thought with self-deprecating humor. Before he could fully regain his composure, Karaki's attack connected with his chest, this time delivering a flying kick that sent the unprepared Jiang Tian crashing to the ground once more. Jiang Tian swallowed the blood that threatened to erupt from his mouth as he scrambled to his feet. Rubbing his throbbing head and chest, he cautiously regarded Karaki, who now seemed to embody the pinnacle of a half-shadow, nearing the level of a true shadow. This transformation, akin to a frenzy, had dramatically augmented his physical prowess, rendering Jiang Tian utterly defenseless against his formidable martial arts. However, in a state such as his, there must be temporal constraints or significant harm to his body. If he can merely endure this phase, confronting him will become considerably simpler. Thus, with the invocation of the blood boundary and the technique of void transformation, Jiang Tian rapidly formed hand seals. In an instant, the fist of Kuramuchi pierced through Jiang Tian's form. Witnessing this detestable adversary withstand his assault without being sent sprawling as in their previous encounters, Kuramuchi was consumed by rage. This individual had managed to evade his onslaught once more. Overwhelmed with the fervor of a child denied sweets, Kuramuchi incessantly greeted Jiang Tian with perilous strikes. Yet none inflicted any harm upon him. Observing Jiang Tian's lips curl into a mocking smile only fueled Kuramuchi's madness. Daring to look down upon him, he vowed vengeance. He ceased to merely swing his fists. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Earth release, Earth Flow Great River. Earth release, Rock Avalanche. Earth release, Cracking Earth Palm. Earth release, Yellow Springs Marsh. Earth release, Mud Technique. A vast array of ninjutsu was unleashed recklessly upon Jiang Tian, an outpouring of chakra seeking an outlet. In mere moments, the battlefield was rendered unrecognizable. As the dust settled, Jiang Tian stood unscathed in the position he occupied before. Kuramuchi showed no signs of fatigue upon seeing Jiang Tian unharmed. He unleashed a relentless barrage of ninjutsu for over half an hour before slightly restraining himself. Jiang Tian felt a deep sense of humiliation. Having embarked on missions since the age of 8, he had engaged in numerous battles over the past 2 years, earning the title of King of 100. While striving towards the goal of becoming the King of 1,000, he had never before faced an adversary that rendered him utterly powerless. Forced to hide in such a pitiful manner, only through the trials of life and death combat could one attain a rebirth akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. With little time to ascend step by step to the throne of strength, he resolved to adopt a death-defying determination to confront his foe. Before him lay his first true test. With newfound resolve, Jiang Tian did not linger to await Kuramuchi's moment of weakness. He initiated his offensive. Kuramuchi, seeing Jiang Tian finally engage him in direct confrontation, was elated and surged towards him like lightning, launching an elbow strike. Jiang Tian barely evaded these powerful blows and seized Kuramuchi's right arm, attempting to execute a shoulder throw. Under normal circumstances, even with Jiang Tian's youthful frame, he could have sent an average ninja tumbling. Yet, he found himself unable to budge Kuramuchi in the slightest. With a hearty laugh, Kuramuchi bent his right arm and thrust it forward, yanking Jiang Tian towards him. Earth release, earth spike. Kuramuchi formed hand seals, and countless spikes erupted from the ground, seemingly animated, converging upon Jiang Tian. As he hastily retreated, he found himself surrounded by these lethal protrusions, a mere brush away from obliteration. Fortunately, Jiang Tian was astute. After executing his attack, he allowed his form to become intangible to evade Kuramuchi's reckless onslaught. Upon landing, he wasted no time in launching another attack. The wind-style, twin dragon decapitation conjured two majestic wind dragons that soared towards the Sangmu pool. Within the pool, the earth-style, earth dragon bullet unleashed several earthen serpents that emerged from the ground, launching a barrage of soil projectiles at the advancing wind dragons, desperately attempting to halt their progression. Alas, the moment the soil projectiles reached the vicinity of the wind dragons, they were swiftly reduced to mere particles by the swirling winds. Undeterred, the wind dragons pressed on. With no other recourse, the Sangmu pool summoned its forces once more. The earth dragons, receiving chakra directives, lunged towards the wind dragons. Like meteors colliding with the earth, the entire area before Jiang Tian was enveloped in a cloud of dust, with countless particles scattering in all directions. The debris struck Jiang Tian's eyes, causing an immediate discomfort that compelled him to instinctively rub them. In a flurry, Jiang Tian attempted to rectify the situation, unwilling to linger in the chaos. However, before he could escape, a figure emerged from the dust, launching an assault against him. Countless boulders plummeted from above, threatening to crush him. In a desperate bid for survival, Jiang Tian invoked the sky-style, angelic guardian shield, raising both hands aloft. A resplendent silver shield materialized above him, encasing him in a protective barrier. Not a single rock penetrated its sanctum, all being deflected outward. Observing the ineffectiveness of his attack, Sangmu Pool charged at Jiang Tian, summoning all his might to deliver a powerful punch against the angelic guardian shield. The shield quivered under the impact, yet held firm. Feeling the pain radiate from his knuckles, Sangmu Pool roared, channeling all his chakra into his right arm, which began to emit a brilliant light. He struck the angelic guardian shield once more with a concentrated blow, channeling the majority of his chakra. The collision was fierce, and the shield shattered under the assault. Both Jiang Tian and Sangmu Pool were forcefully rebuffed by the backlash, with Jiang Tian spitting blood as the shield crumbled, deepening his wounds. As he touched his chest, Jiang Tian realized that he had expended half of his chakra. It was evident that he needed to intensify his offensive. If this slow attrition continued, he would be left vulnerable once his chakra was depleted. Jiang Tian initiated his assault, swiftly maneuvering to the right side of Sangmu Chi, evading a heavy strike with a moment of ethereal existence. With a sudden manifestation of power, he unleashed a devastating air cannon, sending Sangmu Chi flying 10 meters away. Yet, Jiang Tian did not relent. He instantly closed the distance, positioning himself behind Sangmu Chi, and executed a series of fierce kicks, reminiscent of a pirated lion's barrage. Sangmu Chi crashed into a pile of rocks, a cloud of dust billowing around him. Gradually, Sangmu Chi rose from the rubble, his consciousness nearly extinguished. Yet he still felt the throbbing pain, particularly from the kick Jiang Tian had delivered to his neck, which left him acutely aware of the aches that intensified with even the slightest movement. Is this fellow an indestructible cockroach? Jiang Tian pondered, astonished that such a blow could result in a swift recovery within a minute. He resolved to press on. The cycle repeated. Sangmu Chi emerged once more from the debris, this time with visible traces of blood at the corners of his mouth, indicating that the attacks had indeed borne fruit. Jiang Tian advanced again, employing the same strategy. Following another air cannon, Sangmu-chi transformed into a cloud of earth particles, a doppelganger of soil. Alarmed, Jiang Tian hardly had time to collect himself before Sangmu-chi erupted from the ground, launching a fierce kick at him. An eye for an eye, he growled. Jiang Tian, still in the process of ethereal transformation, could not completely evade the strike, resulting in a violent collision that sent him hurtling backward, blood spraying forth. Did you think I would foolishly stand there for your amusement? Humph, having wasted so much of my time, I shall end this now, die. Sangmu-chi spat at the crumpled Jiang Tian. With a swift motion, he invoked the earth escape technique, rock collapse, summoning a cascade of boulders that thundered down upon the still-lying Jiang Tian. Ha, it's over, Sangmu-chi remarked, observing Jiang Tian's lack of response to the onslaught. He flicked his wrist dismissively. You are finished. Who shall be next to perish? Ha ha. But who proclaimed that all was concluded? You have yet to die. How could I, in good conscience, depart first? A voice emerged from the rubble, one that irked Sangmu-chi immensely. Not dead? Very well, allow me to deliver a few more blows. In a flash, he was beside Jiang Tian, unleashing a powerful punch. As their fists were on the verge of collision, Jiang Tian transformed his strike into a palm, executing the formless ninjutsu spiral sphere. Caught off guard, Sangmu-chi was sent flying by the spiraling force, his right arm rendered utterly incapacitated. Gazing at the blood streaming from his dismembered arm, Sangmu-chi's eyes flared with an insatiable madness. You dare to injure me. You have ruined my noble arm. You have provoked my wrath. This time, I shall ensure your demise. Chakra surged uncontrollably within Sangmu-chi as if limitless, drawing upon the very essence of the earth beneath him. Observing this, Jiang Tian felt a sense of impending doom. He would self-destruct in this manner. Some ninjas are capable of absorbing external chakra, yet they must adhere to their own limitations. Boundless absorption would only result in their demise through self-explosion. Ha ha, chakra. Don't you all seek chakra? Come forth, for I possess an abundance. Ha ha. I am invincible. Ha ha, perish at my command. In his delirium, Kurumaki spoke incoherently. He recklessly concentrated the countless chakra within himself at his chest, where it gradually coalesced into a sphere. As chakra was furiously funneled into it, the sphere expanded, becoming increasingly chaotic within. This colossal sphere seemed to possess a magical allure, firmly locking onto Jiang Tian. Realizing that evasion was futile, Jiang Tian resolved to withstand the impending assault. I too shall fight with fervor, for honor. No, for my very life, he steeled himself internally. Closing his eyes, his chakra surged wildly, and he began to absorb some of the ambient chakra through his bloodline limit. Burn brightly, my little universe. With a slight flick of his fingers, a tempest arose, enveloping the entire region. The wind manifested as a result of the air's circulation. As Jiang Tian could manipulate the air, he naturally commanded its flow, and thus the wind materialized effortlessly. The air in this area thickened, becoming increasingly palpable. Although present, it eluded sensation. Air from all directions converged here, creating an oppressive weight, as if a great mountain pressed down upon him, rendering inhalation impossible. Breathing in this air would lead to a fatal excess within his body. Of course, the two combatants preparing their ultimate techniques were oblivious to these dangers. Typically, ninjas can endure 3 to 4 minutes in an oxygen-deprived environment. This is why Jiang Tian refrained from employing air deprivation techniques. Such a maneuver must remain uninterrupted. If one cannot breathe, they would undoubtedly seek air elsewhere, rendering this technique ineffective. Otherwise, could the protagonist not traverse the world with this ability? This technique is only useful when capturing others to extract vital secrets. This clarification is duly noted. The air intensified, nearing a tangible state. With an outstretched gesture, Jiang Tian summoned the air towards his hands, manifesting an energy sphere comprised of air. The sphere grew larger and coalesced more rapidly, ultimately surpassing the energy sphere in Kurumaki's grasp. With eyes wide open, Jiang Tian declared the culmination of his technique. Air escape, ultraversion air cannon. He bellowed, releasing the energy sphere towards Kurumaki. The sphere advanced steadily, obliterating all obstacles in its path, even carving a long trench into the ground. As the colossal energy sphere approached, Kurumaki hastily unleashed his own completed sphere. After a few seconds of relentless advance, the two titanic energy spheres finally collided, and time stood still in that moment. At that very moment, the two energy orbs came to a standstill, engaged in an incessant struggle, depleting each other's essence. After a prolonged tug-of-war lasting 2 to 3 minutes, the orbs diminished in size until they ultimately coalesced into a diminutive black sphere, gradually fading away. Yet, the lingering remnants of their power still hung in the air, exerting a pressure that stifled any movement. Panic surged within Jiang Tian as he realized this was the calm before the storm. He formed a seal. Invoking the technique of void transformation, a series of ethereal tendrils quietly detached from him, burrowing into the ground to escape. With a thunderous roar, the black energy orb re-emerged, swelling larger until, amidst Jiang Tian's astonished gaze and that of the Sangmu pool, it erupted spectacularly. The entire battlefield was instantaneously obliterated, leaving even the nearby Sangmu pool and Jiang Tian caught unawares, consumed by the annihilation. The very fabric of space began to collapse, countless realms disintegrating into fragments. A colossal inferno engulfed the area, soaring skyward, visible even to those miles away. After a span of over 10 minutes, the battlefield finally regained a semblance of tranquility, though a palpable sense of oppression lingered. The mountainous terrain surrounding the Elephant Mountain had been flattened, with the mountain itself bearing the scars of a significant chunk removed. As for Jiang Tian and the Sangmu pool, they had long since been ground to dust, their existence reduced to mere particles scattered across the earth. A gentle breeze swept over the desolate landscape, whisking away a few grains of sand, rendering the once vibrant area stark and barren. This was a true depiction of lifelessness. Devoid of moss, grass, or shrubs, even the ground lay empty of insects. In that moment, the Elephant Mountain resembled a hellish realm, emanating an oppressive aura that weighed heavily on any who ventured near, instilling feelings of sorrow, suffocation, shock, and helplessness. Time passed, though its measure became irrelevant until, from a nearby pile of rocks, a small figure emerged. Upon closer inspection, it was a shrunken version of Jiang Tian. The diminutive Jiang Tian patted his chest, visibly shaken by the earlier explosion. He formed a seal with his hands, invoking the technique of unity of all things. Gradually, his form began to enlarge, and before long, the living Jiang Tian was restored. With a sigh, he bent down to carry the unconscious shinobi from the village of trees on his back. Orienting himself before hastening towards the Leaf Ninja camp, time was of the essence. With the burden of another on his back, Jiang Tian maintained his pace. Yet he did not neglect to employ his unique technique, the 10,000 spirits seeking infinity. Thus, the journey unfolded with an eerie calm. However, Jiang Tian was acutely aware that he was now at the brink of exhaustion. A moderately skilled Chunin could easily overpower him and the unconscious shinobi he bore. Recalling the earlier explosion, a sense of dread washed over him. Fortunately, his bloodline limit had allowed him to unleash his powerful technique before the eruption at the Sangmu pool, placing him at a safer distance from the epicenter. It was also fortunate that he sensed the impending danger in advance, prompting him to utilize the bloodline technique void transformation to separate a part of himself and flee. Due to the unique nature of his bloodline limit, Jiang Tian could effectively exist as a mere wisp of air. Thus, as long as a fragment of this air remains, even if all else perishes, Jiang Tian shall survive. He managed to stay alive in the end, while also rescuing the severely injured and now unconscious intermediary from the tree village. The dying rays of the setting sun illuminated the nameless river, which had existed for countless years. On Shuntian Bridge stood a middle-aged man clad in a ninja vest, his handsome visage radiating an irresistible charm under the sun's glow. However, his countenance was marred by clouds of worry. It was already the 5th evening, and the 10 teams dispatched from Konoha for assassination had either returned, brought back corpses, or been confirmed dead. Yet, there had been no news of the Tree Village intermediaries who had ventured out. This morning, Mengwei Jianghu had noticed an incessant twitch in his left eye, a most ominous sign. Tomorrow, the general offensive was to commence. As he gazed into the distance along the Shuntian Bridge, Mengwei Jianghu pondered the impending battle between Konoha and the Sand Shinobi, wondering how many brothers would fall. Such is the merciless nature of war. Captain, the Tree Village intermediary has returned. A ninja adorned with an Audi emblem forehead protector appeared behind Mengwei Jianghu. They're back. Finally, he exclaimed. How are they? Are they all right? Mengwei Jianghu, pulled from his reverie, anxiously grasped the ninja's arms, pressing for answers. They. The ninja spoke with a mix of sorrow and tension. Under Mengwei Jianghu's intense gaze, he finally revealed the grim news. Only the Tree Village intermediary and Jiang Tian had returned. The others had met a tragic end, their remains obliterated. Furthermore, it was Jiang Tian who had carried the intermediary back. Upon reaching the camp, Jiang Tian had collapsed as well, and it appeared both had sustained severe internal injuries. They were currently receiving treatment in the medical tent, and I rushed to inform you, but I do not yet know their condition. Before the ninja could finish, Mengwei Jianghu had vanished from sight. The ninja thought to himself, the Lord is also quite worried about them. How are my son and brothers? Please, let me see them. Mingwei Jianghu stood at the entrance of the medical tent, disregarding others' attempts to restrain him, determined to enter. My lord, I apologize. But the patients are currently in a critical state. We are working diligently to save them. Please do not worry, as your presence may hinder our efforts. Kindly wait quietly outside, and we will inform you of the results once we have stabilized them. A masked medical ninja from Konoha interjected, blocking Mingwei Jianghu's path. You must do everything in your power to save them. Mingwei Jianghu, at that moment, bore little semblance to an esteemed elite genin. We will do our utmost. Thank you for your understanding, the medical ninja replied, hastily entering the medical tent. Time crept by, and Mingwei Jianghu, along with a group of ninjas from the Dream Ninja Village, stood vigil outside the camp. An hour passed in a flurry of anxiety among dozens, until the camp gate swung open, and a medical ninja emerged. Doctor, at least for now, I shall address you as such. How are they? Mingwei Jianghu rushed forward, his heart pounding. In the village of Dream Ninja, an elite jonin from Tree Village has suffered extensive damage to his skin and internal organs. Although the situation is temporarily stabilized, the patient remains in a perilous condition, with a conservative estimate suggesting a recovery period of 1 to 2 years. Meanwhile, a chunin from Dream Ninja, Jiang Tian, also faces several internal injuries, alongside significant accumulation of bruising within his body. His arms exhibit multiple meridian injuries, exacerbated by the excessive use of chakra, rendering his condition exceedingly grave. Although he has escaped immediate danger, it will take approximately a year for him to recuperate. A medical ninja, holding a report, addressed Jiang Tian with professionalism. May I enter to see them? Jiang Tian inquired, relieved to learn of the possibility of recovery. You may speak with them, but please refrain from lengthy discussions. The patients require ample rest, the medical ninja replied before departing. Jiang Tian promptly led several representatives into the room. Upon seeing him, the Tree Village ninja, swathed in bandages like a mummy, wept, Captain, I have let down your high expectations. 3 of my brothers perished. Had it not been for Xiao Tian, I too might have met the same fate. It is all right, it is all right. What matters is that you returned safely. Do not grieve excessively. Your brothers sacrificed themselves for the village, and their deaths were honorable and glorious. Focus on your recovery, and when you are healed, take vengeance for our fallen comrades, Jiang Tian consoled. Yes, yes. I understand, Captain. The Tree Village ninja nodded vigorously through his tears. My son, you performed admirably this time. Heal well, and do not burden yourself with too much weight. Jiang Tian refrained from saying much more. Jiang Tian could discern the profound love reflected in his father's eyes, filled with pride, concern, joy, regret, and guilt. This is the essence of a father's great love. Even the most skilled artist would struggle to capture the steadfastness of a father's spine. Even the most esteemed literary figure would find it challenging to portray the indomitable spirit of a father. Even the most expansive sea would find it difficult to encompass a father's boundless affection for his children. A father's love is the purest of all human emotions, serving as the cradle of our existence. It is a grand umbrella, sheltering us from the rain. It is a towering mountain, majestic and strong. A father's love is a vast ocean, profound and far-reaching. It is a guiding light on the journey of life, illuminating the path for children when they stray. Like a mother's love, a father's love is selfless and asks for nothing in return. It is a quiet, unassuming emotion, felt only by those who truly pay attention. The term fatherly love may seem ordinary, yet its essence is extraordinary. If a mother's love is likened to a blooming lily, exuding its enchanting fragrance in every corner, then a father's love resembles a jasmine, quietly releasing its fresh aroma from a hidden nook. While the greatness of a mother's love is often extolled, who truly understands the subtlety of a father's love? As the sun rises, it casts a gentle glow upon the earth. A soft breeze caresses the banks of the nameless river, and the early summer morning still evokes a sense of endless coolness. By the Shuntian Bridge, a throng of ninjas gathers. Brothers, beyond this bridge, after advancing another 10 miles lies the grand camp of Shine Village. This time, we must summon our courage and strength to drive Shine Village back to the land of rivers. Jiraiya stood at the forefront, rallying the troops before the impending battle. All for Konoha, all for the legacy of the Will of Fire, echoed the spirited cries of the gathered Konoha ninjas. All right, let us depart. With a sweeping gesture, Jiraiya led the charge, followed closely by thousands of Konoha ninjas, including those from the Dream Ninja Village. Alas, our protagonist was left behind in the Konoha medical camp, merely indulging in his fantasies. The Konoha forces weaved through the rocky terrain, advancing approximately 6 miles before encountering the Sand Ninja army. Upon meeting, there was no need for formal formations or challenges. They simply intermingled, targeting those they found displeasing and engaging in combat. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the incessant explosions, both Konoha and Sand ninjas fought fiercely on the battlefield, creating a new wave of carnage as they endeavored to eliminate more foes. The explosive tags, humorously dubbed the fire style that can be carried, were among the most favored weapons of ninjas from all nations on the battlefield. Even a novice ninja, lacking mastery in ninjutsu, could wield this tool effectively, achieving considerable lethality. Though currently employed individually, the toll it exacted far surpassed that of various ninjutsu and secret techniques, making it a genuine instrument of death on the battlefield. Combatants from both sides delineated their respective fighting zones, engaging in relentless skirmishes. Even in the throes of war, ninjas did not charge as a unified army. Rather, they operated in small teams, engaging in localized skirmishes. This methodology accounted for the fact that, despite the combined total of merely 1,000 ninjas, they occupied an expanse typically required by tens of thousands of regular troops, exemplifying both the strengths and weaknesses inherent to the ninja profession. Powerful ninjas possessed unparalleled individual combat prowess, standing atop all professions. However, the diversity of ninjutsu led to a lack of true capability for large-scale collective warfare, regardless of numbers or tactics. The team-based approach was the sole method of group combat for ninjas. The area where Dream Moon Edo resided was merely a fragment of this vast battlefield. His seemingly illustrious feat of dispatching 3 Chunin from the sand was insignificant in the grand scheme. Elite Jonin were plentiful on this battlefield, and such accomplishments elicited little astonishment. Only those ignorant of the wider world would perceive themselves as exceptionally strong. Nevertheless, his achievements bolstered the morale of his Konoha team, and the wind-style ninjutsu he unleashed disrupted the formation of the Sand ninjas, for failure to evade would surely result in death. However, once the balance between the two evenly matched sides was disrupted, the consequences could be dire, as was inevitably demonstrated by the Sand ninja squad. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of sharp instruments piercing flesh echoed one after another, and in the blink of an eye, the remaining Sand ninjas found themselves in dire straits. 3 or 4 Sand ninjas, having not even had the chance to fight back, were swiftly dispatched by the elite ninjas of Konoha. The spectacle of individual combat inevitably drew the attention of formidable opponents, as evidenced by an elite Sand ninja dragging the corpse of a Konoha ninja towards the dreams of Moonlight Edo. Upon witnessing an adversary of equal caliber, Moonlight Edo's eyes glimmered with excitement as he charged forward. The two engaged in a fierce battle, and it was clear that a resolution would not be reached anytime soon. However, these skirmishes could only be deemed trifling. While elite ninjas were indeed precious, they could not dominate the entire battlefield. The true confrontation lay between Lord Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, and the Jinchuriki of the One-Tail, Shikaku. Realizing he could not contend with Jiraiya, the One-Tail Jinchuriki entered the state of Shikaku. In an instant, a colossal orange creature manifested, sending a whirlwind of sand across the battlefield, halting all combat in that moment. Upon witnessing such a towering beast, not only the Konoha ninjas, but even the seasoned Sand ninjas felt a twinge of anxiety. There was no need for Jiraiya to intervene. Both sides retreated from the area, seeking to avoid being inadvertently caught in the creature's onslaught. Shikaku, born from the Nara Desert and influenced by otherworldly powers, was a raccoon-like monster formed from the accumulated grievances of souls buried in the sand. Its essence was that of a tanuki, reveling in burying everything before it with sand and wind. It bore violet tattoos, depicting the image of the wind god, symbolizing its code name, Wind. Jiraiya, cautious not to underestimate the situation, formed hand seals and pressed his palms to the ground. A puff of white smoke erupted, revealing another formidable entity. Clad in a black coat with a white collar, adorned with large red characters on the back, and wielding an oversized katana at its waist, was a frog with a haughty demeanor, puffing on a pipe. Jiraiya, you summoned me again. What is it this time? Grumbled Fukasaku, the frog sage, exhaling smoke. Rest assured, I will repay you for that grilled meat debt, Jiraiya responded, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Thankfully, the battle had moved elsewhere. Otherwise, his illustrious image in the village would have been tarnished, losing the admiration and support of countless young women. Enough of the pleasantries, Fukasaku. The opponent we face is the One-Tail, Shikaku, Jiraiya declared. Is this arrogant little tanuki our foe? Leave it to me, Fukasaku retorted, with a sidelong glance at the One-Tail. A plume of smoke erupted from his nostrils as he disdainfully addressed Jiraiya. Seeing the contemptuous gaze from Fukasaku, Shikaka seethed with fury. How dare a mere frog look down upon one of the nine-tailed beasts? If he did not teach this insolence a lesson, he would not be worthy of the name Tanuki. Let the battle commence, Jiraiya. Fukasaku exclaimed, drawing the massive blade from his side and leaping towards Shikaku, shaking the very earth beneath him as countless rocks were shattered in his wake. The Sand Guardian Shikaku did not engage in an offensive maneuver. Instead, he simply used his right arm to block the descending great sword aimed at him. The two colossal entities collided, testing their strength against one another. One-Tai intensified his efforts, executing a swift maneuver to flip over Shikaku's head, resulting in an explosive sound as he landed. The great sword was flung skyward, simultaneously severing Shikaku's right arm. The detached arm and the sword plummeted to the ground, causing a tremor. The ninjas engaged in battle from a distance felt the ground beneath them tremble, and a few inexperienced ones lost their balance, ultimately costing them their lives. Shikaku's severed arm transformed into sand, and upon observing Shikaku, he appeared unscathed. This attack had missed its mark, Jiraiya mused lightly. This fellow is incredibly formidable, he thought, feeling that the hardness of Shikaku's body rendered his attempts with the short blade merely feeble. One-Tai finally began to take the situation seriously. A swirling pattern of sand materialized above Shikaku's head, culminating in the emergence of the one-tailed Jinchuriki, who gazed at Jiraiya with a fierce expression and coldly declared, I have never felt such joy before. Ha ha, this is truly amusing. To repay you for this joy you have bestowed upon me, I shall reveal the true power of the sand transformation. With that, the one-tailed Jinchuriki began to slowly weave a jutsu. One-Tai, that is the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Jiraiya informed One-Tai, who stood at his feet. The Jinchuriki, he serves as the vessel for Shikaku, One-Tai replied. Vessel? Jiraiya questioned, somewhat perplexed. Indeed. Do you see the dark circles under his eyes? The vessel suffers from insomnia due to Shikaku's possession. Those who are possessed by the demon raccoon Shikaku have never enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. It is quite terrifying. Once they succumb to slumber, their personality is gradually tainted by Shikaku, leading to a loss of self. However, while the vessel is awake, Shikaku's power is suppressed. Yet when the vessel falls asleep willingly, the true essence emerges, which is the jutsu he is currently casting, One-Tai explained to Jiraiya. There exists a mutual understanding among the beasts of the ninja world. The Jinchuriki bellowed. Ninjutsu, the technique of feigned slumber, and collapsed, instantly entering a state of dormancy. Shikaku's eyes shifted from a light yellow to a deep hue, and the four small circles within began to spin, enlarging and contracting. Ha ha, I have finally returned, Shikaku exclaimed, extending his hands toward the heavens, quickly identifying a troublesome adversary. As Shikaku awakened, he pointed decisively at One-Tai. I am going to leap, Jiraiya, One-Tai declared. Wind release, sand bullet. Shikaku drew in his abdomen and opened his mouth, unleashing a powerful gust towards One-Tai. One-Tai leapt upward, forming a seal, and unleashed a water bullet, which collided with Shikaku's sand bullet in midair. It was as though the heavens themselves were unleashing a torrential downpour. Shikaku continued to unleash sand bullets, while One-Tai retaliated with water bullets. However, One-Tai failed to evade one of the sand bullets, which struck him from above. A tremendous explosion erupted around One-Tai, sending billowing black smoke skyward. He fell to the ground. Oh dear, I succeeded, Shikaku declared, performing a classic victory pose. One-Tai, are you all right? Jiraiya inquired with concern. Hige, what can I possibly do? Come on, Jiraiya, this time I require your cooperation. One slightly organized himself and launched another attack. He leapt high into the air above the Sand Guardian, Shikaku. From his mouth, he expelled a copious amount of toad oil. Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals, executing fire release, fireball. The combined ninjutsu, fire release, toad oil fireball, resulted in a massive sphere of flaming oil aimed at Shikaku, whose vast area made escape nearly impossible. Upon witnessing the colossal oil fireball hurtling towards him, Shikaku raised his hands, summoning a multitude of sand above him. The sand coalesced into a shield resembling a raccoon. The shield of Shikaku. With his absolute defense activated, the oil fireball collided with the dry sand, creating a spectacular eruption of sand and fire in the air. The already sweltering weather intensified further, fueled by the clash of the two beastly ninjas. Winter retreated to the location of his fallen greatsword, extracting it from the earth. With renewed vigor, he charged towards Shikaku once more. The Sand Guardian unleashed another air bullet, but Winter skillfully evaded it, slashing down towards Shikaku's chest, which resembled sand itself. The sand dissipated upon impact, collapsing heavily to the ground, causing another tremor beneath. Oh no, sand clones. Before Winta could regain his composure, an air bullet struck from behind, and he narrowly escaped, fearing he would be caught again. Jiraiya, perched upon Winta's back, quickly unleashed a powerful wind jutsu, absorbing most of the incoming attack for him. Seeing his ambush thwarted, Shikaku pouted childishly, extending his right arm with 4 fingers pointed at Winta. The grains of sand beneath Winta's feet sprang to life, desperately ensnaring him. And Jiraiya was ensnared as well. Observing that the sand had completely enveloped Winta, Shikaku laughed heartily, gesturing with his fingers, sand burial. The sand encasing Winta immediately constricted, compressing into a minuscule point. Haha, at last, I've managed to kill you, Shikaku proclaimed gleefully. But before he could finish his sentence, he executed a sand substitution, swapping places with the mound of sand, narrowly avoiding the oil fireball. Haha, did you think I was unaware of your presence behind me? Attempting to ambush me right before my eyes, Shikaku remarked, showing little surprise at Winta and Jiraiya's sudden appearance behind him, as if he had anticipated it. A stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Jiraiya, standing atop Winta, glanced around and realized, so, you concealed an eye in the air. No wonder you seem to know our every move, even when you cannot see us. Hee, I didn't expect you to discover that, Shikaku replied, gesturing towards a large black dot hovering in the air, which approached him. Observing it closely, they realized it was a living eyeball. This is my third eye. The eye of sand. Created from sand and connected to my optic nerve, it grants me a panoramic perspective, Shikaku stated proudly. Wintai, we must adopt a serious demeanor. We cannot allow ourselves to be defeated by this detestable raccoon. A grave expression emerged on Jiraiya's face. Let us employ fire and water techniques extensively. When it utilizes sand, respond with water. When it employs wind, counter with fire. Very well, I shall heed your command, replied Wintai. Then let us advance, Jiraiya declared. When I charged once more at the Sand Guardian, Shikaku. As the enormous toad approached, Shikaku summoned the lance of Shikaku and engaged in combat with Wintai. After numerous exchanges, neither combatant had managed to gain the upper hand. In a moment of desperation, Shikaku unleashed a barrage of air bullets toward Wintai. An opportunity. Both Wintai and Jiraiya struck simultaneously, executing a collaborative ninjutsu. Fire release, toad oil fireball. The colossal flames collided with a powerful gust of wind, unleashing an astonishing force. The entire area was engulfed in flames, radiating heat akin to a miniature sun. Thanks to their prior preparations, Wintai and Jiraiya evaded the inferno, though they appeared somewhat disheveled. Unfortunately, Shikaku was not as fortunate, as it found itself at the very center of the blaze. Success. Jiraiya and Wintai celebrated their victory with a triumphant high five. The conflagration raged for over 10 minutes before finally extinguishing, yet Shikaku remained ensnared within the flames. Jiraiya mistakenly assumed that the one tail had been reduced to a charred raccoon. As the flames subsided, Jiraiya beheld Shikaku, entirely concealed beneath a layer of sand. Gradually, the sand receded, revealing the Sand Guardian. Although the sand had provided some protection against the fire, it was a poor insulator, quickly reaching the same temperature as the flames. Thus, Shikaku had been scorched by the searing sand for over 10 minutes. Its once vibrant yellow skin and violet markings had vanished, leaving behind a dark, indistinct mass that, upon cursory inspection, resembled a colossal black cat. Furious, Shikaku prepared to teach Jiraiya a lesson. Just then, a retreat signal resonated from the Sand Ninja camp. The Sand Ninja had not achieved the desired outcomes during the first day's battle. Most critically, they found themselves at a disadvantage against Konoha. Even their secret weapon, the One Tail, had sustained considerable injury. Though Shikaku had fully awakened, it was still affected by the aftermath of the battle, and the chakra that had manifested from the sand retreated. Reverting to its Jinchuriki form, the Sand Ninja began an orderly retreat. It is curious how the ninja world operates. It allows for assassination and other clandestine actions against opposing ninjas, yet prohibits attacks during the retreat of another ninja force. This has become a widely accepted consensus among ninjas. All dark deeds must remain covert, while outward appearances must reflect an illusion of light. Jiraiya bid farewell to Wintai, suggesting they return, remarking that today's battle had been commendable. He instructed, let everyone clean the battlefield, and those who are injured should be sent back to the main camp for treatment. Then, we shall tally the casualties. They are all heroes of Konoha. All the ninjas diligently followed Jiraiya's orders, departing the battlefield in an orderly fashion. As the days passed, the fierce conflict between Konoha and Sunagakure raged on. Large-scale battles erupted every 3 to 4 days. Yet neither side could claim a significant victory, leading to a prolonged stalemate. With no decisive success in sight, both ninja villages resorted to underground warfare, with a handful of ninjas venturing out daily to assassinate their adversaries. Casualties were a frequent occurrence in Konoha. The war had now devolved into a contest of resilience. The wealthier village stood a better chance of gaining the upper hand. Presently, the odds favored Konoha, which brought a smile to the face of Jiraiya, the supreme commander, who brimmed with confidence regarding the outcome of this conflict. However, this optimistic period was short-lived. News arrived from Konoha of an invasion by Kumogakure from the southwest and Iwagakure from the southeast. Konoha dispatched ninjas to confront the intruders, resulting in yet another protracted struggle. This seemed like a conspiracy. It was clear that the three nations had conspired, attacking from all sides. No wonder the old-timers of Sunagakure appeared unperturbed in recent days. They were evidently holding back their true strength. Would Konoha manage to overcome this crisis? I must also muster my strength, for it appears Sunagakure is about to witness Konoha's true prowess. Sitting in his main seat and gazing at the setting sun, Jiraiya pondered deeply. After lying in bed for 6 days, Jiang Tian's wounds had completely healed, and this was not solely due to the efforts of Konoha's medical ninjas. Jiang Tian's bloodline granted him a remarkable recovery ability, requiring only the oxygen in the air for nourishment. With oxygen, his metabolism accelerated astonishingly, allowing his wounds to heal at a visibly rapid pace, given the severity of his injuries. It took Jiang Tian 6 days to mend the scars on his body and address the lingering ailments within. He felt akin to Wolverine from the X-Men, with his wounds closed and his physique restored. However, his chakra recovery was rather slow. During the last battle, he had exhausted his chakra far beyond his physical limits, severely affecting his bodily functions. If things went awry, he might never be able to serve as a ninja again. Fortunately, Jiang Tian's uniqueness facilitated his chakra's gradual recovery, though it would take another 4 to 5 months to regain his original strength. During Jiang Tian's convalescence, Ming Wei and the intermediaries from Shutsuan visited him daily. The intermediaries had also shown some improvement in their condition, yet full recovery would take several more months. In the recent skirmishes, the remaining 16 members of Mingnin village performed commendably, earning praise from Jiraiya of Konoha. Among the 16, there were 1 fatality, 2 severely injured, and 3 with minor wounds. The severely injured could no longer participate in the battles, and only in Konoha could these individuals receive the best treatment to expedite their recovery. Thus, a few days later, over 40 severely injured ninjas, alongside the fallen warriors of Konoha, were escorted back to the village to receive superior medical care or to be laid to rest. And among this group was our protagonist, Jiang Tian. After a prolonged journey of over 10 days, Jiang Tian and his entourage finally returned to Konoha. It had been more than a month since their last visit, and Jiang Tian found himself reflecting deeply. Although he felt a tinge of regret for not having been tempered by the crucible of battle this time, he acknowledged that his abilities had been significantly enhanced, which he deemed satisfactory. Currently, skirmishes were minimal, with neither side launching a full-scale assault, suggesting they were both biding their time for the right opportunity. He still had ample chances to step onto the battlefield. Konoha perpetually exuded an aura of peace and prosperity, akin to a beautiful noblewoman, untroubled by the struggles of survival or the burdens of daily life. The citizens of Konoha ambled about cheerfully, oblivious to the life and death struggles faced by the ninjas ahead of them. Observing the throngs of men and women mingling about, Jiang Tian felt a profound sense of poignancy. The ninjas fought valiantly to protect these very people and their village, yet how many of them would be remembered after they fell? The living heroes would always overshadow the fallen, with only their kin and former comrades visiting their graves to burn incense and offer white roses or gardenias. Their names would be inscribed on the memorial stone, only to be recounted by future generations with a veneer of reverence. As they pointed out that these were the heroes of Konoha. The impact of war on Konoha was primarily felt in its hospitals and schools, which boasted grand edifices, immaculate wards, state-of-the-art equipment, and exemplary medical teams. The emphasis from the village leadership and Tsunade's influence had brought immense benefits to Konoha. Within these walls, numerous ninjas found refuge. Many were regularly brought in from the battlefield. They were both fortunate and unfortunate. The strength of Konoha owed much to its educational institutions, which employed the most humane teaching methods, ensuring children received a nurturing education. However, during times of conflict, the knowledge imparted to graduating ninjas proved to be of little utility. In the current war, a considerable number of students graduated from school only to join the battlefield as genin. Many of them possessed merely the 3 fundamental ninjutsu techniques, Lacking connections and outstanding talent, these individuals often became mere extras on the battlefield, cannon fodder. The only ones mourning for them were their parents. Jiang Tian shared a room with a middleman from the tree village. They spent their days chatting in bed, reveling in the gentle care of the Konoha nurses. As the days passed, the situation on the front lines grew increasingly tense, yet this did not dampen their spirits. Jiang Tian was confident that Konoha would emerge victorious from this war, while the middleman from Tree Village seemed indifferent to Konoha's plight. In this leisurely manner, they tended to their wounds. Jiang Tian would often engage the middleman in conversation, who in turn shared amusing anecdotes from previous missions. Seizing the moments when the middleman dozed off, Jiang Tian diligently focused on cultivating his chakra. Beyond chakra creation, he resumed training his ninjutsu, even employing shadow clones to stealthily practice his taijutsu. That heart-stirring battle had illuminated the stark inadequacies of his physical prowess. Jiang Tian had previously contemplated infiltrating the secret base of Konoha to pilfer the ninja scrolls. However, after meticulously searching for an extended period without success, he was compelled to abandon the endeavor, perhaps because Konoha had yet to organize them. After all, such scenarios belong to the realm of anime. Set over a decade in the past, Jiang Tian's life gradually reverted to the routine he had known in his own ninja village: training, resting, training, resting. After more than 5 months, Jiang Tian's injuries had fully healed, and, under the astonished gazes of Konoha's medical ninjas, he swaggered out with an air of confidence. In truth, his body had recovered long ago, but he had feigned illness to evade excessive scrutiny from Konoha. Despite Tsunade's authority, the most esteemed physician had declared that Jiang Tian would require at least 6 months for complete recovery. During these 5 months, skirmishes among Konoha, Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure remained confined to minor clashes. Thus, the stalemate persisted, with no faction daring to escalate the conflict. However, a significant event in Sunagakure disrupted this fragile equilibrium, gradually steering the nearly 3-year-long Third Shinobi World War toward an inevitable conclusion. In the Land of Wind, Lady Chiyo, the third Kazekage, has been assassinated, and Sunagakure is in disarray. The Elder Council wishes for you and Lord Chiyo to step forth and restore order, proclaimed a sand ninja, kneeling outside a courtyard. Return. Lord Chiyo and I have chosen seclusion. Do not burden me with the affairs of Sunagakure. Resolve it on your own, came the reply from a voice that bore the weight of age. However, this matter is connected to your grandson, the sand ninja insisted, remaining steadfast. He has defected, stealing the body of the third Kazekage, and a bounty has been placed upon him by the Elder Council. If you emerge to restore order, the bounty can be rescinded. The sand ninja's tone carried a subtle threat. It seems that my prolonged absence has emboldened all manner of individuals to act with impunity, Chiyo remarked, her voice still indifferent yet tinged with an undercurrent of menace. Suddenly, a cry of anguish escaped the sand ninja as he was swiftly pierced by a multitude of senbon, each shimmering with a sinister black sheen. Poison. The puppet before the sand ninja opened its mouth as if mocking his audacity. Then, a drawer sprang forth from the puppet's abdomen, dropping a vial of antidote before the sand ninja. You have 3 minutes to apply the antidote, should you fail. Prepare to wither away, Chiyo's voice echoed, devoid of emotion. Lying on the ground, the sand ninja gritted his teeth, using his only movable right hand to extract the kunai lodged in his veins. Without this action, his immobilized body would remain helpless. Sister, why do you not intervene? Little Scorpion is in peril, is he not? Lord Chiyo asked nonchalantly, as he continued to fish without a care. To him, national affairs were of little consequence. He heeded only Chiyo's directives. Chiyo's fishing rod remained still as her gaze was entranced by the water's surface. Before my eyes, I seemed to relive that fateful night. The night of bloodshed, when a cold, white-haired ninja ruthlessly took the lives of his own son and daughter-in-law, along with countless elite shinobi from the Sand Village. Helplessness engulfed me, especially when I caught the longing gaze of the young Scorpion, along with the 2 puppets he crafted, eyes filled with a yearning for parental affection, shattering Chiyo's heart into pieces. The ninja Chiyo had perished long ago in that battle. The current Chiyo was merely an elderly individual striving to develop life-altering ninjutsu. Furthermore, the young Scorpion's recent defection was perhaps for the best, as the Land of Wind was ill-suited for his growth. I hope that out there he finds the joy that belongs to him. A faint smile graced Chiyo's lips as she flicked her arm, causing a fish to leap from the water's surface. Unbeknownst to her, this decision would inflict harm upon both the Sand Village and herself, not only in the impending war but also with respect to the village's future. I am finally free. A boy who appeared to be merely 11 or 12 stood at the entrance of the Konoha hospital, shouting exuberantly, drawing the attention of passers-by. Overwhelmed by the gazes directed at him, Jiang Tian felt a bit dizzy, as if 2 or 3 crows were flying overhead, cawing, "Fool, fool, fool." In a flash, utilizing the body flicker technique, Jiang Tian vanished. As he strolled through the streets of Konoha, he pondered what to do next. Would the higher-ups of Konoha still allow him on the battlefield? This thought troubled him, for Jiang Tian felt utterly alone. Who would notice a child like him at this moment? The battlefield seemed daunting. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach protested with hunger. Perhaps I should indulge in some good food. After 5 long months of nothing but porridge, my stomach has long since protested. Disregarding other thoughts, he decided to satiate his hunger. Jiang Tian rummaged through his pockets, discovering he still had over 10,000 ryo. With money in hand, the world was his oyster. Konoha's barbecue restaurant was a marvel in the anime. One often saw Asuma and his students frequently dining there. Upon entering the spacious establishment, Jiang Tian found a spot to sit and ordered several large platters of grilled meat. Devouring them ravenously, he relished a succulent piece of grilled meat, savoring it as if it were a divine experience. At this moment, what more could a child desire? Just as Jiang Tian was nearing the end of his feast, a group of ninjas entered. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them, Minato Namikaze and his classmates Kakashi Hitaki, Rin, and Obito Uchiha. What a serendipitous encounter. Fate surely had intertwined our paths, as I had first seen them 6 months ago upon my arrival in Konoha. Also present were the youthful versions of Guy, Asuma Saratobi, Ibiki, and the petite version of Kurenai Yuhi, alongside 2 unfamiliar adults, presumably their ninja instructors. Well, a gathering of future pillars of Konoha. Jiang Tian gazed in astonishment at this lively group. As if sensing Jiang Tian's gaze, Guy turned around and flashed a bright smile. His pearly white teeth gleaming, causing Jiang Tian to tremble in fright. Apparently, Guy had a gap-toothed smile even at a young age. The group merrily entered a large private room. And as they disappeared from view, Jiang Tian felt a pang of loneliness wash over him. They all had their companions. What did he possess? Beyond possessing formidable strength compared to his peers, he found himself bereft of companionship. In his childhood, he had no playmates. With a wry smile, Jiang Tian left the barbecue restaurant, feeling a sense of despondency. Although his power had been enhanced following a groundbreaking battle, the fleeting joy he had just experienced vanished in an instant. Third Hokage. New intelligence has emerged. The Sand Shinobi have altered their battle strategy and are now advancing towards Konoha via Kaiki Mountain. An Umbu agent knelt on one knee in the Hokage's office, presenting a scroll with both hands. The third Hokage took it casually, scanning its contents before a cold smirk graced his lips. So, the Sand Shinobi have truly reached this juncture? Notify Jiraiya to assemble the ninja forces at the unnamed river for a rendezvous at Kaiki Mountain. The Sand's main force is already gathering there. He must expedite support. Additionally, summon Namikaze Minato. The voice of the third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, resonated with fury. The current strength of Tsunagakure had plummeted. The demise of the third Kazekage had inflicted unimaginable damage. His death had led to a power vacuum, inciting fierce competition among various factions, plunging the village into chaos. Consequently, they felt compelled to intensify their invasion of Konoha, hoping to quell internal discord while fulfilling their strategic arrangements with Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Third Hokage, you summon me? Minato Namikaze entered and bowed respectfully. Ah, Minato, you've arrived. Here is the information. Please take a look. The third Hokage handed him the scroll. Is Tsunagakure preparing for a decisive confrontation, staking their fate on this battle? Minato immediately discerned the crux of the situation. Indeed, Konoha currently faces no significant issues on the Iwagakure and Kumogakure fronts. Our focus now rests on the battle against Tsunagakure. If we emerge victorious, we shall gain the initiative in the forthcoming conflicts. The third Hokage inhaled a puff of smoke, speaking with a measured tone. What do you require of me? I shall give my utmost effort, Minato declared, standing tall. I hope you can lead your team alongside the Ino, Shika, CH Trio, Namanaka and Oichi, Narashikaku, and Akimichi CHZA in this battle. Your mentor, Jiraiya, has already headed to the battlefield. Do you feel confident? The third Hokage smiled. Very well. I shall notify the others. We will depart for the battlefield tomorrow. Minato bowed once more before exiting. Minato, with no powerful background, yet possessing a gentle demeanor and formidable strength, is indeed a commendable choice. I hope this war grants you ample merit, the third Hokage mused, interlacing his fingers beneath his chin. Jiang Tian strolled along the paths of Konoha, his mood slightly lifting. What lay ahead for him? Who approached but Minato Namikaze? What could he possibly be doing here? Curiosity piqued, Jiang Tian approached. Tomorrow morning, we gather to head to Kaiki Mountain. Nara Shikaku, do not forget. Minato instructed a young man before him. Rest assured, Minato, came the reply. I shall certainly attend. However, I am rather vexed by the prospect of returning to the battlefield. Those accursed sand shinobi, Nara Shikaku remarked with a hint of resentment. Nara Shikaku, despite not yet possessing the masculine charm or the iconic scars of his later years, bore within him the seeds of his son Nara Shikamaru's infamous impatience. Wait a moment, Kaiki Mountain, the sand shinobi, was this not the renowned Kaiki Mountain battle? Did it not occur in the 46th year of Konoha? Yet, it is only the 45th year now. Has it been advanced, or have I misremembered the timeline? Regardless, I am determined to partake in the Kaiki Mountain conflict. Whom should I approach to express my desire? Ah, yes, I shall go directly to the Hokage. With that, Jiang Tian vanished in an instant. Who goes there? This is the sacred ground of Konoha. Unauthorized individuals must not approach. At the Hokage's office, Jiang Tian was intercepted by a cat-faced Umbu. I have business with the Hokage, Jiang Tian asserted. Who do you think you are? The Hokage is not someone you can meet at will, came the haughty retort. Do not be so arrogant before me. Before Jiang Tian could finish his sentence, he had appeared beside the cat-faced Umbu, his hand lightly pressing against the Umbu's heart. Please inform the third Hokage that Dream Ninja Village's Jiang Tian seeks an audience. Such strength. The cat-faced Umbu felt a cold sweat break out as he felt the finger poised over his heart. Very well, please wait a moment while I relay the message. His tone had shifted dramatically to one of deference. In this world, to earn the respect of others, a noble lineage is of little consequence. Only strength commands true admiration. The Hokage has consented. Please follow me. Shortly thereafter, the cat-faced Umbu returned. Knock, 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 there came a sound at the door. Enter. The voice emanated with a steady and commanding presence, lacking the weariness and frailty of later years. This was Jiang Tian's first impression of the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in the prime of his life, his power at its zenith, truly the foremost figure in Konoha. You must be the child of Dream Moon Jianghu. Like father, like son, you bear a striking resemblance to him, both exemplary in your own right. What brings you to me? The third spoke with a warmth that was undeniably comforting. I hope the third Hokage will allow me to join the Konoha ninja forces in the expedition to Kaiki Mountain. Jiang Tian's respect for the third Hokage was genuine. Oh, has your body fully recovered? What compels you to partake in this perilous battle? The third Hokage inquired with newfound interest. During the last conflict, I was injured before I could even participate, which remains a significant regret for me. Only on the battlefield can I grow stronger. Moreover, my father will also be involved in this war, and I wish to unite with him, Jiang Tian explained earnestly. Observing the third Hokage's unwavering gaze, Jiang Tian added, facing all dangers with courage is my ninja way. Well said. I grant you permission to go. I shall have someone inform the operations leader shortly. You may leave for now. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, watching Jiang Tian depart with narrowed eyes. This young man is indeed remarkable. How enviable it is for Dream Ninja Village to possess such a ninja. Summon Namikaze Minato regarding this matter. Teacher, everyone is here. Why are we leaving? Surely we aren't waiting until the designated assembly time. A small fellow with pilot goggles complained impatiently. Fool, the teacher must have his reasons for this. Can you not quiet down for a moment? A fierce girl beside him retorted with a sharp jab, her gaze also reflecting confusion towards the teacher's actions. It was needless to say, these two were Uchiha Obito and Rin. The Hokage has decided to add an extra member at the last minute. Let's all wait a bit longer, Minato Namikaze said apologetically. After a few minutes, Jiang Tian strolled over leisurely. Am I late? He asked, noticing his teammates already assembled. Feeling a bit downcast at being tardy on their first collaboration. Not at all. We still have a few minutes before 8. Typically, we arrive half an hour early for missions, Minato kindly explained to Jiang Tian. Oh, I sincerely apologize for that, Jiang Tian replied. I am Uchiha Obito, a Nin of the esteemed Uchiha clan. And you are? Obito hurriedly inquired. Mengren Village, Nin, Mengyue Jiang Tian said, giving Obito a disapproving glance. His exceptional performance had earned him a special promotion to Nin from Mengren Village. Wow, that's impressive. We're about the same age, and you're already a Nin. Rin said with admiration, secretly thinking about how handsome Jiang Tian was, her cheeks flushing. Kakashi, did you see that? He's the same age as you. Yet he's already a Jonin. This proves that the genius of the Uchiha clan, Obito, will one day surpass you, Obito boasted animatedly. Humph, Kakashi Hatake scoffed disdainfully, turning his head away. How dare you ignore me? Seeing Kakashi's reaction, Obito's temper flared, and he was about to confront him. All right, everyone. Let us stop this bickering and introduce ourselves for the sake of our upcoming collaboration. Minato interrupted the brewing conflict between Obito and Kakashi. It was quite embarrassing, especially in front of the Inoshikacho trio, not to mention an outsider. Mengwei Jiang Tian, Jonin, proficient in wind release techniques. Jiang Tian spoke first to express his sincerity and apologies. My name is Rin, a medical ninja of Konoha. Rin introduced herself, her face still slightly flushed. Kakashi Hatake. Jonin of Konoha, skilled in lightning release and swordsmanship, Kakashi said coldly, his lower face obscured. It seemed he had yet to recover from the loss of his father, the Konoha White Fang. Indeed, his father had sacrificed the mission to save a comrade, plunging the village into a protracted conflict, which led to scorn from the villagers, including the very ninja whom his father had saved. This unbearable burden ultimately drove his talented father to take his own life, and after his death, his name was not even permitted to appear on the memorial stone. It must be said that although Konohagakure stands as the most formidable and affluent of the ninja villages, it simultaneously harbors a darkness more chilling and fearsome than the overt shadows of other villages. The enigmatic nature of its concealed malevolence sends shivers down the spine. The illustrious Minato Namikaze, a figure of quasi-elite status, renowned for his mastery of wind release and unparalleled speed, with his golden locks and an ever-present smile, declared, "Let us proceed." At this juncture, Minato had yet to fully evolve into the legendary fourth Hokage that he would ultimately become. Among his companions were the elite Jonin, Hayashi Yamanaka, skilled in secret techniques, Shikake Nara, also an elite Jonin with his own arcane methods, and Choji Akimichi, another elite Jonin adept in esoteric arts. The esteemed trio from the previous generation, known as the Inoshikacho, refrained from unveiling their secrets, mindful of the presence of Jiang Tian. As they set forth towards Kaiki Mountain, the group traversed the dense forest, drawing near to their destination. The atmosphere was eerily silent, devoid of any signs of wildlife, a stillness that was unsettling. Stop! Tighten the formation, Minato commanded. The seven swiftly converged, encircling Rin, with Minato and Hayashi at the forefront, while Jiang Tian and Kakashi flanked them, and Shikaku and Obito followed behind. With Choji positioned just after Shikaku, Minato assessed the surroundings. The towering trees obscured the light, and the thick foliage rendered it nearly impossible to discern any lurking foes. Hayashi, investigate the area for any anomalies, he instructed. Understood, Captain, Hayashi replied, clasping his hands before his chest and gazing skyward at the migrating geese. He then executed the mind transfer jutsu, only to collapse shortly thereafter. Rin rushed to support him. After a brief moment, Hayashi regained consciousness in Rin's embrace and reported, "The enemy comprises a standard combat squad of 5, lying in ambush 1,000 meters ahead. Numerous traps are laid nearby, presumably intended for us, the reinforcements." Minato turned to the group and stated, "Let us circumvent these traps and cautiously approach the adversary for engagement." The teams swiftly altered their course. Now the enemy is merely 50 meters away. I will assign combat roles. Choji, initiate the attack on their concealed position. Shikaku, aim to immobilize the majority of them. Kakashi, Obito, Jiang Tian, Hayashi, Rin, and I will target the fleeing ninjas, each of you on your respective sides. I will handle the front. Is there any dissent? Rin, you remain here. This rapid confrontation is not suited for your strengths. No objections, they replied in unison. Commence the assault, Minato commanded. With that, Choji performed the partial expansion technique, his hands swelling to an extraordinary size as he charged directly at the hiding place of the 5 sand ninjas, resulting in a cacophony of splintering wood and shattering rock. The 5 adversaries quickly darted out to evade, though one unfortunate soul sustained an injury. The shadow imitation technique of Nara Shikaku immediately summoned a dark silhouette beneath him, which split into 5, racing towards the 5 sand shinobi descending. Simultaneously, Minato Namikaze, Kakashi, Obito, Jiang Tian, and Yamanaka Ino rushed towards them. Suddenly, the 5 ninjas realized they could not move. Jiang Tian swiftly initiated an attack with a Rasengan, effortlessly dispatching his opponent. Although Minato had yet to fully develop his signature Flying Thunder God technique, his speed left all the leaf and sand ninjas in awe. In an instant, he appeared behind a sand ninja, a kunai slicing through the enemy's throat with no sign of pain as he fell lifelessly. Obito boldly charged in, eliminating his foe after employing several fire release techniques, albeit looking slightly disheveled. Yamanaka Ino, a seasoned jonin, adeptly exploited his adversary's anxiety, concluding the battle with apparent ease. Kakashi approached a sand ninja, extending his hands as countless arcs of electricity gathered in his palms. With a sudden thrust, he pressed them against the puppet master who had just unleashed a few poison kunai. A foul smell of burning flesh filled the air as the puppet master was reduced to cinders. Lightning release. Chidori. He had invented Chidori so swiftly. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Tian felt a pang of astonishment, truly a genius. Yet, he noticed Kakashi's scorched hand and realized the technique was ineffective for lethal damage. It seemed he could not fully harness the power of lightning release. Was it that his innate talent limited him from developing a technique of immense destructive capacity suited to him? Gratefulness washed over him for Hong Yen's dance. This would suffice, though it would be wise to avoid strenuous activity for now. Kakashi, you must be cautious. Avoid any excessive movements, or your injury may take a long time to heal. Rin advised while tending to Kakashi's wounds. Kakashi remained aloof, indifferent to Rin's concern, which caused Obito, who harbored secret feelings for Rin, great distress. He wished he could shove Kakashi aside and take his place. Teacher, could you explain why my technique fails to succeed? With their proximity to Jikyo Mountain, the journey ahead appeared safe. Kakashi, however, lacked the confidence he once had in his ability to master the technique. The blow to his self-assurance was considerable, prompting him to seek guidance from his mentor, Minato. Minato's gaze shifted away from Jiang Tian, granting him a sigh of relief. Over an hour had passed since the battle ended, and Minato's unwavering stare had left Jiang Tian with goosebumps. Could Minato be harboring feelings for me? My orientation is perfectly normal, Jiang Tian thought mischievously. Regarding this matter, he too was unclear. He had conducted experiments with wind attribute chakra, attempting to induce changes that would yield powerful ninjutsu, yet he had also met with failure. Originally, I was unable to assist you, but now I can connect you with a teacher in this field. If you are able to receive his guidance, the likelihood of mastering this ninjutsu is substantial. Bluffing Shuemin remarked gently. Who? Please tell me who it is. Upon hearing that someone could aid him in his technique, Hatake Kakashi was utterly overwhelmed, abandoning his usual aloof demeanor. Hee, whether he will teach you is another matter, Bluffing Shuemin chuckled, pointing at Jiang Tian. It all depends on your own abilities. Me? Jiang Tian felt a mix of confusion and delight as he noticed Bluffing Shuemin's finger aimed at him. It seemed that Bluffing Shuemin had yet to complete the spiral sphere experiment, which made Jiang Tian feel a certain pride, considering himself the true inventor of the technique. In the recent battle, Jiang Tian could have easily slain the sand ninja, but he opted to use the spiral sphere to ascertain whether Bluffing Shuemin had indeed developed this technique. Driven by youthful audacity, he pondered that if Bluffing Shuemin had perfected this ninjutsu, it would be challenging to explain how he, too, had mastered it, even if he managed to justify it. The threat of being silenced loomed, as the spiral sphere's power surpassed many S-rank techniques. Really? Not only Kakashi, but even the Ino Shikacho trio expressed skepticism towards Bluffing Shuemin's words. Can this seemingly 12-year-old truly comprehend such matters? Indeed, it is him. One should not judge by appearances, for the sea cannot be measured by a mere pint. Despite his youth, he is undeniably a prodigy. During the recent combat, I observed him. The massive sphere he conjured was a manifestation of chakra transformation. Moreover, the potency of his technique is so formidable that even I, a master of wind-style chakra, am tempted to learn it, Bluffing Shuemin concluded, gazing at Jiang Tian with admiration. The others regarded Bluffing Shuemin with great respect and trust, now believing in Jiang Tian's potential to devise powerful ninjutsu. Their glances shifted from mere appreciation of his strength to a subtle admiration of his capabilities. Can you help me identify the critical issue preventing my ninjutsu from succeeding? Kakashi's demeanor towards Jiang Tian had begun to warm considerably. Certainly, but first, please explain the underlying principle of your technique, Jiang Tian responded, aware that his assistance could enable Kakashi to master this ninjutsu. At this moment, he was inclined to accommodate the requests of Konoha ninjas, recognizing their predicament. Furthermore, Jiang Tian held both Kakashi and Bluffing Shuemin in high regard, which encouraged him to offer his help amicably. This technique of mine is designed to achieve the pinnacle of nature transformation, concentrating immense lightning chakra in the hands through exceptional control. By utilizing the stimulation of lightnings, one can accelerate in a straight line to reach their utmost speed, sharpening the lightning in the hands to pierce the opponent. What do you think of this concept? When it comes to his own ninjutsu, Kakashi's face once again reveals a sense of pride. Conceiving the idea of developing his own ninjutsu at the tender age of 12 and achieving some degree of success indeed provides ample grounds for pride. Indeed, your concept is formidable. However, there are several shortcomings. Mastering this ninjutsu necessitates exceptionally precise chakra control, an area in which you must improve. Furthermore, it is essential to regulate the output of chakra, not merely increasing the quantity of lightning chakra, but rather transforming the quality of the chakra you release, thereby enhancing the potency of your lightning techniques. The crux lies in concentration. Focusing the power is imperative to inflict the most severe damage upon your adversary. Jiang Tian offered some guidance on Kakashi's concept based on his understanding. Moreover, you face an acute issue that must be addressed. Your vision is insufficient. Lightning is the fastest force in the world. Should you successfully execute this ninjutsu, you must also master it. If your eyesight cannot keep pace with the speed of the lightning release, you will not be able to strike your target effectively. This is a point you must heed. Jiang Tian pointed out the flaws in Kakashi's ninjutsu. The onlookers, who had been listening intently, displayed expressions of comprehension. To identify the critical aspects that require attention with such clarity is a testament to one's profound understanding of chakra. This young lad is indeed remarkable. Kakashi pondered deeply, feeling that this assessment was astute, leading to a more profound understanding of his ninjutsu and a surge of confidence in mastering it. Is there a method to alter this? Kakashi inquired eagerly. There is a method to change your eyes. Acquire eyes capable of keeping pace with such speed. Only then can you fully learn this technique, Jiang Tian replied. What? Change my eyes? The group was taken aback. Indeed, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is the finest. These eyes are renowned for their ability to perceive all of an opponent's techniques. They are ideal for executing this ninjutsu. He chuckled. I merely offered a suggestion. This is a matter for your Leaf Village. If the Uchiha clan's higher-ups were to learn of my words, they might dispatch a powerful individual to eliminate me. So do refrain from speaking of this. Noticing the astonished expressions on their faces, Jiang Tian realized he had inadvertently revealed too much and hurried to mitigate the situation. In later years, Kakashi's adept control of the Chidori can be attributed to Obito's Sharingan. Sasuke's proficiency also stems from his awakened eyes. Observing the group's reaction, Minato urged everyone to hasten to Kaiki Mountain, thereby concluding this exchange. Jiang Tian had initially intended to inform Kakashi of the Chidori's weaknesses, but seeing the situation, he decided against it. The most significant weakness of the Chidori lies in its lengthy and singular attack route, with chakra concentrated to a high degree. Thus, its countermeasures are designed to exploit these two vulnerabilities. If confronted with a speedier opponent than the Chidori, the technique becomes ineffective. For instance, had Kakashi's speed matched that of Haku, he would not have landed that decisive blow on Haku. Would Kakashi be able to catch up with Haku if he were to engage him? Furthermore, when Sasuke employed the Chidori, it appeared overwhelmingly powerful. However, Itachi effortlessly evaded the attack by seizing Sasuke's arm with his hand, showcasing the prowess of the Sharingan. This exemplifies the inherent weakness of all techniques. Yet the Chidori stands apart due to its excessive chakra consumption. A single miss signifies the loss of any chance of victory. Moreover, the extensive preparatory movements associated with the Chidori allow opponents to swiftly evade once they ascertain the intent to strike. Can you land a hit? Currently, many remain oblivious to the true strength of this technique, but what happens after prolonged use? Jiang Tian was unaware that his words today would significantly influence the subsequent interactions between Obito and Kakashi. Obito resolved to transfer the Sharingan to Kakashi, largely spurred by Jiang Tian's pivotal remarks. Kikyo Mountain, with its steep terrain and intricate landscape, provided a considerable advantage to the Sand Ninja, who relied on large-scale coordinated assaults. Having already seized control of Kikyo Mountain Fort, the Sand Ninja enjoyed a distinct upper hand, establishing an impregnable stronghold. Although the Leaf Ninja possessed a higher overall level of skill, they were reluctant to divide their forces for combat. Thus, the battlefield at Kikyo Mountain devolved into a protracted stalemate. While Kikyo Mountain may seem inconsequential to the Leaf, it represented a crucial stronghold in this conflict. Failing to capture it would enable the Sand Ninja to continuously deploy reinforcements directly into the Leaf's territory, effectively plunging a blade into the heart of the Leaf. Therefore, reclaiming Kikyo Mountain was imperative. As both sides engaged in a tug-of-war over Kikyo Mountain Fort, the Leaf promptly dispatched a support team. This contingent comprised the illustrious Yellow Flash of the Leaf, Minato Namikaze, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi trio Kiba Inuzuka, Shikaka Nara, and Choji Akimichi, as well as Minato's disciples, Kakashi Hitaki, Rin, and Obito Uchiha, alongside our protagonist, Jiang Tian. 6 of the 8 members were distinguished jonin, and their arrival immediately altered the dynamics of the conflict in favor of the Leaf. Lord Jiraiya. The support team led by Minato Namikaze has arrived at the camp and requests an audience. A ninja burst into the Leaf's command tent. Good, please usher him in promptly. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's initial annoyance dissipated, replaced by a wave of optimism. Shortly thereafter, Minato and his group entered, prompting everyone in the tent to rise in respect. The reunion was filled with pleasantries, and soon, the group settled down joyfully within the tent. Jiang Tian spotted his father, who had shone brightly in the year-long confrontation against the Sand Ninja, earning the respect of every Leaf commander present. Naturally, his standing was formidable, and even many Leaf ninjas now followed his orders. Upon seeing his son, Mengyue Jianghu's spirits lifted. It was evident that Jiang Tian had fully recovered. This brought him immense joy. The two exchanged meaningful glances, silently agreeing to converse at length after the meeting concluded. This time, with the arrival of the trio consisting of Wave Wind Watergate and the Pig Deer Butterfly, our side has gained formidable strength, and surely we can defeat the Sand Ninjas. In the camp, there were not many delicacies, so I simply arranged a welcoming feast. Servants, bring forth some wine and dishes. The ensuing hours were filled with clinking cups and cheerful conversation, as the warriors set aside discussions of war to revel in tales of romance and nature. Once satiated, the guests dispersed, citing the fatigue of travel as a reason to retire early. Jiang Tian followed Mengyue Jianghu into his grand tent. "How is your health?" Mengyue Jianghu inquired, patting Jiang Tian on the shoulder. "I'm fine, father. If you doubt me, feel my sturdy physique," Jiang Tian replied, thumping his chest as he spoke. "Haha, good. I understand now." His father nodded in satisfaction. "By the way, during your 6-month hospital stay, you haven't neglected your training, have you? When the time comes to face the battlefield, do not forget how to take a life." "Rest assured, father. I assure you my training has not faltered. In fact, I have grown significantly stronger compared to 6 months ago. Perhaps you may find it difficult to gain the upper hand against me," Jiang Tian asserted with confidence. Indeed. With his current strength, defeating Mengyue Jianghu would not be an insurmountable task. Possessing the bloodline limit, Jiang Tian could completely suppress his enemies of equal rank. "Oh, such arrogance. We must find time for a proper spar between father and son," Mengyue Jianghu chuckled. "By the way, how is the intermediary from the Tree Village? Is he doing well?" "The intermediary uncle is at the Konoha Hospital, living quite comfortably. His injuries have healed significantly, yet full recovery will still take more than half a year." When I went to bid him farewell, he rambled on for quite a while, complaining about the confinement of the hospital and expressing a desire to come out and slay some enemies. Jiang Tian replied, "Indeed, your intermediary uncle is restless by nature. Fortunately, this time he suffered no grave injuries. Perhaps this will teach him to remain more settled in the hospital," Mengyue Jianghu said with a smile. "Father, how have you fared these past 6 months?" Jiang Tian inquired. "What else could it be? Just daily battles, and when there is time, I chat with my brothers. Alas, of the 20 brothers I once had, only 8 remain, and with you, me, and the intermediary, that makes 11. I dread the day when the war concludes and I must return to explain this to their families," Mengyue Jianghu lamented, his earlier joy now diminished. "How did we suffer such heavy casualties?" Jiang Tian was taken aback. "Alas, it seems our relentless assaults on the Sand Ninja have provoked the higher-ups of the Sand-Hidden Village. The opponents we face are invariably formidable. Most of our ninjas are jonin, yet even a dozen brothers could not withstand the enemy's onslaught, and they perished. For a small village like ours, they represented our core strength," Mengyue Jianghu mournfully recounted. "Father, do not worry. We shall slay more Sand Ninjas to avenge our brothers," Jiang Tian reassured him. "Indeed. That is precisely why I have come here. Otherwise, I would have visited you sooner. Those scoundrels have always regarded us as easy prey," Mengyue Edo said sternly. "It's getting late. You should rest now. You've been traveling these days and must be quite exhausted. You can sleep in my camp. After all, I am a captain now, and there is ample space here." Upon hearing his father's words, Jiang Tian climbed into bed and, perhaps due to sheer fatigue, fell asleep shortly thereafter. Observing his slumbering son, Mingwei Edo sighed and exited the camp. Jiang Tian enjoyed a deep and restful sleep, only awakening at dusk. Stretching languidly, he rose from his bed. Noticing that his father was no longer in the camp, he felt indifferent. He had not eaten since noon, and his stomach now grumbled with hunger. He rummaged through his ninja pouch, retrieving some provisions, and found a supply of water within the camp to satiate his hunger. Unlike regular armies, ninjas do not share communal meals. A designated person distributes food every 5 to 10 days. Thus, while logistical support is vital in the ninja world, it does not reach the level of determining the fate of the entire force, except during protracted battles when sufficient reserves are crucial. As the sun began to set, Mingwei Edo returned. "You've awoken. When did you get up? Are you still tired?" he inquired upon seeing Jiang Tian alert. "I've recovered. Where have you been? It's quite late." Jiang Tian asked, perplexed. "What else could it be? You interrupted our meeting this morning." In the afternoon, Lord Jiraiya summoned us to reconvene and discuss the upcoming strategic assignments. "Since you arrived, we need to adjust the personnel for many tasks," Mingwei Edo explained casually. "It seems they've had quite a few meetings lately," Jiang Tian remarked. "By the way, are you familiar with Minato Namikaze from Konoha?" Mingwei Edo suddenly inquired. "Fairly well. Why do you ask?" Jiang Tian replied, intrigued. "Nothing much. It's just that today, Minato recommended you for a team with him. He seems to hold you in high regard," Mingwei Edo elucidated. "I see. I have a decent rapport with them. We've forged some bonds during our journey, especially after facing a few battles." Jiang Tian refrained from disclosing the true reasons to his father. "Oh, he has invited you to join them on a mission," Mingwei Edo said mysteriously. "A mysterious mission? Do tell, father," Jiang Tian urged, his curiosity piqued. A task from Minato Namikaze surely held the promise of excitement. "The assignment is to maintain a 24-hour vigilance around the camp to prevent attacks from the Sand Ninjas," Mingwei Edo finally revealed, a playful glint in his eyes. "Is that all?" "Sigh. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment," Jiang Tian lamented. Jiang Tian bid farewell to his father and exited the main camp, where he met with the 3 disciples of Bofeng Shui men at the gate. "Jiang Tian Jun, it is a pleasure to see you again. I hope we can collaborate harmoniously on the upcoming mission and successfully complete our objectives." Just as Jiang Tian arrived, Lin hastily approached him. It must be noted that Lin was indeed a strikingly beautiful girl, particularly with the delicate lavender hue adorning her cheeks, which added a playful charm to her appearance. It was no wonder that Uchiha Obito was utterly infatuated with her. "This time, our mission was to maintain vigilance within the confines of the camp and ensure its security. Your instructor has appointed me as your captain, and I expect full compliance with my directives. Otherwise." Jiang Tian nodded at Lin before commencing his lecture. Being an outsider and assuming the role of their leader, it was only natural for them to harbor some resentment. Jiang Tian understood that he needed to demonstrate his prowess from the outset. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive force that rendered even the strongest unable to act. Kakashi and his companions were taken aback. Incredible, has he reached such a level? Initially, they held a degree of admiration for Jiang Tian, but after witnessing his strength, they dutifully followed his commands. Even Kakashi, who was known for his stubbornness, complied with Jiang Tian's orders. Notably, Kakashi was diligently working on perfecting his Chidori and often sought Jiang Tian's assistance, to which Jiang Tian gladly agreed. 10 days later, during the night at Kikyo Mountain in the Konoha camp, Jiang Tian led Kakashi's team atop a massive tree on the northern edge of the camp. The numerous skirmishes and defensive battles over the past days had left the 4 members exhausted in both body and spirit. Kakashi and his companions had grown increasingly appreciative of Jiang Tian's vigilance. Utilizing his bloodline limit, 10,000 chi seeking, Jiang Tian rendered any attempts at ambush by the Sand Ninjas futile, ensuring that Kakashi and the others were always prepared. The ninjas stationed at Kikyo Mountain also held Jiang Tian in high regard, as he had repeatedly issued early warnings that averted significant casualties. Over the past few days, Jiang Tian had employed his technique every 5 minutes to maintain situational awareness, which allowed him to issue timely alerts. "Not good," Kakashi exclaimed as he hurried to inform Jiraiya. "Large numbers of enemies have appeared from the north, northeast, and northwest, requesting support." Jiang Tian, who had been leisurely resting on a branch, suddenly changed his expression. He turned to Kakashi, who understood the urgency of the situation and quickly executed the body flicker technique to depart. "Jiraiya-sama, we are facing a significant number of enemies from the north, northeast, and northwest," Kakashi reported upon arriving at the main camp. "Understood. Relay the command for all ninjas to assemble and prepare to repel the enemy," Jiraiya ordered. Before long, All ninjas had gathered and were en route to the battlefield. Jiang Tian and his team had already engaged the forefront of the Sand Ninja forces. What is going on with these Sand Ninjas? One Konoha ninja scoffed. The Sand Ninjas before them were utterly weak, barely any chunin among them, merely a horde of cannon fodder. With a swift stroke, he sliced through the throat of a Sand Ninja. That's the 6th one. When I return, I expect a promotion. The Leaf Ninja let out a hearty laugh, and his teammate gave him a thumbs up before rejoining the fray. It was a shared sentiment among their comrades on the battlefield. The enemy was simply too weak. Captain Jiang Tian. Something feels amiss. Uchiha Obito, wearing aviator glasses, voiced his concerns. It seems those Sand Ninjas haven't committed their main forces. They appear to be offering themselves as mere cannon fodder, with some lacking even the mastery of basic ninjutsu. Indeed, it feels like a bait, doesn't it? Jiang Tian replied nonchalantly. I understand, but this tempting bait must be consumed. After all, if they were entrenched in the mountain stronghold of Kaikizan, eliminating them would prove exceedingly arduous. Now is the opportune moment. Kaikizan is the last bastion of defense for Konoha, should the Sand Ninjas capture it. Any counteroffensive would become exceedingly troublesome. This place is notoriously easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Regardless of the peril, we must press forward. You're right, Kakashi declared, cleaving through a ninja with his blade, extinguishing their life. In the face of absolute power, any scheme is but a fleeting thought. The attacking Sand Ninjas began to retreat. They were unable to breach the defenses of the Leaf Ninjas, suffering heavy casualties themselves. The Leaf Ninjas, long repressed, would not let these remnants escape. In times of peace, the 4th Kazekage would hide within the stronghold, leading to dire consequences for his forces whenever the Leaf dispatched troops to attack. At this moment, the Sand Village possessed the initiative in the war. They could choose to engage or not, even attempting to infiltrate the Leaf's main camp for disruption. For over a month, the Leaf Ninjas had been consumed by resentment towards the Sand's shameless tactics, but found themselves powerless to retaliate. Now, seizing the opportunity, none among the Leaf Ninjas wished to spare these lowly Sand Ninjas. Each was invigorated, mercilessly slaughtering them as if they were mere livestock. The tide of battle had turned decisively. The battlefield had shifted forward by over 1,000 meters. Watching the relentless advance of the Leaf Ninja army, Jiang Tian felt a growing unease. Was there a calamity looming? The further they pressed, the more his mind was troubled. He had experienced a similar sensation before, which had allowed him to evade disaster. Was there danger ahead? With a heart full of apprehension, Jiang Tian knew he could not underestimate the situation. Even the mightiest of heroes could falter against overwhelming numbers, and no master could withstand artillery fire. Suddenly, an alarming vision flashed in his mind. Under the cover of the dark night, trees ahead were festooned with explosive tags, and a line of war puppets stood ominously in the forefront, unmanned and poised. Indeed, it was a grand trap. Everyone, be cautious. There may be an ambush ahead. Despite Jiang Tian's efforts to amplify his voice, the battlefield was chaotic, filled with the cacophony of battle, as each warrior succumbed to their bloodlust. Only Kakashi and a few nearby Leaf Ninjas caught his warning, their faith in Jiang Tian prompting them to adopt a more vigilant stance. However, the Sand Ninjas offered Jiang Tian little time to alert others. With a resounding explosion of the detonating symbols, the hidden traps nestled within the branches detonated simultaneously. The battlefield was engulfed in flames, interspersed with the anguished cries of those caught in the chaos. This night, the ninjas of Konoha were destined to endure a waking nightmare. These assaults were merely the initial strike against the psychological defenses of the Konoha warriors. The once motionless puppets were resurrected by a puppet master from the sand, whose origin was shrouded in mystery. Kunai laced with deadly poison were mercilessly hurled towards the Konoha forces, unleashing another wave of screams. Jiang Tian, for the first time, grasped the brutal reality of war. As the toxic mist began to spread across the battlefield, the Konoha ninjas braced themselves for yet another onslaught from their adversaries. One by one, they evaded the detonating symbols and the relentless rain of kunai, only to be confronted by the lifeless bodies of their comrades surrounding them. Their eyes, once full of life, were now overshadowed by a crimson haze, consumed by a singular desire to avenge their fallen allies by vanquishing the treacherous Sand Ninjas. Taking a deep, labored breath, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Glancing down, he noticed his hands were enveloped in a deep purple hue, prompting him to slowly close his eyes. In that moment, he realized that sometimes death could serve as a release. Such harrowing scenes unfolded in every corner of the battlefield, the cacophony of cries gradually fading into a haunting silence. The Konoha forces, gripped by fear, began their retreat, pulling back like a receding tide. Some even carrying their wounded comrades. After more than half an hour of relentless effort, bolstered by those who volunteered or were ordered to remain as a steadfast rear guard, the surviving ninjas of Konoha returned to their camp. Chaos ensued as they hurried to tend to the injured, concoct antidotes, account for losses, and assign patrols. This skirmish had left Konoha demoralized, suffering one of the most humiliating and devastating defeats since its inception. In the aftermath of this battle, 186 ninjas would forever rest beneath the earth. 93 were grievously injured, rendered incapable of battle, destined to live out their days as ordinary citizens. 58 would be unable to participate in future conflicts, while over 130 sustained minor wounds. The toll of this engagement saw 337 ninjas withdraw from combat, with Konoha losing 279 of its fighting force. This was a grievous blow for a village already besieged on 3 fronts. Jiraiya slammed his thigh in frustration from his seat of authority, lamenting the heavy losses. "I have become a pariah of Konoha. Do not despair, master. Victory and defeat are the hallmarks of warfare," comforted Minato Namikaze. "It is my fault. Erroneous intelligence led to our grievous losses. I await your punishment." Jiang Tian approached Jiraiya, seeking to atone. "This is not solely your fault. Anyone could have fallen for their ruse. Besides, you have consistently exposed the enemy's ambushes. I would not punish a loyal servant." Jiraiya waved him off, indicating he should rise. Jiang Tian stepped aside, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had anticipated that Jiraiya would not reprimand him. However, he knew that Jiraiya would harbor some grievances, and it was likely that certain Leaf ninjas were also discontented with him. If whispers continued to circulate in Jiraiya's ear, the repercussions could be dire. Thus, in front of this multitude, Jiang Tian chose to offer an apology, effectively silencing Jiraiya. Although Jiraiya appeared sunny, gentle, and amicable in the anime, such demeanor was reserved for the ninjas of his own village. What if Jiraiya decided to create difficulties for Jiang Tian by seeking forgiveness publicly? He hoped to mitigate the likelihood of being assigned overly demanding tasks in the future. At present, our ninja force had diminished significantly, with only 600 remaining. Thus, a discussion was warranted on how to vanquish the despicable foes from the Sand Village. Jiraiya inquired of the assembly. Despite his formidable prowess and leadership skills, Jiraiya's intellect was not particularly adept at devising effective strategies. "Perhaps we should request support from the village," suggested one captain. "What? Absolutely not," Jiraiya vehemently opposed. "We once held a clear advantage, yet we have suffered such grievous losses. How could I possibly show my face to the village and ask for assistance?" Another ninja proposed. "Then shall we launch a surprise attack? The sand ninjas continually hide within the confines of Kaiki Mountain Castle. A surprise assault would likely incur even greater casualties. Additionally, crafting a flawless ambush remains a challenge. We lack a perfect plan." This suggestion was likewise dismissed by the assembly. But then, this won't do this issue. The group engaged in a futile exchange of ideas, wasting precious time without arriving at any resolution. Jiraiya grew anxious. This predicament seemed insurmountable, and he feared he would bear the weight of this failure for the rest of his life. As he surveyed the suddenly quiet conference room, Jiang Tian could not help but smirk. However, recognizing that the Leaf Village was also aligned with his interests, and noting his father's deep concern, he felt compelled to speak up in this most inopportune moment. "Excuse me, my lord. May I inquire about our chances of victory with these 600 ninjas against the entirety of the Sand Ninjas?" Jiang Tian respectfully posed the question. "Well, the odds are about 50-50, Jiraiya replied, surprisingly unperturbed by Jiang Tian's inquiry as he contemplated the situation. "Then the solution is simple. We shall engage the Sand Ninjas in a grand battle and determine the victor." Does Lord Jiraiya lack confidence in his forces, believing they cannot triumph over the Sand Ninjas? Jiang Tian retorted. "The esteemed reputation of Lord Jiraiya cannot be diminished by mere children," he added. As expected, some rose to counter Jiang Tian's assertions, confirming his suspicion that many in the Leaf Village attributed the recent defeat to him, despite his minimal involvement. This was a natural response. After every defeat, someone must assume the role of scapegoat. "Humph, we too wish to confront the Sand Ninjas, yet the fourth Kazekage persistently hides within Kaiki Mountain Castle, refusing to emerge. Must we really take the offensive? Isn't that courting death?" Another ninja rose to inquire. A faint smile graced Jiang Tian's lips. "Have you ever wondered why the Sand Ninjas abandoned their original battlefield to mount an assault from Kaiki Mountain against Konoha? It is because they intend to execute a surprise attack to swiftly conclude the war. The ninja responded, exactly. Although we are eager to capture Kaiki Mountain, the Sand Ninjas are even more pressed for time. The Land of Wind has always been resource poor, and with the mysterious demise of the formidable third Kazekage not long ago, the newly appointed fourth Kazekage lacks substantial authority. Moreover, the recent turmoil in Sunagakure has severely depleted the Sand Ninja's strength. They can no longer afford a prolonged standoff with us, Jiang Tian remarked calmly, painting a vivid picture of devastation amidst laughter and mirth. Then why didn't the Sand Ninjas launch a full-scale attack earlier? The ninja persisted, though his tone had softened considerably. At that time, Konoha possessed a military force comparable to that of the Sand, and it was widely recognized that Konoha's ninjas were the strongest among their peers, especially with the presence of Master Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze. The fourth Kazekage did not believe he could secure a victory against Konoha, which is why he refrained from a total assault. Now, however, after a surprise attack has inflicted significant damage upon Konoha, the fourth Kazekage may feel emboldened to commence a full-scale offensive. Even if the fourth Kazekage hesitates, the elders of Sunagakure will undoubtedly pressure him to mobilize their forces. The current situation in Sunagakure cannot endure for long. Thus, we need only to await the Sand Ninja's full-scale assault. A profound silence enveloped the camp, with no one daring to utter a sound. Each person seemed to hold their breath, quietly observing Jiraiya, who sat deep in thought, awaiting a decision. Master, I too find merit in the insights of Dream Moon Jiang Tian. I stand in support of him. Minato Namikaze stepped forward, noticing Jiraiya's furrowed brow and indecision, as if to encourage him. When did I become so hesitant? Moreover, Dream Moon Jiang Tian's analysis is remarkably astute. We shall wait a few days, and then we will vanquish those Sand Ninja scoundrels to avenge our brothers. With the consensus reached, the assembly dispersed. As Jiang Tian exited, he noticed Minato approaching. Thank you for your support earlier. Jiang Tian feigned modesty. In truth, it mattered little whether Jiraiya ultimately agreed with him. He had already expressed his views, having done his utmost for Konoha. Not at all. Your proposal was indeed quite reasonable. I came to see you for some personal reasons. I hope to engage in a ninjutsu exchange and perhaps trade some techniques. What do you think? Minato inquired as he stood before Jiang Tian. Certainly. You're interested in the Rasengan, aren't you? Jiang Tian chuckled. After all, the Rasengan was originally your invention in the past life. In this life, you should be able to create it again. I may as well do you a favor. I'm intrigued to see what jutsu you offer in exchange. Then it's settled. It is quite late now. Let's agree to meet tomorrow morning. Don't forget. Upon hearing Jiang Tian's suggestion, Namikaze Minato readily agreed without a moment's hesitation. Feeling somewhat diminutive in comparison to the other's magnanimity, they parted ways to rest, and a night of silence ensued. At dawn, while Jiang Tian remained ensconced in slumber, he was roused by Kakashi's voice. Minato had come to seek him out. Having spent the previous fortnight on missions together, Jiang Tian and Kakashi shared lodgings with their companion. Let us not misinterpret this arrangement. They were merely resting alongside their female ninja counterparts. Regrettably, Jiang Tian lamented his acquiescence as he arose. For ninjas typically sleep clad in their attire, rendering the need for dressing unnecessary. I hope I did not disturb your rest, Minato remarked as he entered, his gaze betraying a lack of genuine concern for Jiang Tian, tinged instead with a hint of schadenfreude. Ah, you've arrived, Jiang Tian acknowledged, subsequently ignoring Minato as he commenced his morning routine, engaging in washing and breakfast. By the way, what ninjutsu do you wish to exchange with me? He inquired, wiping the remnants of grease from his lips and clearing his throat, feigning ignorance to Minato's evident impatience. I wish to exchange my recently developed Flying Thunder God technique for your Rasengan, Minato articulated with gestures. What? The Flying Thunder God technique? Jiang Tian nearly leapt from his seat, startled. The Flying Thunder God technique was an exceptionally potent space-time ninjutsu, known only to Minato and the legendary Uchiha Madara. Was he truly proposing an exchange? Have you heard of the Flying Thunder God technique? Minato asked, intrigued by Jiang Tian's reaction. No. But the name alone suggests it must be a formidable technique, Jiang Tian hastily clarified, striving to relax his demeanor to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities. Oh, Minato nodded, half convinced. I've actually been able to master it for some time, but its application requires specially crafted tools of my own design, which has hindered my attempts at practical use. Unfortunately, none of my experiments have borne fruit thus far. After witnessing your Rasengan in action, I became eager to learn it. Hence my proposal to exchange my flawed technique for yours. I hope you do not mind. Minato appeared slightly abashed. This technique, which I have named Rasengan, is essentially a spinning sphere, Jiang Tian mused internally with a smirk, realizing that Minato had yet to grasp the true potential of his own Flying Thunder God technique, which would one day herald his fame. With its deployment, he had incapacitated 33 rock ninjas, including several elite Genin, leaving the adversaries utterly flabbergasted. The golden flash of his prowess would resonate throughout the ninja world, instilling fear across the realm. It was amusing to think that Minato, at the outset, had felt dissatisfaction with his own technique, setting his ambitions rather high. However, this time fortune smiled upon me, Jiang Tian thought to himself with a quiet chuckle. Thankfully, the Flying Thunder God technique had not yet been utilized, or I would have missed the opportunity to learn such formidable ninjutsu. I agree to the exchange, Jiang Tian declared. We have created powerful ninjutsu, and our hope is that these techniques can be passed down to benefit a greater number of people. Jiang Tian felt increasingly like a charlatan. Indeed, Jiang Tian-kun is truly magnificent, remarked Bufeng Shui-min, deeply moved by Jiang Tian's words. Behold, what a great ninja! What noble ideals! This is the mark of a true savior. Surrounded by their admiration, Jiang Tian felt himself elevate, as if he were a celestial being descending to rescue the masses. It was utterly delightful. Jiang Tian-kun, the principle behind my Flying Thunder God technique, is akin to summoning techniques. I first inscribe a formula on the enemy, and wherever they may go, I can instantly teleport to their side by merely activating the technique. Thus, it is also known as space-time ninjutsu. By summoning myself beside the enemy, I can effortlessly eliminate them, as long as the formula remains inscribed on their body. What do you think? The principle is purely my own understanding. Summoning techniques are indeed a form of space-time ninjutsu. If there are any inaccuracies, kindly overlook them and bear with me. Jiang Tian was astonished. Bufeng Shui-min was indeed a genius, capable of conceiving such a method. Yet, while the principle seemed simple, mastering it proved to be a formidable challenge, at least in Konoha. No one else had succeeded in learning it, not even Jiraiya. This technique soared through the fabric of time and space like a flash of light, achieving speeds akin to light itself. It was a source of pride for the fourth Hokage and the legendary technique that earned him the title of the Yellow Flash. It employed a unique mechanism, allowing the fourth to traverse freely through space, flitting between various battlefields. This extraordinary skill became one of the legends of Konoha, unmatched by any other. Utilizing this technique often requires leaving behind runes that denote target coordinates. I have already inscribed these runes on my specially crafted wooden kunai and other weapons. Naturally, I will also inscribe runes in places I can reach on my body. When the enemy bears these runes, it signifies they have been marked with a curse representing death. This aspect is rather troubling for me, as relying on specially crafted wooden kunai for combat can be somewhat inconvenient. Regrettably, I can no longer make improvements. In the upcoming decisive battle against the Sand Ninja, I shall employ this technique to gauge its true power, Bufeng Shui-min lamented. Do not be disheartened. I believe your design is already exceptional. On the battlefield, its execution will undoubtedly leave the enemy in shock, Jiang Tian reassured him. It appeared that luck was on his side, as Bufeng Shui-min had resolved to utilize it. The spiral sphere was merely an in-development technique, achieving the pinnacle of chakra form transformation without incorporating elemental alterations. Its principle revolves around concentrating chakra in the hand to create a high-density, rapidly spinning chakra sphere, into which the user may infuse elemental changes. Of course, this ninjutsu also has advanced and ultimate versions. I have mastered the sublimated version, which amplifies chakra output, significantly magnifying the Rasengan. The ultimate version entails a transformation in nature, transitioning from qualitative change to quantitative change. I am currently experimenting with this technique. Jiang Tian shared the ultimate Rasengan knowledge with Minato Namikaze, hoping it would prove beneficial to him. The Nine-Tails assault on Konoha was imminent, threatening the life of the great fourth Hokage. The two exchanged scrolls containing techniques for training before parting ways. Time was of the essence. Preparations for the impending battle were underway. The underlying principle appeared simple, yet comprehending the Flying Thunder God technique proved to be a formidable challenge. Jiang Tian had scrutinized the technique countless times, but found himself at an impasse. The complexity of the Flying Thunder God technique lay not in its form, but rather in the elusive connection one must forge with these runes. After a day of relentless study, Jiang Tian sighed in exasperation, staring blankly at the runes before him. It was perplexing. One would expect that since the Flying Thunder God technique is not a special technique tied to a bloodline limit, there should be no extraordinary restrictions on its user. Additionally, space-time ninjutsu does not pertain to any elemental affinity. Why, then, could he not discern any peculiarities after extensive examination, let alone utilize it? Jiang Tian was not overly anxious. If one could master the technique in a day, it would not have become a legend within Konoha. In its heyday, the Flying Thunder God technique would have been as commonplace as cabbage, accessible to all. His eagerness to acquire the Flying Thunder God technique was well-founded. Firstly, the technique itself was captivating space-time ninjutsu. The ability to teleport was undeniably thrilling. Secondly, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique would enhance the effectiveness of his attacks. In the world of ninjas, akin to ancient martial arts, the primary purpose of techniques was to vanquish foes. Jiang Tian possessed an array of lethal techniques, but lacked precision in their execution. How could he improve his hit rate? The Flying Thunder God technique offered a splendid solution. If one could instantly appear beside their target, hitting them would be a mere formality. Moreover, such a remarkable technique would undoubtedly serve as an essential tool for the sand ninja in their escapades, be it for leisure, travel, or evasion. As days passed, 10 days swiftly elapsed. Within the Konoha ninja camp, a young boy hurled a wooden shuriken forward with remarkable speed. Upon closer inspection, the boy had vanished. Moments later, the shuriken sped past, and the boy's figure reappeared beside it. The interval between his disappearance and reappearance was astonishingly brief, as if he had just moments ago vanished from the spot only to materialize next to the wooden shuriken. What kind of ninjutsu could be so extraordinary? Haha. I have finally mastered the iconic Flying Thunder God technique of the 4th Hokage, and this young boy is our protagonist, Jiang Tian. Over the past 10 days, Jiang Tian has devoted nearly all his time to learning this technique, reflecting on his repeated failures to identify his shortcomings. With perseverance comes reward, and after such dedication, Jiang Tian can be said to have essentially grasped the Flying Thunder God technique. However, he is still not sufficiently proficient, indicating that further practice is essential. Jiang Tian once again threw the wooden kunai, engaging in deeper practice of the Flying Thunder God technique. Time swiftly slipped away in the midst of his diligent training. As the sun began to set, the day was drawing to a close. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, Jiang Tian stored the wooden kunai and made his way back to his camp. Today, as practice had yielded results, lifting his spirits. Humming a tune, he strolled back leisurely. At last, I found you, Lord Jiang Tian. Lord Jiraiya requests your presence at the main camp for a discussion. A leaf ninja appeared suddenly beside him. I understand. Thank you, Jiang Tian replied, and in an instant, he vanished. Since the last assembly, Jiang Tian's standing within the Leaf Army had risen significantly, bolstered by the support of the 4th Hokage. Furthermore, Jiraiya had taken his counsel into consideration, enhancing Jiang Tian's stature even further. My lord, I apologize for any neglect of military matters, as I have just returned from training, Jiang Tian said as he entered, bowing slightly. Haha, no worries, no worries. The situation is manageable, and your training is aimed at ensuring you can vanquish more enemies in the upcoming battles, isn't it? Jiraiya was aware of Jiang Tian's recent endeavors, as he too was practicing Jiang Tian's self-created Rasengan. Come take a look at this, Jiraiya said, handing Jiang Tian a document from the table. Jiang Tian examined the report concerning the 4th Hokage and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi trio, noting their lack of discontent before taking it and scrutinizing it closely. Haha, the day has finally arrived. The Wind Shadow has issued a challenge, summoning us to a decisive battle in the mountains of Kaiki the day after tomorrow. Jiang Tian's heart raced with excitement upon reading the document. No wonder Jiraiya had been eager to find him. It turned out that the Wind Shadow had indeed declared war. The 4th Hokage interjected with a smile. Just as you predicted, Jiang Tian, Sannin is no longer willing to delay. Their resources must be nearing exhaustion, and this battle should be our final confrontation with the Sand Ninjas. Should we emerge victorious, this campaign will conclude in the most splendid fashion, significantly impacting the other 2 battlefields for Konoha. Conversely, if Sannin triumphs, they will leverage this to negotiate with us. Jiraiya added, that is essentially the situation we face. Our only challenge now is to secure victory in this battle. Next, we must formulate specific strategies. Lord Hai, could you enlighten us on the particular strengths Sannin will bring to the battlefield? After observing for several days, let me first address the formidable ninja army of Shine Village. Although they outnumber us, their quality cannot be compared to ours. Moreover, they currently possess a geographical advantage. If our trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi were to join the fray, Konoha would still have a significant chance of victory. In the mountains, we have only two adversaries to truly regard with caution. The first is the fourth Kazekage and his elite bodyguards. Despite his recent ascendancy and relatively low reputation, his strength as a shadow is undeniable. If our trio were to coordinate effectively, we could barely hold him at bay. The second threat is the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Shikaku. While it is regarded as a weaker-tailed beast, its true power remains somewhat ambiguous to me. However, it is certainly not to be underestimated. Yamashiro continued, chuckling. There is no need to worry about Shikaku. I have crossed blades with it before and am well aware of its capabilities. In fact, Jiraiya and I have even managed to injure it. Jiraiya said this with a hint of pride, which indeed serves as a testament to his strength. The crucial matter at hand is devising a strategy to confront the fourth Kazekage and his elite guards. Minato, do you have confidence in defeating the fourth Kazekage? Jiang Tian inquired. It now rests solely on the shoulders of Namikaze Minato. For his success in this endeavor could turn the tide in our favor at the Kaiki Mountain battle. I find it somewhat challenging to confront the fourth Kazekage alone. I will require assistance. Moreover, the members of his elite guard are unlikely to stray far from him, complicating matters further. Minato did not overestimate his abilities. Whom shall we enlist? Jiraiya and his companions fell into deep contemplation. They needed someone who could match Minato's strength and possess a speed that could rival his own. It is important to note that prior to mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato's speed was already unparalleled within Konoha. The subsequent emergence of the Yellow Flash only solidified his legendary status. If one's own speed is lacking, even summoning oneself beside another would be futile, as one's visual reflexes may not keep pace, resulting in a sluggish attack that would surely alert the enemy. At that point, a straightforward ambush would yield little success. Allow me to give it a try, Minato. When the time comes for you to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, let me first engage the fourth Kazekage while you take care of his elite guard. Then, you can come to my aid. What do you think? Jiang Tian could not help but speak up. He was eager to gauge the gap between his abilities and those of a strong opponent, while also concealing his own bloodline limit, as he had yet to fully protect its power. Until now, Jiang Tian's strength was sufficient for self-preservation. With the Flying Thunder God technique in his arsenal, escaping from danger was not a concern. Furthermore, Jiang Tian now felt compelled to challenge even stronger foes. For only through such trials would his prowess advance. Merely hiding one's strength would render even the mightiest useless after a few years. The strong must also possess a formidable spirit. I am the strongest in the world. What can you do about it? You? The trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi regarded Jiang Tian with disbelief, questioning how this young lad could possibly possess such formidable strength. Well, Jiang Tianjin is able to assist me. This time we shall certainly drive the sand ninjas back to their desert. Bofeng Shuimin instantly brimmed with confidence, and a smile graced Jiraiya's face. It turned out that these two had long set their sights on Jiang Tian. Could someone capable of creating super A-level ninjutsu possibly lack any talent? Jiang Tian sighed, lamenting his entrapment in a den of wolves. All right, everyone prepare. The day after tomorrow, we shall engage in a decisive battle with the sand ninjas as discussed today. Jiraiya proclaimed with great enthusiasm. At that moment, the tension among them heightened, awaiting the impending clash that would determine the future course of war for Konoha. As dawn broke, the sun's rays gently kissed the earth, gradually warming the ground beneath my feet. Yet, in contrast, a chill crept into my heart. For I noticed numerous small pebbles scattered about. Geographically, we were indeed at a disadvantage. Amidst the ranks of Konoha, Jiang Tian felt the crowd was not particularly overwhelming. But a distant view of the bustling assembly of sand ninjas revealed a magnificent spectacle. Jiang Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. To personally partake in this monumental battle, with over 500 ninjas engaged, was a fulfillment of a lifetime, a worthy experience for this journey through time. Jiang Tian followed Bofeng Shuimin and Jiraiya to the forefront of the formation, relishing the respectful gazes of the Konoha ninjas. Though he understood that such admiration was not directed at him. Continuing onward towards the sand ninjas, they encountered the fourth Kazekage, accompanied by two ninjas. Advancing from the opposite side, the sixth stood firm. Haha, Jiraiya, we meet again. The last grand affair was quite remarkable, wasn't it? Such a classic battle. It could be immortalized in textbooks for future ninjas of Konoha to admire your outstanding performance. By the way, how many perished in your ranks? The fourth Kazekage, barely 30. exuded confidence following his recent ambush victory over Konoha. "Oh, you shall be disappointed. My disciple and this young lad here can easily handle someone of your caliber," Jiraiya retorted, suppressing his anger as memories of the 200 fallen ninjas surged forth. "What? Jiraiya, how dare you underestimate me? Very well, you will regret this. I shall first eliminate your disciple and then come for you." The fourth Kazekage fumed, clearly insulted. "With your skills, my master has already shown you great leniency. Be cautious. If you're not careful, this time next year may mark your memorial," Shuemin sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the Kazekage before turning away. Jiang Tian, sharing the Kazekage's contemptuous gaze, followed Jiraiya and Bo-Feng Shuemin, striding away without a backward glance. The pre-battle negotiations concluded. "Let the battle commence. Kill, brothers. Avenge our fallen comrades." With a commanding shout from Jiraiya, the ninjas of Konoha transformed their collective will, spirit, and conviction into primal cries, charging fearlessly towards the sand shinobi across from them. Despite being outnumbered, not a trace of fear crossed their faces. The sand shinobi, too, surged forward with equal fervor. At the forefront of Konoha's forces were Kakashi and Minato, unwavering in their resolve. Opposite them, the Kazekage led the charge with equal determination. In a heartbeat, Kakashi and his companions were on the verge of confrontation. Clang, clang, clang. In a flash, Minato and the Kazekage engaged in a rapid exchange of blows at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian's first ninjutsu had been completed. Water release, water flying feathers. A colossal wave surged forth, rushing towards the wind shadow engaged in combat with the water gate. This marks Jiang Tian's inaugural use of water-based ninjutsu following his promotion to Jonin. Employing such techniques in the arid terrain of Drekking Mountain, devoid of water, is an arduous task that severely depletes chakra. However, Jiang Tian finds himself with little choice, as the magnetic force wielded by the fourth Kazekage's iron sand technique exerts an overwhelming pull on metal. Thus, he resorts to this strategy to mitigate the Kazekage's assaults. Although the fourth Kazekage possesses the ability to utilize magnet release, its potency pales in comparison to that of the third Kazekage. In unison, Minato and the Kazekage initiate a body flicker technique, evading the colossal waves that surge towards them. Once the tumult subsides, the ground beneath them transforms into an aqueous realm. Yet, the water recedes at an observable rate, infiltrating the earth below. Jiang Tian's gaze sharpens, prompting a swift signal from Wave Wind Minato to hastily withdraw. As they confront the four members of the fourth Kazekage's elite guard who have arrived on the scene, the fourth Kazekage attempts to intercept. But Jiang Tian unleashes another ninjutsu, water release, water dragon wave. A torrent of water spirals forth, targeting the Kazekage. "If you desire an early demise, I shall oblige," the Kazekage declares, eyeing Jiang Tian, who stands in the way of Minato's escape. With hands forming seals, the Kazekage summons several sand pillars, clearly infused with water, that surge towards Jiang Tian. He dodges too, but soon finds himself unable to evade the remaining strikes. In a split second, he conjures a water release, water wall to shield himself. With a soft thud, the sand pillars collide with the water barrier, scattering grains and droplets in every direction, obscuring Jiang Tian's view. Alarmed, he realizes the Kazekage has vanished from sight and hastily activates another ninjutsu. The Kazekage reappears behind him, drawing a kunai aimed directly at Jiang Tian's chest. In an instant, Jiang Tian transforms into a spray of water. A flurry of kunai hurtles towards the Kazekage, who deftly evades them. As the last of the kunai whizzes past him, Jiang Tian materializes, executing a Rasengan aimed at the Kazekage. The Kazekage's pupils constrict in surprise at Jiang Tian's sudden appearance, and he conjures a barrier of sand to shield himself, but it is evident that he is too late. With a resounding crash, the sand bursts apart, showering him with debris and intensifying the discomfort in the sweltering heat. The Kazekage surveys the damage to his already tattered garb and the blood trickling from his left arm. Fortunately, his extensive combat experience guides him. He decides to preserve his vital areas, for a more grievous injury could have befallen his chest, although the wound was not serious. A child had managed to injure the highest leader of the sand-hidden village, which would undoubtedly bring great shame upon him. Feng Ying fixed his gaze intently upon Jiang Tian, his hands weaving intricate seals, summoning a colossal black tetrahedron that spun like a top above him. It appeared that Feng Ying was beginning to take Jiang Tian seriously. A torrential downpour of sand and iron, resembling a rain of steel needles, surged toward Jiang Tian. The water had already seeped underground, leaving no means of escape. Jiang Tian activated his bloodstained boundary, manifesting his ability to become incorporeal. Countless sand iron needles pierced through his form, yet Jiang Tian did not collapse as Feng Ying had anticipated. All the steel needles penetrated his body and embedded themselves in the ground. This was peculiar. Feng Ying scrutinized Jiang Tian, attempting to discern the truth. Suddenly, a ninja materialized beside the fourth Feng Ying. Lord Feng Ying, this individual possesses unusual abilities. I have encountered him before and found that at times his body becomes entirely invisible, rendering attacks ineffective. However, when he utilizes ninjutsu to strike, he is corporeal. If one can seize that moment, he can be defeated. Wasn't that the same little girl from the trio of sand ninjas who had ambushed Jiang Tian's team? Her brother had been utterly vanquished by Jiang Tian. Initially, upon recognizing Jiang Tian, the girl had been consumed by hatred since her brother had yet to arrive, making her intentions painfully obvious. After the battle erupted, she had been observing Jiang Tian from the shadows, too fearful to confront him directly. Fortunately, Lu had been there to protect her. Otherwise, her distracted state would have led to her demise at the hands of the Konoha ninjas. Watching the clash between Jiang Tian and Feng Ying, the girl felt a surge of joy, convinced that she might finally avenge her brother's death. However, upon witnessing Jiang Tian employ his incorporeal technique once more, she feared that Feng Ying might fall into the same trap as before. Thus, she rushed to inform Feng Ying of the secret behind Jiang Tian's technique. Upon seeing the girl, Jiang Tian finally understood why the previous defeat of the Konoha forces in the ambush on his team had been so eerily similar. It was all orchestrated by this woman. Although it had not significantly affected him, the old grudges combined with new animosity stirred within him, and despite her beauty, he felt a genuine desire to eliminate her. Minato, if you let another person in here, you shall regret it, Jiang Tian called out to the fourth Hokage, who was engaged in battle with Lu and another member of the Shadow Guard. In a brief span, Minato had dispatched 3 members of the Shadow Guard and several sand ninjas attempting to intervene, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. As a result, the battlefield Jiang Tian occupied had become a rare vacuum, devoid of any challengers except for Jiraiya and the one-tailed Shikaku. Very well, you may withdraw. Do not allow yourself to be caught in our conflict, the fourth Feng Ying instructed the girl. As she prepared to use her instant movement technique to depart, he added, "Did I permit you to leave? Since you were so keen on meddling here, why not leave your life behind?" Jiang Tian interjected, speaking with a sinister tone. "Humph. I allowed her to depart. Let us see who can stop her," fourth generation Wind Shadow retorted, evidently dismissive of Jiang Tian. "Is that so?" Jiang Tian declared, dashing towards Xiao Tian's direction. Witnessing Jiang Tian's unwavering determination, fourth generation Wind Shadow's fury ignited. "Little brat, do you truly believe that your so-called special abilities grant you the freedom to act without restraint?" With that, he summoned a massive black tetrahedron that spun like a top, hurtling towards Jiang Tian. The ground quaked as Jiang Tian narrowly evaded the onslaught. "Hurry and flee." When Shadow commanded the somewhat dazed Xiao Tian, regaining her senses, Xiao Tian hastily made her escape. "Humph." Seeing Xiao Tian flee again, Jiang Tian exclaimed, launching 6 shurikens. With a flick of his hand, Wind Shadow maneuvered the spinning top to intercept, causing 4 of Jiang Tian's shurikens to veer off course. Noticing that not all shurikens had been deflected, Wind Shadow was puzzled. "Fool. The 2 remaining shurikens are coated in black lacquer. They are not magnetic," Jiang Tian shouted, already teleporting next to Xiao Tian, manifesting a Rasengan in his right hand. Unbeknownst to Xiao Tian, who had yet to realize Jiang Tian's presence, he pressed forward with the Rasengan. "You dare?" Fourth generation Wind Shadow gasped. Incredulous that Jiang Tian could eliminate her under her own protection, it was as if she had no will to live. The sand iron-infused spinning top surged towards Jiang Tian. Xiao Tian was struck down by the Rasengan, leaving her bewildered as to how Jiang Tian had reached her so swiftly. As her body disintegrated, the top's pointed tip pierced through her form. Enraged, Wind Shadow engaged Jiang Tian once more. The clash resonated, the 2 exchanging blows in rapid succession. Observing Wind Shadow, aside from an initial wound and a footprint in the center of his attire, he appeared largely unscathed. In contrast, Jiang Tian bore several new scars and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly having endured some hardships. "Haha, not bad at all," Jiang Tian remarked as Wave Wind Watergate had successfully eliminated all potential disruptors. "Fortunately, if you hadn't hurried, I might have met my end." Jiang Tian wiped the blood from his mouth, addressing Wave Wind Watergate nonchalantly. "Shall we attack together?" Wave Wind Watergate proposed. "I could not wish for anything more." Jiang Tian replied eagerly. Then let us proceed together. As the two advanced towards him, fourth-generation Wind Shadow scoffed, "Your power is pitiful. No matter how many of you there are, it is merely child's play." Jiang Tian and Wave Wind Watergate utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, engaging fourth-generation Wind Shadow in a dynamic exchange of offense and defense, making it difficult to ascertain a clear victor. Meanwhile, the battle between Jiraiya and One-Tail Shikako had entered its final stages, with One-Tail struggling against the collaborative efforts of Jiraiya and One-Tai, defeat becoming an inevitable conclusion. Merely a matter of time. Upon revisiting the clash between the ninja forces of Konoha and the Sand Shinobi, it was evident that the Sand Shinobi initially held a slight advantage due to their numerical superiority. However, under the leadership of the Inoshikacho trio, the Konoha forces began their counteroffensive, gradually stabilizing the situation. Notable performances emerged from individuals such as Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, as well as the likes of Mugen and Kakashi Hatake, who managed to gain the upper hand against the Sand Shinobi. Particularly remarkable was Kakashi's breakthrough in combat. He finally unleashed his self-created jutsu, which resonated with the cries of 1,000 birds across the battlefield, aptly named Raiden Chidori. Although Kakashi struggled to target his enemies accurately without the aid of the Sharingan, his technique still managed to inflict injuries on several foes. As the battle progressed, the numerical advantage of the Sand Shinobi evaporated, and the battlefield began to unfold as Jiraiya and his companions had predicted the previous night at the conference. With the momentum shifting, Konoha's victory seemed inevitable. The fourth Kazekage, sensing the tide turning, intensified his assaults, increasing their frequency in a desperate attempt to turn the battle in his favor. His only hope lay in eliminating Minato Namikaze and Jiang Tian, yet the odds were stacked against him. One was destined to become the fourth Hokage, a figure of profound influence, while the other was their protagonist, endowed with an immortal aura even more potent than Naruto's. Simultaneously, Jiang Tian and Minato flanked the fourth Kazekage, launching their spiral jutsu in a coordinated assault. In an instant, the Kazekage disintegrated into sand. Countless steel needles launched recklessly toward Jiang Tian and Minato. Jiang Tian swiftly entered a state of intangibility, while Minato raised an earthen wall to shield them from the onslaught. However, the distant ninjas were not as fortunate, most of whom were impaled, with only 3 being Sand Shinobi among a dozen casualties. Exchanging glances, Jiang Tian and Minato discerned the Kazekage's cunning strategy. While they were unable to strike him, he had begun targeting the Konoha forces to reclaim his dwindling advantage. It was clear that they could not afford to prolong the encounter. They needed to unleash their full might. Thus, Jiang Tian and Minato initiated another wave of attacks, their moves growing increasingly ferocious. Confronted with the incoming sand-iron gyroscope, Jiang Tian chose not to evade. Instead, he summoned the angelic guardian shield, which materialized as a colossal, colorless barrier adorned with an ethereal angel possessing pristine white wings and captivating sapphire eyes, exuding an aura of serenity and sanctity. The angelic shield successfully deflected the gyroscope's assault, and Jiang Tian activated the shield's supplementary ability, which seemed to consume the gyroscope entirely. The Kazekage, suddenly realizing his lost connection with the gyroscope, frantically attempted to re-establish contact. Though he could see the gyroscope before him, he was utterly powerless to reconnect with it. In his desperation, the fourth Kazekage found himself rendered vulnerable, akin to a commander stripped of his trusted minions. The fourth Kazekage hastily summoned new magnetic devices. Konoha's Minato, you must go and stop him. Without the magnetic gyroscope, the Kazekage poses no threat. Jiang Tian urgently called out to the somewhat astonished Minato. As Minato observed the relentless barrage of attacks from Jiang Tian, he felt a sense of overwhelming confusion. By this point, he understood that Jiang Tian must possess some unique bloodline limit, one he had never heard of before. Although he was tempted to inquire further, Minato recognized that engaging in battle was of utmost importance. Jiang Tian consistently shielded the gyroscope with the angel's shield, preventing its release, lest the Kazekage regain contact with it. Minato interrupted the fourth Kazekage's jutsu and initiated the Flying Thunder God technique to stay close, ensuring the Kazekage had no opportunity to summon new magnetic devices. Observing the intense clash between Minato and the fourth Kazekage, Jiang Tian refrained from intervening. Minato was now nearly evenly matched with the Kazekage. Moreover, Jiang Tian feared that his involvement might escalate the conflict, allowing the gyroscope a chance to escape, rendering all their efforts futile. Jiang Tian stood by, joining the fray slightly, and with his presence, Konoha's forces surged with renewed vigor, their enthusiasm for battle soaring. They unleashed a relentless assault on the Sand Shinobi. The tide had decidedly turned in favor of Konoha, and Jiang Tian could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Time trickled away, and with each passing minute, 3 or 4 lives departed from this world. War was invariably cruel. Some fallen shinobi may not have even comprehended the reasons for their fight. It was unclear how much time had passed, perhaps 10 minutes, perhaps merely 1. The battle was drawing to a close with one side on the brink of collapse. Kazekage-sama, do we still need to fight? Jiang Tian utilized wind release techniques to ensure his voice reached the 4th Kazekage, who was engaged in a fierce struggle with Minato. At this moment, the Kazekage turned to Jiang Tian, and with that glance, all courage to continue the battle evaporated. The Jinchuriki of Shikaku had already been captured by Jiraiya, unconscious and vulnerable. With Jiraiya holding a kunai poised against the Jinchuriki's throat, the Sand Shinobi had been relentlessly pushed back by Konoha. With Kakashi darting through the ranks like a bolt of lightning, his lightning strikes illuminated the battlefield with an unusual beauty, and no enemy could halt Kakashi's advance. Those who fell into his pursuit were swiftly dispatched, either by severing their weapons, targeting vital points, or, should they evade the latter, detonating their chakra from within. This strategy might falter against seasoned warriors, but on a battlefield dominated by Nin, Kakashi was a force to be reckoned with. Most alarmingly, several high-ranking officers of the Sand had been captured by Konoha's forces. Among them was Jiang Tian, who stood triumphantly over a senior Sand officer. Crouching with a kunai playfully hovering between the officer's neck, wearing a smile as he regarded his captive. The 4th Kazekage glared fiercely at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian, unfazed, glared back at him, while the 2 Sand ninjas at his feet awkwardly lowered their heads. Quickly, Minato Namikaze approached Jiang Tian, exclaiming, "Well done. This is truly gratifying." After saying this, he patted Jiang Tian's shoulder vigorously. 4th Hokage, do not merely sigh. The lives of so many depend on your judgment. Jiang Tian amplified his voice with wind release. The 4th Kazekage took a deep breath, helplessly closing his eyes. Our expedition has met with failure before it even began. It brings tears to the eyes of heroes. We shall surrender. With that, the 4th Kazekage removed his cloak and threw it to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian caught the cloak, feeling a sense of relief within, as he had feared the 4th Kazekage might be obstinate. Everyone on the battlefield exhaled in relief. Konoha celebrated their victory while the Sand ninjas were grateful to have survived. Each ninja understood the sacrifice required for their village. Yet none wished to lose their lives in vain. Those who genuinely disregard their own mortality cannot truly be considered human, for humanity is defined by thought. And there always exists a sense of concern within the heart. As the Sand ninjas retreated amidst the cheers of Konoha, Kakashi dispersed his thousand birds technique. Standing still and breathing heavily. In less than 5 minutes, he had nearly exhausted his limited chakra. The pain coursing through him sharpened his senses. And as he looked at the jubilant Konoha ninjas surrounding him, Kakashi mused, I've made a name for myself now. The Konoha ninja forces, led by Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze, returned to the Konoha camp, escorting the captured Sand ninjas with joy. Jiraiya immediately dispatched messengers to relay this significant news to the village, urging the higher-ups to send representatives for negotiations with Sannin and to outline the next steps. Jiang Tian, however, had no part in these matters and followed the Dream Ninja Village ninjas back to their own camp. Meanwhile, Kakashi was receiving a warm welcome from the village, along with praises from his mentor and envy from his peers. 3 days later, Konoha sent negotiation experts who first extended their condolences and congratulations to Jiraiya before promptly engaging in talks with Sannin. By the end of the day, the negotiation results were revealed. 1. Both countries would sign a non-aggression pact, maintaining their respective governments. 2. Konoha would return the captured Sand ninjas. 3. Sannin would lose its eligibility in the Nin selection exams, which would now belong to Konoha. 4. Konoha would provide post-war compensation to Sannin. Upon hearing these terms, Jiang Tian was rendered speechless. Which of these provisions benefited Konoha? One might even think Konoha was the defeated village. Such skilled negotiation experts indeed. Nevertheless, seeing that few Konoha ninjas protested these terms, Jiang Tian chose not to dwell on it any longer. When others accepted these terms as a matter of course, what more was there to say? After lingering at Kaiki Mountain for another 2 days, the army set sail back to Konoha. After 5 or 6 days, they finally returned to the village. The entire village was adorned with lanterns, brimming with joyous festivities. Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, and the Inuzuka, Nara, and a Kimichi trio were met with immense enthusiasm and were duly rewarded by the higher-ups of Konoha. Meanwhile, those who exhibited remarkable prowess during the battle, including Kakashi and his companions, also received their due rewards. Dream Moon Edo was acknowledged by the third Hokage, who had, prior to the war, promised to provide supplies for the Dream Ninja Village, which were now fully prepared. In essence, every participant in this conflict was rewarded to varying extents. The celebrations in Konoha continued for 4 to 5 days after, marking the battle that propelled the Third Ninja War into its concluding phase, with circumstances beginning to shift favorably for Konoha. As Konoha had assumed a proactive stance, the war was expected to conclude shortly. Dream Moon Edo bid farewell to the third Hokage. At Konoha Hospital, Jiang Tian and his father were proceeding toward the ward where the Tree Village intermediary was located. "Hello, Chief Tian Shan," Jiang Tian greeted a medical ninja approaching them. Tian Shan was the head of the medical team in Konoha, responsible for Jiang Tian's treatment, which had enabled his swift recovery in just 5 months, although much of the credit was due to Jiang Tian's own resilience. "Oh, is that you, Jiang Tian? I've heard about your outstanding performance in the Kaiki Mountain battle. Congratulations. What brings you here?" Tian Shan said, adjusting the infant in his arms. "After such a lengthy ordeal, we are here to escort our esteemed intermediary back to the village," Jiang Tian replied, introducing Dream Moon Edo to Tian Shan. "Father, this is my treating physician in Konoha. Thanks to him, I have recovered so rapidly." "Oh, you must be Jiang Tian's father. I've heard of you. The elite Jonin of Dream Ninja Village, who performed exceptionally well in this battle. Truly, a tiger begets no dogs." Tian Shan laughed. "You flatter me. Thank you for your care of Jiang Tian," Dream Moon Edo said, bowing respectfully. "Not at all. It is my duty," Tian Shan replied, cradling the infant in one arm while waving dismissively with the other. "Chief Tian Shan, who is the infant you are holding?" Jiang Tian inquired, pointing towards the child. "Oh, this little one. He was discovered abandoned on the Kaiki Mountain battlefield by Konoha ninjas. Upon examining him, I saw great potential in him for learning medical ninjutsu. So I've decided to adopt him as my son. I named him Yukushi Kabuto," Tian Shan said, gazing fondly at the infant. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Tian sighed inwardly, recognizing that this child would eventually become a notable figure, a spy for Konoha and a key aide to Orochimaru. Emerging as a minor antagonist in the Akatsuki, Jiang Tian chose not to disclose the circumstances of Kabuto's origins. It would be futile to convince anyone that a child could be a spy, and few would comprehend the seals placed within Kabuto by Sasori. Moreover, Kabuto was currently untroubled. His past had shaped him into the person he was, a pitiable soul. Alas, the most unfortunate of all was Tian Shan. For soon his daughter Rin would meet an untimely death in an unknown location, leaving him to bear the sorrow of losing a child. Later, upon discovering that his adopted son, Yukushi Kabuto, was a spy sent by the enemy, one cannot help but ponder the profound sorrow that must have filled his heart. After a year and a half of relentless conflict, the original squad of 21 had dwindled to a mere 7, one of whom was still recuperating in the Konoha hospital. The intermediary from the Tree Village, burdened with several large boxes of ninja tools, an abundance of wealth, and a few scrolls of ninjutsu, Jiang Tian was overwhelmed with emotion. Contemplating the worth of these items in comparison to the 14 elite Jonin, he believed that every individual present shared this sentiment. This was the plight of the small ninja village. In every war, it was the ordinary people who bore the heaviest burden. "Is everything ready?" In a dim underground base, an elderly man with a cane inquired in a raspy voice of the ninja kneeling before him, wearing a dog-faced mask. "Report, my lord. Everything is prepared. I believe they will be completely annihilated." "Haha, well done. You may take your leave and rest. Be sure to send someone for support when the time comes," the old man replied, making a gesture as if to cut his throat. The Dream Ninja Village is indeed a place of great potential, capable of nurturing such exceptional ninjas. However, you must all perish. Dream Ninja Village shall never ascend to the status of a great ninja village. It will forever remain beneath the heel of my esteemed Danzō. The world is perpetually so base that even the slightest gain can incite people to commit atrocious acts. Hee. I eagerly await the conclusion. Footsteps approached, startling the birds and beasts that had been resting in the woods. The once serene forest was suddenly filled with rustling sounds. Countless birds soaring into the sky, while small animals, upon sensing the newcomers, hurriedly retreated into the depths of the trees, yet could not resist their curiosity, peeking out to observe. The war has finally come to an end. Yet, I never had the chance to step onto the battlefield. How disappointing. The intermediary from the Tree Village, wrapped in white medical bandages that concealed all but his eyes, nose, and mouth, lamented incessantly about his early withdrawal from combat. Haha. So what if you miss the battlefield? It's of little consequence. Once we return to the village, there will be much work to do. We must strive to protect our home. There will surely be more wars to come, and I fear that when the time arrives, you may find yourself overwhelmed and weary. Dream Moon Jiang jested, observing the intermediary's complaints. How could that be? I am deeply devoted to my village. The intermediary quickly defended himself. Aha, I was merely joking. Don't take it so seriously, Dream Moon Jiang chuckled, waving his hand in dismissal. After more than a year of war, it had finally concluded, allowing everyone to reunite with their friends and family, which naturally lifted their spirits. Though eager to return home after waiting for so long, they were not overly concerned about a few additional days. Moreover, the intense preparations, battles, and stealth operations had left them physically and mentally exhausted. Thus, they took their time on the journey, allowing themselves to adjust and recover from their previously heightened states of sensitivity. Jiang Tian found himself at the rear of the procession, contemplating the trajectory of his future. It was approximately the year 45 of Konoha, and the Battle of Jeking Mountain had just concluded. He wondered if this would affect the unfolding of future events, hoping that history could revert to its original path. He pondered the choices he must make. Could he truly dedicate his entire life to the struggles of his humble ninja village, ultimately exhausting all his efforts for such a mundane existence? Surely, there must be more to life than this. Regardless of the circumstances, he remained a part of the great army and felt the urge to carve out some semblance of distinction. Suddenly, Jiang Tian was jolted from his reverie by the boisterous voice of a mediator from the tree village. It appeared that individuals in the ninja world possessed remarkable recuperative abilities, seemingly unaffected by the so-called post-war syndromes. However, as he cast his gaze upon the remaining 4 dream ninjas, he noticed that their expressions bore little joy. Even their smiles seemed forced, masking deeper concerns reflected in their eyes. What could be troubling them? Jiang Tian's mind was rife with questions. Shouldn't they be joyful at the prospect of returning home? Was it possible they were mourning the loss of their fallen comrades? While it was not uncommon for ninjas to perish in their line of duty, as long as it was not due to one's own actions, the sorrow typically faded with time, commemorated only during the annual remembrances of the deceased. It was evident to Jiang Tian that something was amiss, yet he chose not to dwell on it. After all, these individuals were fellow villagers. Surely they would not engage in self-destructive behavior. He continued onward, discreetly observing the 4, hoping to glean some insight into their distress. Suddenly, a flurry of kunai whistled past them. Not good. Ambush. Everyone, take cover. Jiang Tian shouted. The explosive tags affixed to the kunai detonated, but he managed to evade the blast. As the smoke cleared, he beheld 8 ninjas before him, clad in uniform black and gray vests, each wielding a ninja blade and adorned with various animal masks, rendering their identities indistinguishable. Who are you? Dream Moon Edo demanded, steeling himself for battle. We are the ones sent to kill you, replied the leader of the Anbu. You must be the Anbu of Konoha, interjected the tree village mediator. They have yet to leave the land of fire, and with the sand ninja having surrendered, the only ones likely to appear on this route are Konoha ninjas. Though the mediator appeared rough around the edges, he was no fool. Every elite J-nin possessed a measure of skill. To think Konoha would stoop so low, claiming to be a great nation while resorting to ambushing its allies, Dream Moon Edo remarked. What of it? You are all destined to die. The leader retorted with a sinister chuckle. Your excessive display of strength undermines our lord's control over Dream Ninja Village, and thus, you must perish. With that, the leader unsheathed his ninja blade and issued the command. The 8 ninjas moved in unison, demonstrating impeccable combat discipline. In response, Dream Moon Edo tightened his grip on the kunai in his hand, preparing to confront the impending threat. A crimson flower of blood spilled forth as Jiang Tian, Mengyu Jianghu, and the intermediary from Tree Village, the 3 foremost figures, found blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Their eyes widened, reflecting their inner confusion. Each bore a kunai embedded in their chests, not thrust in by an enemy from the front, but rather by their own 4 comrades from behind. The 3 of them collapsed onto the ground, incessantly coughing up blood. In the blink of an eye, the battle had determined its victor. Why? Mengyu Jianghu clutched his bleeding chest with one hand while pointing accusingly at the 4 traitorous ninjas with the other. His voice trembled as if burdened by despair. My lord, we are sorry. This is the command given to us by Lord Meng Ing. We had no choice, one of the ninjas replied, bowing deeply. his voice quivering as though he were on the verge of tears. Why? Have we wronged the Dream Ninja Village? The Tree Village intermediary bellowed, his voice a desperate howl, akin to death's final lament. You can only blame your village for its weakness. In order to secure the eternal protection of Konoha, your Menging had no choice but to surrender you. Only through your demise can the Dream Ninja Village prevent itself from overpowering and breaking free from Konoha's control. Ultimately, if you must assign blame, it is to your Menging that you should direct it. We merely informed him that your strength could potentially threaten his position in the village, and he consented to this operation. Alas, you lack the capacity to hold him accountable now. For today, you shall vanish from the world, declared the leader of the Konoha Anbu, advancing towards the enraged trio. After a lifetime of fighting for my ninja village, I find myself deprived of a glorious death at the hands of an enemy. Only to perish by the treachery of my own kin, the Tree Village intermediary began to laugh maniacally. Truthfully, I bear no grudge against you. My sole desire throughout my life was for my ninja village to flourish and prosper, for Menging to govern wisely, and not to unduly burden my wife and daughter. Meng Yu Jiang, who coughed up another mouthful of blood, the kunai was lodged squarely in his heart, his life ebbing away. Alas, it is my son and I who are truly pitiful, he lamented, turning to extend his hand for one last touch upon Jiang Tian's head. Jiang Tian remained silent, his heart swelling with rage, betrayal upon betrayal. In his past life, he had been betrayed by his own girlfriend. In this life, it was his comrades who led to his father's demise, nearly costing him his own life as well. Meng Yu Jiang, who and the Tree Village intermediary lay motionless on the ground, their breaths extinguished, their eyes wide open, betraying their grievances. Both had been struck directly in the heart, with no hope of salvation. Jiang Tian still breathed, though a kunai was embedded in his chest. Captain, what about this child? One of the men inquired. Our Lord has taken an interest in certain aspects of this child, so we shall keep him temporarily. Otherwise, do you truly believe he could still be alive at this moment? The leader of the Anbu dismissed Jiang Tian entirely. This operation was executed with great success. Return and inform Lord Menging that Konoha will provide even greater resources to the Dream Ninja Village. Understood. I shall convey the message. Very well. Bring the child along. We shall return, commanded the captain of the Anbu, leading the way as 7 members followed suit, one of whom unfortunately seized Jiang Tian in hand. Captain, should we not eliminate those dream ninjas? Their existence poses a threat to our plans. What if they divulge our secrets? Inquired a member of the Konoha Anbu. Do you truly believe that Dream Shadow would spare those who are aware of his sordid affairs? Some matters are best left for the perpetrator to rectify. The leading Konoha ninja replied nonchalantly. The 9 swiftly advanced towards Konoha, with Jiang Tian feigning unconsciousness along the way. In secret, he began utilizing his unique abilities to mend the wounds on his chest, all while awaiting the opportune moment. Moments ago, his father had perished before his eyes. Although Jiang Tian was no longer the same person he once was, the bond forged over 7 years had led him to regard Mengyue Jianghu as his own father. His demise plunged Jiang Tian into profound sorrow, igniting a sense of dissatisfaction with his own helplessness. Despite teetering on the brink of emotional collapse, he forced himself to endure, knowing he must first extricate himself from peril before seeking vengeance for his father. Upon reaching Konoha, all his efforts would be rendered futile. Escaping was an impossibility. After flying for half a day, fatigue began to set in. Let us rest for half an hour, and then proceed, striving to return to the village before nightfall, ordered the captain. The group promptly halted, forming a protective circle around Jiang Tian and the captain. Though their movements were swift and precise, they maintained a readiness to respond to any unforeseen circumstances, demonstrating remarkable combat proficiency. Despite their adversarial position, Jiang Tian could not help but admire these warriors. He wondered which esteemed figure in Konoha had cultivated such exceptional subordinates. Lying on the ground, Jiang Tian kept his eyes closed. Appreciation aside, he remained resolute in his intention to eliminate these foes. Time's up. Let us resume our journey, announced the Anbu captain, rising to his feet. The team members stood ready to depart. Do you truly believe you have achieved victory in this mission? A voice suddenly interjected. You little brat. Do you still wish to resist? Just you? Were it not for the fact that my superior deems you of some use, you would have long joined your foolish father in meeting the Sage of 6 Paths, remarked one of the Anbu. Fools are always so self-deluded, believing themselves to be the greatest in the world. Thus, their fates are invariably tragic. Moreover, you dare to insult my father. For that, I shall see you dead. Jiang Tian rose, his gaze fixed fiercely upon the speaker, his bloodshot eyes brimming with a murderous intent that sent shivers down the spine. As Jiang Tian's words fell, he had already materialized beside the Umbu, unleashing a spiraling sphere that sent the man hurtling away. Witnessing one of their own dispatched in an instant by a mere child left the others in shock. The remaining 7 members of the Umbu retreated a few steps, beginning to regard Jiang Tian with seriousness. "Kid, I didn't expect you to possess a modicum of skill. It seems this mission won't be as effortless as anticipated. However, I relish this challenge. It adds an element of intrigue." The Umbu captain drew his ninja blade, signaling the attack. He was no fool. Witnessing Jiang Tian's current performance indicated that the boy's injuries had significantly diminished. Moreover, judging by the recent assault, Jiang Tian's prowess was quite formidable. The captain, not one to underestimate, commanded his entire unit to engage. The 7 approached Jiang Tian from various angles, blocking all potential escape routes. Unperturbed, Jiang Tian parried several strikes with shurikens, only to dissolve into a phantom form, allowing the remaining 3 blades to slice through his form. He swiftly closed the distance to one of the Umbu, stepping forward and bending at the waist to evade a horizontal strike. Rising, he seized the enemy's right hand, executing a shoulder throw that sent the assailant crashing into another approaching foe. After landing a successful blow, he retreated, avoiding a prolonged confrontation. "Captain, this kid is peculiar," one of the Umbu remarked. "Understood. We shall feign an assault, ascertain his capabilities, and then launch a full-scale attack," the captain instructed, issuing another command. Jiang Tian paid little heed to their tactics. The feigned assault presented the perfect opportunity to eliminate them one by one. The 7 resumed their assault, this time noticeably less aggressive, each move prepared with contingencies. Jiang Tian positioned 2 blades across his chest, and as the next wave of attacks came, he was cleaved in 2, though no blood flowed. "Everyone, be cautious. We don't know where he has vanished to." Jiang Tian concealed himself behind a tree, surveying the situation, and produced several shurikens, continuously shifting his position while hurling them below. Upon seeing the shurikens adorned with explosive tags, the remaining members quickly scattered to evade. An explosion erupted, shrouding the area in thick black smoke, accompanied by 2 agonizing screams. Hearing the cries, the remaining 5 converged, only to discover that 2 of their comrades lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Examining the wounds, they recognized the signature of the earlier used jutsu, the Rasengan. "It appears your strength is rather lacking," Jiang Tian taunted, emerging before the 5. Lightning release, earth shock. One ninja pressed a hand to the ground, summoning a surge of electricity directed toward Jiang Tian. Water release, great waterfall technique. Another ninja formed seals, unleashing a torrent of water to assail Jiang Tian. A commendable combination of water and lightning techniques. Too bad you've encountered me. Jiang Tian remained motionless as the water and lightning coursed past him, failing to inflict any harm. Such feeble attacks cannot wound me. Enough of this banter. Prepare to face divine judgment. With a flourish, Jiang Tian extended his right hand, producing dozens of wooden shurikens and hurling them indiscriminately. With his left hand, he retrieved several more, challenging, "Let us see if you can match the speed of death." The shurikens soared towards the remaining 5 members of the Umbu. It is ill-fated, the kunai wielded by the esteemed Minato Namikaze on the battlefield of Kaiki Mountain. We must exercise utmost caution. Before the words of the Umbu captain could fully escape his lips, 2 anguished screams echoed once more. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of kunai clashing rang out, followed by yet another cry of despair. "Tyran, do not approach. They are all perished," the Umbu captain cautioned the remaining Tyran, as they positioned themselves back to back, striving to mitigate the swiftness of their adversary. The 2 stood in silence, their backs pressed together, eyes scanning their surroundings with vigilance. The wind gently brushed against their sweat-soaked cheeks, offering no respite but rather drawing them closer together. No soul can remain indifferent in the face of death, even if he is the sovereign of the world. "Captain, why has he not yet appeared?" In an attempt to ease his own anxiety, Tyran nudged the captain behind him. "Are you addressing me?" A voice echoed from behind, not belonging to his captain, but rather to the individual he loathed most. Instantly, Tyran turned, and the kunai was unleashed. Clang, clang, Tyran's weapon was sent flying. "Speak. Which of Konoha's shinobi dispatched you?" Jiang Tian tightened the kunai pressed against Tyran's throat and inquired. "Refusing to speak? Very well. I shall make you talk." The air grew tense, suffocating. Jiang Tian smirked coldly. Despite the pressure, Tyran remained silent, gasping for breath, feeling the oxygen diminish. his body beginning to slow and his mind clouding. It felt as though his very blood had ceased to flow, and the specter of death beckoned. Suddenly, air returned. And Tyrant inhaled deeply. Will you speak or not? Jiang Tian pressed again. Tyrant shook his head defiantly. The air vanished once more, bringing back the torment. Tyrant felt as if something were constricting him, a dreadful discomfort. For the sake of my master, he bit down on the poison pouch hidden beneath his tongue. Dark blood oozing from his nostrils as life slipped away. Jiang Tian observed the fallen Tyrant with indifference. Ah, you must be from the root team. Only Danzō's root would possess such discipline and the resolve to die without revealing their master's identity. A smirk crossed his lips. Danzō, perhaps I am not yet your match. But there shall come a day when I will bring you down. Konoha, what role did you play behind the scenes in this affair? Though Jiang Tian could reach Konoha at any moment, having concealed a wooden kunai in a very secretive location there, he understood that venturing to Konoha now would be tantamount to courting death. The current Konoha stands strong and formidable. No faction could hope to eradicate it. Not even the Akatsuki if they were to unite in force. Swiftly, Jiang Tian began to tidy the battlefield before hastening back to Dream Ninja Village. Mother, Zhou Yu, please do not let any harm befall you. This is merely a transition. My writing here is somewhat lacking. I hope for your understanding. Jiang Tian sprinted swiftly towards the land of dreams, occasionally utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. After a day of relentless pursuit, he finally caught up with the four traitors. Without hesitation, he ended their sordid lives, leaving them in a state of shock. Although they had been coerced, they were still accountable for their actions and the subsequent consequences. They could have informed Jiang Tian's father and devised a solution together. But their selfishness led to the tragic demise of both their father and Uncle Shu in the village. How could Jiang Tian possibly spare them? Those who defy the rules of the ninja world are deemed worthless. However, those who fail to value their companions are even less than that. 2 days passed, and Jiang Tian finally arrived at his ninja village. His emotions were vastly different from 3 days prior, having experienced the highs and lows of life. He had matured significantly, with only the well-being of his 2 loved ones occupying his thoughts. Jiang Tian did not approach through the main entrance, as he was unaware of the current state of his village. He could not afford to take risks, so he sought a secluded spot to stealthily infiltrate. As he climbed a tree, preparing to leap into the village, a chilling voice echoed around him. Aha, after 2 days of waiting, you finally arrived. I thought you might have perished. Jiang Tian quickly leapt aside, scanning the area until he spotted the figure perched on a branch. Dressed in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, the figure possessed a face split between light and dark. The left side was pale with a normal eye, while the right was pitch black, revealing only a pupil. The upper half of his body was ensnared by leaves resembling those of a carnivorous plant, while the lower half was embedded within the branch. Jiang Tian was taken aback. How could Zetsu from the Akatsuki organization be here? Although Zetsu now appeared to be around the same age as Jiang Tian, both approximately 11 or 12 years old, Jiang Tian remained wary of the Akatsuki. Who are you? Jiang Tian feigned ignorance. Black Zetsu, you mustn't speak. What if you frighten the child? Zetsu's lips moved only on the pale side, and his words, tinged with a hint of humor, bore an arrogant undertone. That is none of your concern. Black Zetsu replied, his voice still cold and foreboding. This guy is something else. He can engage in conversation with himself when bored. Zetsu, cease your bickering. At that moment, a disturbance rippled through the space. Having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, Jiang Tian sensed the shift, and a figure materialized, carrying 2 women on his shoulder, clad in the same black cloak adorned with red clouds. The figure wore a spiral mask that obscured all but his right eye. His name was unmistakable, Uchiha Madara, the founder of the Akatsuki, the true leader of the organization. A mysterious figure entwined with the history of the Uchiha clan and the secrets of the Sharingan, a prodigious ninja, and one of the founding members of the Hidden Leaf Village, a pivotal figure behind the scenes of the Akatsuki, and a pinnacle of the Uchiha clan. After being defeated by the first Hokage and departing from Konoha, he manipulated the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, using the Sharingan and orchestrated the Nine Tails assault on the village. He is the sole possessor of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. In the lore of Hokage, Uchiha Madara's name evokes trepidation among many. You must be Jiang Tian, the son of your mother and sister. Upon uttering this, Madara cast the 2 women from his shoulder towards Jiang Tian. He quickly caught them and scrutinized their condition, asking, what has happened to my mother? To this, Madara could only express regret, stating that by the time they arrived, his mother and sister were already engaged in battle with the ninjas of Dream Ninja Village. To protect his sister, his mother had resorted to forbidden techniques, leaving no chance for salvation. Thus, he could only rescue the sister. With a resigned gesture, Madara opened his hands. Jiang Tian clutched the lifeless body of his mother tightly. Weeping inconsolably, he lamented his inability to save her. Without Madara, his sister would have surely perished. After an extended period of mourning, he finally ceased his tears and inquired, "Why do you wish to assist me?" "I require your strength," Madara replied candidly. "I have observed you for some time. Your power is pivotal to our grand endeavor. I can grant you formidable strength to avenge your parents. Child, have you sensed the corruption of this world? Follow me. For I strive to construct a realm devoid of conflict, evil, and greed. In such a world, all will coexist peacefully, living joyously until the end of their days. What will I gain, and what will I lose?" Jiang Tian contemplated, realizing that joining the Akatsuki could be advantageous. Only there could he exact vengeance for his family, acquire greater power, and pursue his dreams unfettered. Moreover, with the true leader of the Akatsuki present, could he afford to refuse? He knew he was no match for these two individuals. The carnivorous plant Zetsu, within the anime of Naruto, is indeed formidable. Not merely due to its hermaphroditic nature or duality in offense and defense, but because of its remarkable sensory abilities. It serves as the radar of the Akatsuki, capable of sensing profound despair from any location, as it is virtually omnipresent. Furthermore, one must not overlook the caliber of individuals within the Akatsuki. Only those of exceptional strength can gain membership. This carnivorous plant Zetsu undoubtedly possesses extraordinary abilities, which explains why the individual beside him holds such regard for him, surpassing even pain in significance. Another man who originally participated in the founding of Konoha, who elevated the Uchiha clan to its zenith, and who remained undefeated in his battle against the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, wielding the Sharingan to its utmost potential. His strength can only be described as terrifying. This individual, even the Akatsuki Zero, also known as Deidara's leader, commands respect as the creator of the Akatsuki, Uchiha Madara. What a pragmatic and astute young man. I relish collaborating with the intelligent. You shall acquire formidable power, perfected ninjutsu, and the ability to realize your deepest desires, provided you do not contravene the principles of the organization. All that is required of you is to eliminate a few hindrances to world peace and capture a handful of minor beasts when the organization deems it necessary. A hint of excitement flickered in Madara's voice. I agree to join. As long as I can avenge my parents, I shall obliterate the Dream Ninja Village and Konoha. However, I wish for my sister to accompany me, Jiang Tian contemplated before responding. Ah, of course. Come, child. Set aside your hatred for now and return with me to the organization. In due time, you shall return to exact a merciless revenge upon those who harmed your family. With great effort, Jiang Tian hoisted his mother's lifeless body and his unconscious sister, following Madara closely. Madara regarded the self-sufficient child with admiration, pondering the delightful surprises he might bring. For the first time, anticipation stirred within Uchiha Madara's heart. A spatial disturbance manifested once more, forming a vast swirling vortex that engulfed Jiang Tian and his companions. Gradually, the vortex diminished, shrinking into a small black dot before vanishing from existence. In the land of rain, at the Nine-Eyed Graveyard, Jiang Tian trailed behind Zhou and Madara as they entered the base. This was the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization, situated within the Rain Ninja Village, nestled between the Wind, Fire, and Earth countries, a village once home to the legendary Hans the Salamander, who had bestowed titles upon the likes of Orochimaru and the other Sannin. This will be your bedroom, Madara announced as they traversed a lengthy corridor lined with numerous stone doors. He paused at one, instructing Jiang Tian, "First, place your sister and your mother's remains inside. Then join me to meet someone." Following Madara's instructions, Jiang Tian pushed open the stone door and stepped inside. Although it was a cave, the interior was remarkably well equipped and brightly illuminated under the strong overhead light, resembling daylight. Jiang Tian gently laid his sister and mother's bodies upon the bed before exiting the stone chamber. By this time, the stone door had been intricately carved to resemble Jiang Tian himself. Continuing to follow Madara, they advanced for another 10 minutes until they arrived at a spacious conference hall. "Pain, Conan, I have brought the individual," Madara addressed the two figures within the meeting room. "Oh, you have returned? Senior Ban, allow me to take a look." "Indeed. He is a remarkably powerful child, possessing an almost shadow-grade strength at such a young age. Senior Ban truly has an eye for talent with this child. Our organization's strength will experience a significant enhancement." Jiang Tian felt as though all his secrets were laid bare under Nagato's gaze. To what extent has Nagato's power reached? Though Nagato possesses a certain handsomeness, it is unfortunate that he is adorned with the corpses of self-made steel pipes. Jiang Tian mused that Nagato's true form must be stealthily hiding somewhere within the base. Glancing beside him at Conan, she is indeed a stunning beauty. Her blue hair adorned with a fresh flower, complementing her exquisite visage, truly captivating. Regrettably, she wore an expression that kept others at bay, her heart entirely devoted to Nagato. Nagato bestowed upon Jiang Tian several items. The members of the Akatsuki donned black cloaks embroidered with crimson clouds, adorned brown hats with wind chimes, and wore rings inscribed with their respective code names, Jiang Tian's being Suzaku. Their fingers and toes were painted with a deep purple-black nail polish. Naturally, Jiang Tian did not forget to assist his sister in acquiring a set. Although she lacked a ring, for now, she would use Itachi's, with a new one to come in the future, clad in the dashing Akatsuki cloak. Jiang Tian removed the forehead protector of the Dream Ninja Village from his right ring finger, took out a kunai, and forcefully etched a mark. Following his logical induction into the Akatsuki, Nagato elucidated the organization's rules to Jiang Tian, such as the freedom during idle times and the necessity to assemble when called, as well as the importance of completing assigned tasks. He also spoke of the need for confidentiality, emphasizing the prohibition against disclosing Akatsuki's information, and placed a seal within Jiang Tian's mind. Subsequently, Nagato imparted several essential ninjutsu techniques to Jiang Tian. The sealing technique, illusionary dragon's 9 seals, a formidable unsealing technique utilized by Zero to release the tailed beasts, allowing the extraction of a tailed beast from its jinchuriki. Contingent upon possessing an Akatsuki ring, the more individuals present, the shorter the sealing time. The transmutation technique required a living sacrifice, enabling the sacrifice to assume the form of the caster, possessing 30 of the caster's chakra and strength, rendering the sacrifice unconscious, while gaining the same bloodline limit and jutsu as the caster, ultimately falling under the caster's control. Upon depletion of chakra, the sacrifice would perish and revert to its original form. The lantern body technique was used for gathering Akatsuki members, where their chakra sensed pain, generating an amplified phantom through thought waves. The 5 seals barrier was a ninjutsu employed during Akatsuki assemblies. Within the barrier, all physical attacks were rendered ineffective, and it could only be breached by simultaneously tearing off the forbidden characters. Thus, Jiang Tian had truly become a member of the Akatsuki. Subsequently, Nagato communicated with other members of the Akatsuki through their rings, and shortly thereafter, all members arrived in the conference hall via the lantern body technique. The primary purpose was to introduce Jiang Tian to everyone. At this early stage, the Akatsuki comprised only a few members, Nagato with the 0 ring, Conan with the white tiger ring, Haiden with the 3 stages ring, Kakuzu with the big dipper ring, and Zetsu with the black tortoise ring. Of course, there was also the ringless figure, Uchiha Bido. When Jiang Tian inquired about Abido's lack of a ring, Zetsu explained that the absence of a ring was not due to any absurd reason, prompting Jiang Tian to roll his eyes. The Akatsuki possessed a total of 10 rings, with only 6 currently in use. Surely, a better excuse could have been conjured. As the newcomers and veterans convened, a lively commotion ensued, particularly instigated by Haiden, who seemed eager to spar with Jiang Tian. Fortunately, at present, they all have their respective tasks, which has prevented any significant events from occurring. After a brief period of mutual acquaintance, they departed one after another. Observing the familiar figures from his past anime, Jiang Tian felt a surge of excitement within. The thought of joining forces with all the ninjas against a common adversary was exhilarating. Once all matters were resolved, Jiang Tian returned to his stone cave. He first inspected the seal placed on his mind by Nagato, discovering that it exerted little influence on his daily life, and breaking it would be exceedingly simple. Thus, he did not regard it as a serious concern. Currently, unsealing was not an option. If Nagato were to sense it, the consequences could be dire. Gazing upon the beautiful visage of his mother, who would never awaken again, Jiang Tian found himself unable to suppress his tears. He quickly composed himself, vowing internally to never shed tears again. He resolved to care for his sister like a father, ensuring that she would live a life filled with joy and happiness. Jiang Yu remained in a deep slumber for a day and a night before awakening, during which Jiang Tian quietly kept her company. When she finally stirred, she did not react as Jiang Tian had anticipated, with cries and despair over the harsh reality. Instead, she lay silently in his embrace. Worried, Jiang Tian gently encouraged, "Sister, if you wish to cry, let it out. He patted her back in a comforting gesture. Brother, I am all right. In truth, I have long anticipated this day. Although you have always protected me from any harm, in your absence over the past year, I have matured significantly. I do not want to be a burden to you. I must become strong and embody the spirit of a true ninja, so that when our parents see us from heaven, they can rest easy. The following day, Jiang Tian and Jiang Yu cremated the remains of their mother, Saika Aoi, and their father, Ming Weedo, which Jiang Tian had arranged with the help of Zhu. They sought a beautiful and tranquil spot in the Rain Ninja Village to inter their ashes together. The choice of cremation over direct burial was made by Jiang Tian, who believed it to be more beneficial for the deceased. He also wished to prevent their parents' remains from being disturbed in the future, especially by Orochimaru or Kabuto, who could potentially resurrect them using the impure world reincarnation technique. This technique could summon the souls of the deceased back to the living realm in physical form, provided that the blood cells of the summoned individual were used as a vessel alongside a living body. Thus, Jiang Tian ensured that his parents would never again be subjected to disturbance. Jiang Tian thus became a member of the Akatsuki organization, embarking on a lifestyle akin to that of a white-collar worker, an existence that many would envy. His daily routine can aptly be described as leisurely. Each morning, he rises to engage in morning exercises with his beloved sister, after which they report to Nagato and Konan, and then Jiang Tian is free to pursue whatever he desires. However, his training regimen remains rigorous. He is yet to reach a state of idleness. He dedicates time to assist his sister, Jiang Yu, significantly enhancing her abilities to the level of a jonin. The Akatsuki, by nature, is not overly stringent in its supervision, with various other groups often occupied with their own affairs. For instance, Uchiha Madara has been known to abduct children to recruit for the Akatsuki, while simultaneously indulging in his rather gruesome pastimes. Kakuzu and Haiden engage in their work at the underground trading market. In essence, each member is free to pursue their own endeavors. Jiang Tian, however, has been retained at the base by Nagato due to his youth and relative lack of strength compared to other members. Nagato insists that Jiang Tian first enhance his own abilities and familiarize himself with the organization's ninjutsu, as it is essential to understand the operational processes, laying the groundwork for future dominance. Though Jiang Tian feels somewhat confined at the base without opportunities for external engagements, akin to a form of imprisonment, he remains content, for his cherished sister is by his side. Days pass quietly in this tranquil environment. Beyond training, Jiang Tian also begins to analyze the ninjutsu he has learned, seeking to innovate and strengthen them while revising his combat strategies in search of breakthroughs. To expedite Jiang Tian's growth, Nagato frequently engages him in sparring sessions, as combat is the most effective means of improvement. While Light Yagami has sparred with Nagato, he has never gained the upper hand. For Nagato is a seasoned veteran at the shadow level, equipped with the immensely powerful Rinnegan. During their encounters, it is invariably Light who finds himself at a disadvantage. Yet, Nagato harbors a keen curiosity regarding Jiang Tian's bloodline limit, having encountered minor setbacks in their bouts. Jiang Tian does not conceal his bloodline limit. In the Akatsuki, every member possesses unique abilities and strength is revered. He aspires to secure a prominent position within the organization, which would afford him and Jiang Yu numerous privileges and deter potential troubles from others. Unlike Uchiha Madara, who feigns incompetence as Deidara's comical foil, Jiang Tian does not indulge in such pretenses. Deidara may take pride in being one of the few to have playfully humiliated Madara. Conversely, Uchiha Itachi commands a high status within the organization, resulting in a general reluctance among members to challenge him. Although Jiang Tian does not fully exhibit his capabilities, he nonetheless reveals glimpses of his power, much like Nagato, whose abilities remain a mystery to the members of the Akatsuki, yet they all harbor a fear of him. This fear stems from the strength he occasionally displays, which instills a sense of respect and caution among his peers. In his confrontations with pain, Jiang Tian rapidly consolidates and enhances his own prowess, seeking breakthroughs through practical combat, aspiring to ascend to the rank of a shadow-level ninja, and to secure a prominent position among them. Of course, there exists a hierarchy even among shadow-level ninjas. If they all possessed identical strength, it would lead to chaos. The Hidden Rain Village is a place of exquisite beauty, inhabited by simple and kind-hearted people. It is an idyllic sanctuary, free from conflict and conspiracy, named for its frequent gentle rains. Each day, the village is graced with rain, resulting in a cool and humid atmosphere. The persistent precipitation envelopes the nearby mountains in ethereal mists, creating a dreamlike ambience. Jiang Yu has a profound affection for this locale, prompting Jiang Tian to find a serene spot with both mountains and water, where he erected a thatched cottage and settled down. Nearby, a magnificent waterfall cascades, providing the perfect setting for Jiang Tian and Jiang Yu to hone their skills. Jiang Yu practices her water-based jutsu, while Jiang Tian positions himself beneath the waterfall, allowing the rushing water to fortify his physique. Thus, time flows by day. 2 years may seem substantial, yet to Jiang Tian, it feels fleeting. Now, at the age of 13 or 14, he appears almost adult-like. Remarkably, he has grown to a height of 1.60 meters, his physique perfectly sculpted, complemented by his handsome visage, rendering him an undeniably charming young man. After this extensive period, Jiang Tian finally breaks through, achieving true shadow-level strength. He has made significant progress in physical techniques, now regarded as a master in that domain. In terms of ninjutsu, he adeptly wields wind and water techniques. However, his weakest area remains jinjutsu. He simply lacks the time to study it, yet he harbors no concern, for he has already made a decision in his heart. Girls naturally mature earlier than boys, and Jiang Yu has blossomed into an elegant young woman, beginning to showcase her unique charm. Due to their shared femininity, she unexpectedly forms a close friendship with Conan, which takes Jiang Tian by surprise. Upon reflection, Jiang Tian realizes that since he was brought back by Madara, he bears the Uchiha symbol, akin to Zetsu. Within the Akatsuki, only Conan, Haiden, and Kakuzu gravitate towards Nagato. Although both Nagato and Madara share the same overarching goal of unifying the world, their perspectives undoubtedly diverge, and conflicts will inevitably arise in the future. At that juncture, Nagato could utilize his sister to restrain himself, preventing any collaboration with Uchiha Madara. Having discerned the underlying reasons, Jiang Tian no longer concerns himself with these dynamics. He has never intended to assist anyone but pursues a singular objective, the destruction of Konoha. Jiang Yu's strength has significantly improved, reaching the level of an elite jonin. Her mastery of water release and illusion techniques has seen substantial progress. The only shortcoming lies in her lack of experience in the crucible of war. Although she has accompanied Jiang Tian and other members of the Akatsuki on numerous missions over the past 2 years, the trials of single combat can never compare to the chaos of war. Those who survive large-scale conflicts inevitably experience a considerable enhancement in their abilities. Now, Jiang Tian awaits the arrival of a certain event. Suzaku, assemble. A few days later, Nagato contacted Jiang Tian through his ring. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Tian bid farewell to Jiang Yu and vanished. Zero, is there something? Jiang Tian appeared in the conference hall, greeting several members of the Akatsuki who had already gathered. Over the past 2 years, he had collaborated with them on various missions, leading to a sense of familiarity. They admired Jiang Tian's prowess, no longer viewing him merely as a child. The Third Great Ninja War has now reached its climax. To gather more comprehensive intelligence, I require someone to investigate the battlefield. And we also need to collaborate with some major ninja villages, Nagato stated. Collaboration? The others present expressed confusion. Indeed, collaboration. Our organization is currently expending significant resources to collect various types of intelligence. We must partner with major ninja villages, assisting them in undertaking challenging tasks or those deemed unacceptable. In exchange for compensation, Nagato explained, I need 2 individuals to head to the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning. Jiang Tian and Zhu. Your reconnaissance skills are commendable, so this task will be entrusted to you. Due to their defeat, the Land of Wind has signed a vassal treaty with Konoha, which has recently aided the Sand Village against external threats. In the Land of Water, the 4th Mizukage has been completely controlled by Uchiha Madara's Sharingan. Currently, the Akatsuki can only collaborate with the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning. As for the Land of Fire, do not even attempt negotiations. The only one capable of cooperation is Danzō, who has already formed an alliance with Madara. But how can we persuade the Tsuchikage and Reikage to agree to our collaboration? We cannot reveal too many secrets, Jiang Tian inquired curiously. For now, focus on gaining the recognition of the Reikage and Tsuchikage through your strength. Inform them to hold on for a moment. In a year's time, I will demonstrate our organization's power to them. Let them know that the formidable enemy we will showcase is Konoha, and at that time, we will initiate our invasion plan against Konoha, Nagato declared confidently. Excellent. I can hardly wait to slay in honor of the great evil god. Haiden shouted with arrogance. Understood. Zero, Jiang Tian thought, alarmed. Could they already be planning the Nine-Tails invasion of Konoha? To the rest, I hope everyone can prepare adequately. Next year, we will undertake significant actions, and I do not wish for anyone to lag behind. Dismissed. Nagato issued the final command. A group of Akatsuki members exited the conference room, chattering and laughing before dispersing. Jiang Tian and Zhou exchanged a few words. Jiang Tian was bound for the land of earth, while Zhou was headed to the land of lightning. Jiang Tian, you look even more striking with that half-mask, Zhou remarked. Hiki, could it be that you've engaged in some unsavory deeds, hence concealing the right side of your face? Heijue interjected with a sardonic tone. Haha, isn't Lord Madara also concealing his face? I'm merely emulating him. And don't you think this adds an air of mystery to my appearance? Jiang Tian shrugged off the jibe. Mystery? Be careful not to get yourself killed. Zhou shouted arrogantly before disappearing underground. Jiang Tian touched the iron mask on the right side of his face, smiling to himself. The reason for covering that part of his face for the past 2 years was to facilitate his upcoming plans. Only in this way could he keep a certain old fellow in the dark. Next, Kamui, you must not disappoint me, he mused. Destroying the Kamui Bridge, Minato Namikaze declared. Destruction? Obito exclaimed. Indeed. Currently, the Land of Earth is invading the Grass Ninja Village. The enemy comprises ninjas from the Rock Village. According to intelligence, their numbers exceed 1,000. Obito unfolded a map, pointing to the enemy's route of advance. They are advancing from here, and the Land of Fire is adjacent to the Grass Ninja Village. It may already be too late to stop them, Kakashi added. Their ability to launch such an offensive indicates their rear support is quite smooth, Rin noted. So our task is, Kakashi inquired, to strike the enemy at the front lines. We will need a substantial number of ninjas. Hence, we, the ones tasked with obstruction, can only send a few elite members. Minato explained. Is this the Kamui Bridge? Then it's a stealth mission, Kakashi confirmed. Exactly. Kakashi, Rin, Obito, your mission is to infiltrate the enemy's rear area, sabotage the bridge they utilize for supply lines, and cut off their support. Then, make a swift retreat. The four shouted in unison, understood. Obito asked, what about you, Sensei? I will engage the enemy directly at the front lines to cover you. In any case, today Kakashi is the captain. I'll accompany you to the border. And from there, we shall part ways to execute our tasks. After walking for a while, Minato suddenly sensed someone watching them. Almost simultaneously, Kakashi signaled to the others to halt. Minato nodded in approval at Kakashi's alertness. Have we been discovered? Quite impressive. Undying Gale is here. Upon seeing Minato, he was taken aback. That person is, no. It can't be. Regardless, he activated the shadow clone technique. The enemy consists of more than 20, but they are likely shadow clones. Sensei, cover me. I'll charge in. Kakashi declared coolly. Kakashi, don't act recklessly. You should take the rear. Teacher, am I the captain today? Kakashi inquired, eager to test the proficiency of his ninjutsu after such extensive training. A crackling blue light materialized in Kakashi's hand. Minato Namikaze interposed himself between Kakashi and the impending conflict. Startled, Kakashi remarked, even against a multitude of foes, this jutsu can obliterate them in an instant. Much like your illustrious reputation, teacher. Furthermore, you mentioned that I am the captain today. It is a fundamental principle to obey the captain's commands within the team. Is it not? Reluctantly, Minato acquiesced to Kakashi's assertion. Kakashi thrust his hand forward, instantly creating a large void. He dashed through it with remarkable speed. The ambushed Inuzuka, a dog ninja duo, thought, he's charging right in, and unleashed a flurry of shuriken, only to have them deflected by Rin's projectiles. The earlier kunai had already allowed Kakashi's team to ascertain the positions of all adversaries. Next, charge, Kakashi mentally commanded. In an instant, Kakashi appeared beside the immortal Gale. Due to the need to evade Rin's shuriken, the Inuzuka had no time to react and was swiftly dispatched, albeit by a mere shadow clone. Another shadow clone manifested next to Obito, who was swiftly eliminated by Minato. Do not let your guard down, Minato bellowed. Yes, 18th. Kakashi replied. Kid, do not become overly complacent. With that, the immortal Gale lunged at Kakashi. Kakashi was unable to defend himself in time. Just then, Minato's figure flickered and he appeared beneath Kakashi, lifting him out of harm's way, though Kakashi still sustained a wound. Minato swiftly returned to their side. The immortal Gale concealed himself behind a tree, contemplating, though I can barely contend with that silver-haired brat, the speed of that golden-haired one is simply. Just as these thoughts clouded his mind, a kunai materialized at his throat. Could it be? You were the Leaf's golden flash in our rock ninja village. The higher-ups instructed us to flee at the mere sight of that individual. Now I finally comprehend the gravity of that warning. With that, darkness enveloped him, and he departed from this world. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the melodious chimes of wind bells. Two enigmatic figures, clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds and wearing brown hats decorated with wind bells, appeared along the path. Their synchronized steps were measured and unhurried, as if nothing could disrupt their advance. To execute the mission effectively, Minato divided the team into two small squads, one led by the elite ninja Kakashi, accompanied by his comrades Obito and Rin, tasked with sabotaging the godless Kuin Bridge, while he himself would head to the front lines to support his beleaguered allies and divert the enemy's attention, ensuring Kakashi's team could successfully fulfill their mission. However, shortly after their separation, Kakashi's squad encountered an ambush by two rock ninjas, Hikari and Daishur, resulting in Rin being taken hostage. After a fierce battle, they ultimately rescued her. Release, Kakashi declared as he crouched beside Rin, promptly utilizing his ninjutsu to dispel the illusion that had ensnared her. Kakashi, Obito. Awakening, Lin trembled involuntarily, her surroundings filled with questions. We have come to rescue you, Lin. The next course of action was to retreat swiftly. Indeed, Lin gazed at Obito and Kakashi with deep gratitude. So that is how it is. What a splendid partnership. However, you are merely children. The once fallen rock ninja rose with a menacing glare, declaring, you are now like fish in a barrel. With a swift motion, he unleashed a technique, earth-style a rock collapse, causing the cavern's stones to tumble towards Kakashi's position. This is bad. Everyone, run towards the exit. Kakashi reacted swiftly, leading Lin and the others towards the cave's mouth. As rocks fell from above, a thunderous roar echoed behind them. The exit was within sight, but suddenly, Kakashi stumbled. His left eye rendered blind, leaving him vulnerable to a falling boulder. Kakashi! Obito shouted in alarm, and without hesitation, he lunged forward, pushing Kakashi out of harm's way just as a massive rock crashed down. After a tremor, the earth returned to silence. Glancing at the now-filled cavern, the rock ninja smirked, lamenting the loss of a valuable intelligence source. What a pity, but there's nothing to be done. Coughing, Kakashi slowly opened his eyes, his unseeing right eye scanning the surroundings, and he was met with the sight of Obito, half buried beneath a heavy stone, disbelief flooding his expression. Lin, Kakashi, are you all right? Obito's weak yet concerned voice broke through. Instantly, Lin and Kakashi gasped, their eyes widening in horror at the sight of Obito trapped beneath the boulder. Damn it all. Kakashi, filled with urgency, crawled to Obito's side, struggling to rise and push the immense stone off him with all his might. Observing Kakashi's futile efforts, Obito spoke with a cold resignation, stop pushing. It's no use. Kakashi, I fear I am beyond saving. My right side is crushed. I feel nothing. Gasping for breath, Kakashi's face was etched with despair as he continued to push. How? How can this be? Why? Lin fell to her knees in sorrow, tears streaming down her cheeks. A spasm of pain overtook Obito as he coughed up blood. Obito! Lin cried out in anguish at the sight of her friend on the brink of death. Damn it! Kakashi's hand slammed into the ground in frustration, his body trembling with grief. If only I had listened to you from the beginning and come to rescue Lin together. It wouldn't have ended like this. On the edge of death, Obito merely gazed silently at Kakashi. What am I, a leader? What am I? A jonin? Kakashi felt profound shame and regret for his failures. Yet he pondered, what use was regret now? Oh right, I almost forgot. Obito spoke intermittently. I didn't give you a gift to congratulate you on your promotion to jonin. Kakashi. At that moment, both Rin and Kakashi were taken aback, with Kakashi staring blankly at Obito. I was pondering, what would be a fitting gift for you? Now, I've finally come up with something. A knowing smile flickered across Obito's face as he looked at Kakashi, who was kneeling on the ground. Rest assured, it is far from useless or an unnecessary burden. I wish to bestow upon you my Sharingan. Surprise filled the faces of Kakashi and Rin, for they both understood the significance of the Sharingan. Regardless of what the villagers may say, you are an outstanding jonin. This is my heartfelt intention. Accept it. Rin, employing her medical ninjutsu, was instructed to transplant Obito's Sharingan along with the cornea into Kakashi's left eye. With tears streaming down her face, Rin resolutely called out to Kakashi, who was still kneeling at a distance. Kakashi, come here. The operation is about to commence. Yet, Kakashi remained there, vacant and lifeless, his expression devoid of emotion. I am on the brink of death. Obito, observing Kakashi's despondent state, understood his feelings all too well. Yet, I can still become your eyes to witness the future. Moreover, it has been said, that only by possessing the Sharingan can you unleash the full power of your ninjutsu. At these words, Kakashi's body trembled, and his vacant gaze gradually transformed into one of determination. A thought ignited within his heart. Yes, I will live on in Obito's stead. Under Rin's medical ninjutsu, Obito's Sharingan was safely transplanted into Kakashi's left eye. From that moment forth, Kakashi and Obito became one. With a resounding explosion, Kakashi burst forth from the fiery depths, startling the flames that had been resting nearby. They swiftly turned to gaze at the entrance, only to find Kakashi standing proudly. What a resilient little brat, still alive. The flames exclaimed in astonishment, beginning to mock him. But after all, you're just a child. What are you crying for as a ninja? Come on, you little crybaby, let me finish this quickly. As Kakashi stared down at the flames taunting him, he swiftly drew the short blade from his back, crossing it over his chest. And the Sharingan in his left eye began to whirl. Kakashi, I leave it to you. Obito, on the brink of death, uttered those words. Understood. Kakashi replied succinctly, his resolute gaze revealing that he was prepared to stake his life on this promise. Like lightning, Kakashi charged towards the flames below, gripping the short blade with both hands and slashing downwards. The flames, cautious, watched as Kakashi drew ever nearer, their hidden short swords launching directly at him. With a swift motion, they struck out, colliding with Kakashi's blade, resulting in a resounding clank as Kakashi's weapon was severed. In the fleeting moment when the short blade shattered, Kakashi swiftly leapt upward, evading the searing edges of fire with the force of the impact. He landed gracefully upon the ground, and with both hands, he rapidly formed seals, conjuring arcs of silvery lightning that crackled like a chorus of 1,000 birds in unison. Just as Kakashi completed his technique, the fiery blade lunged forth, and his right hand met it head-on, the flames rising like a mantis, its twin edges akin to venomous serpents. The dual swords clashed against Kakashi's hand, yet his strike sliced through the fiery blades as if they were mere butter, piercing directly through the heart of the inferno. In an astonishing turn of events, the fiery foe toppled down. With the Sharingan's gaze, Kakashi executed the Chidori, landing with unprecedented precision upon his adversary's heart. Gasping for breath, Kakashi quickly returned to the cave's entrance to rescue Rin, who was trapped within. Kakashi, are you alright? Rin asked with concern. Hurry, take Rin. We must flee. The enemy's reinforcements have already arrived. Time was too short to savor even a moment of peace, as the enemy was fast approaching. Rin gazed longingly at Obito, pinned beneath a massive boulder, her hand instinctively reaching out for his. Obito, with a swift motion, Obito forcefully swatted away Rin's outstretched hand. Don't do this, just go. Rin, filled with sorrow, stared at her own hand, rendered speechless. Give me your hand, Rin. Kakashi implored, stretching forth his hand from the cave's mouth in an attempt to pull her up. Just as Rin hesitated, the enemy arrived and unleashed a colossal earth-style technique, causing the surrounding rocks to surge like a tidal wave toward Kakashi and the others. Rin, grab hold of me. Kakashi shouted with urgency. Rin, run. Faced with Obito's expression, Rin steeled her resolve, turned, and grasped Kakashi's hand, allowing him to pull her to safety, while Obito was consumed by the relentless flow of earth. The ground for miles around lay devastated, as Kakashi exerted every ounce of strength to bring Rin to the safety of a tree, narrowly escaping the crisis. Alas, Obito was lost. Damn it, this is infuriating. Kakashi knelt against the tree, seething with rage, a palpable aura of murderous intent radiating from him. Chidori. Once more, Kakashi's right hand was enveloped in arcs of silver lightning, its power overwhelming. Obito, it is only through your strength that this technique could be perfected. Ah. I never anticipated you would maintain such tenacity even at this juncture, a rock ninja observed coolly, acknowledging the difficulty of infiltrating enemy lines with such resilience. Rin. Allow me to handle this foe. Kakashi grasped a specially crafted kunai gifted by Minato, readying himself. Take this opportunity to escape quickly. Yet Rin, filled with worry, gazed at Kakashi. Obito, I entrust you to me. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect you. Kakashi. Rin, in her heart, knew of Obito's deep affection for her, how profoundly he cherished her. With his back turned to Rin, Kakashi uttered a heavy promise, declaring, even if it costs me my life, I shall protect you. Yet, Kakashi, you do not comprehend my feelings. Rin trembled, tears once again streaming down her face. I was once a scoundrel who would abandon you in your direst hour. Suddenly, swift figures rushed towards Kakashi and Rin. Rin, flee! Kakashi exclaimed, instinctively responding as his Sharingan whirled into action. A torrent of rocks cascaded towards Obito, who, paralyzed, closed his eyes, resigning himself to the cruel fate that awaited him. How pitiful it was that he had yet to confess his feelings to the girl he cherished. Yet perhaps it was for the best. Departing meant escaping the disdain of his family. Kakashi would protect Rin and ensure her happiness. What is happening? Why am I not dead yet? Obito struggled to open his eyes, finding himself confronted by two figures clad in black long coats adorned with red clouds. One of them lowered his head, and through the collar, Obito could discern the visage of a man wearing a half-mask. "Who are you?" Obito inquired, his voice betraying the fact that he was already half in the realm of the dead. "Ah, Uchiha Obito, it has been quite some time," the man chuckled, removing his brown hat. "After 2 years, do you not recognize me? You are Mingwei Jiang Tian." Obito coughed violently, blood spilling forth. "Have you come to rescue me? I am beyond saving. No, I require your strength." Jiang Tian did not shy away from his intentions. "You are so powerful, yet you still seek my strength? What could I possibly offer you?" Obito's voice grew ever fainter. "I need your eye," Jiang Tian stated plainly. "Thank you for your candor. I hope you can return my body to the Leaf Village Ninja so that I may be laid to rest there." A glimmer of desperation flickered in Obito's remaining eye. "Very well," Jiang Tian acquiesced to his final wish. Obito chose silence, closing his eyes to embrace the tranquility of his final moments as his breathing gradually waned. Jiang Tian knelt and carefully extracted Obito's right eye, placing it into a pre-prepared vial filled with saline solution. "Brother, where shall we go next?" inquired Jiang Tian's sister, Zhou Yu, who stood beside him. "We must wait until the conflict between the Leaf and Stone villages concludes, then we can seize the initiative to negotiate," Jiang Tian replied nonchalantly. "Do you wish to witness the chaos of war?" Zhou Yu pondered for a moment, her curiosity overwhelming her. "Then take me to see it. Just don't be frightened." Jiang Tian jested. "Humph, do you still view me as that naive little girl? I am quite formidable now. Last time, I took down 3 jonin by myself," Zhou Yu retorted proudly. "Very well, I acknowledge it. My sister is truly the best." Jiang Tian retracted the bottle and made slight alterations to Obito's face, replacing his right eye with that of an ordinary person. He then used rocks to compress Obito's entire body, causing all parts of him, including the right eye, to be utterly destroyed. Thus, the Uchiha clan would no longer concern themselves with Obito's right eye. "Kakashi, you have inadvertently shifted the Uchiha family's focus." Jiang Tian produced a scroll and sealed Obito's entire corpse within it. "Let us proceed. You shall witness the brutality of war." The technique inscribed on this kunai grants me the ability to navigate freely through time and space. Minato brandished the kunai he had gifted Kakashi for his birthday. "So the enemy?" Kakashi straightened up and inquired. "I have dealt with them," Minato replied with a slight smile. "By the way, Sensei, where is Rin?" Kakashi exclaimed, suddenly anxious. Observing Kakashi's distress, Minato pointed towards the valley below. "There she is." Following Minato's gesture, Kakashi turned to see Rin gazing up at the starry sky. A scene so solitary and sorrowful. Kakashi slowly lowered his head, overwhelmed by a profound sense of anguish that surged within his memories, a heart-wrenching pain. For a ninja, the essential items are merely tools useful for missions while emotions are but superfluous burdens. Is this truly how you feel? Indeed. Do you know what happens to those who break the rules? It is true that in a ninja's life, rule breakers are regarded as scum. However, those who disregard their comrades are the vilest among them. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot I have not given you a gift to celebrate your promotion to Jonin. Kakashi. I was pondering what would be suitable for you, and now I have finally thought of it. Observing Kakashi kneeling on the ground, a knowing smile crossed Obito's face. "Rest assured it is far from useless or a mere encumbrance I wish to bestow upon you my Sharingan. I am nearing death, yet I can still be your eyes to continue witnessing the future." Kakashi's heart was filled with bitterness, and his trembling right hand instinctively reached for his left eye, silently rubbing it. "Obito, I have come too late. I am truly sorry." Minato sensed Kakashi's sorrow and spoke with a tone of concern. "Rin, she has told me everything. It is nothing. On the day I became a ninja, I knew this moment would arrive." Minato fell into silence as well. "Indeed, ninjas are inherently tragic beings." With a sigh, he said, "Kakashi, rest now. Tomorrow we shall return to Konoha. A day of peace will come." "Yes," Kakashi simply replied and then lay down, gazing up at the night sky, praying for himself, Obito, Rin, and Minato's fates. A sleepless night ensued, enveloped in profound silence, with only the lonely wind persistently sweeping across the earth, perhaps to carry away the sorrows of yesteryears. The Third Great Ninja War, after a protracted period of conflict and the sacrifice of countless nameless ninjas, had come to a close. The young warriors who survived the battlefield carried with them an irreplaceable sense of longing, their hearts heavy with the weight of memories from an era now deemed legendary. Simultaneously, those illustrious heroes left behind tales that would be cherished for eternity. On the day of the Battle of the Godless Bridge, two heroes possessing the Sharingan emerged from Konoha, one of whom had his name inscribed on the memorial stone, while the other, later known as Kakashi of the Sharingan, would see his renown spread far and wide. "Kakashi, it's time to return to Konoha," Minato, the fourth Hokage, said to his seemingly despondent apprentice. "Sensei, I wish to retrieve Obito's body," Kakashi replied. Minato's tone turned stern. Over the past 2 years, he had established himself as the Yellow Flash, his reputation surpassing that of the legendary Sannin, making him a true luminary of Konoha. "You must understand. Obito's body is likely lost to time. Rather than dwelling in past sorrows, it is more fitting to live for those who have already passed." "Sensei." Kakashi began to speak, but Minato interrupted. "Kakashi, gather your things immediately and return to Konoha. This is an order." Minato's words were resolute. "Understood, Sensei," Kakashi sighed. Silently returning to his camp, the troops set forth, a grand procession heading back to Konoha. "How about it, sister? Do you now comprehend the brutality of war?" Jiang Tian inquired of his sister walking beside him. "War is indeed like this. Is it not possible to prevent it?" Jiang Yu pressed on. "Wherever there are people, there will be war. The senseless slaughter of lives, ceaseless hatred, unhealable pain, inevitable conspiracies, and insatiable desires, these are the hallmarks of war," Jiang Tian explained. "This is also why I cannot find peace regarding our parents' deaths. My father did not die gloriously on the battlefield, but fell victim to betrayal by his comrades. While my mother perished at the hands of the village she devoted her life to. Hence, I trust no one in this world, save for you, brother." Jiang Yu observed Jiang Tian descending into self-righteous fury. "Fear not, I am fine. Our organization is established for the sake of eternal peace in the world." Jiang Tian reassured his sister, omitting the true purpose of their mission. "Brother, where are we headed now?" Jiang Yu inquired, puzzled. "We shall traverse the route taken by the Konoha forces to return Obito's body to them. Let us hasten our pace," Jiang Tian instructed his sister. Thus, Jiang Tian and Jiang Yu began their swift journey forward for the first time. "Everyone, be cautious. There is a situation ahead. Minato, the fourth Hokage, has halted the advance of the main forces. Kakashi, please scout ahead." Kakashi complied, swiftly leaping to a tree nearby. Tears streamed down his face as he rushed forward to embrace the lifeless body of Obito, lying suspiciously on the ground. "Is this truly you, Obito? I never imagined I would see you again. I promise to take good care of Rin." With that, Kakashi collapsed over Obito's body, weeping uncontrollably. Observing Kakashi's distress, Minato felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet it indicated that there was no immediate danger ahead. He gestured for the forces to advance once more. Approaching Kakashi, Minato was taken aback upon seeing Obito's corpse. It was no wonder Kakashi was so distraught. "Kakashi, what if the enemy has hidden explosive tags within Obito's body? Regardless of the circumstances, you must learn to control your emotions and avoid recklessness." Although the moment was not ideal for lecturing, Minato felt compelled to impart wisdom. Kakashi, startled by this realization, understood the gravity of the situation. "You're right. If this were a trap set by the enemy, it would spell disaster for me. Sensei, I acknowledge my mistake. I became overwhelmed with emotion upon discovering Obito's body and momentarily lost my focus. I comprehend your feelings, but I hope you can maintain composure in the future. Nevertheless, how did Obito's body end up here?" Minato voiced his inner confusion. Indeed, Kakashi had been so consumed by grief that he had not considered the implications. Obito's body had been buried beneath the rubble, and the Kamui Bridge had been destroyed. Consequently, it was likely that Obito's remains had been swept away by the turbulent river. Fifth Squad, investigate the surrounding area for any suspicious individuals. Gyro, come inspect Obito's body for any potential traps set by the enemy, Minato commanded. More than 10 individuals received the order and swiftly disappeared into the woods to search for suspicious figures. Gyro approached, taking hold of Obito's corpse. Placing a hand on the chest, he channeled chakra into the body to examine it. "Ah, Minato, I never imagined that after 2 years. Your strength would have grown so formidable. You seem far more mature now, embodying the essence of a true leader." From atop a tree, Jiang Tian observed Minato directing the operations below. "Now that the body has been retrieved, farewell, Minato. Let us depart," Jiang Tian said, extending a hand from beneath his long coat to rest on Jiang Yu's shoulder, while the other touched his forehead. As a gust of wind swept through, everything vanished. Coincidentally, Minato sensed someone watching him and glanced in that direction, but saw nothing. Was he merely being overly sensitive? Shortly thereafter, the group that had gone to investigate returned, reporting, "Lord Minato, there are no suspicious individuals to be found." Jiran retracted his hand. "There is nothing left inside the corpse, my lord." "Well, since there is nothing amiss, let us continue on our journey," said Minato Namikaze to the group. "Kakashi, please transport Obito's body to the cart behind us. Once we arrive in Konoha, we shall return it to the Uchiha clan." Watching Kakashi carry Obito's lifeless form away, Minato sighed. The Uchiha clan is becoming restless once again. Kakashi still possesses the Sharingan of the Uchiha. I wonder what turmoil will unfold in the village. Regardless of the circumstances, I will ensure you keep Obito's eyes, Minato resolved. Beside the Kamikaze Bridge, amidst a pile of rocks, spatial fluctuations emanated, heralding the arrival of Jiang Tian and Jiang Yu. Jiang Tian crouched down and retrieved a wooden shuriken he had left behind when he departed. "Brother, is this the ninjutsu you invented?" "The ability to traverse different locations is truly remarkable," Jiang Yu inquired with curiosity. "No, the creator is someone you just met, the golden-haired commander of Konoha," Jiang Tian elucidated. "This technique relies on this object in my hand as a medium. Wherever it is, I can instantaneously arrive at that place." Jiang Tian waved the wooden shuriken, realizing it was invented by that handsome figure. A person so striking, so powerful, a prominent figure in Konoha, and capable of developing such formidable ninjutsu. How admirable. It would be wonderful to meet him again. Jiang Yu gazed at Jiang Tian with starry eyes, infatuated. Hee. All right, next time I shall introduce you to him." Jiang Tian teased. "Originally, this ninjutsu was meant for individual use, but through my research and development, I can now teleport one person alongside me. Initially, I intended to cease using this cumbersome technique." Jiang Tian flicked the shuriken again, "but my experiments failed, so I must continue utilizing it. However, do not fret. We have no time to waste. Once I pause, I shall complete this concept." Jiang Tian stowed the wooden shuriken in his ninja tool pouch. "My brother is the most outstanding man in the world." Jiang Yu, seeing Jiang Tian's indifference, resorted to flattering him. Enough. Your words are the sweetest." Jiang Tian playfully tapped Jiang Yu's forehead. "Let us go. We have lingered here for 7 or 8 days, and we must swiftly accomplish our mission, or Zero will surely scold us." "Not at all. I speak the truth. Uncle Nagato isn't that fierce." Jiang Yu stuck out her tongue, displaying a cute demeanor. Jiang Yu's close friendship with Conan fostered a strong bond with Nagato, whom she referred to as uncle, despite the age gap of over a decade, while she called Conan sister. Although women often dislike being reminded of their age, Jiang Yu and Conan continued this playful titling, and Jiang Tian chose to ignore it. The land of Earth stands as the most reclusive among the 5 great nations, nestled deep within the high plateaus of the northwest continent. Boasting the lofty elevation of the world's roof, countless rugged mountains undulate across its expanse, providing formidable natural defenses. The climate of the land of Earth is remarkably unique. The towering peaks exhibit a tiered transformation from base to summit, where the foot of each mountain is often adorned with lush, spring-like forests, while the peaks are perpetually cloaked in snow. Each mountain possesses its distinct characteristics, and the landscape teems with unknown venomous creatures and wild beasts, compelling those who venture into its depths to unite and assist one another in order to survive. Influenced by such a geographical environment, the people of the land of Earth have cultivated a national character marked by an enduring calmness in the face of unexpected changes, a reverence for individualistic development, and a profound emphasis on teamwork. This distinct character has shaped the military attributes of the land of Earth, particularly following the establishment of a Wagakure by the first Tsuchikage. The nation has skillfully developed both special operations forces and large cooperative units, harnessing the strengths of individuality and collaboration, thereby forging a formidable ninja army that commands respect among the 5 great nations. The special operations forces refine personal abilities to their zenith, rendering them nearly imperceptible to the enemy. Conversely, while the individual strengths of the cooperative units may pale in comparison to those of other nations, their collective Earth-based ninjutsu possesses unparalleled destructive power, instilling fear and trepidation during the 3 great ninja wars. The rational disposition of the people of the land of Earth has fostered a fervent dedication to the study of ninjutsu, with each ninja capable of developing unique techniques from practical combat experience. In such an environment, the bloodline limit users of the land of Earth exhibit personal levels that far surpass those of other nations. with the second and third Tsuchikiges exemplifying the pinnacle of bloodline limits capable of merging three elemental transformations, placing them at the zenith of bloodline limit utilization within the ninja world, a benchmark yet to be matched. The expectations of the Tsuchikage are to propagate powerful jutsu and continually innovate, guiding every ninja in the nation toward greater strength. The Wagakure, encircled by natural fortifications, is renowned for its robust defenses, serving as a clandestine stronghold formed by numerous rocky mountains. Its geographical advantages make it challenging for enemies to penetrate. Yet this also complicates their interactions with the outside world. Upon the Tsuchikage's command, the ninjas of the village fearlessly undertake perilous missions, embodying a spirit akin to that of a suicide squad, vowing to complete their tasks without falter. However, the defeat in the Battle of Canopy Bridge dealt a significant blow to a Wagakure. Over 30 ninjas fell victim to the Flying Thunder God technique employed by Minato Namikaze, a considerable disgrace for the Tsuchikage. Undoubtedly, this setback has adversely affected both the strength and prestige of a Wagakure. Currently, engaging in negotiations with the Tsuchikage could yield unforeseen benefits. And upon contemplating this, Jiang Tian displayed a cunning smile. "Brother, what are you thinking?" "That smile looks rather lewd," Zhou Yu remarked, unable to bear it any longer. "Is there anything wrong? Do I truly appear so lewd?" Jiang Tian's smile faded. Zhou Yu nodded vigorously. "Is it really necessary?" Jiang Tian's expression darkened. "After we pass this mountain, we will reach Rock Hidden Village. Are you tired?" "Not at all, brother." "Then let us press on and reach Rock Hidden Village in one breath." Amidst the mountains and forests, although many venomous snakes and bizarre beasts lurked, with Jiang Tian, a shadow-level ninja, present, they posed little threat to the two. Several shurikens flew towards them, and with a swift motion, Jiang Tian redirected them back. The four rock ninjas, witnessing the returning shurikens, hurried to defend themselves. "Where do you hail from? Rock Hidden Village does not welcome outsiders. Please leave at once. Or do not blame us for being impolite," the leader of the rock ninjas declared. Given its secluded location, Rock Hidden Village was inaccessible to ordinary people, as the venomous creatures in the forest were unbearable for them. Thus, Rock Hidden Village maintained several bases outside where individuals could issue commands, which were then relayed to the village for the Rock Shadow to dispatch personnel to fulfill the tasks. "We seek an audience with the third Tsuchikage, Anoki." Jiang Tian adjusted his hat. "Humph, does the Tsuchikage meet just anyone? Do you have an appointment? And how dare you address the third directly?" The leader of the rock ninjas retorted angrily. "What? Do I need an appointment just to see an old man? Do you think he's the CEO of a large corporation? Well, come to think of it, hidden villages are indeed the largest state-owned enterprises in every nation. Without an appointment, you may as well leave. The Tsuchikage will not see you. Is that so? It seems I must enter on my own." Jiang Tian revealed a kunai concealed within his coat, ready for battle. "Prepare for combat." The leader of the rock ninjas bellowed. Earth style, earth flow slash. Earth style, earth dragon bullet. Earth style, cracking earth palm. Earth style, rock collapse. All four were earth-type chakra ninjas, perfectly coordinating their attacks to block all avenues of retreat for Jiang Tian and Zhou Yu. With a thunderous roar, all their assaults struck Jiang Tian and Zhou Yu. Success. This was the shared thought of the four rock ninjas. "Are you searching for us?" A voice emerged from behind them. Startled, the four turned to see Jiang Tian and Zhou Yu standing unharmed behind them. Hadn't they just been struck? How had they arrived behind them? "Now, it is my turn to attack." Jiang Tian chuckled, forming hand seals with one hand. Wind style, spiral wind destruction. Jiang Tian unleashed a rapidly spinning tornado that surged fiercely towards the four rock ninjas. Earth style, earth flow wall. All four exerted their chakra simultaneously, erecting four earthen walls in succession. The tornado approached swiftly, and the walls were instantly engulfed within it, with countless particles of earth swirling around, obscuring visibility. Despite the wall's efforts, they could not diminish the tornado's ferocity. The four rock ninjas quickly leaped back, attempting to evade the impending assault. Jiang Tian suddenly appeared beside them, startling them to the core, the sound of clashing weapons echoing in the air. Over the past 2 years, Jiang Tian had diligently honed his martial arts skills, and now the fruits of his labor were becoming evident. In a brief exchange of blows, he dispatched 2 of the rock shinobi with a swift kick, sending them crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu did not remain idle, charging forward and denying the rock shinobi any opportunity to retaliate. Jiang Tian swiftly maneuvered behind the remaining 2 rock shinobi, unleashing a flurry of kicks that rendered them utterly powerless. Quickly informed the third Tsuchikage. "You are no match for me. Next time, I shall not show mercy, Jiang Tian declared, releasing an aura of a shadow-level powerhouse that enveloped the four beleaguered rock shinobi. The formidable presence made the very space around them feel as if it were collapsing. An overwhelming force that caused two of the four, both Jonin and Chunin, to sense their chakra flowing sluggishly within them. Most alarmingly, they felt a creeping fear. A reluctance to engage him, which was a fatal weakness for any ninja. The four could not help but think, is the third Suchikage of such caliber? Miafin. Hurry and notify Lord Third. The leading ninja urged one of his comrades. Yes, Miafin responded, feeling a sense of urgency as he departed swiftly. A wave of relief washing over him at the thought of Jiang Tian's immense strength. Before long, Miafin returned with news that the third Suchikage had agreed to meet them. Jiang Tian was not the least bit surprised by this development. He had intended to breach their defenses regardless, for the orders from Zero were absolute and could not be disregarded, at least not at this moment. Greetings, Lord Third Suchikage. Jiang Tian said with apparent politeness, though his demeanor betrayed no hint of courtesy. Oh, what brings you to me? Though not yet the frail old man depicted in the anime, the third Suchikage was indeed diminutive, resembling something of a gnome. We wish to discuss a collaboration. Jiang Tian stated, getting straight to the point. Collaborate with us? Do you possess the means to do so? Moreover, is it necessary to injure my subordinates to propose such an alliance? Anoki, the third Suchikage, retorted sharply. I can only apologize for that. It was the only way to gain an audience with you. Exalted third, Jiang Tian replied with a resigned wave of his hand. If you doubt our capability to collaborate with the Rock Village, feel free to test my strength and see if I am worthy of such an alliance. Humph. Do you think I would shy away from a challenge? Upon hearing Jiang Tian's audacious tone, the third Suchikage began to assert his authority. The atmosphere thickening with tension as the situation grew precarious. In truth, Jiang Tian had intentionally provoked Anoki. Knowing that only through direct confrontation could the Suchikage grasp the true power of his organization, thereby bolstering his leverage for the ensuing negotiations. Moreover, Jiang Tian harbored a desire to engage in combat with the third Suchikage, Anoki, who was renowned alongside the second Suchikage as one of the pinnacle figures in the realm of shinobi, standing at the zenith of bloodline limits. The third Suchikage had the remarkable ability to amalgamate 3 elemental transformations through the dust release technique. Jiang Tian was particularly eager to witness how his own bloodline limit compared to the third Suchikage's mastery of earth, wind, and fire, which culminated in the creation of dust release. With a swift motion, the third Suchikage ascended from his seat, his hands forming intricate seals as he invoked the dust release, original world-stripping technique. Upon completion, a diminutive cubic barrier materialized between his hands, within which a radiant white sphere emanated light. He hurled the cubic barrier towards Jiang Tian, and as it soared through the air, it expanded rapidly to envelop both Jiang Tian and Zhou Yu. Within the confines of the barrier, they were transformed into a molecular state, vanishing into the dust. Humph. Such meager prowess, yet you choose to flaunt it. Just because you have attained the rank of Kage does not render you formidable. Eliminating you would be as effortless as slicing vegetables, the third Suchikage coolly remarked as he settled back into his chair. Grandfather, I heard that a guest has arrived in our village. Can I and my brother Datara go and see him? We have never encountered an outsider before. A charming little girl with black hair dashed in, tugging along a boy with golden locks. Akatsuki, what brings you here? Why are you not training with Datara today? Have you mastered the ninjutsu I taught you just a few days ago? Upon seeing his beloved granddaughter Akatsuki and his cherished disciple Datara, the third Suchikage's previous annoyance at Jiang Tian dissipated. I already mastered it. Grandfather, where is he? I just asked Uncle Miai-fan. And he said he was in your office, Akatsuki exclaimed while searching around the third Suchikage's office. Datara, the young boy, scanned the surroundings with wide eyes, excitement coursing through him at the thought of an outsider in their village, a thrilling prospect for children who had yet to witness the world beyond. You arrived too late. He was a dangerously threatening individual to our village, so I have already dealt with him. The third Suchikage affectionately ruffled Akatsuki's hair. He towered just a head above his 4-year-old granddaughter, a rather comical sight. Humph, grandfather, you could have at least let us see him before you eliminated him. Akatsuki pouted, displaying a disconcerting lack of fear regarding the act of killing, a testament to the harsh realities of life in the ninja world. All right. Next time, I shall take you out to witness the world. The third Suchikage reassured his granddaughter. Akatsuki, let us proceed with our training for today and not disturb grandfather any longer. Datara gently suggested, taking Akatsuki's small hand. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, startling everyone in the room. Heh, you are rather overconfident in your abilities, aren't you, Suchikage? Jiang Tian and Zhou Yu reappeared in the room. Outside lies a transparent cubic barrier, within which glows a small orb of white light. The cube serves to confine the range of dust techniques, while the orb is the pivotal element that transforms all into dust. Therefore, during the execution of the technique, the practitioner must first create the dust barrier, subsequently deploying it to encircle the opponent. The outer cube further ensures that those ensnared have no means to evade the risk of being reduced to molecular particles. Indeed, it is formidable. No wonder he is a man capable of wielding the bloodstain elimination technique, Jiang Tian mused lightly. I did not anticipate that both of you, ensnared by my original realm separation technique, would still survive. The third Suchikage swiftly drew Deidara and Karatsuchi behind him, demonstrating through a swift maneuver an understanding of my ninjutsu. It is hard to believe that you are merely a child in your teens. Jiang Tian had initially concealed a kunai at the entrance, utilizing space ninjutsu to counter the third Suchikage's technique, reminiscent of how Uchiha Sasuke barely escaped its clutches, saved only by Uchiha Madara's timely intervention. Jiang Tian had intended to emerge sooner, yet he was taken aback to encounter the young Deidara, discovering that the boy was the apprentice of the third Suchikage. Intrigued by the potential display of a youthful Deidara, he delayed his appearance, much to Zhou Yu's confusion. Third, you must see our sincerity. We have merely come seeking collaboration. As Jiang Tian conversed with the Suchikage, he discreetly observed Deidara. Oh, really? Then perhaps you might first discuss what collaboration you seek? Given that his apprentice and granddaughter were present, the third Suchikage permitted Jiang Tian to speak. Our collaboration pertains to task-related matters. As long as the third Suchikage entrusts us with assignments that are particularly challenging for a Wagakure or ones that cannot be accomplished overtly, we shall undertake them. However, I require 85% of the commission for the tasks we complete, Jiang Tian articulated. Do you truly believe I would engage in such collaboration with you? The Suchikage retorted. Indeed, the Battle of Kamikaze has just concluded, and I personally witnessed the performance of the Iwa Nin, which was nothing short of exemplary. The third Suchikage scoffed. Aware that Jiang Tian was speaking in contradiction, the third great ninja war saw the Sand Village of the Wind Country, the Cloud Village of the Lightning Country, and the Stone Village of the Earth Country launch a joint assault on the Leaf Village of the Fire Country, ultimately leading to their defeat. How do ordinary folk perceive this event now? Moreover, which of the current 4 great ninja villages possesses the strength to rival Konoha? Though Konoha currently harbors no ambitions of world domination, who can predict what the future holds? Third, these are considerations you must ponder, Jiang Tian remarked. The third Suchikage, reflecting on Jiang Tian's words, fell into contemplation. Indeed, the current state of a Wagakure was far from favorable. This seems to bear no relation to us. The third Suchikage clearly wished to avoid delving further into this matter. No worries, indeed. However, the implications are significant. In the eyes of the affluent, the mightiest is evidently the hidden Leaf Village. Moreover, the geographical location of the Leaf Village is exceptionally advantageous, enabling it to undertake a greater number of missions and amass considerable wealth. Consequently, this will facilitate a swift recovery from the shadows of the Third Shinobi World War. Jiang Tian deliberately paused. Observing the third Hokage lift his gaze, he continued, Our assistance can enable the Rock Village to accomplish numerous challenging tasks. You should acknowledge my strength by now. Additionally, this would significantly reduce the casualties among the ninjas of the Rock Village, preserving their strength. It would also enhance the Rock Village's reputation for efficiently executing difficult missions, encouraging more clients to entrust their tasks to them. Is this not an advantageous scenario for both parties? Jiang Tian painted a captivating vision that would entice anyone. The third Suchikage, being a seasoned individual, quickly returned from his reverie. Your strength is commendable. However, how can I be convinced of your organization's capability to execute these tasks? Perhaps you could enlighten me about the strengths of your members, allowing me to ascertain your true power. Third Suchikage, let us not jest in such a manner. If I were to disclose our organizational details, it would jeopardize our safety. Our organization has little chance of surviving an assault from any major ninja village, Jiang Tian responded, subtly downplaying his organization's strength. However, if we were to conduct a surprise attack on a large ninja village, we could significantly diminish the strength of any village. To assure you of our capabilities, we have grand preparations underway this year. Next year, we shall initiate significant actions, with our target being the Leaf Village. This can serve as both a demonstration of our strength to you and a gift for the third Suchikage, weakening the threat that the Leaf poses to the Rock Village. What do you think? This is a commendable strategy, allowing both sides to feel at ease. However, why not discuss this next year when you have more convincing evidence? The third Suchikage queried, perplexed. To avoid prolonged uncertainties, what if our organization encounters unforeseen circumstances next year and cannot send a formidable individual? He might fall victim to your formidable dust release, original world disintegration technique, and then we would be unable to reach an agreement. Jiang Tian jested lightly. After the surprise attack on the Leaf next year, will you then agree to collaborate with us? Even if we do form an alliance, will we receive a substantial share of the commission for the tasks? Would I be able to negotiate successfully if the Rock Village happens to have just suffered a defeat at the hands of the Leaf? Indeed. But is it not the case that your share of the commission is somewhat excessive? The third Suchikage began to discuss the specifics of their collaboration. Our minimum requirement is 80%. That is our bottom line, Jiang Tian asserted firmly, clearly gaining the upper hand in the negotiations. This is acceptable. Let us agree on 20%. The third Suchikage pondered for a moment, acknowledging that we had contributed nothing but merely accepted a task. Clearly, the third Suchikage lacked the acumen of contemporary individuals, such as the Chinese who assist Americans in manufacturing Nike sneakers. Suppose a pair of shoes generates a profit of $9. The Americans would retain $8, leaving the Chinese manufacturers with merely $1. China provides both materials and labor for the creation of these shoes, yet they receive only a meager share for their efforts. The Chinese merchants, hesitant to confront their American counterparts, nonetheless aspire to secure a larger share of the profits. Consequently, they resort to further exploiting the labor of ordinary Chinese workers, compelling them to accept paltry wages. This reflects the stark realities of China, yet collaborating with nebulous organizations like yours offers no assurances. The third Suchikage remarked, Such cooperation poses no detriment to a Wagakure. What is there for the third Suchikage to fear? Jiang Tian responded with a smile. How might I establish contact with your organization? I am unaware of your whereabouts. Rest assured, we shall designate specific individuals to reach out to you in due course. Came the reply. Now, let us proceed to sign the cooperation agreement. Jiang Tian was not inclined to meander any longer. After a considerable period of contemplation, the third Suchikage, having discerned no harmful implications for a Wagakure, affixed his signature to the agreement. As Jiang Tian carefully stored the signed document in his ninja tool pouch, he cast a final glance at Madara, who stood behind the third Suchikage, and politely declined the latter's feigned invitation before taking his leave. Brother, was this negotiation fruitful? Zhou Yu inquired, voicing her inner doubts. I did not expect my sister to have become so astute, Jiang Tian teased. When both parties perceive mutual benefit in an agreement, it becomes worthwhile. However, if one side deems it useless, it naturally loses its significance. Your sister has always been clever, Zhou Yu replied, scrunching her adorable little nose. Then why expend such effort on this task? This is not your usual style. Indeed. My purpose for this outing was not solely this. I have already achieved my objective. Furthermore, it is my belief that we will ultimately conclude this treaty when we consider it no longer advantageous, thereby rendering this task exceedingly significant. As it pertains to our organization's next steps, Jiang Tian affectionately ruffled Jiang Yu's hair as he explained. As they journeyed onward, they encountered two peculiar figures clad in black trench coats embroidered with red clouds and adorned with brown conical hats jingling with wind chimes, who ambled leisurely along. Observing the seemingly endless drizzle before him, Jiang Tian felt a twinge of sentimentality. A month had elapsed, and he had finally completed his task. Although he could have returned swiftly, he was compelled by the thought of not having spent quality time with his sister. Thus, he meandered back as if on a leisurely excursion. Upon entering the base, the atmosphere remained as serene as ever. Jiang Tian instructed Jiang Yu to retreat to the cave for rest while he attended to the task report. I'm back, HK. The tone remained unchanged from 2 years prior. As Zero entered the conference room, he immediately began to speak. Indeed, the mission had been accomplished. Jiang Tian was not surprised that Zero was aware of his arrival. With the Rain Tiger Free technique at his disposal, Zero could ascertain the conditions of the village. This technique, a ninjutsu of Pain's Deva Path, allows for the manifestation of a chakra-infused rain from the sky. Unlike ordinary rain, this precipitation is imbued with Nagado's chakra, enabling it to sense the quantity and strength of an enemy's chakra. When Pain's Deva Path first appeared, the rain detected an intruder, Jiraiya. Pain sensed the formidable chakra of Jiraiya and remarked that he might be a master. Jiang Tian retrieved a contract from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Nagato. Nagato accepted the document and scrutinized it thoroughly. Okay, well done. Ju has returned, but regrettably, the mission failed. The fourth Reikage did not agree and even injured Zhu. What? Zhu was hurt. Jiang Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, however, his abilities are rather unique. Despite his injuries, they do not significantly affect him, Nagato replied. Humph. Let the fourth Reikage revel for a few days. We shall deal with him later. Now, you have exerted yourself during this mission. Go and rest. Nagato appeared somewhat irate. Jiang Tian, where is your sister? Conan, standing beside Nagato, inquired. Oh, I sent her back to rest, Jiang Tian responded. Humph. Your mission took so long that I have been without anyone to play with for over a month. Are you using your sister as a laborer again? Conan challenged. Hee. She is my sister. How could I not cherish her? I did waste some time this time, but I shall be more attentive next time. Jiang Tian said as he made a hasty retreat. Nagato, do you truly believe this approach will allow for a good relationship with Jiang Tian? It might be better to control his sister instead, Conan asked, watching Jiang Tian flee. Do not think that way. It would only drive Jiang Tian away and turn him into a supporter of Madara, Nagato replied calmly. Why? Because he and I are the same ilk. I regard you as my own sister. If anyone dares to harm you, I shall hold them in eternal enmity. Jiang Tian is likewise. Upon hearing Nagato's words, Conan felt a tumultuous stir within her, suppressing her surging emotions. She found herself reluctant to harm such an innocent sister. Initially, she had approached her with ulterior motives. But as time passed, she yearned to be a sister to her instead. We are all victims of war. Now we must rely on our strength to bring it to an end, thus liberating countless others who, like us, suffer from the torment of conflict. Nagato appeared somewhat stirred. Jiang Tian sat upon his bed, extracting from his tool pouch the right eye of Obito that he had previously stored, gazing at the vial in his hand. He let out a deep sigh. Although he held a certain disdain for Sasuke from the Naruto anime, considering him insignificant without his Sharingan, Jiang Tian could not deny that the Sharingan indeed represented the most formidable bloodline limit within the series. The power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan surpassed even that of the Rinnegan. Had Uchiha Itachi genuinely sought to acquire Sasuke's Sharingan, he would have gained the strength to rival Uchiha Madara, rather than allowing the eternally foolish Sasuke to be toyed with, all the while believing himself to be exceptional. The reason Jiang Tian yearned for Obito's Sharingan was to expedite his mastery of Genjutsu, while Kakashi possessed the left eye that enabled physical assaults. The right eye in Jiang Tian's grasp would grant him the ability to launch mental attacks. This way, he could fulfill his pursuit of Genjutsu. For Jiang Tian lacked the energy to dedicate to its intricate studies. Should he discover that his Genjutsu could not compete with the Sharingan, it would be a tragic misfortune. He had no desire to engage with the inept, as his future adversaries would undoubtedly be skilled combatants. Furthermore, even if he failed to master it, he would still be equipped to interpret Genjutsu, ensuring he would not falter in battle. Although he suspected that the Genjutsu of the Sunset Red Sharingan might elude him, Jiang Tian remained confident that he could elevate Obito's eye to a Mangekyo Sharingan, akin to Kakashi's. With a steady hand, Jiang Tian opened the vial, carefully retrieving the eye that had been preserved in saline solution. After returning, he dedicated several days to meticulous preparation, thoroughly studying his own bloodline limit before embarking on the fusion with the Sharingan. Jiang Tian was determined not to find himself in a predicament akin to Kakashi's, where a brief skirmish would leave him depleted of chakra, a truly unfortunate fate. Today, fortuitously, all of Jiang Tian's preparations had culminated in completion. Moreover, his sister Jiang Yu had been invited out by Conan, and he feared that any unforeseen mishap might lead to her unnecessary worry, ultimately revealing his clandestine endeavors. Sighing, he acknowledged his insufficient concern for his sister. Despite his understanding of water release techniques, Jiang Tian preferred not to rely on them. It seemed prudent to seek a water release master to tutor Jiang Yu. However, the only adept within the Akatsuki appeared to be the towering figure of Kisame Hoshigaki, who likely still roamed in the land of mist. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Jiang Tian removed his half-mask with his other hand. As a non-Uchiha, he understood that merging with the Sharingan would not restore it to its standard state. Thus, he resolved to don a mask that concealed the right side of his face, ensuring that no one would notice his right eye. Although the observant might still detect his difference, one must always take precautions. Jiang Tian began to form seals with one hand, as his right eye and the surrounding nervous system transformed into air. He extracted the air where his right eye had been and delicately placed Obito's Sharingan atop it, allowing the nerves that originally connected to his eye to gradually materialize and merge with the newly acquired Sharingan. Bit by bit, the connection solidified until all the nerves were fully integrated, and everything seemed to be in order. A wave of relief washed over Jiang Tian as he calmed his anxious heart. He slowly opened his previously closed right eye, savoring the advantages bestowed upon him by his new vision. Jiang Tian felt waves of pain emanating from his right eye, a reaction of rejection beginning to manifest. And it would take some time before the discomfort subsided. Observing his surroundings, he distinctly noticed that his right eye's vision surpassed that of his left, exhibiting remarkable agility. It was no wonder that the Sharingan possessed three fundamental abilities: replication, insight, and the execution and rebound of illusions. The most renowned ability of the Sharingan was its capacity to perfectly memorize and replicate all ninjutsu techniques it beheld, with the exception of bloodline limits. This encompassed not only standard ninjutsu but also taijutsu and genjutsu. The Sharingan's insight allowed for the precise replication of an opponent's jutsu seals, enabling the user to learn and subsequently replicate those techniques. The second ability conferred upon its wielder an extraordinary level of perception, allowing them to discern the movements of fast-moving adversaries during combat. A skilled user could even predict their opponent's next position. In its ultimate form, the Sharingan could perceive actions faster than the user themselves. Moreover, it could penetrate all levels of genjutsu, as well as detect the flow of chakra and subtle movements, with the kaleidoscopic Sharingan's observational prowess surpassing that of the Byakugan. The Sharingan could also cast illusions. When the opponent locked eyes with the Sharingan user, it could initiate a unique ocular technique akin to hypnosis, coaxing the opponent into making corresponding movements. Against illusions cast by others, the Sharingan could autonomously reflect the genjutsu, ensnaring the caster in their own trap. Jiang Tian procured a mirror and discovered that his right eye now displayed the state of 2 tomo. Previously, Obito had been threatened with death, activating 1 tomo, and when the rock fell, he experienced another stimulus, evolving his eye into the 2 tomo Sharingan. Jiang Tian felt fortunate to be in a better position than Kakashi. However, gazing at his right eye and realizing he could not attain a normal state like that of the Uchiha clan, Jiang Tian sighed deeply. It seemed he would have to wear a mask daily from now on. He distinctly sensed that his chakra was flowing more rapidly within him, evidently. The Sharingan imposed a heavier burden on those not of the Uchiha lineage. Itachi had maintained his Sharingan in an activated state of 3 tomo for an extended period. Was there a way to alleviate such a condition? What distinguished the physical constitution of the Uchiha clan from that of ordinary individuals? He scoffed at the notion that he could not fully master the Sharingan. Earlier, while connecting his nerves, he had distinctly noticed 8 connection points on the Sharingan, whereas his own eye had only 5. Was there a disparity here? Perhaps it was worth exploring further. Jiang Tian, audacious and skilled, embarked on his endeavor without hesitation, determined to bridge the neural connections himself. Closing his eyes once more, he extracted 3 visual nerves from the amalgamation of 5, each nerve elongating relentlessly, inflicting increasing agony upon him. His bloodline was unique. It could be said that Jiang Tian was a being evolved from air itself. As long as air existed, even if he were to lose an arm, he could regenerate it. However, should his head be severed, he would meet his demise, unable to conjure a new one. For he was not an immortal creature like Haydn, although he could stitch his head back on. Creating such delicate and inherently fragile nerves from nothingness would inevitably subject him to considerable suffering. The process of creation demanded patience. One could not rush or expect to achieve grand results in an instant, but rather must proceed gradually. As the pain intensified, Jiang Tian was drenched in sweat. Having inadvertently bitten his own lips, his consciousness began to blur. Just as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, the nerves finally connected, the pain subsiding gradually. He collapsed onto the bed, gasping for breath, a wave of trepidation washing over him. It was his first attempt at such a feat, undertaken without preparation or experience, nearly leading to disaster. Fortunately, he succeeded at the last moment, utilizing his unique healing abilities. Jiang Tian mended the fresh wounds on his body and rested for half an hour before examining his eyes. He now sensed a profound connection between his right eye and his neural center. The Sharingan was unequivocally his own. Jiang Tian's physique now bore no distinction from that of the Uchiha clan. He felt a significant reduction in chakra consumption, nearly negligible, while the Sharingan had also enhanced his chakra reserves, bringing him immense joy. Although his chakra was abundant, it was not limitless. Any increase was welcome. He whimsically mused that if he could attain the levels of Naruto and Kisame, it would be even better. Jiang Tian retrieved a mirror and discovered that his original 2 tomo Sharingan had evolved into 3. No wonder he felt his strength augmenting. Gazing at the exquisite Sharingan in the mirror, his eyes sparkled with delight. Now, he awaited the evolution into the Manjiki Sharingan, with the Sharingan seamlessly integrated within him. He pondered whether he could deactivate it. Attempting to halt the flow of chakra, the three Tomo instantly reverted to their ordinary form. Upon using chakra to activate his right eye, the three Tomo reappeared. It seems I no longer need to wear a mask. Had I known it could be this simple, I wouldn't have donned that cumbersome mask 2 years ago. But now, removing it poses no issue. I possess the secret of the Sharingan, and no one shall uncover it. Days later, having just acclimated to the advantages bestowed upon him by the Sharingan, he was interrupted by a knock. Jiang Tian, Zero has summoned us for an urgent meeting, spoke Haydn. I'm coming, Haydn. Jiang Tian rose from his bed, donned his windbreaker, and opened the door. Let us proceed, Fadewan. Though it was an urgent meeting, each member heading towards the conference room maintained a leisurely pace. In the Akatsuki organization, it seemed that nothing could alter their unruffled demeanor. The purpose of this gathering was to discuss a member of the organization. He is quite significant indeed, none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Observing the peculiar expressions of his comrades, Nagato continued. We have successfully negotiated a collaboration with Orochimaru. However, to showcase the current strength of our Akatsuki, and to avoid being underestimated, I require a few individuals to go to Konoha and escort Orochimaru back. Fadewan, Kakuzu, and Jiang Tian, you three will undertake this mission. Be cautious, as you may encounter Konoha ninjas intent on eliminating Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru. This mission promises to be quite intriguing, Fadewan exclaimed boastfully. This time, I will not allow you to steal the spotlight, for Orochimaru's head is worth a staggering 300 million ryo. That repugnant serpent? Perhaps we shall encounter some unexpected surprises. Meanwhile, Jiraiya lamented. Oh, what a bother. How could the illustrious sage of the toads, Jiraiya, find himself in such troublesome circumstances? He waved a stack of documents in exasperation. Following the Shinobi World War, Minato Namikaze's reputation in the village had soared above all others. Coming from humble beginnings, Minato had no substantial background. Yet with the support of his mentor Jiraiya and the aging third Hokage, he ascended to the position of fourth Hokage. Since Minato took office, the volume of missions and crises faced by Konoha had become overwhelmingly burdensome. Coupled with Minato's inexperience, the third Hokage and Jiraiya naturally assisted him, enabling Minato to gradually learn how to manage these issues. The third Hokage, feeling the strain of his nearly stiffened back, remarked, Jiraiya, focus on your work. The affairs of the village are exceedingly demanding. Forgive me, Sensei, Lord Third, Minato replied apologetically, glancing at the two who had not slept in 2 days. He had never anticipated that becoming Hokage would entail such heavy responsibilities. Sighing in resignation, Jiraiya let out a breath of despair. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and a strikingly beautiful woman rushed in, tackling Minato to the ground. Minato-kun, I've missed you so much. Chinai, not like this. Please. Minato helplessly pushed her away. I'm quite busy at the moment. How rude. Now that you're a Hokage, you ignore me. Chinai pouted, refusing to relent. Enough. You too. Take your antics outside. Do not distract me in here. Jiraiya grumbled, tugging at his graying hair. Pervert, mind your own business. Chinai shot a glare at Jiraiya. Jiraiya was momentarily rendered speechless by Tsunade's remarks, as if he had been choked. Just as Minato and Tsunade were engaged in their playful banter, a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared, declaring, Lord Third, Lord Fourth, Lord Jiraiya, we have discovered numerous corpses of infants and leaf ninjas in the shadows of Orochimaru's residence. What? Upon hearing this, the third Hokage immediately stood up with a grave expression. Take me there at once. He entrusted the situation to Jiraiya and Minato, prioritizing the matter concerning his most cherished disciple. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, silently worrying, Old man, be careful. What on earth is that scoundrel Orochimaru up to? Accompanied by the Umbu, the third Hokage arrived at the scene and was taken aback by the sight before him. In the basement, there lay hundreds of containers filled with the remains of infants, some of whom had barely lived for a few months, while others were children several years old. For reasons unknown, some of the bodies were in a state of decay, their skin ruptured, and blood stained the containers. Out of hundreds of children, only one had survived. Tears welled in the third Hokage's eyes as he exclaimed, Heavens! Orochimaru, what have you done? How could you inflict such cruelty upon innocent children? He ordered, dispose of these bodies, and take the surviving child to the medical department for proper care. Wiping away his tears, he addressed the Umbu with a solemn face. Sarutobi, what is the meaning of this? Shortly after the third Hokage's arrival, the two main advisors of Konoha entered, equally shocked by the horrific scene. Could this truly be the work of Orochimaru? Leave this to me. The third Hokage, unwilling to believe Orochimaru was responsible, realized that the discovery in his laboratory certainly implicated him. "We must seek justice for these children. Let us handle this matter," suggested Danzō, who had entered with the advisors. Danzō? The third Hokage was taken aback, for Danzō had not been active in Konoha for over a decade. Orochimaru's actions have undermined the very foundations of Konoha. Danzō observed the third Hokage with an impassive demeanor, his thoughts inscrutable. "I understand what must be done. Since I planted this disaster, it is my duty to eradicate it. However, we cannot yet confirm if Orochimaru is the perpetrator," the third Hokage replied, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. He had invested everything into nurturing Orochimaru, making the matter all the more delicate. "Although I do not involve myself in Konoha's affairs, my roots are the foundation of this village. Orochimaru has not shown himself for 2 months. According to my subordinates' investigations, he has been conducting forbidden jutsu experiments on living subjects. Many leaf chunin, genin, and even ordinary children have perished as a result of his experiments, which explains his absence," Danzō stated coldly. "What? Such a thing could happen? Sarutobi, I perceive that the matters here are inextricably linked to Orochimaru." A startled Tsunade gravely conveyed this to the third Hokage. "If the intelligence is accurate, Orochimaru should currently be conducting experiments in the underground chamber near the prison." Danz turned and strode away, stating, "Since Orochimaru is your disciple, I shall refrain from further inquiries. Farewell." The third's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve as he gestured to several Umbu behind him, commanding, "Move out." He swiftly cast aside his Hokage cloak, revealing his combat attire beneath, indicating his firm determination to confront Orochimaru. "Humph. Sarutobi, Orochimaru, let the two of you struggle at your own pace." Upon exiting, Danz coldly observed the third as he sped towards the prison. "Eliminating Orochimaru would effectively diminish your strongest asset. One day, I shall ascend to the position of Hokage. Orochimaru, do not hold it against me. For the sake of the Hokage's seat, I must expose you. Nonetheless, I shall graciously accept the results of your experiments, for they shall significantly enhance my strength." This indeed is a cunning scheme. Should Orochimaru be slain, the third's influence would lose one of the legendary Sannin. Conversely, if Orochimaru were to defect, it would undoubtedly undermine the trust placed in the third and Minato. In both public and personal spheres, Danz emerges as the victor, all without incurring substantial costs. Why not proceed? In a shadowy corner near the prison, the third and several Umbu were probing for Orochimaru's hidden lair. "Lord Third, we've found it," exclaimed a sensory ninja, dispelling the illusion shrouding a nondescript cave. Gazing into the dark and enigmatic cavern, he addressed the third. As the third approached the unassuming cave, he sensed the recently dispelled illusion and the familiar aura emanating from within, causing his pupils to constrict in realization. "Indeed, it is you, Orochimaru." Beneath the cave lay a dimly lit passage, winding and seemingly ordinary, yet fraught with peril. "Be cautious," warned an Umbu scout, inadvertently triggering a mechanism that caused the cave's rocky walls to spring open, unleashing a barrage of concealed projectiles towards the third and his two companions. Doton, Earth Barrier. The third deftly executed a B-rank defensive technique, erecting a smooth earthen wall to shield against the incoming weaponry. "Proceed onward," he urged, leading the charge while remaining vigilant for unexpected assaults. Before long, they arrived at a concealed corridor, and as anticipated, countless venomous snakes surged forth, their fangs glistening. Katanen, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The third swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a powerful torrent of flames that incinerated the serpents before him. Realizing the urgency, he quickened his pace. He understood that these snakes were a unique technique of Orochimaru, summoned by him. With their destruction, Orochimaru would undoubtedly become aware of his intrusion. In the underground laboratory, Orochimaru suddenly recoiled. What? An intrusion? Sensing his snake's demise in the approach of a potent, familiar chakra, he realized the gravity of the situation. Damn it. This location is known to no one. Master Sarutobi realized that Orochimaru was not in a state of panic. Instead, he remained composed, thinking, damn it. It must be that old fox Danzō. It seems my only option now is to seek refuge with the Akatsuki organization. I sincerely hope they do not let me down and that the promises made to me will be fulfilled. Orochimaru hurriedly organized the data he had researched, stuffing it into his specially crafted sealing scroll. Just as he was preparing to escape, the door was violently smashed open by a colossal hand, revealing the third Hokage and Enma, clad in battle attire, standing before him. Orochimaru, I never expected it to truly be you. The third Hokage gazed at Orochimaru, disappointment evident in his eyes as he watched the rogue ninja prepare to flee. Master Sarutobi. Orochimaru's pupils dilated in alarm, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance as he regarded the third Hokage and Enma. What exactly is going on with those children hidden in your basement? The third Hokage's aura surged, a palpable wave of murderous intent pressing down upon Orochimaru. At 50, the third Hokage, though nearing the twilight of his years, still retained the formidable strength he had during his prime, a force that even Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, could not withstand. As the third Hokage's imposing presence enveloped him, Orochimaru's complexion turned ashen. Those children were experimental subjects based on the first Hokage's techniques. I extracted his cells and implanted them into those children to attempt to recreate his bloodline limit. Unfortunately, they all perished. Orochimaru, do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? They are merely children, and you dare conduct live human experiments here. What is your true purpose? The third Hokage's voice brimmed with anger and disappointment. Seeing living beings is fascinating, while the lifeless are utterly dull, Orochimaru lamented, his hands gesturing with a hint of melancholy. Humans are fragile creatures. His face twisted with madness. He declared, what I seek is immortality. You have descended into darkness, Orochimaru. The third Hokage remarked, shaking his head in dismay. Master Sarutobi, eliminate him. Otherwise, he will pose a threat to Konoha. Enma urged, observing the madness etched upon Orochimaru's face. The third Hokage appeared oblivious to Enma's warning, continuing to address Orochimaru. In that tumultuous era, you were a gifted youth, a prodigy born once in several decades. How I wished you could inherit my will and power. I devoted everything to you, imparting my ideals, yet alas. Master Sarutobi, do you not think it too late for such sentiments? Orochimaru replied coolly, a wave of sorrow washing over him. Master Sarutobi, act now. Enma began to form hand seals, preparing to transform into the adamantine staff. The third Hokage fell silent, and seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru swiftly broke through the adjacent wall and fled. In that fleeting moment, as he turned away, a single tear slipped from his eye. Who says snakes lack emotions? Master Sarutobi, you will regret this decision. The primate demon seized his hand seals and sighed softly. He dispatched orders, announcing that Orochimaru had officially defected from Konoha, now classified as an S-rank rogue ninja. The third Hokage, weary and helpless, conveyed this decree, his voice echoing with the weight of decades. What? Orochimaru has defected. The news of Orochimaru's betrayal spread swiftly throughout Konoha, leaving Jiraiya in disbelief, his complexion pale as he absorbed the words of the messenger ninja. Within the Umbu, orders were issued to encircle and capture Orochimaru. Minato, understanding Jiraiya's turmoil, recognized his own responsibilities as Hokage, reluctantly relaying the commands. Damn it! Jiraiya burst through the office door, fervently seeking out Orochimaru, his once most valued comrade. Each division was immediately mobilized to pursue the rogue ninja, Orochimaru. The Umbu leader, upon receiving the orders, swiftly dispatched his own commands. Not far from the borders of Konoha, in a modest dwelling within the land of water, lay a strikingly beautiful girl, seemingly lifeless on the floor. Her eyes were vacant, her body convulsing, and a prominent curse seal, marked by 3 distinctive commas, pulsated with an eerie luminescence around her neck. As the closed door slowly creaked open, 2 figures entered, infusing the small house with a flicker of life. She's still alive, exclaimed a man clad in a white suit, gazing in astonishment at the barely breathing Akamichi. What luck! Out of 10 trials, only one has survived, a significant harvest for our sacrificial offerings. Orochimaru spoke with a calm yet excited demeanor. Sacrificial offerings? It seems I have little reason to remain here. However, the research must continue. You may manage the facilities on your own. Then, Lord Orochimaru, I shall take my leave, the man in white said, turning to depart. Just as Orochimaru intended to exit, a hand grasped his left foot. Noticing Akamichi's grip, Orochimaru turned to meet her gaze. Why do you do this? I have always held you in high regard, she pleaded, her voice breaking with despair. Observing the expression on her face, Orochimaru knelt before her, lifting her chin with a hand. You are not yet worthy. Your motives for seeking power, your obsessions, your hatred, none qualify you. His cold eyes bore into hers as he extended his tongue, grotesquely licking her left cheek. As long as you survive, you may yet hold some value. In due time, we shall be together again. With an alluring tone, he enticed her, and in that fleeting moment, all that could be heard was the rapid beating of her heart before she defiantly turned her head away. I see. It appears I must seek a more suitable vessel. Orochimaru lamented, retracting his hand from her chin. Gradually, he began to weave hand seals. However, I must seal away your memories for now. Orochimaru completed his technique. And with a slow, deliberate motion, his right hand caressed Hanabi's face as her heartbroken gaze pierced through him. Overwhelmed by the potency of the sealing jutsu emanating from Orochimaru, Hanabi succumbed to the shock and fainted. It seems I must embark on a quest to locate the Akatsuki's base myself. How infuriating it is that no one is here to guide me, Orochimaru lamented, licking his chin in dissatisfaction. Just as he prepared to set off towards the land of rain in search of the Akatsuki's hideout, several shurikens landed precisely where he was about to step. Why? Jiraiya's expression hardened as he gazed at Orochimaru from a distance. It was none other than the Toad Sage, Jiraiya, who had rushed out in a fervor upon hearing of Orochimaru's defection. Orochimaru remained silent. Why did you betray Konoha? Jiraiya shouted in anger. Humph, you truly are a fool. Jiraiya. Without waiting for Jiraiya to press further, Orochimaru unleashed his speed and fled. Stop, Orochimaru. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and pursued closely behind. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless chase, employing various ninjutsu along the way. Soon, they found themselves darting deep into the dense forest, where they clashed once more. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Water style, water surge. The entire forest was ravaged by their battle, and Jiraiya, lacking the mastery of ninjutsu that Orochimaru possessed, was left in a disheveled state. With a resounding explosion caused by the collision of their techniques, trees collapsed all around them, and they stood facing each other in a tense standoff. Why? Why did you betray Konoha? Jiraiya continued to press on, unwavering in his inquiry. For the sake of eternal life, for the pursuit of immense power. Orochimaru replied, his voice dripping with an eerie charm. Weren't we known as the legendary three? Having grown up together? Jiraiya recalled their shared past, disbelief coloring his tone as he questioned Orochimaru. Humph, ha ha ha. You truly are a pathetic fool, Jiraiya. You never think before you act, and that is precisely why you have yet to comprehend my intentions. Have you truly closed your mind to change, Orochimaru? Jiraiya spoke somberly. How laughable, Jiraiya. There are limits to foolishness. Orochimaru, no longer wishing to entertain Jiraiya's ramblings, fixed his gaze and crouched low before charging forward, drawing his blade. With a swift thrust, the slender sword pierced Jiraiya's lung. Watching Jiraiya, who made no attempt to evade, Orochimaru felt a pang of bitterness within. Though his expression remained stoically indifferent, he withdrew the blade and sent Jiraiya sprawling with a kick. Humph, Jiraiya, did you truly think I would spare your life? Orochimaru said coldly. Why? Why? Jiraiya gasped, clutching his wounded lung, summoning every ounce of strength to shout. What is the reason behind this? For this once dear friend, Jiraiya, Orochimaru could not sever the bond of friendship that had been forged through shared experiences and perilous adventures since childhood. Fool. Do you still not comprehend? Orochimaru declared as he removed the Leaf Village headband, carving a deep gash across the leaf emblem with his sword. Witnessing this act, Jiraiya felt as though his heart had been pierced by 1,000 arrows. That single stroke severed not only Orochimaru's ties to the leaf, but also the camaraderie and bonds shared among the legendary three ninjas. I am a rogue ninja of the leaf. I shall claim your life in due time. Orochimaru cast the headband aside and vanished into the dense forest. Orochimaru, Jiraiya lamented, tears cascading down his cheeks, leaving scars of sorrow upon his face. In that moment, the ties of friendship were utterly obliterated, leaving only the prominently marked headband as a poignant reminder of their tragic severance. Ah, what a heart-wrenching farewell it is, where life and death part ways. As Orochimaru fled, he heard a teasing voice and paused, scanning his surroundings warily. Who goes there? He inquired, cautious of potential pursuers from the leaf. Do not be alarmed, Orochimaru. We are members of the Akatsuki here to escort you. Emerged three figures clad in black cloaks adorned with crimson clouds, their heads topped with brown hats. The speaker was naturally Jiang Tian, and among the trio, he alone seemed to regard Orochimaru with admiration. After all, Orochimaru was a prodigious talent. Upon recognizing the distinctive attire, Orochimaru felt a wave of relief wash over him. Who are you? He asked. We are the Akatsuki's triad, Haiden of the Akatsuki, Minghui Jiang Tian, and Kakuzu of the Akatsuki. Oh, I did not expect to encounter acquaintances within the Akatsuki. Minghui Jiang Tian, the renowned shinobi from the Dream Village who had aided the Leaf in their ambush against the Sand Ninja 3 years prior during the Kaiki Mountain battle, was indeed a surprising presence. A mere 14-year-old boy, it appeared that my assessment of the Akatsuki's strength must be recalibrated, Orochimaru remarked slyly. Jiang Tian, however, did not anticipate that Orochimaru's first words would be a challenge. Yet, he remained unfazed. Why should he argue with someone deemed trash by others? It sufficed that he knew his own worth. If one is bitten by a dog, should they retaliate against the dog? Moreover, even if a confrontation with Orochimaru were necessary, now was not the opportune time. Orochimaru had just defected, and the Leaf likely dispatched numerous Umbu to pursue him. A fierce battle might attract the attention of the Umbu. And even if they were all formidable shadows, a valiant warrior could not withstand the might of many. How can you be certain there are no capable ninjas from the Leaf? You might very well lose your life here, which would be enough to drive you to despair. Furthermore, the Akatsuki must not draw excessive attention at this juncture. Encountering the majority of Leaf ninjas would be unwise, as it could expose their organization. If it were only a few individuals, perhaps it would be manageable. Jiang Tian was unconcerned, but that did not imply the same for the others. What arrogance! Do not presume that just because you are one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, you are exceptional, Haiden roared. Jiang Tian, after all, was one of their own. And regardless of the circumstances, one must assist their comrades. Moreover, Haiden was acutely aware of Jiang Tian's capabilities. Do you wish to fight? Orochimaru inquired with a sinister smile. Bring it on. I fear no one, Haiden replied, embodying a spirit of chaos. Haiden, this is crucial. If you seek to challenge Orochimaru, let us postpone until we reach the base. With so many eyes around, it would be unwise to attract unwanted attention, Jiang Tian interjected. Orochimaru, here are your garments. The straw hat, and the ring, Kong Chun, which you should wear on your left pinky. As for the other items, once we arrive at the organization, Zero will inform you. Now let us depart. With that, Jiang Tian lowered his hat and turned to leave. Jiang Tian was right. The mission took precedence. Let us return. We have already delayed for far too long, and I still need to earn a living. As Haiden cast a longing gaze in his direction, Kakuzu shattered Haiden's hopes and turned to depart as well. Humph, I shall let you off this time, Haiden declared defiantly, following suit. Kakuzu, wait for me. Observing the trio as they turned to leave, Orochimaru fell into contemplation before a smile crept across his face. He donned the Akatsuki attire and followed after them, successfully integrating into the organization. Throughout their journey, each individual advanced at a leisurely pace, silence enveloping them save for Haiden's incessant chatter. Despite Haiden's relentless dialogue, none paid him heed, and gradually, he sensed his own absurdity, falling silent. Though their pace was slow, by the 10th day, they entered the land of rain. At this juncture, Jiang Tian finally exhaled a sigh of relief. There would be no pursuers. It was safe to assert that this mission would not result in any conflict. After 3 more days, as the quartet arrived at the clearing outside the base, Haiden could hardly contain his eagerness to engage Orochimaru in a duel. Much to Jiang Tian's chagrin, who had assumed all was well. However, since they had arrived, there was little to worry about. Observing Orochimaru's haughty demeanor, Jiang Tian refrained from intervening, knowing that Zero had mentioned showcasing Orochimaru's true prowess. Kakuzu remained disinterested in most matters unless provoked or if someone sought to wrest wealth from him. As the two formidable individuals, one a mad scientist and the other a masochist, prepared for battle, Jiang Tian and Kakuzu sought a distant vantage point to observe Orochimaru's capabilities, strengths, and vulnerabilities. Ah, I can already feel the call of the Dark God. I shall offer you as a sacrifice to him, Haiden proclaimed, drawing forth his weapon. The blood-soaked Scythe of March. A crimson 3-section scythe, equipped with various functionalities such as extension and division, is tethered at its base by a cord that extends to the rope-wrapped waist of Haiden. This design allows Haiden to effortlessly wield the scythe, while the triple-edged blade is crafted to inflict maximum harm upon his adversaries. The blood upon the blade serves as a conduit for casting terrifying curses, rendering the extent of injury inflicted upon his foes of lesser concern. Is that so? The answer lies in one's prowess. It seems you possess some arcane abilities as well. How intriguing the Akatsuki becomes. My utmost desire is to engage in combat with every ninja who wields unknown techniques, to learn their jutsu. Orochimaru, visibly excited, brandished the Kusanagi sword. Is that so? Then I shall not hold back. Perish, you repugnant wretch. Haiden hefted the bloodied scythe and charged towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru raised the Kusanagi to meet him. The clash of blades echoed, sparks flying in every direction. Orochimaru appeared to excel in a myriad of bizarre jutsu, while his taijutsu was rather mediocre, roughly on par with that of an average Chunin. Haiden, the slowest attacker in the Akatsuki, also lacked impressive taijutsu skills, relying instead on reckless endurance, placing him at a similar level. The two engaged in a fervent exchange of physical blows, their abilities rather unremarkable. Yet the intensity of their combat was palpable. This left Jiang Tian and Akatsuki, who were spectating, feeling rather strained. Haydn, cease this frivolity. I do not have the luxury of time to squander here, Akatsuki declared, exerting pressure first. Uncle Akatsuki, must you deprive me of my enjoyment? Haydn dodged a swing from Orochimaru. I have finally encountered a fellow practitioner of taijutsu as lackluster as myself. Yet, Uncle Akatsuki seems to find it tiresome. I shall now get serious. With a newfound gravity, Haydn tightened his grip on the bloodied scythe and launched himself at Orochimaru. Though surprised by the lengthened scythe, Orochimaru maintained his composure and evaded the attack. Haydn, with a swift motion, redirected the scythe back towards Orochimaru, engaging in a close-quarters assault. Spotting an opening, Haydn charged forth, retracting the scythe and delivering a strike to the unsuspecting Orochimaru. Orochimaru's right arm was severed entirely, yet the anticipated fresh blood did not materialize. Observing his severed limb on the ground with an unperturbed demeanor, Orochimaru calmly remarked, "It's merely shedding." From his mouth emerged a pristine, intact version of himself, while the original Orochimaru transformed into a viscous, repulsive substance that seeped into the ground. Witnessing the newly reformed Orochimaru, adorned with remnants of the viscous matter, Haydn exclaimed, "What is this? How revolting!" Even Jiang Tian, a bystander, nearly retched at the sight, casting an envious glance at the composed Akatsuki. His heart filled with admiration for someone who had survived for decades unscathed. Orochimaru cast a cold gaze upon the raucous Haydn, summoning countless serpents from the sleeve of his right arm, which surged forth towards Haydn. Startled by the oncoming serpents, Haydn recoiled, expressing his disdain for such slimy creatures. Swiftly, he brandished his scythe to sever the heads of the small snakes. The malevolent serpents coiled as Orochimaru pressed one hand against the ground, conjuring a massive, sinuous serpent that propelled Haydn high into the air. Two colossal snakes emerged from the earth, flanking Haydn in a coordinated assault. Orochimaru was merely toying with Haydn, administering a gentle reprimand. However, as Haydn descended back to the ground, seemingly unscathed, Orochimaru realized that Haydn possessed some unique abilities. Humph! How dare you leave me in such a disheveled state? The Lord of Evil is already urging me on, Orochimaru mused. Haydn glared fiercely at Orochimaru and charged once more, disregarding the attacks inflicted upon him, and lunged directly at Orochimaru. After enduring considerable hardship, Haydn finally obtained a drop of Orochimaru's blood. Gazing at the crimson liquid upon his blade, Haydn erupted in laughter, tasting the blood and finding it delectable. His once handsome visage transformed into a terrifying sight, as the blood coursed down his neck, darkening the area around his eyes, forehead, and cheeks. He, Orochimaru, I cannot die. Even if I am reduced to nothing but a head, I will crawl forth to sever your throat. You are now cursed by me. Let the ritual commence. Haydn cackled, biting into his finger and inscribing the necessary symbols upon the ground. Here we go again. So slow, Akatsuki remarked, observing Haydn's actions with exasperation. Haha, the ritual is complete. Haydn proclaimed, rising to stand within a circle inscribed with his own blood, surrounded by an inscribed equilateral triangle. Those who do not understand the suffering of others shall face divine retribution. Orochimaru, come and experience the finest agony alongside me. With that, Haydn retrieved a long, pitch-black spear approximately 20 centimeters in length from his garments. The spear elongated suddenly as Haydn drove it into his own right arm. Orochimaru, initially curious about Haydn's intentions, was abruptly struck by a sharp pain in his own right arm, as if pierced by an unseen force, blood streaming forth. Ah, it hurts. But it feels so good, Haydn remarked ecstatically. Orochimaru, where shall I pierce next, your left arm or your heart? He withdrew the spear and began to move it across his body. Orochimaru, filled with trepidation, observed Haydn in disbelief at the bizarre nature of his abilities. Die, Orochimaru! Haydn suddenly roared, plunging the spear into his own heart. The act was startlingly swift. Neither Jiang Tian nor Akatsuki could react in time, taken aback by Haydn's genuine recklessness. Jiang Tian felt a surge of excitement, eager to witness how Orochimaru would evade this seemingly lethal strike. The possibility of Orochimaru's demise was far from Jiang Tian's mind. Yet fate had other plans. Haydn, enough. Stop. Nagato appeared beside Haydn without notice, seizing the spear that was merely a centimeter away from his heart. Such swiftness, thought Jiang Tian at that moment. Humph. To halt now would be a sign of disrespect towards the Lord of the evil gods. Such an act would warrant punishment. Haydn muttered, yet he still sheathed the pitch-black spear. Welcome, Orochimaru. Nagato turned to greet him. Heh, Zero, your welcome is rather unique, Orochimaru replied coldly after regaining his form. Can you comply with my conditions? Certainly. Within the Akatsuki organization, you are free to pursue your endeavors, provided you do not violate the organization's principles. I can also supply you with a multitude of subjects for your forbidden jutsu research. However, I require some of your research findings in return. Nagato remained indifferent towards Orochimaru's demeanor, at least for the time being. Orochimaru pondered for a moment and agreed, hoping the organization would not burden him with too many missions that might hinder his experiments. I also wish for our collaboration to be fruitful. Nagato, this is a scroll that our organization must master. Nagato produced a scroll and tossed it to Orochimaru. You may choose any cave here as your research base, but do not disturb others, especially the ordinary citizens of Amigakure. With that, Nagato vanished in a puff. Kisame, seeing that there was nothing more to attend to, ambled away. Jiang Tian sighed as he observed Kisame's departure, glancing once more at the prostrate Haiden before leaving. Orochimaru silently departed, gleefully seeking his designated research base. Hey, don't leave me behind. Wait for me, Haiden shouted, sensing the others exit. He invoked the curse technique, Death's Embrace of Blood, rendering himself unable to rise for a time. To do so would be disrespectful to the evil god. Why am I always the one getting hurt? In the weeks following Orochimaru's defection, Konoha issued a gag order. The once mighty third Hokage, Sarutobi, appeared aged beyond his years, resembling a solitary, forlorn elder. Old man, I am heading out. Jiraiya expressed his melancholy as he sat beside the third Hokage, sipping the bitter tea in his hand. Ah, Jiraiya, is it about Orochimaru? The third spoke sagely, discerning Jiraiya's purpose. Indeed, I am confident I can bring Orochimaru back, Jiraiya proclaimed, though even he seemed to doubt his own words. Give it up, Jiraiya. The third slowly sipped from his teacup, placing it steadily on the table, lamenting, Orochimaru has become a rogue ninja. You must comprehend this. Furthermore, we have never truly understood him. Orochimaru's transformation began after the murder of his parents. Following that event, he delved into forbidden techniques. Was it in a desperate attempt to reunite with his parents, or to seek vengeance against Konoha for their deaths? I have never experienced the harrowing loss of parents to murder. Like you, I find myself confronting his wrath as he bellows that I comprehend nothing. Perhaps he is indeed correct, for I may know him not at all. Yet, regardless of his betrayal, I shall endeavor to bring him back myself. Should I fail, I shall end his life. Jiraiya rose to his feet, declaring, Then, old man, I bid you farewell. As he departed, the third Hokage fell into a contemplative silence. Observing the barren trees in the courtyard, their withered leaves drifting desolately in the wind. Who could fathom that the one longing for Orochimaru's return was none other than he? In his position, he is constrained by duty, a lamentable fate indeed. With Jiraiya's exit, the legendary three ninjas of Konoha began to fade from the annals of history. Though history marches onward and legends continue to emerge, the tale of the three ninjas gradually dissipates, leaving the newly emerged shinobi oblivious to their legacy. Perhaps only with their resurgence will the world once again resonate with stories that belong to them. Under the governance of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Konoha flourished, embodying a scene of prosperity, peace, and joy. Yet, unbeknownst to many, a sinister plot against Konoha was unfolding in the shadows. Konoha, are you prepared? With Orochimaru's retrieval, the mission would be deemed complete. Kakuzu and Haiden took a brief respite, preparing to embark on tasks to earn some coin, when Nagato intervened. He then issued a 6-month house arrest for all members of the organization, mandating that they remain within its confines to cultivate their strength and prepare for an impending mission half a year hence. This decree applied equally to Jiang Tian, Orochimaru, Kaku, and Haiden, while Zetsu was permitted to gather vital intelligence for their tasks. Kakuzu and Haiden lamented this decision, whereas Jiang Tian and Orochimaru appeared indifferent. For Orochimaru, this presented a perfect opportunity for experimentation, while Jiang Tian had no particular plans, content to remain. During the ensuing 6 months, Jiang Tian did not squander his time. He diligently devoted himself to training. At merely 14 years of age, he bore the semblance of an adult, yet his physique remained that of a child, still in growth. Thus, his potential for advancement and strength persisted, particularly in the realm of chakra. As dawn broke, Jiang Tian arose, commencing his daily regimen of training. He dispatched a shadow clone beneath the waterfall for physical conditioning, while his original self sparred with his sister, Jiang Yu. Of course, she wielded an array of ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu, whereas Jiang Tian was limited to utilizing taijutsu through his Sharingan for offense. The afternoon was reserved for the refinement of his own ninjutsu. Subsequently, he sought to enhance his techniques, integrating his conceptualizations through research and experimentation into his jutsu. The bouts with his sister proved fruitful. Jiang Tian was acutely aware of his progress. At the outset, he could scarcely endure 2 minutes against her before conceding defeat, but as time passed, the duration of their skirmishes extended to 5 minutes, then 10. Jiang Tian was not born as a natural wielder of the Sharingan, nor did he have the luxury of consulting others for guidance. He could only rely on his own relentless exploration to master the Sharingan to perfection. Jiang Tian was not the type to shy away from any situation that posed a challenge to his combat prowess. He was determined to improve himself. Initially, the Sharingan may not have conferred any immediate advantages, but he was confident that with time, things would improve. Jiang Tian was resolute in his desire to master it in the shortest time possible. His advancements in physical combat could not obscure his stagnation in ninjutsu. Although he had numerous brilliant ideas, transforming those ideas into reality proved to be a formidable task. After more than a month of diligent research, he had yet to achieve any tangible results. During this period, Jiang Tian had made full use of his time. Haiden and Kakuzu were different. Kakuzu, being an ancient being, found little benefit in enhancing his strength at this point. Haiden, despite possessing immortality, had the potential to refine his physical techniques. At first, seeing Jiang Tian's relentless effort, and spurred by Jiang Tian's encouragement, Haiden had joined him for a few days of physical training. However, after a few days, Haiden quickly lost interest. Deeming the training tedious, Jiang Tian understood that Haiden, having acquired the formidable ability of immortality, believed he was invincible. During battles, opponents were often unaware of Haiden's true capabilities. A well-placed strike to a vital area could lead them to believe he had been defeated, allowing Haiden to seize their blood effortlessly and perform his ritual, leading to their demise with ease. Repeatedly dispatching enemies with minimal effort led Haiden to mistakenly perceive himself as powerful, and coupled with the safety of his immortality, he no longer felt the need to train. This was Haiden's tragedy. Despite being the weakest among the Akatsuki, his unique ability granted him a place within the organization. However, his inability to conceal his capabilities during combat led to Nara Shikamaru, a Nin, discerning Haiden's true strength and devising strategies against him. A once formidable member of the Akatsuki had thus become a laughingstock, meeting a disgraceful end. Yet, Jiang Tian found himself unable to say anything to Haiden. Having come to terms with this, Jiang Tian, in addition to his training, began to seek out Haiden and Kakuzu for sparring sessions, each striving to enhance their own strength through combat. Days turned into weeks, and in his fulfilling life, Jiang Tian had not once encountered Orochimaru, who was likely engaged in secretive experiments at some undisclosed location. Finally, one day, Nagato summoned them for a meeting. A mission was about to commence. Nearly a year had elapsed since the last meeting, and it was expected that everyone's abilities had sufficiently improved. 6 months later, Nagato gathered all members of the Akatsuki. Their strength had indeed seen notable enhancement, sufficient to tackle the tasks the organization had been preparing for over a year. Jiang Tian smiled and remarked, What could it be that is shrouded in such mystery? Half a year ago, I had already made preparations, and during this time, I have been confined within the base, honing my skills to the point of feeling stifled, complained Haiden. Kakuzu, though silent, conveyed his own impatience through his gaze. Ever since Nagato imposed the house arrest, everyone has been required to remain at the base for training. Kakuzu has thus begun his dismal existence. The inability to earn money was exceedingly arduous for him. Moreover, with everyone confined to the base, daily expenses continued to accrue, and as he watched his funds dwindle, Kakuzu's discomfort only intensified. However, Nagato remained resolute, leaving Kakuzu no choice but to suppress his frustration in silence. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes dimmed, revealing that his thoughts were far from this place. For the past 6 months, he had secluded himself in the base, delving into the forbidden arts of human experimentation, and it seemed his efforts had yielded some results. Indeed, in this environment, devoid of distractions and blessed with resources provided by Nagato, he had fortuitously been granted a 6-month period of confinement. It was hardly surprising that Orochimaru, with his intellect, had achieved some significant breakthroughs. Meanwhile, Zetsu had nothing to attend to as everyone else was grounded. He still needed to venture out to gather intelligence for the upcoming mission. Everyone, we have a new mission, Zero announced, observing the reactions of the group with his usual emotionless tone. We will gather at the location marked on the scroll in 5 days. Any questions? What's wrong, Haydn? Might I request an audience with the client? Haydn said with a sinister grin. Oh, are you referring to me? A figure clad in black, wearing a spiral mask and possessing a voice that sounded remarkably aged, pushed open the door. Everyone in the room, except Nagato and Conan, stood up, their expressions filled with wariness. Ha ha, I am the client you speak of. Please, take a seat. The words of the cloaked figure seemed to possess a peculiar charm, compelling several of those standing to sit down involuntarily. However, just as Haydn had settled into his chair, he immediately rose again. How can a client like this lurk at the door, eavesdropping on others? Haydn paused briefly, a wicked smile creeping across his lips. The figure's demeanor irked him immensely, prompting him to throw a punch, deeming it rather impolite. To the astonishment of all present, the peculiar cloaked figure did not collapse in agony as anticipated. Indeed, he would not perish so easily. Although Haydn's strength was not particularly formidable, he had controlled his blow well enough, for he did not truly wish for the client to die. Yet, to their utter disbelief, after Haydn struck the cloaked figure, he himself fell to the ground with a crash. It would have been one thing to fall, but Haydn even howled in pain. In his own words, he felt as though his soul had been struck. As an immortal ninja, he had never before endured a direct assault on his soul, resulting in his unexpected downfall. Ha, this client is quite intriguing. I wonder what this mission entails. I hope it is not a task devoid of challenge, after 6 months of idleness. I find myself yearning for engagement. Jiang Tian gazed at the defeated Haydn, turning to the client and discerning that he was indeed Madara. Was the invasion of Konoha by the Nine Tails about to commence? I hope the task will not be too tedious. I have been stationed at the base for half a year, which is an immense waste of time, as there are countless riches awaiting me outside, he said darkly. Humph. My research on forbidden techniques has reached a crucial juncture. Do not squander my time. Orochimaru also joined in the conversation. Rest assured, everyone, the task we have prepared for an entire year is indeed very intriguing. As you all know, the Nine Tails, a legendary beast among the ancient creatures, is the most formidable of the 9 divine beasts. Its strength primarily lies in its chakra, which is distinct from that of other tailed beasts. While the 1 tail, 7 tails, 4 tails, and 6 tails generate chakra through consumption, the 2 tails and 8 tails draw upon powers from alternate realms, and the 3 tails utilizes a companion creature, the fish-like beings, to harness chakra. The 5 tails absorbs the essence of nature. The 9 tails, however, does not require external assistance to produce chakra. The fire deity seal within its body autonomously generates chakra, endowing it with an inexhaustible supply, thus ensuring its formidable endurance in battle. In the fierce confrontation with the 8 tails, despite their comparable strengths, the 8 tails succumbed after over a century of relentless combat due to its waning chakra. The 9 tails possesses 9 formidable tails, each capable of generating tremendous energy. And when they swirl together, they can conjure hurricanes. In conjunction with its fur, it can unleash chakra into the sky, creating a meteor shower. Throughout the battles among the 9 divine beasts, it has repeatedly triumphed over formidable foes, while weaker-tailed beasts, such as the SHJ and the dare not approach the ancient battlefield. Nagato began to introduce the 9 tails to everyone. Could this task be related to the 9 tails? Fade Wan, having recovered from his previous injuries, was once again filled with excitement. Hee, I wonder how the 9 tails tastes, he mused. Yang Ju, who had remained silent until now, remarked, the flavor should be quite delightful. Inju concurred, adding, indeed. It has been over 50 years since the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, used his extraordinary would-release techniques to subjugate the 9 tails. Together with the monks of the Fire Temple at that time, he employed would-release along with sealing jutsu to permanently confine the 9 tails within the sacred altar of fire. This altar is renowned as the foremost among the 5 great altars and is said to possess not only the chakra generator for the fire sealing but also 2 unique techniques. Our mission is to dismantle the seal that binds the 9 tails, thereby liberating the beast. Subsequently, designated individuals will be tasked with controlling the 9 tails, directing it to assault the hidden leaf village, which lies not far from the fire temple. What do you think of this plan? As Nagato spoke, a sense of excitement began to swell within him. Yet, who could possibly subdue the 9 tails? Jiang Tian posed a question that piqued the curiosity of everyone present. Although he himself was already aware of the answer, let us not dwell on that. 5 days hence, I hope to see everyone gather at the location indicated by the scroll. Will that be feasible? Nagato's voice grew slightly colder and more serious. Although everyone usually joked around with her, they all understood that when it came to work, Nagato would not engage in frivolity. Very well, everyone, let's prepare ourselves. We shall meet again in 5 days. This time, Conan should refrain from going. Just before leaving, Nagato added a remark. Naturally, no one would refuse. Within the organization, few were aware of Conan's formidable prowess. Most believed she was merely an ordinary ninja skilled in origami, having gained entry to the Akatsuki solely through her association with Nagato. Only Jiang Tian had comprehended Conan's true strength through his understanding of the anime. Brother, please take me along on this mission, Jiang Yu pleaded. Gazing at the organizing Jiang Tian. This mission is exceedingly perilous. You should not meddle in it. Stay at the base. No, I want to go with you. Zhou Yu insisted playfully. This time, your elder sister Conan will stay at the base with you. Be obedient, all right? If you listen this time. I promise never to abandon you in the future. How does that sound? Jiang Tian revealed his trump card. All right, we must keep our word. You must also exercise caution. Zhou Yu joyfully departed. Jiang Tian tidied his belongings, shouldered a slightly superior quality ninja blade he had obtained from Nagato, and set off towards the fire temple in the land of fire. Outside the fire temple, Ninetail's liberation plan? A blond man wielding an oddly shaped gigantic scythe grinned as he examined a piece of paper. That man in black is quite strange. I have no idea how he hit me with such force. That punch was excruciating. Kakuzu, did you recognize who he is? Is someone approaching? Haydn muttered to himself. I was still pondering why we each received a scroll. It turns out the tasks were allocated early on. The thought of being summoned here to wait for so long left him quite irked. Haydn charged towards the group, who did not seem particularly formidable, with a single encounter. He acquired the blood required for the ritual. You fools, prepare to face the wrath of Lord Jashin. Just as Haydn was about to cackle loudly. He remembered this was a confidential mission and merely offered a token malevolent chuckle. Perhaps finding Haydn's laughter repugnant, one of the individuals executed a shadow shuriken technique. Pierced by countless shuriken, Haydn was not perceived as terrifying by them, for they soon witnessed something even more horrifying, the seemingly dead Haydn standing vigorously alive before them. However, it appeared that this was not the moment for their disgust, as mere seconds after Haydn was impaled, several of them inexplicably developed large gaping wounds and quietly perished. Well done, Haydn. Kakuzu appeared in good spirits. Zero instructed me to arrive punctually at the designated location. That was truly exhilarating. I eliminated over 60 foes. Yet, compared to your heart, I am more intrigued to know what technique that old man employed to defeat you. So you were unaware as well. I suppose I am not the fool after all. Kakuzu, you truly are a perverse enthusiast of hearts. If you dare to do so, I will find every means to extract that crystalline heart of yours. It is exceedingly valuable. I genuinely wonder how someone so obsessed with wealth has not sold it. Haydn remarked with a mischievous grin. Fade Wan, your ramblings are excessive. More individuals are arriving. We must hasten our pace, for we cannot afford to be late. Inside the Temple of Fire, what? A bald monk forcefully struck the table, his attire adorned with black and red clouds, surrounded by several men bearing peculiar rings. Indeed, the individual prostrating on the ground lowered his head, obscuring his face. Have they been defeated? The monk inquired. My subordinate is unaware for. The man abruptly fell silent. Why? The monk asked, increasingly agitated. Because the scroll I possess instructs me to remain within the temple and slay. Suddenly, the man raised his head, and the silent blade of the grass sword pierced the monk's heart. Great serpent. The monk gasped in shock as he collapsed. Well, who shall be next? Orochimaru stood, his tongue flicking across his lips, savoring the scent of blood. Hee. Outside, several young monks began to flee the temple, only to be met with anguished cries. Jiang Tian appeared atop the temple wall. It seems Lord Orochimaru has grown somewhat complacent. It takes quite a while to slay an old monk. The gate swung open, revealing Orochimaru beside Jiang Tian. Not at all. Merely a slight delay. Besides, witnessing others succumb to terror is the true delight. Likewise, I find a swift demise to be far more exhilarating. At this moment, a sinister expression graced Jiang Tian's face. Konoha, I am coming for you. Speaking of which, Lord Jiang Tian's strength is truly formidable. In just 2 years, his prowess has ascended to such heights. When he first joined, I harbored doubts about his capabilities. In retrospect, it seems rather laughable, Orochimaru mused. I've simply been fortunate, Jiang Tian replied with a smile, cautiously inquiring. Lord Orochimaru, do you recognize the man in the black attire bearing the spiral mask? What is his name? I'm unsure as well, Orochimaru shrugged, but he appears incredibly strong, terrifyingly so. It is the instinct of the powerful. In the dense forest, Ah, a monk was impaled by a massive iron pillar, dragged several meters after being pierced. Meanwhile, a black-clad figure in a spiral mask cheerfully exclaimed, "Keep going, don't lose." Ah, ah, ah. Around the Temple of Fire, screams echoed incessantly. Periodically, the lives of monks were claimed. In this vast Temple of Fire, not a single soul managed to break free. Zhou gently picked up a sword, which gradually transformed into a complete grass sword. Before Zhou stood the abbot of the Temple of Fire, his body marred by numerous wounds. After all, individuals like Zhou, possessing two distinct souls, are a rarity in this world. Consider the challenge of battling an individual possessing dual souls. It is akin to engaging in combat with two adversaries simultaneously. The leader of the Temple of Fire has achieved a commendable level of mastery. No one would presume that his abilities are limited solely to reconnaissance. Is it time to conclude? Spoke the sunny aspect of Zhou. Ah, then let it conclude, replied the shadowy aspect of Zhou. What did you say? The leader of the Temple of Fire, witnessing Zhou's blatant disregard for his authority, felt a surge of indignation. It seems the old monk's cultivation is inadequate, remarked the shadowy Zhou. Indeed, we have been toying with him without his awareness, added the sunny Zhou. The leader intended to voice further objections, but suddenly found his feet immobilized. Glancing down, he realized his legs were ensnared by creeping vines. Fire release. Tiny flame dragon. A diminutive fire dragon encircled the entangling foliage. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. The flames were absorbed by the foliage, which began to swell, rapidly transforming into a carnivorous flower. In an instant, the leader was engulfed, and all he could hear was Zhou's final utterance. My foliage can thrive anywhere, nourished by both water and fire. Yet, the most exquisite sustenance is, of course, human blood and flesh. White Zhou erupted into laughter. Enough, enough, quickly ignite the signal flare, urged the shadowy Zhou. I understand, do not rush me. The sunny Zhou, slightly exasperated, retrieved a signal flare from his pocket and ignited it. With a thunderous boom, the sky erupted in an explosion. Smoke dissipating to reveal a crimson auspicious cloud, formed by fireworks. Oh, they have gathered. Jiang Tian swiftly eliminated the remaining foes before hurrying to the designated location alongside Orochimaru. You made me wait for so long, Fei Duan remarked, turning his head. What nonsense. Hurry up. Kakuzu's expression darkened. Yes, yes. Fei Duan and Kakuzu moved with urgency. Shinra Tensei, the Deva Path of Pain, the controller Nagato, who presents himself as Deva Path Pain, also known as Zero. And the Deva Path is the corpse of Yahiko, unleashed his jutsu against the 7 or 8 monks charging toward him, gazing at the fiery auspicious cloud above. Has it been achieved? Deva Path Pain, leaving behind some monks still struggling on the ground, hurried toward the destination. The destination, the altar of fire. At the altar of fire, 6 monks fixed their gaze upon Nagato and Zhou, their eyes brimming with hostility. What is your perspective? Nagato inquired. Allow me to take the lead. I can already sense the exquisite taste of blood, replied White Zhou with a smile. Crimson flowers sprouted beneath the feet of the 6 monks, enveloping them and chewing with an almost humane demeanor. Has it concluded? You have all worked tirelessly. Ah. The figure in black had appeared behind the two without notice. Shortly thereafter, the remaining members of Akatsuki arrived at the scene. Everyone is here. May we proceed with the second phase of the plan? The elder's face beamed with delight. The plan is unfolding exceedingly smoothly, and Konoha is on the brink of destruction. In the realm of shinobi, Uchiha Madara reflects upon the events that transpired at the Fire Temple, where you sealed the 9 tails for the sake of your progeny, intending to forge an ultimate weapon. Alas, you did not foresee that I, Uchiha Madara, still endure. Today we shall unleash the 9 tails and obliterate the wretched village of Konohagakure. Regrettably, you shall not witness the ruin of the village you painstakingly established. Madara reminisces the fateful clash with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, at the Valley of the End. In that battle, Madara, controlling the 9 tails, was forced to retreat after sustaining grave injuries. However, fate intervened, allowing him to survive. Conversely, the wounded Hashirama was not as fortunate. He succumbed mere days later. Now, we commence the second phase of our plan, channeling chakra into the fire altar with unwavering resolve. The expressionless face of Zero betrays no emotion. Chakra, it too craves the essence of chakra. Typically, it is I who extracts chakra from others, yet Black Zetsu appears somewhat pained. Silence. White Zetsu interjects. This is troublesome, Haiden declares as he assumes a stance. Yet, I am rather fond of a certain crystal. If that is your wish, I would be delighted to dismember you, Kakuzu retorts, visibly irate. Should you dismember Haiden, I would be intrigued to study his remains, Orochimaru chimes in, alluding to his peculiar predilections. Dismemberment seems preferable. It would facilitate my little flower's consumption, Black Zetsu chuckles, though his smile is undeniably sinister. Everyone, 3, 2, 1. Infuse chakra. Commence. Nagato's commanding voice echoes, and all begin to channel chakra into the fire altar. The cloaked figures gradually approach the altar, gathering strength. This moment is pivotal. With a resounding roar, as the chakra influx intensifies, the seal of the fire altar begins to falter under the immense power. After all, 6 Kaga-level chakras are formidable. The seal weakens progressively, revealing cracks, and the nine tails beneath senses the diminishing barrier, violently colliding with it, further destabilizing the seal. Everyone disperse. Zero promptly commands. In an instant, the fire temple is devoid of presence. Gradually, the altar expands and shatters. A low growl of a colossal beast reverberates through the air, and with a thunderous explosion, the altar is obliterated, heralding the grand emergence of the nine tails. Who has summoned me? Where is the wooden fool who sealed me? I seek a duel to redeem my honor. Ah, the nine tails. It has been some time, Madara remarks, unperturbed by the malevolent aura and the formidable crimson chakra radiating from the beast. Once more, I implore your assistance. As he speaks, Madara's spiral mask reveals his right eye, the three tomo transforming into a whirling pinwheel, unveiling the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Madara, is it you again? Cursed be those eyes. The nine tails bellows, its fury escalating as it charges towards Konohagakure with reckless abandon. As the figure of Ban collapsed to the ground, frustration coursed through him. Each time he wielded the Sharingan to control the nine tails, the repercussions were severe. Yet, all of it was worth it. Outside the Temple of Fire, gazing at the crimson backdrop rushing towards Konoha, Nagato commanded, all personnel, advance towards Konoha and launch an assault. In an instant, the members of Akatsuki sped towards the village. On October 10th, 48 years after the founding of Konoha, a guard ninja atop the city walls lit a cigarette, trying to stave off drowsiness. Have you heard? The fourth Hokage's child is about to be born. Another ninja engaged him in conversation. Suddenly, the ground began to quake, causing the two unprepared sentinels to topple to the earth. What is happening? An earthquake? One of the night watchmen grumbled as he rose from the ground. Look over there. A trembling ninja pointed towards the Temple of Fire, now engulfed in a fiery aura, with crimson chakra spiraling upwards, coalescing ominously. What is that monster? The gathered red chakra transformed into a massive fireball, which erupted into the air, heralding the arrival of a colossal beast. The nine-tailed fox? Several sentinels, gripped by terror and disbelief, stared at the monstrous entity in the distance. Quickly, report to the Hokage. The nine tails have appeared. Recognizing the grave situation, the night watchman hastened towards the Hokage's office. The unleashed nine tails radiated ferocity, its presence tainting the moonlit night with a blood-red hue. Who is orchestrating this chaos? The monstrous gaze of the nine tails swept across its surroundings until it landed upon the familiar yet despised Konoha, provoking an earth-shattering howl. With a powerful thrust of its forelimbs, it charged towards the village. Is there an earthquake? The father of the child. Surrounding Konoha were numerous small villages, where residents were in the midst of their evening meals. I don't know, we must leave now. If the houses collapse, it will be disastrous. A man scooped up his child and grabbed his wife, rushing outside. Upon stepping into the open, the family was struck dumb by the sight before them, a gigantic monster advancing toward their village, causing the very ground to tremble with each of its steps. Wife, run. The man, witnessing the looming threat, pulled his wife into a frantic escape. As the village erupted in chaos, filled with terrified cries. In its rampage, the nine tails was consumed by thoughts of slaughter and destruction. Wherever it tread, its chakra and flames obliterated everything in their wake. How could the frail humans hope to evade the onslaught of the nine tails? Fireballs scattered across the landscape, and the nine tails' fire techniques, akin to A-rank ninjutsu, incinerated the very essence of the village, leaving no one unscathed. This is bad, Hokage-sama. The night watch ninja anxiously pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, urgently calling out. Inside the office, only the third Hokage was present, as the fourth Hokage, Minato, had left to attend to family matters due to his wife's impending childbirth. What is happening? The third Hokage, preoccupied with organizing the affairs on his desk, felt the tremors beneath him but did not immediately connect them to the nine tails. The nine tails fox has escaped, and it is heading this way. What? The third Hokage sprang to his feet, dropping his cigarette onto the floor. Quickly, Raise the S-rank alert. Evacuate the villagers to the shelters. Relay orders to all divisions in the Umbu. We must prevent the Ninetales from entering Konoha. With a grave expression, he made his arrangements, shedding his Hokage cloak before vanishing from the office. The sound of blaring alarms echoed throughout Konoha, rousing the villagers and ninjas from their slumber. S-rank alert. Kakashi, lying in bed, awoke with a start. Many other ninjas also stirred from their sleep. Hurry, hurry. Everyone, follow in an orderly fashion, the elderly and children first. The lower-ranked ninjas directed the villagers towards safety, while the CH Nin and J Nin rushed to confront the Ninetales. Hundreds stood on the walls of Konoha, led by the third Hokage, fixated on the looming figure of the Ninetales. The roads leading to Konoha lay in ruins, engulfed in flames and smoke, the surrounding forest ablaze. This is bad. The third Hokage observed the Ninetales' movements in its devastating path. If it gets too close to Konoha, the outcome will surely mirror that of the obliterated villages. Follow me. We cannot allow the Ninetales to approach Konoha, or our home will be utterly destroyed. With that, hundreds of ninjas leapt from the walls, rushing towards the trajectory of the Ninetales. Among them were several legendary ninjas of Konoha, the Uchiha clan, and many formidable mid to upper-ranking ninjas whose names were not widely known. From a distance, the Ninetales appeared as a colossal monster to the gathered ninjas. But as they drew nearer, the true horror of the beast became apparent. Oh no, the parasites within me are beyond my control, and they are beginning to revolt. As the Oil Woman clan approached the Ninetales, their bodies were overwhelmed by its ferocious aura, rendering them combat ineffective. The third Hokage commanded the ninjas to fan out, taking positions atop the trees to snipe at the Ninetales. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet. Fire style, Great Fireball. The Uchiha clan unleashed their prideful fire techniques upon the galloping Ninetales. Boom, boom, boom. Even such a massive creature as the Ninetales was engulfed in the fire techniques, the red spheres crashing into its body and exploding, causing it to halt its advance. Have we succeeded? The Uchiha clan pondered, witnessing the Ninetales momentarily stopped by the barrage of flames. As the smoke gradually dissipated, an astonishing scene unfolded. The fire techniques had left no scars on the Ninetales, but instead intensified the chakra enveloping it. The eerie chakra spread outward, and the Ninetales began to swirl with controlled fury. With the Ninetales' roar, countless wind blades erupted from its tails, their power rivaling that of an 18-level typhoon. The chasm between man and tailed beast defied description, as it swiftly claimed the lives of numerous Konoha ninjas. Do not use fire techniques. The Ninetales is an ancient divine beast, characterized by its mastery over fire. The third Hokage exclaimed urgently. Quickly, employ water techniques to restrain the Ninetales. Water release, hard vortex water blade. The third initiated the hand seals, unleashing the renowned technique of the second Hokage, the hard vortex water blade. Hearing the third's command, the skilled water users of Konoha instinctively executed their most adept ninjutsu. A torrent of techniques surging towards the Ninetales. The adage states that water can extinguish fire, but would it hold true against this S-rank ancient beast? Ah, it hurts. Kushina cried out in agony, clutching the bedsheets as a wave of pain surged through her. A blood-curdling scream escaped her lips. Ah, the veins on her forehead bulged, and she gasped for air, as if any pause would lead to suffocation. Minato pressed his hands against Kushina's belly, concern etched across his face. Is she going to be all right? He murmured, never having witnessed her in such torment. His gaze shifted anxiously to Kushina's pained expression. Fourth Lord, this is the delivery room. While we agreed to let you in, we must ask that you do not disrupt our work, the lead obstetrician stated sternly. Yes, Minato swallowed hard, forcing himself to divert his attention from Kushina's suffering. A muffled groan reverberated through the room as Kushina clutched the pillow, biting down fiercely. Hold on a little longer, Kushina. The head is already out. Just a bit more effort. The obstetrician encouraged loudly. Wah wah. The sound of a baby's cries filled the air, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the room. Jiraiya had previously conferred with Minato and Kushina regarding the name for their child. Quick, fetch hot water. The obstetrician called to a nearby nurse as she cradled the newborn. Turning to Minato with a smile, she congratulated him. It's a boy. Even Minato, known for his resilience, could not hold back tears at this moment of paternal joy. Such an emotion was irresistible. Wiping his eyes, he looked at Kushina, who gazed at their child. Kushina, you've endured so much. It's nothing, Kushina replied softly, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Minato beamed at their son, whose round face radiated vitality. However, An unsettling feeling washed over him as he sensed a malevolent chakra approaching Konoha. The other occupants of the treatment room felt it too. And soon the village's S-rank alarm blared. Kushina, take care of the child. I must step outside and investigate. In dire circumstances, you must seek refuge at the shelter. The esteemed Minato Namikaze entrusted his weary wife, Kushina, with their child before vanishing in an instant. Kushina did not intervene, silently wishing for her husband's safe return. A torrent of water surged forth from the mouths and hands of the leaf ninjas. The Nine-Tails regarded the actions of these mere ants with disdain. Even the formidable Sanbai, possessing the power of water, could scarcely inflict any significant harm upon it, let alone these insignificant beings. Although water extinguishes fire, at a certain temperature, fire will undoubtedly. With its claws digging into the ground, the Nine-Tails roared in fury, unleashing a fiery tongue that clashed with the water jutsu, creating a cacophony of hissing steam. Under the onslaught of the Nine-Tails' fire techniques, the combined might of 100 ninjas' water jutsu was utterly vaporized. How infuriating! The third Hokage muttered, his brow furrowed. He had already employed his most potent S-rank water jutsu, yet the Nine-Tails' fire was overwhelmingly powerful, rendering their water techniques ineffective. We must hold on until the fourth Hokage arrives. Once he is here, all will be well, he declared to the wounded ninjas around him. His summoning technique could only call forth monkeys. It seemed he had no choice but to wait for the fourth Hokage to summon the toads of Mount Myaboku for assistance. The wind continued to howl, and the battle raged on. What has transpired? Minato, waiting in the medical department for the birth of his child, emerged to find an Umbu rushing past him. Lord Fourth, the Umbu exclaimed, it's dire. The Nine-Tails has broken free and is attacking Konoha. The third Hokage is leading various ninja squads into battle, but the losses are staggering. Those of us unsuitable to fight the Nine-Tails have been instructed to remain in the village to guard against enemy incursions. What? Minato was taken aback, furrowing his brow. First, order all medical ninjas and staff in the medical department to assist the injured. With that, he vanished, teleporting to the front lines of the battle. The Nine-Tails trampled the ground with relentless footsteps, each imprint creating a vast crater. Its 9 swaying tails lashed through the forest, and with each bound, the leaf ninjas fell one after another, the creature drawing ever closer to Konoha. We cannot allow it to advance any further. Despite their grievous injuries, the fallen ninjas rose defiantly, grasping their kunai with determination, resolved to hold out until the fourth Hokage's arrival. Swish, 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 the ninjas of Konoha hurled their shurikens and kunai. Yet these trifling projectiles were hardly sufficient to even tickle such a colossal beast. We cannot hold out any longer. Watching ninja after ninja throw themselves at the Nine-Tails like moss to a flame fills the third Hokage with profound sorrow, yet his chakra was nearly depleted. Those proficient in taijutsu, let us engage it directly. At that moment, more than a dozen skilled taijutsu ninjas emerged, with the leader being none other than the azure beast of the 8 gates. The first gate. Open. The second gate. Open. The third gate. Open. A multitude of ninjas, united by the fierce roar of the azure beast, gathered to unleash the 8 gates. In an instant, over 10 figures, each possessing chakra surpassing that of a Kage, surged toward the Nine-Tails. Their intent was clear, self-detonation. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosions, resounding through the heavens and earth. Witnessing the demise of his elite villagers, the third Hokage's heart bled with anguish. The power of self-detonation, emanating from those with chakra beyond the Kage level, was formidable enough to even overwhelm a tailed beast like the Nine-Tails, propelling it several miles away and singeing its fur, indicating it had sustained significant damage. The Nine-Tails, in a fit of fury, roared in disbelief at the audacity of these insignificant humans to inflict injury upon it. Enraged, it exhaled heavily, and with each breath, ominous red clouds began to gather in the sky. The chakra contained within those clouds sent shivers down the spines of all present in Konoha, emanating an overwhelming and sinister force of destruction. At that moment, Minato arrived at the scene, joining the third Hokage. As he beheld the ominous red clouds forming above, his expression turned grave. You're here, Minato, the third Hokage said wearily, gazing at the gathering chakra, aware that the ensuing attack would be catastrophic. Leave the battle to me, Lord Third. You should oversee the situation. Perhaps the issue is more complex than merely the Nine-Tails invasion, Minato asserted. Very well, Minato, but do exercise caution, the third Hokage replied, nodding at the now matured Minato. The red clouds in the sky had coalesced to a critical mass, ready to unleash destruction. With a deafening roar from the nine tails, fireballs rained down upon the earth, each the size of a large adult, saturating the area. Summoning technique. Minato swiftly formed hand seals, calling forth a summoned beast. Suddenly, a colossal toad appeared amidst the dense forest, adorned with a short blade at its waist and a pipe in its mouth, a deep crack etched across its left eye. "Hey kid, why have you summoned me to such a troublesome place?" The toad, Wanta, remarked, squinting at the formidable Ninetales with a serious demeanor. Wanta, I had no choice. If I hadn't summoned you, we would stand no chance against it. After all, it is the Ninetales. Minato responded with a resigned shake of his head. It's no easy feat to contend with it. Even with my water release techniques, I am no match, Wanta replied somberly. Upon seeing the toad, the Ninetales mocked. What a large, pathetic creature. What? Wanta, renowned as one of the premier summoned beasts, could not allow his pride to be compromised by the taunts of the enemy. Let me show you my true power. With that, Wanta discarded his pipe and drew the short blade from his waist. Minato, watch closely, he declared, leaping into action. As he soared towards the Ninetales, he arched his blade in a lethal arc. Before me lies a short blade, which the Ninetales disdainfully ensnares with its tail, while the remaining tails sweep fiercely towards Bunta. The colossal Bunta is unexpectedly sent sprawling several miles away by a single strike from the Ninetales. How infuriating! Struggling to regain his footing, he leaps once more, preparing to unleash a jutsu, water release, iron cannonball. A series of water projectiles hurtle towards the Ninetales, yet it effortlessly counters with a few fireballs, incinerating them with ease. How detestable! I am utterly overwhelmed. Within just a few exchanges, the disparity between Bunta and the Ninetales becomes glaringly apparent. Is there truly no recourse? Minato stands resolutely atop Bunta, having discerned the Ninetales' formidable prowess through the recent skirmishes. It seems that only that technique might suffice. But given the minimal damage inflicted upon the Ninetales thus far, even that strategy offers little assurance of successfully sealing it away. Amidst the devastation wrought upon Konoha by the Ninetales, the members of the Akatsuki organization are filled with delight. I never anticipated the Ninetales to be so potent. If we could present it to the Lord of the Dark Gods, he would surely be elated, cackles Haiden. That depends on whether you possess the requisite strength. Who among you wishes to enter Konoha for a closer look? Orochimaru licks his chin, addressing the individuals standing behind him. They are perched on a mountainside, observing the invasion unfold. I harbor no interest in Konoha, save for the head of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Unfortunately, I am currently ill-equipped to confront him, states Kakuzu. Uncle Kakuzu, it would bring me immense joy to slay a couple of individuals in Konoha. The Lord of the Dark Gods has a keen appetite for fresh corpses. I must go, Haiden replies with a grin. At this moment, I wish to eliminate Danzō, declares Nagato coolly. Nagato, leave Danzō to me, says Jiang Tian. I also seek vengeance against that fellow. Very well, I shall entrust him to you. Nagato responds with a glance at Jiang Tian. I prefer something with substance. The Ninetales undoubtedly offers plenty, so I shall abstain from joining, Zetsu remarks. It appears that only I, Haiden, and Jiang Tian possess an interest in Konoha. There are certain documents I require from Konoha, and besides, I must pay a visit to some old acquaintances. Orochimaru laughs as he descends the mountain, with Jiang Tian and Haiden following closely behind. Madara has vanished without a trace. Shall we proceed together or separately? Haiden inquires, brandishing his bloodstained scythe. Let us separate. This way we shall attract less attention, Orochimaru advises. Jiang Tian gives Orochimaru a meaningful glance, suspecting he harbors undisclosed intentions, yet he chooses to remain silent and departs first. Danzō, though Konoha is currently engulfed in turmoil, I am certain you remain ensconced in your underground base, toying with your cane as you witness each Konoha ninja perish one by one. Jiang Tian races down an obscure path. Hey, who are you? The entire village's ninjas are engaged in battle against the Ninetales ahead, and you are here loitering, a ninja exclaims upon spotting Jiang Tian. As Jiang Tian lifted his head, the forehead protector glinted distinctly under the moonlight. Before the Leaf Ninja could raise the alarm about an impending attack, Jiang Tian had already silenced him with a swift slash to the throat. Navigating through the streets of Konoha, Jiang Tian deftly maneuvered and eliminated several more Leaf Ninjas along his path. Suddenly, a voice echoed from atop a nearby rooftop, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Jiang Tian sensed the approaching shuriken and quickly evaded. The ninja, undeterred, lunged at him with the shuriken in hand, refusing to grant Jiang Tian a moment's respite. Jiang Tian unsheathed his ninja blade, engaging in a fierce duel. It was Hitaki Kakashi. Jiang Tian finally discerned the identity of his opponent. How could it be him? Shouldn't he be on the front lines? Who are you? What is your purpose in Konoha? Kakashi inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Tian. Kakashi had initially been battling the Ninetales on the front lines, but his teacher had assigned him a new mission. On his return, he stumbled upon the bodies of several leaf ninjas. Judging by their wounds, Kakashi realized that Konoha had been infiltrated by enemies, and this Ninetales incident was clearly a conspiracy. Thus, he began searching for the intruders in the vicinity, fortuitously encountering Jiang Tian. After 3 years, coupled with the high collar of his long coat obscuring the lower half of Jiang Tian's face, Kakashi failed to recognize him. It seems this battle is inevitable, Jiang Tian proclaimed as he raised his ninja blade. Prepare to meet your end. The clash of steel rang out, sparks flying. Kakashi, fixated on Jiang Tian, thought to himself, I am nearly an elite jonin, yet I find myself at a disadvantage against him. It appears this will be a serious confrontation. Removing the mask from the right side of his face, he revealed his scarred right eye, the two tomo within it spinning as they focused on Jiang Tian. Are you truly prepared to engage me? Unfortunately, I lack the luxury of time to play with you, Jiang Tian retorted as he vanished into the ground, leaving behind only a water clone. Grasping his right hand, Kakashi declared, prepare to die. Electric arcs converged in his palm, crescendoing into a cacophony reminiscent of 1,000 birds in flight. He charged toward the Jiang Tian, unleashing his lightning release, lightning cutter. With a resounding crash, the Jiang Tian shattered into a spray of water. A water clone? Kakashi's expression turned to one of astonishment as he scanned his surroundings, realizing that his adversary had vanished without a trace. It seemed the enemy was on a covert mission, relishing the battle. Kakashi hurriedly set off to inform Lord Hokage. These fools are utterly weak. Without the curse ritual, I easily dispatched them, Haiden remarked, a grin spreading across his face. Elsewhere, countless serpents slithered across the ground, swiftly engulfing 4 opposing ninjas. Third Hokage, I have arrived, Orochimaru chuckled as he advanced. At last, Jiang Tian uncovered a hidden passage leading to an underground base after an arduous search. Utilizing his technique, he sensed an overwhelming presence of chakra within, one particularly formidable. Danzō, you turtle hiding in your shell, I am coming for you. I hope the root members you've nurtured over the years can satisfy my appetite. Jiang Tian opened the underground passage and leaped down. An intrusion had occurred. As soon as Jiang Tian entered, he was detected at a certain entrance. Someone was moving toward Danzō, their chakra unfamiliar and possibly belonging to an enemy. A sensory ninja remarked, prompting the entire cadre of ninjas in the underground base to become aware of Jiang Tian's invasion. Some rushed towards him while others gathered around Danzō. Jiang Tian sensed all this but chose not to intervene. He thought it would be an amusing diversion to eliminate a few minor threats on his way to Danzō. Danzō, you shall not leave this day alive. 2 members of the root team charged toward Jiang Tian, yet before they could act, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind them, his ninja blade piercing through their hearts. Is this the extent of your prowess? The enemy's speed rivaled that of the 4th Hokage, the Golden Flash. Meanwhile, a sensory ninja observed the conflict from a distance, gathering intel on Jiang Tian. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fueled by the wind, the flames surged toward Jiang Tian as he found himself in a corridor with no means of evasion, engulfed entirely by the roaring inferno. Yet, amidst the flames, there was no trace of chakra fluctuation. Successful. The enemy has been neutralized, the sensory ninja declared with satisfaction. Suddenly, he noticed the 3 ninjas behind him were utterly still. An ominous feeling washed over him as he turned, only to find his comrades sprawled in a pool of blood, and there stood Jiang Tian, wearing a chilling smirk. He never comprehended how, as a sensory ninja, he failed to detect the enemy's presence until it was too late. Unfazed, Jiang Tian continued his advance toward Danzō, effortlessly dispatching over a dozen root members along the way, until none remained to confront him, all having converged in Danzō's chamber. Minutes later, Jiang Tian stood at the entrance of Danzō's room, taken aback by the imposing stone door before him. How could such a vast underground base, hidden from the eyes of Konoha, remain unnoticed? Or was it simply neglected? Yet could this heavy door truly impede me? Retrieving his ninja blade, Jiang Tian delivered a powerful kick to the stone door, which shattered into fragments under the force of his strike. Danzō, today, I shall claim your life. His audacious voice echoed through the chamber. Inside, over 40 members of the root team instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. The root base was situated in a dimly lit area, as their clandestine operations required little sunlight. Even the room of their founder was no exception. At that moment, Danzō sat in the only chair within the room, while the members of the root team knelt before him. These individuals were undoubtedly cultivated by Danzō from a young age, serving as his most trusted subordinates. Their prowess was formidable, with the least among them possessing the capabilities of a special jonin, while several elite jonin were also present. They bore no names, as appellations merely served as ciphers, subject to arbitrary alteration. Upon receiving directives from above, they would seamlessly transform their personas, adopting various roles. They were but instruments for Danzō's clandestine missions, a cadre of emotionless assassins. Although it was Jiang Tian's inaugural encounter with Danzō, he was not unfamiliar with the man. Upon sighting Danzō, Jiang Tian remained silent, his gaze fixed upon him as though he wished to consume him whole. This moment had been a recurring figment in his dreams. Yet the sight of Danzō still ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. Danzō, glancing at Jiang Tian, found him somewhat unrecognizable. However, he was aware of the garb Jiang Tian donned. He himself shared a master-disciple relationship with Uchiha Madara, the founder of the Akatsuki, and had collaborated with Madara on several occasions. This laid the groundwork for their future plans to obliterate the Uchiha clan overnight. Danzō initiated the dialogue, expressing his surprise that a member of the Akatsuki had come to eliminate him, adding, after a brief pause, that Madara had dispatched Jiang Tian for this purpose. Unbeknownst to Danzō, few within the Akatsuki were acquainted with Madara, a fact that Jiang Tian was keenly aware of. Danzō, seemingly forgetful of his adversaries, perhaps due to his nefarious deeds, failed to recognize Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian raised his head and reminded him, "Do you recall 3 years ago when you dispatched a handful of worthless scoundrels to conspire with rogue ninjas from the Dream Ninja Village to assassinate Dream Moon Edo and the intermediary from Tree Village, while also planning to capture a child?" Upon hearing this, Danzō's eyes widened with realization. He had not anticipated that Jiang Tian was the very child who had escaped. Laughing heartily, Danzō remarked on Jiang Tian's transformation over the years and his affiliation with the Akatsuki, acknowledging Jiang Tian's newfound strength. "I have come today to take your life," Jiang Tian coldly declared. Danzō erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing jest in existence. "You truly believe that with your current strength, you can slay me? If so, I shall indulge you and witness your abilities, which I find quite intriguing." Rising to his feet, Danzō shed his outer robe, revealing his right arm swathed in bandages, adorned with several locks. "You shall engage him first, buying me time," he commanded, commencing to unlock his right hand. At this moment, Jiang Tian was taken aback. How could Danzō possess an arm brimming with Sharingan? Initially confident in his ability to defeat Danzō, anxiety now crept in. Wasn't this phenomenon exclusive to the fateful night of the Uchiha massacre? Though alarmed, Jiang Tian rushed forward to thwart Danzō. If Danzō were to free his right hand, the ensuing confrontation would prove exceedingly arduous. In the original narrative, all the Sharingan had been seized by Uchiha Madara on the night of the massacre. Tobirama once remarked that each eye he possesses bears its own tale. Thus, these eyes were not merely gathered on the night of the clan's annihilation. Presently, Tobirama has scarcely accumulated any more Sharingan, rendering that arm a consumable resource, diminishing with each use. Prior to his defection, Orochimaru shared a clandestine relationship with Tobirama. Tobirama suggested that Kabuto might be aware of this connection, implying a history of collaboration between them. Following Orochimaru's betrayal, he never returned to Konoha, indicating that the period of their association coincided with Orochimaru's time in the village. Orochimaru's desire to conduct human experimentation aligned with Tobirama's need for such trials. This indeed reflects the aforementioned relationship. As the leader of the root, Tobirama had greater access to potential subjects for experimentation, facilitating Orochimaru's endeavors while also seeking to gain advantages for himself. Moreover, when Yahiko perished, it was evident that Tobirama's eyes were already bandaged, suggesting that he may have acquired the Sharingan prior to this event. Given that Tobirama's eyes were wrapped in bandages, it is reasonable to conclude that they were at least compromised, raising the possibility that this Sharingan was bestowed upon him by Orochimaru. However, with Orochimaru's departure and the passage of time, the eye began to malfunction, leading Tobirama to require Orochimaru's research. Orochimaru's disdain for the transplantation of Sharingan, preferring to obtain them through reincarnation, further underscores this dynamic. The limitations imposed on transplanted Sharingan, which demand considerable chakra, render the Uchiha lineage far superior in practicality. It is certain that by this juncture, Tobirama had already acquired a Sharingan, having pilfered it from the Uchiha clan through various means. Eventually, Tobirama's right eye transformed into that of Shursui Uchiha, which he likely recognized as the pinnacle of ocular techniques. Capable of manipulating the consciousness of others, an advantageous trait for controlling his root team, necessitating its replacement. These notions remain personal conjectures. Jiang Tian attempted to intervene. Yet the 40-odd members of the root team present were in unanimous agreement against him. They obstructed Jiang Tian's path resolutely. Faced with this blockade, Jiang Tian found himself at an impasse, fully aware of the unwavering nature of the root's members, who served as instruments for executing Tobirama's commands. Even in the face of insurmountable odds, they would press forward. Determined to resolve the situation, Jiang Tian initiated his assault. Engaging a multitude of adversaries simultaneously presented both advantages and disadvantages. Seizing the moment of confusion among them, Jiang Tian deftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, maneuvering through their ranks while intermittently striking with his kunai. As he observed the 4 members of the root team rushing towards him, Jiang Tian smirked wickedly, unsheathing his ninja blade. Employing the Flying Thunder God technique to its fullest extent, he swiftly appeared beside each of them in rapid succession. Before they could react, he struck with his blade, moving on to the next, ultimately positioning himself behind the 4, his weapon returning to its sheath. The remaining ninjas looked on in bewilderment at the 4 root members who continued to charge forward, perplexed by the unfolding events. In an instant, the bodies of the 4 running members were cleaved in 2, leaving the others gasping in astonishment at the sheer speed that could render a foe asunder without their awareness. Yet they still pressed on. The remaining root members dared not engage Jiang Tian in close quarters any longer. Ninjutsu was unleashed. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Wind release, Great Breakthrough. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Lightning release, Earth Walk. Countless ninjutsu converged upon Jiang Tian. And in that moment, all present believed him to be overwhelmed. However, unbeknownst to them, Jiang Tian had already taken to the rooftop, inverted, as he unleashed a powerful technique. The root team below, convinced they had vanquished him, soon realized their grave mistake as the smoke cleared. With a thunderous crash, the ground was rent asunder by the mighty air cannon, claiming the lives of 4 more root members. Observing his astonished adversaries, Jiang Tian chuckled sinisterly, vanishing once more to reappear at their side, dispatching another with a swift stroke. The Flying Thunder God technique, ideally suited for swift eliminations, became increasingly advantageous with the number of foes present. In merely 2 minutes, Jiang Tian had dispatched over a dozen root members. At this juncture, Danzō, focused on his unsealing, finally completed his task. Witnessing his subordinates falter in the face of such overwhelming prowess, he decisively ordered their retreat. Jiang Tian made no effort to impede this withdrawal, for his true target was Danzō himself. The remaining root members posed no threat to a ninja of Jiang Tian's caliber. Moreover, time was of the essence. He was uncertain how long it would be before Minato would employ the technique. It seemed the old man was finally preparing to take matters into his own hands. As Jiang Tian smiled, Danzō, biting his lip until it bled, felt a surge of fury. It was infuriating to witness over a dozen elite root members fall to Jiang Tian in the span of mere minutes. One must understand the years of effort and intricate planning Danzō had invested to ascend to the role of Hokage. He had spared no expense in his relentless pursuit of power. To cultivate these elite root members, Danzō had dedicated years of painstaking effort. For a ninja to achieve the rank of Genin, a minimum of 3 to 4 years of training is typically required. And only prodigies akin to Uchiha Itachi or Light Yagami might attain that status within such a time frame. One should never underestimate a Genin. A child of that rank could potentially overpower an adult male in combat. The ascent of a Genin to the rank of Chunin necessitates a minimum of 3 years. Even the renowned 12 ninja of Konoha only managed to attain this rank after their initial 3 years as Genin. The transition from Chunin to Jonin, however, is an even more arduous journey. I can assert with confidence that some Chunins may never achieve the status of Jonin. Among 100 ninjas, having 20 Jonins is already a commendable figure. Even during the zenith of Konoha's strength, the number of Jonins among 100 ninjas could only increase slightly. The leap from Jonin to elite Jonin is akin to nearing the rank of Kage, for the distinction between elite Jonin and Kage is but a mere step, albeit a daunting one. The establishment of the root organization by Danzō was a labor of love, meticulously selecting only the finest talents from Konoha. And the attrition rate was exceedingly high, surpassing even that of the third Hokage's selection of the Umbu. This illustrates the immense effort Danzō invested in cultivating the root. Over the years, he managed to nurture just over 40 elite ninjas, yet in a mere span of 2 minutes. Jiang Tian succeeded in reducing the number of elite members in Danzō's root by more than a quarter. It is no wonder that Danzō seethed with rage. Thoughts of vengeance consumed him, and the notion of dismembering Jiang Tian danced in his mind. Danzō removed the wrappings from his right arm, revealing a limb brimming with implanted Sharingan, and simultaneously uncovered the bandage from his right eye, exposing another Sharingan. Today, I shall ensure your demise. Oh, with your repugnant Sharingan. Jiang Tian retorted, having long prepared for this confrontation. Danzō, should the Uchiha clan of Konoha discover the multitude of Sharingan you possess, do you believe they would spare you? Can you continue to live in comfort beneath Konoha's surface? Thus, Jiang Tian resolved that he must perish, not only would this safeguard his secret, but it would also allow him to alleviate his pent-up resentment. I shall take the liberty of conducting some research on your body, Danzō remarked coolly. As if Jiang Tian were already a corpse, the stage was set for an impending clash. Danzō, I have always been puzzled as to what precisely interests you about my body. Jiang Tian found it odd that Danzō frequently spoke of wanting to study him. He could not fathom how Danzō might have uncovered his bloodline limit. Although he had showcased it within the Akatsuki, no one truly understood Jiang Tian's capabilities apart from himself. During the Third Great Ninja War, were you not gravely injured? At that time, the medical ninjas of Konoha, including Tinshan, believed you would never recover. Even if you did, you would remain merely an ordinary person. They withheld the truth from you to prevent worry, considering your dedication to Konoha. Yet, you astonishingly regained full health and earned renown during the battle at Kikyo Mountain, your strength amplified. It was then that I took notice of you. Something within you must have facilitated your miraculous recovery, and this is why I wish to study you, Danzō elucidated. Jiang Tian's heart was engulfed in bitterness. He never anticipated that his actions would lead to the demise of his own parents. Yet, since it was Tuanzong who orchestrated this tragedy, he would pay the price for his life. Do you think that with these Sharingan, you can vanquish me? Soon, you will comprehend the extent of my power. Tuanzong remained unfazed, declaring that time was of the essence. He swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring wind release, vacuum bullets, inhaling deeply before unleashing a barrage of air bullets towards Jiang Tian. Observing the rapid approach of the projectiles, Jiang Tian deftly evaded them. It seemed as though Tuanzong anticipated Jiang Tian's next move, launching another volley of air bullets, which Jiang Tian narrowly avoided once again. As Jiang Tian landed, Tuanzong appeared behind him in an instant. Due to the need to suppress the Sharingan in his right arm, Tuanzong had implanted cells from the first Hokage, granting him would release techniques, which he unleashed, piercing Jiang Tian's body entirely. Gazing upon the lifeless form of Jiang Tian, Tuanzong expressed disdain, delivering a powerful kick that sent Jiang Tian sprawling. In the presence of my Sharingan, every movement you make is under my control. With such meager strength, you dare to attempt my assassination? Death is your most suitable fate. Is that so? A playful voice emerged from behind Tuanzong as Jiang Tian materialized at his back, while the Jiang Tian who lay on the ground transformed into a member of Tuanzong's root team. When did this happen? A substitution technique? Tuanzong was initially taken aback, but then a faint smile graced his lips. Now, you shall perish. Jiang Tian thrust a kunai into Tuanzong's heart, forcefully kicking him away. To Tuanzong's surprise, your prowess is commendable. He rose, unfazed by the strike, though one of the Sharingan in his right arm had closed its eye, rendered permanently inoperative. The Sharingan's secret technique is Anaji. Jiang Tian mused, finding no astonishment in Tuanzong's survival. That previous maneuver was not a substitution technique, but an illusion. With that, Jiang Tian activated his right eye into Sharingan mode, the three tomos spinning incessantly, a precursor to the awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan, though Jiang Tian had yet to unlock it. I never expected you to possess a Sharingan, yet you mock me. It seems you have perfectly integrated it, piquing my interest in your being. I shall claim your Sharingan as well, thus, I will ascend to become the most perfect individual in existence. Upon witnessing Jiang Tian's transformation, Tuanzong succumbed to madness. The potential to fully master the Sharingan would undoubtedly amplify Tuanzong's power. The question remains whether you possess such capability. Jiang Tian raised his kunai, charging towards Tuanzong. Tuanzong retrieved a shuriken, infusing it with his wind chakra, transforming the ordinary weapon into a razor-sharp projectile. Clang. The two weapons clashed, neither ninja, both lacking in brute strength, able to overpower the other, resulting in a stalemate. Suddenly, a smirk appeared on Tuanzong's face as he formed hand seals with one hand, invoking the root's curse mark. Jiang Tian had just sensed the impending danger when he realized that his feet had become immobile, extending upwards as if bound by an unseen force. Soon, a black curse mark appeared on his face, rendering him utterly paralyzed. Observing the success of his scheme, Danzō released a sigh of relief, standing upright to scrutinize Jiang Tian. "Now, let us see what you can do," he declared. Before swiftly slashing at Jiang Tian's neck with a shuriken, no blood was shed. Instead, Jiang Tian vanished in an instant. Before Danzō could comprehend the situation, Jiang Tian had already executed a spiraling sphere from above, descending with force upon Danzō, creating a massive crater in the ground and reducing Danzō to mere pulp. Yet, Danzō reappeared not far from Jiang Tian, completely unscathed. "Humph, such an attack has no effect on me. I am immortal," he scoffed. However, Jiang Tian soon realized that Danzō had employed illusionary techniques. The earlier stalemate was merely a mirage. The truth was that Jiang Tian had indeed been ensnared by the cursed seal of roots. What could be the cause of this? Izanagi, named after a deity from Japanese mythology. This forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan's ocular jutsu allows the user to transform harm, including death, into a mere dream, while rendering their own advantageous actions into reality. The practitioner can negate all damage and death, thus rendering any attack ineffective. Simultaneously, they can manifest beneficial actions into existence. This ultimate illusion grants the ability to freely control the boundary between illusion and reality, enabling a manipulation of dreams and reality. However, the cost is dire. The user's eyes will lose their light, forever unable to open again. Understanding this, a smile spread across Jiang Tian's face. Immortality. Is it meant to thwart me? Humph, I shall not allow that, he mused. Indeed, the essence of the Sharingan, Izanagi, is remarkable. What surprises me even more is that you have mastered this jutsu. What? Danzō was taken aback by Jiang Tian's knowledge of his technique. It seemed his understanding of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan was quite profound. But how could he possibly know this? Uchiha Madara? That seemed unlikely. I never anticipated you would know of this jutsu. Yet, it changes nothing. You will still meet your demise, Danzō replied, maintaining a facade of calm while contemplating far-reaching implications. Let us see how many lives your Sharingan can spare you. To be careful not to exhaust them all, Jiang Tian cautioned with mock concern. Danzō assessed his chakra reserves, noting that nearly half had been depleted, causing a slight furrow of concern on his brow. His technique for transplanting the Sharingan was superior to Kakashi's, resulting in lesser consumption. Nevertheless, for someone like Danzō, who lacked the Uchiha physique, the drain was significant, especially after utilizing the Izanagi technique twice. This is also the reason why Jiang Tian sought to enhance the Sharingan. For the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan consumes scarcely any chakra. Itachi, for instance, kept his Sharingan activated throughout the day. F-ton, vacuum wave. Danzō unleashed his wind technique, sending a massive wind blade hurtling towards Jiang Tian. Swiftly, Jiang Tian leapt into the air, just as Danzō approached, and the two engaged in a clashing duel for a while. Observing Danzō standing below, Jiang Tian extended his right hand and unleashed a massive Rasengan towards him, causing considerable destruction to the room, enveloping it in dust and debris. Prepared with his ninja blade, Jiang Tian intended to eliminate one of Danzō's Sharingan, when suddenly he sensed a surge of chakra rapidly approaching. Zetsu. Jiang Tian recognized this chakra. How could he have come here? Was he merely a spectator? Jiang Tian wrestled with his thoughts for a moment, then gritted his teeth and broke a hole in the rooftop to make his escape. Danzō, next time I will claim your life. This left Danzō greatly perplexed. What had transpired? Had the Nine Tails been subdued? Covering his Sharingan, Danzō dispatched several members of the route team to investigate the situation before departing himself. This place had become untenable. It was time to find a new hideout. A few minutes later, Zetsu's head emerged from the rooftop, surveying the chaotic scene below. Had the battle concluded? Regrettably, he had failed to ascertain the abilities of both Suzaku and Danzō. How would he report back to Madara? Frustrated, Zetsu contemplated for a moment before silently departing. The brief skirmish between Jiang Tian and Danzō below had no bearing on the turmoil above in Konoha, where the Nine Tails continued its rampage against the shinobi. The ninjas of Konoha, seemingly reckless, hurled themselves toward the beast, draining their meager strength to sap its energy. Damn humans, I shall eradicate you all, the Nine Tails roared. Its nine tails sweeping through the air, unleashing pillars of fire towards Wantai and Minato Namikaze. Wantai leaped nimbly to evade 4 of the fiery projectiles, while Minato deftly utilized the body flicker technique to narrowly escape another. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as countless chakra orbs ascended from the nine tails, swiftly coalescing before it. When I gasped in horror, "This is bad. The nine tails is compressing chakra. We must stop it." Minato hastily gathered the remaining ninjas capable of water release, uniting their efforts to unleash a jutsu. A small black orb materialized before the nine tails, which promptly consumed it. The beast began to swell like a balloon, a crimson light faintly visible emanating from its mouth. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Minato's forehead. All ninjas proficient in earth release, erect another wall. Quickly. Water release. Water dragon. The collective jutsu finally culminated in a fearsome, clawing water dragon surging towards the nine tails. It must hit. The assembled shinobi silently urged. The tension in the air palpable. A deafening roar shattered their hopes as a crimson beam erupted from the nine tails' maw, intertwining with the water dragon. The blinding light illuminated the entire sky. The water dragon, unleashed by the ninjas, was gradually engulfed by the radiant column, which subsequently shattered the first earthen wall. Then the second, and lastly, everything in its path, ninja, buildings, streets, was reduced to ash. There is no way left. It seems we have no choice but to resort to that technique. Minato observed the nine tails still standing, but its chakra appeared significantly diminished, suggesting it had sustained considerable damage. "Third Hokage, please bring my child here." Minato implored the third Hokage below. "What do you intend to do?" The third questioned, perplexed, as he approached Minato. "Please, bring the child over. Time waits for no one," Minato urged anxiously. The third Hokage nodded and, using the body flicker technique, swiftly made his way to the medical room where Kushina cradled baby Naruto, joyfully interacting with him. "Kushina." Minato spoke, but the third hesitated, unsure of how to convey his thoughts, for this was a newborn yet to truly experience the warmth of a mother's love. "I entrust the child to you." Kushina, once filled with joy, now appeared despondent, as if a realization had struck her. After a moment's contemplation, she mustered the strength to pass the child over, forcing a smile. "Ke, Ashina." The third Hokage perceived the sorrow behind her smile, his heart aching. He bowed apologetically, intending to say something more. But time was of the essence. He swiftly cast a jutsu and dashed toward Minato. "Naruto." "Minato." No one knew that as the third Hokage departed, 2 tear tracks slid down Tsunade's face. "Minato, I hope your thoughts are correct. If Naruto suffers any harm, even in death, I shall not forgive you in the afterlife." A strange force flickered, and Tsunade mysteriously vanished from the hospital room. "Minato, I have brought the child." The third Hokage handed the swaddled infant Naruto to Minato. "Thank you, Lord Third. I shall take care of this." Minato gazed tenderly at the child in his arms, and little Naruto seemed to sense something, bursting into tears. "It appears I am still unworthy of being a good father." Minato gently placed Naruto atop Irika's head, lamenting that even in his presence, he could only add to the child's suffering. "Naruto, your father can only offer you as the vessel for the nine tails. I believe you possess the strength to endure pain and torment, to live bravely, ultimately mastering the power of the nine tails to confront that individual." Minato had already sensed that someone was orchestrating events behind the scenes. "Naruto, only by perfectly mastering the nine tails can Konoha stand against that person. You are the hope of Konoha's future, and I have faith that you will succeed. Forgive your father for the pain I have caused you. I shall watch over you from the afterlife." Minato began to weave hand seals. A unique aura of death began to permeate the air, observing the ominous presence. The third Hokage was taken aback. It was the aura of the Grim Reaper, so powerful that it was daunting to behold. "My only wish is for you to live on with resilience." Sealing technique, Shiki F. Jin. The King of Hell materialized behind Minato, gazing upon him as one might regard an ant. "Did you summon me? What is it that you require of me?" "You should be aware of the price you must pay." Minato nodded, indicating the still enraged nine tails. The King of Hell cast a fleeting glance at the nine tails, and with a wave of his hand, the beast's soul departed its body. The nine tails sensed the threat of death and struggled in vain, unable to free itself. Minato excised the bloodthirsty, volatile, and wrathful aspects of the nine tails' soul, sealing the remnant within Naruto's being, with his own soul and the remaining essence of the nine tails. He followed the King of Hell into the netherworld. After darkness comes light. With the dawn of a new day, the brilliance of the fourth Hokage coalesced, remaining as striking as ever. Cursed, Uchiha Madara, standing atop the mountain, suddenly knelt, violently spitting blood, a hand clutching his agonizing right eye. He explained to the stunned Nagato beside him that the nine tails had been sealed by Konoha's fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, employing wondrous ninjutsu, which had inadvertently affected him, leaving him with minor injuries that were of no consequence. It seems the Ninetales' plan to destroy Konoha has failed. With that, Madara vanished using space-time ninjutsu, gravely wounded. He touched his chest, realizing it would take years to recover from this injury. Nagato gazed expressionlessly at Obito as he departed, then cast a glance at the devastated Konoha village. The plan had failed. It was time for us to leave. Unbeknownst to anyone, Nagato's heart was filled with shock. Minato Namikaze, fortunately, you have perished this time. Otherwise, you would have been a formidable obstacle to my ambitions. Jiang Tian watched as Obito and Nagato departed, one utilizing space ninjutsu and the other employing reverse summoning techniques. His heart brimmed with reluctance. If not for the need to conceal his intentions, he could have returned to the base directly using the Flying Thunder God technique. Now, he was left with no choice but to walk back slowly. Finally, Jiang Tian looked back at Konoha, waved his hand, and bid farewell to Minato Namikaze. A month had passed since the Ninetales' invasion of Konoha, and the members of the Akatsuki organization had long since recovered from that mission. Haiden and Kakazu had hurriedly set out to earn money. Orochimaru had also been assigned a task and vanished, and Zetsu was likely dispatched to Konoha to assess the aftermath. In the vast Akatsuki organization, Jiang Tian found himself alone. With nothing to occupy his time, Jiang Tian had approached Nagato to take on some missions, but Nagato advised him to rest, stating that there were no tasks available for the time being. With Nagato having said so, Jiang Tian had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well, resting it is. After all, I shall not bear any loss. On this particular day, while Jiang Tian was accompanying his sister Zhou Yu by the waterfall, practicing water-style techniques, Konan approached them. Observing Konan as she used her unique technique, the paper jutsu, to sprout a pair of pristine wings made of paper behind her, gliding gracefully towards them. She appeared nothing short of an angel, her exquisite visage captivating not only Jiang Tian but even his sister Jiang Yu. The villagers of the Rain Village revered Konan, affectionately referring to her as the angel, a title truly befitting. Upon seeing Konan land, Jiang Yu ran over in admiration and leaped into Konan's embrace, exclaiming, "Wow, Sister Konan. You were so beautiful just now. If only I could have a pair of wings like yours and soar through the sky." With a gentle gaze, Konan looked down at Jiang Yu and replied, "Sister, this is ninjutsu. If it could be learned, I would have already taught you." As she noticed Jiang Tian gazing at her with rapt admiration, Konan shot him a reproachful glance, though her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. In a playful act of retribution for Jiang Tian's seemingly inappropriate gaze, Konan suggested to Jiang Yu, "If you wish to have a pair of wings and fly through the heavens, you should beseech your brother. Is he not exceptionally clever? He must have a way." As soon as she spoke, Konan felt a pang of regret, worrying that she might be causing Jiang Tian trouble, and she cast an apologetic look in his direction. When Konan glared at him, Jiang Tian snapped back to reality. "You possess such beauty, and yet you blame others for being entranced? Shouldn't you feel pleased that someone admires you? Who would gaze upon someone unattractive?" Hearing Konan's words while observing his sister's hopeful expression stirred a bittersweet feeling within Jiang Tian. Surely, it couldn't be this difficult for me. However, meeting his sister's gaze steeled Jiang Tian's resolve. He was determined to ensure that she too could have a pair of wings. The Star Village possesses such a ninjutsu, if memory serves, peacock mystique, feather transformation. That technique seems promising. It appears I shall need to find a time to visit the Star Village, but I shall keep this a surprise for my sister. Jiang Tian also noticed Xiaonan's apologetic gaze. With a plan forming in his mind, he chose not to dwell on the issue any longer and subtly shook his head. He approached Xiaonan and inquired, "What brings you to me?" Seeing her brother about to discuss serious matters, Jiang Yu fell silent. Xiaonan presented a scroll, revealing the task and accompanying map within. "I've heard this task might be quite challenging, so please be cautious," she advised. Finally, a mission had arrived. Jiang Tian accepted the scroll, thanking Xiaonan. Noticing his sister's unwavering gaze, he smiled and reassured her, "Didn't I promise to take you along? Rest assured." Upon hearing Jiang Tian's promise, the previously anxious Jiang Yu instantly brightened with a smile. After exchanging a few more words with Xiaonan, she prepared to depart. "Jiang Tian, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Take care during your mission," she said. "Jiang Yu, I'll come back to play with you once the task is complete," Xiaonan added before leaving. Jiang Tian then joined his sister Jiang Yu in gathering their belongings to embark on the mission. Meanwhile, Xiaonan returned to the base and reported to Tendo Pain, who had been waiting. "Xiaonan, what do you think of Jiang Tian?" Nagato probed. "Oh, in what aspect are you referring to?" Xiaonan was caught off guard by Nagato's question. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Nagato allowed a smile to grace his usually stoic face. What aspect would you prefer I inquire about? He jested. Sannin became increasingly flustered. You must really like Dream Moon Jiang Tian, Nagato stated with conviction, observing her unease. Nagato, Sannin hesitated, summoning her courage before shaking her head. I'm not quite sure how I feel about him. All I know is that I wish to see him every day. His happiness brings me joy, his sorrow weighs on my heart. Each time he goes on a mission, I feel a pang of anxiety and worry for him. Foolish girl, that is love. Nagato gently stroked Xiaonan's violet blue hair. Nagato, you want to hold it against me? Will you? Xiaonan glanced at him furtively. Nagato chuckled, of course not. I consider you my little sister. I genuinely wish for your happiness. If you're too shy to tell him, I shall be the one to reveal it. Nagato, please don't. Xiaonan shook her head. I'm already content as things are. A rosy hue painted her cheeks. Nagato, observing the sweetness intertwined with shyness in Xiaonan, clenched his fists tightly. Dream Moon Jiang Tian, should you mistreat my sister, I shall not hesitate to confront you, he declared, clearly viewing Jiang Tian as a future brother-in-law. Brother? What kind of task is it this time? Why the secrecy? A girl without a hat asked the boy beside her. The girl without a hat was, of course, Zhou Yu, who remarked, the Akatsuki attire looks rather appealing, but the hat is utterly hideous. I would never wear it, even if you paid me. This left Jiang Tian fully armed, at a loss for words. He understood that the conical hats worn by the members of the Akatsuki organization served not only to shield them from the elements but, more importantly, to conceal their identities. Although the members of the Akatsuki often strode about boldly, they were nonetheless S-rank rogue ninjas wanted by the ninja world, and thus could not afford to be overly reckless. A modicum of disguise was necessary. However, observing that his sister did not appear particularly menacing, he dismissed the concern, confident in his ability to handle any repercussions should they arise. This mission has been assigned to us by the Land of Earth, Jiang Tian remarked, a knowing smile gracing his face. The Land of Earth? Has the third Tsuchikage truly allied with us? Jiang Yu inquired, curiosity piqued. Indeed. Although our plan to dismantle Konoha has faltered, we still dealt a significant blow to them, even resulting in the death of the fourth Hokage. The third Tsuchikage has come to recognize our strength, signifying that our mission has at last reached fulfillment. Given that, our current task must be exceedingly perilous. Jiang Yu discerned the crux of the matter. Precisely. Otherwise, the third Tsuchikage would not have entrusted it to us. Not far from the Land of Earth lie two diminutive nations, the Land of Poison and the Land of Tools. Despite their relatively brief existence, with a nation being established one day and overthrown the next, these two had endured for a considerable duration, traceable back to the era of martial artists. One was renowned for its expertise in poison crafting, while the other excelled in weapon manufacturing, even receiving orders from the 5 great ninja villages. However, not long ago, both nations were obliterated. The fortunate survivors sought the assistance of a Wagakure, requesting the identification and apprehension of the perpetrators. Casting a glance at Jiang Yu, who was engrossed in the tale, Jiang Tian continued, the Wagakure accepted the mission and dispatched several ninjas to investigate, but none returned with any clues about the invaders. Tragically, those who did return met their demise, the cause of death confirmed as poisoning. Recognizing the complexity of this situation, the third Tsuchikage entrusted it to us. Oh, but will it be dangerous for the two of us to go? Jiang Yu expressed her apprehension. Do you not trust others? Surely you have faith in your older brother, Jiang Tian reassured her, patting Jiang Yu's shoulder to offer encouragement. Brother. Have you noticed how Sister Conan treats you differently than others? I think she might have developed a fondness for you, Jiang Yu teased, momentarily forgetting her earlier worries. You little brat, how old are you to be entertaining such fanciful thoughts? Jiang Tian chuckled, ruffling her hair gently. I'm not being fanciful, it's a woman's intuition. Besides, I'm not a little brat. You were born just a few minutes before me, what right do you have to lecture me? Jiang Yu countered playfully. Hey, wait for me. Brother, she called out, chasing after him as he walked away, still grumbling. A week passed, and Jiang Tian and Jiang Yu arrived at their destination, the Land of Tools. Along the journey, numerous villages of the Kingdom of Instruments came into view. Each village could only be described as grotesque, with all its inhabitants mercilessly slaughtered. The corpses, having decayed significantly, revealed their ghastly white bones within. The circumstances of their demise were chilling. The assailants had executed hundreds, if not thousands, of villagers before they could flee, as evidenced by the absence of any signs of chaos at the scene. Each villager had been dragged from their homes to meet their end. as all lay lifeless at the thresholds, with no bloodstains indicating post-mortem movement. Observing the shattered remnants of the village and the similarly fated villagers now overtaken by wild grasses, Jiang Tian sighed inwardly. The enemy was remarkably formidable. To annihilate an entire populace without a sound required an extraordinarily elite force. But what purpose did this slaughter serve? Was it merely for their methods of weapon crafting? Such actions could not justify a national massacre. "Brother, where do we go next?" Zhou Yu inquired. Her heart filled with fear despite having witnessed the world as harsh realities. "Let us visit the capital of the Kingdom of Instruments. Perhaps we may uncover some clues. If that fails, we shall proceed to the nearby Kingdom of Poisons," Jiang Tian pondered thoughtfully. "What? Surely not. We must venture into the Kingdom of Poisons? Are you courting death?" Zhou Yu exclaimed in astonishment. The Kingdom of Poisons was notorious for its inhabitants, skilled in the art of toxin creation. It was said that everything within this realm was laced with poison. Even the air could be deadly if inhaled carelessly. Originally, all factions on the continent shunned such a nation. However, to alleviate this peril, the 10 most renowned onmyoji of the time united to impose restrictions upon the Kingdom of Poisons, rendering its citizens unable to leave their territory, and nullifying the effectiveness of most poisons and remedies they produced. Thus, the kingdom managed to survive, albeit with its toxins diminished yet still more potent than those elsewhere. Consequently, the poisons from this realm were both feared by its populace and sought after by various factions. Nonetheless, few dared to enter the Kingdom of Poisons. Over the years, every corner of this land became tainted, and trade was confined to its borders, as no one was willing to risk their lives for a mere transaction. Many who ventured to trade there often found themselves waiting in vain for their clients, only to discover the calamity that had befallen the Kingdom of Poisons. As Jiang Tian had anticipated, the capital of the Kingdom of Instruments bore a grim resemblance to the surrounding villages. With its population of tens of thousands having been ruthlessly exterminated, devoid of any signs of escape, Jiang Tian's countenance darkened. Which faction was responsible for such atrocities? He dedicated considerable time to surveying the capital through the air he controlled, noting that everything remained intact except for the vast accumulation of various weapons crafted by the Kingdom of Instruments. What could the enemy possibly require such an arsenal for? Jiang Tian fell into deep contemplation. "Let us proceed to the Kingdom of Poisons," he finally declared. With no clear direction, Jiang Tian decided to explore elsewhere. However, he harbored little hope for the situation in the land of poisons. Must he truly venture there? Jiang Yu was in a state of urgency. How could one ascertain the situation without venturing forth? "What, are you afraid? Then I shall escort you back." Jiang Tian shot a glare at Jiang Yu and followed behind his brother. "Are you still frightened? Do you truly believe that your brother would bring you harm?" Once again, the lectures began, much to their annoyance. All right, let us go," Jiang Yu said, puffing up her cheeks, looking exceptionally endearing. Jiang Tian sensed the gravity of the situation. He ceased procrastinating and hastened their journey. After a long day's travel, they reached the border of the Poison Country. The scene was just as Jiang Tian had anticipated. Each village within the Poison Country had suffered brutal massacres. While the villages in the Instrument Country might have faced external destruction, the sight of the devastation in the Poison Country weighed heavily on Jiang Tian's heart. How had the enemy successfully infiltrated the Poison Country? It was noteworthy that even the air here was laced with toxins, a fact Jiang Tian discerned through his acute sensitivity to the atmosphere. How could they have slain hundreds within a village in such a short span of time, especially without any signs of chaos? The speed of their actions posed another question. Executing so many swiftly would require a vast number of personnel. Furthermore, the villages in the Poison Country were interconnected. Only through rapid execution could they avoid detection. This raised yet another perplexing issue. How could such a multitude of enemies traverse another nation without being noticed? Suppressing his astonishment, Jiang Tian and Zhou Yu continued towards the capital of the Poison Country. Upon arrival, the capital revealed some distinct differences, as the air was thick with recently released poison gas. Observing the overcast sky, Zhou Yu instinctively drew closer to Jiang Tian, who fortified the barrier against the toxins, ensuring that the noxious substances lingered 5 meters away from them, creating a peculiar phenomenon, a transparent space amidst the oppressive, gray atmosphere. Jiang Tian inspected a few of the deceased found at the periphery. They had succumbed to poisoning, evidently from a new toxin distinct from those prevalent in other regions of the Poison Country. It appeared the enemy had encountered difficulties, unable to eliminate everyone or had been discovered, resorting instead to the dissemination of toxins. Jiang Tian employed his previous technique. utilizing the 10,000 Chi-thousand Sikhs method to survey the capital, hoping to uncover any clues inadvertently left by the enemy. Similar to the instrument country, Jiang Tian found scant traces of poisons or antidotes in the poison country, suggesting they had been taken by the adversaries. After a thorough examination lasting over half an hour, he finally located a tool used in the crimes, a poison kunai. Holding the weapon, he scrutinized it carefully. It bore the mark of the Wind Country, specifically from the Sand-Hidden Village. Jiang Tian concluded that although this kunai was crafted with greater perfection than those originally made in Sand-Hidden Village, traces of its origin were still discernible. The weapons crafted by each village bear a resemblance to one another, yet possess subtle distinctions that can be attributed to local characteristics. This operation pertains to the Sand Village, which may have an urgent need for poison. The unique puppet masters of their nation necessitate a substantial arsenal of weaponry and toxins, thus providing a rationale for such actions. However, one must ponder how the Sand Village acquired such formidable strength. Setting aside the mystery of how they evaded the airborne toxins and infiltrated the land of poison, it is implausible that the Sand Village could annihilate two nations without leaving a trace. Even the Leaf Ninja forces would find it difficult to exhibit such exceptional combat prowess. Could it be a ruse orchestrated by the enemy? Such a scheme would require a more strategic location for deception, like the capital of the Land of Tools, where few could gain entry. Regardless, there is a connection to the Sand Village. What purpose would the Sand Village have in exporting toxins from this locale? The poisons of the Land of Poison have diminished in potency, rendering them only slightly superior to those found externally. Might they intend to bring these substances back for personal experimentation, ultimately developing new toxins? Brother, I've noticed that the villagers were killed within a remarkably brief interval. And prior to the attacks, they were oblivious to the enemy's presence, Jiang Yu remarked. Could it be that only a single adversary is at work? Perhaps he possesses a teleportation scroll to summon his accomplices, similar to your Flying Thunder God technique. Nonsense. Do you think that a technique akin to the Flying Thunder God is easily mastered, even if one could learn it? What kind of jutsu could facilitate the transportation of so many individuals? Jiang Tian retorted, though he conceded, however, your theory does shed light on certain issues, despite its flaws. Wait a moment, one person, just one. This could indeed clarify matters. I believe I have discerned the culprit. Jiang Tian suddenly broke into laughter. Sister, I owe you my gratitude for your insight. Otherwise, I would have fallen into a trap of misunderstanding. Who is it? Jiang Yu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Chiyo Sasori. He alone could silently eradicate both the Land of Poison and the Land of Tools. With his command over more than 100 puppets, he could simultaneously strike, swiftly eliminating an entire village's populace, thus explaining the synchronized timing of the villagers' deaths and the absence of chaos at the scene. Sasori, being a puppet master, requires an abundant supply of weapons and potent toxins to enhance his creations, providing a motive for the killings. Moreover, as a former ninja of the Sand Village, the shuriken he crafts inevitably carries the characteristics of the Sand Village. If Sasori is indeed the perpetrator, it elucidates why the inhabitants of both nations failed to detect the invasion. Few would believe that one individual could stealthily massacre an entire village. Of course, these are merely Jiang Tian's conjectures, yet when synthesizing all the suspicions, only Sasori seems to fit the profile. Sasori, you have finally made your appearance. Regardless of the anime's portrayal, it is now my turn to subdue you. The next member of the Akatsuki organization has finally been unveiled. You wouldn't recognize the name. Chiyo Sasori, the rogue ninja of the Sand Village. Jiang Tian regained his composure and turned to his somewhat dissatisfied sister, saying that this matter was very likely the work of a certain individual. Who is Chishan no Sie? Can he truly accomplish such feats alone? Jiang Yu's 3 questions expressed her astonishment. Indeed, he is an exceptionally gifted puppeteer, a formidable figure. If it were truly him, he could easily annihilate both the Kingdom of Tools and the Kingdom of Poison single-handedly, Jiang Tian asserted earnestly. What shall we do now? Should we seek him out? Jiang Yu inquired. He chuckled. The world is vast. Do you know where he might be at this moment? He gently patted Jiang Yu's head. Let's leave this matter for now and return. Is it really true? We came out without a battle? I had hoped to encounter a powerful adversary to test the fruits of my 6 months of training, Jiang Yu complained. Jiang Tian remained silent as a figure approached from the opposite side of the street. The sky was overcast, obscuring Jiang Tian's line of sight. Yet he sensed a formidable chakra drawing near. What's wrong, brother? Jiang Yu noticed the change in Jiang Tian and whispered, Be cautious, someone is coming closer. Jiang Tian replied quietly. The atmosphere thickened with tension. Gradually, faint footsteps could be heard, steady and rhythmic, echoing like a heartbeat, synchronizing with the pulse of those present. Soon, a shadowy figure emerged from the distance. Ultimately, a charming youth, seemingly of similar age to Jiang Tian and Jiang Yu, came into view. His vibrant crimson hair and eyebrows framed a delicate face, with black irises set against amber-colored pupils. Jiang Yu could not help but perceive him as merely a peer, lacking the menacing aura she expected. Upon seeing the newcomer's appearance, Jiang Tian felt a sense of calm wash over him. So it is indeed you, Chishan no Xie, he thought. However, the current Chishan no Xie had yet to conceal himself within his crimson shell. Perhaps his creation was still incomplete. Ah, I didn't expect to find living beings here. In that case, I shall have you remain as part of my magnificent art collection, Xie spoke first. His voice distinctly different from Jiang Tian's youthful tone, for Xie's true age had reached 20. I presume you are the infamous rogue ninja from Sunagakure, Chishan no Xie. Jiang Tian remarked with a hint of amusement. No wonder you speak of art, given your penchant for crafting puppets. Oh, I didn't expect anyone would recognize me, Xie replied, somewhat puzzled. After all, he had not garnered much notoriety during his time outside the village, and he had left 5 years ago, undergoing significant changes since then. How could this person possibly know him? It seemed that this individual could not be allowed to remain. Otherwise, it would pose a risk to him. Jiang Tian, undeterred by the murderous intent emanating from Xie, stated, I would like to propose a transaction. Oh, a transaction? Xie's interest was piqued. Do elaborate. Humph. I shall delay you for a moment. Soon, I will take the lives of you two wretched souls. My greatest disdain lies in the existence of emotions, be it familial love, romantic affection, or friendship. I wish to extend an invitation for you to join our organization. Jiang Tian cut to the chase. Join your organization? Huh. Do you truly believe that's feasible? Scorpion scoffed disdainfully. Inviting a stranger directly into one's organization indicates that the organization itself is of dubious merit. Do not be so hasty in your judgment. Allow me to elucidate the purpose of our organization. Our current aim is to generate profit and subsequently establish the first mercenary group in the shinobi world, Akatsuki. For nations possessing hidden villages, ninja affairs constitute a significant portion of the national revenue. During times of domestic and foreign conflict, hidden villages can amass considerable wealth, which essentially sustains a nation's economy. In essence, for a nation to achieve stable income, a certain scale of warfare is necessary. However, in the present era, only minor skirmishes are feasible. The grand conflicts akin to the recently concluded Third Ninja War are now relics of the past. Consequently, nations have reduced the size of their hidden villages, leaving many ninjas displaced. Ninjas are born for war, yet to fight fervently for their nation only to be met with such a fate is tragic. The 5 great ninja countries fare relatively well, with both the nation and the hidden villages being substantial, reputable, and receiving numerous foreign commissions, thus ensuring stable income. However, smaller nations face a different reality. The costs required to maintain their villages do not significantly diminish during peacetime, and the expenses are considerable. Moreover, if a hidden village is excessively reduced, it becomes incapable of withstanding a sudden outbreak of war. This is precisely why we aim to establish Akatsuki. We will not be beholden to any nation, readying an adequate number of ninjas when necessary, possessing the requisite strength to accept monetary commissions for warfare from all the smaller nations and hidden villages. Initially, we will secure all war commissions at a low cost, thereby controlling the war market. Subsequently, we will unleash tailed beasts to instigate wars commensurate with market scale, ultimately monopolizing all conflicts. Simultaneously, the hidden villages of the great nations will also falter, compelling them to hire Akatsuki, thus allowing us to commence our true objective, world domination. World domination. Do not flaunt your supposed might. You are merely a bunch of Navi children daring to speak of conquering the world. Allow me first to conquer you. Upon hearing Jiang Tian's words, Scorpion erupted into hearty laughter. He had never encountered such a naive individual. Only those who emerged from the 5 great hidden villages could truly comprehend their power. Humph. Since you were so oblivious, I shall teach you a lesson to make you understand the strength of our organization. Jiang Tian realized that persuading Scorpion directly was futile. He needed to defeat him first. I desire nothing more than to showcase my 2 prized possessions. Scorpion laughed heartily, retrieving a scroll from behind him, unfurling it upon the ground, and placing his hands upon it to release its seal. Amidst a cloud of smoke, the most ordinary offensive puppet, Crow, materialized. Humph, Scorpion, you underestimate me. Jiang Tian chuckled helplessly. Jiang Yu, I will ensure you depart. No, brother. I wish to fight alongside you, Jiang Yu insisted stubbornly. Humph. This time you must heed my words. Do you comprehend how formidable he truly is? Furthermore, I cannot afford to be distracted by protecting you while I engage in battle. Jiang Tian exclaimed in distress. I do not require your protection. I am formidable enough to safeguard myself. Jiang Yu remained obstinate. If it were any other time, I would leave you here, but this place is laden with toxic gas. Should you remain here during battle, I would be unable to attend to you. And what would happen if you were poisoned? Come now, allow me to escort you back. Scorpion chuckled at the two before him. So relaxed even in the face of an adversary. Did I appear so unimpressive? He extended his hands, chakra threads emerging, connecting to Crow. Crow swiftly charged toward Jiang Tian, who, unwilling to converse further with Jiang Yu, drew a kunai and cast it to the ground. He embraced Jiang Yu and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing in an instant. Upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of the two, Scorpion halted his assault, scoffing at their remarkable ability to flee. Very well. Now I can entertain myself for a while. Jiang Tian's voice echoed, startling Scorpion, who had nearly departed. How amusing. I did not expect you to come seeking your demise. Scorpion paused. In that case, I shall not hesitate to claim you as my collection. Your indifference to the toxins here suggests you still possess some usefulness. I dare say. I fear you may lack the strength to capture him. Jiang Tian removed his hat, preparing to confront Scorpion, though he feigned ease in speech. The impending battle was anything but simple. I advise you to stow away your trinket, lest I render it to ruin, leaving you to return home in tears. Oh. I am eager to see how you intend to destroy my Crow. Scorpion's interest peaked as he once more manipulated Crow with chakra threads. Just as those words left his lips, Jiang Tian had already vanished. How swift was Scorpion's only thought. Jiang Tian reappeared above Crow, channeling chakra into his right foot, enhancing its power, and delivered a decisive kick to Crow. It shattered into splinters, scattering the various poison kunai, saban, and blades concealed within. It seemed an eternity had passed, yet it had only been a few seconds. Haha, it appears your skills are rather impressive, and you even possess the ability to counter puppets. I am growing excited. Today, you shall undoubtedly become my 299th puppet. No, with the one you just destroyed, my 298th. A human-like smile spread across Scorpion's puppet face. This time, I shan't toy with you. Scorpion gestured toward Jiang Tian, intent on a swift resolution. It seemed he would have to resort to it. Haha, you should feel honored. You are the first to experience the might of my greatest art. With that, Scorpion retrieved a red scroll from his back, invoking the same method to summon none other than the third Kazekage. Haha, who would have thought that the most powerful third Kazekage in history was slain by you? Jiang Tian jested. This masterpiece took me a considerable amount of time to create, so do relish it. Scorpion paid no heed to Jiang Tian's subtle mockery. Under Scorpion's manipulation, the third Kazekage charged at Jiang Tian. From the Kazekage's mouth, 5 rapidly moving shurikens shot forth, but Jiang Tian swiftly evaded this probing attack. Drawing his ninja blade, he confronted the multiple large swords extended from the Kazekage's right hand. The clash of metal rang out, sparks flying as Jiang Tian deftly leapt away from the entanglement. Observing the damage to his blade, he shook his head in resignation. Indeed, the weapons crafted by Scorpion were of a hardness that far surpassed those provided by Nagato. The quality of Scorpion's creations was unparalleled. Prepare to be vanquished by my next technique. Iron Sand's secret technique, Iron Sand Shower. A torrent of iron sand oozed from the Kazekage's body, transforming into fine granules that shot toward Jiang Tian's vicinity, launching a wide-area assault. The speed of the attack was such that Jiang Tian could barely perceive it. Utilizing the earth release technique he had replicated with his Sharingan, Jiang Tian encased himself within a mound of earth. That won't save you. My iron sand shower consists of minuscule projectiles, and their speed allows them to easily penetrate through earth walls. This time, you are truly doomed, Scorpion scoffed, as they battled in the street, surrounded by buildings. The iron sand shower struck with ferocity, instantly piercing through nearby structures. A gentle breeze swept by as more than a dozen houses collapsed, reduced to fine dust. None larger than a speck. The intensity and density of the assault were evident. The earthen mound shielding Jiang Tian was obliterated, revealing a bloodied Jiang Tian beneath. How quickly you have been dealt with, Scorpion remarked, retracting the iron sand he had launched, focusing primarily on the sand that had infiltrated Jiang Tian's body. A fine puppet indeed, Scorpion mused, observing the fallen Jiang Tian, instinctively sensing danger. Scorpion swiftly positioned the Kazekage in front of him to shield against the sudden appearance of Jiang Tian wielding a Rasengan. The formidable force of the Rasengan pierced through the Kazekage's body, delivering a residual blow to Scorpion himself, sending him hurtling back until he collided against a wall. "Huh. I did not expect you to survive," Scorpion said gleefully. Though unaware of how Jiang Tian had evaded his attack, he resolved not to allow him another moment's respite. Brushing off the dust from his attire, he glanced at the prone Kazekage. Jiang Tian's lack of surprise at Scorpion's resilience to the Rasengan stemmed from his understanding that Scorpion was, in essence, a puppet. The core of Scorpion's being was derived from a vast reservoir of chakra stored within his chest, enabling him to control and transfer his essence to other puppet bodies at will. The consciousness and corporeal form of Scorpion are derived from the core. Without the core, the puppet is merely an empty shell. Regardless of the extent of damage inflicted upon the puppet's body, as long as the core retains its chakra and remains unscathed, it can undergo infinite reconstruction and restoration to its original state. Jiang Tian himself does not wish to eliminate Scorpion, hence when he employed the Rasengan attack, he targeted the right side of Scorpion's chest, deliberately avoiding the core located on the left. Moreover, by the time the Rasengan reached Scorpion, its power had diminished significantly. Although Scorpion's current vessel was damaged, there was no necessity for a replacement. Scorpion was concerned that Jiang Tian might uncover something. As he sensed Jiang Tian's unexpected familiarity with him, fearing that his greatest flaw as an eternal puppet would be revealed. Once again harnessing his chakra, Scorpion manipulated the damaged third Kazekage puppet. "Since you dared to injure my puppet, you shall repay with your life." He initiated the Sand Iron secret technique, Sand Iron Barrage. The previously gathered sand iron tightened and coalesced further, compressing into a massive tetrahedral steel weapon known as the Sand Iron Spike, which ominously advanced towards Jiang Tian. Due to the colossal size of the spike, the magnetic field it generated expanded correspondingly, rendering any steel or iron weapons and tools unusable. Without hesitation, Jiang Tian discarded his somewhat worn ninja blade, realizing he needed a weapon of exceptional sharpness. Despite the myriad thoughts racing through his mind, his movements remained unchanged as he swiftly evaded the impending assault. The tip of the massive sand iron spike struck the ground with tremendous force, causing the once pristine surface to crack violently from the point of impact, spreading destruction in all directions until the ground within a 10-meter radius was utterly ravaged, more terrifying than a drought-stricken field. Jiang Tian stared at the gaping fissure in the ground, a shiver coursing through him. Had it struck a person, it would have reduced them to mere pulp. Observing Jiang Tian's predicament, Scorpion erupted in laughter, his movements quickening as he commanded the sand iron spike to relentlessly bombard Jiang Tian, the frequency of strikes increasing, making evasion increasingly difficult. Frustration welled within Jiang Tian. How could such a colossal entity operate with such speed? As the sand iron spike approached him once more, Jiang Tian prepared to leap away, only to find his feet immobilized. Looking down, he discovered that a puppet had emerged from the ground, clamping tightly onto his foot. Despite his vigorous attempts to free himself, it was futile. The grip was too strong. At that moment, the sand iron spike hurtled towards him, and with no means to evade, Jiang Tian was struck down to the ground, resulting in another thunderous crash as the earth fractured around him once more. In the span of a mere 5 minutes, the entire area had been transformed by Scorpion, the harbinger of destruction. "How about that?" Scorpion exclaimed, gazing at Jiang Tian pinned beneath the sand iron spike, lamenting the loss of such a splendid collectible. Under Scorpion's command, the sand iron spike slowly lifted, and at that instant, the seemingly lifeless Jiang Tian opened his eyes. He swiftly leapt atop the sand iron spike, confronting Scorpion directly as he unleashed the Rasengan. Although the historical records regarding Scorpion may be lacking, his reflexes were anything but slow. He swiftly summoned the third Kazekage, whose left hand unfurled to reveal an immense number of puppet arms crafted from enchanted talismans, shielding him from Jiang Tian's onslaught. The Rasengan collided with the multitude of puppet arms, which crumbled under its might as if mere paper, disintegrating into a cloud of splinters. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Scorpion promptly acted again. The wooden panels encasing the puppet arms stood erect, unveiling hidden launch mechanisms within. Sensing peril, Jiang Tian retracted the Rasengan and swiftly leapt aside, evading the toxic gas concealed within the puppet arms, as well as the barrage of ropes and shurikens that surged towards him. While still in retreat from the earth flow wall, Jiang Tian hastily formed hand seals, erecting a sturdy earthen barrier before him, successfully blocking the poisoned shurikens and ropes. The drifting toxic gas posed no concern for him. He was assured that the air surrounding him was the freshest imaginable. Scorpion, witnessing the significant damage inflicted upon the third Kazekage, felt an intense fury within. This puppet was his most formidable creation, second only to his true form. The dispersed iron sand swiftly coalesced into two high-density blocks of iron sand with opposing magnetic fields. Utilizing the chakra within the third Kazakage, he amplified the magnetic force in one breath. The repulsive magnetic fields caused the iron sand blocks to scatter irregularly, transforming the area before Scorpion into a hellish landscape filled with jet black, venomous iron sand needles. The iron sand gradually morphed into numerous iron rods, extending chaotically in all directions. Prepare to meet your demise, you brash young fool. The encroaching storm of iron rods descended with a howling wind, forming a deadly cage. Jiang Tian found himself unable to evade the onslaught of the dark iron sand needles, which pierced into his body. Observing Jiang Tian impaled, Scorpion chuckled, "Haha. You have been poisoned. Now, all that remains is to await your execution under the wings of my iron sand puppets." With a decisive strike, Scorpion unleashed the third Kazakage into the iron sand barrier, launching a remarkably swift assault on Jiang Tian. Thanks to the previous installation of iron sand within the third Kazakage, he avoided the magnetic influence, using the repulsion to enhance his agility, enabling the puppet to attack Jiang Tian with precision. Before Jiang Tian could react, he was brutally overwhelmed by a flurry of blades. However, Scorpion soon perceived an anomaly. Jiang Tian stood upright within the iron sand barrier, several iron needles protruding from his body, yet he showed no sign of bloodshed despite being struck numerous times by the third Kazakage's blades. Instead, he bore a faint smile that seemed to mock Scorpion. "You cannot kill me, for I am a god, impervious to all attacks. In truth, I have long seen through your puppetry. I have refrained from striking you out of appreciation for your talents. I extend a sincere invitation for you to join our organization, where you will retain the freedom to pursue your interests, even in the study of puppetry, without interference. On the contrary, we will encourage your endeavors, providing you with all the resources you require. All we ask in return is the occasional service when the organization needs you, which merely entails eliminating a few individuals." Jiang Tian paid little heed to the third generation of Wind Shadow beside him, having already gauged Scorpion's abilities. It was now the opportune moment to extend an invitation to join his organization. Should Scorpion decline, Jiang Tian would have no choice but to take more serious measures. He was reluctant to squander any more time, as he needed to return and soothe his sister. Jiang Tian also believed it unnecessary to raise his voice at Scorpion. "God? My ambition is to slay gods. To join your organization, you must first defeat me to earn the right to negotiate," Scorpion retorted disdainfully. Though internally he was deeply astonished by Jiang Tian's prowess. "I have heard your parents were slain by the genius ninja, White Fang, of the Leaf Village," Jiang Tian remarked, seemingly oblivious to the deepening shadows in Scorpion's gaze. Although White Fang had already taken his own life, the crux of the matter remained. Your nemesis is the Leaf Village. Furthermore, do you not desire to exact revenge for your own village? Your betrayal of the village signifies the harm it has inflicted upon you. I surmise that with your solitary strength, you might inflict some damage upon the leaf and sand villages, but you cannot uproot them. What do you say? Join our organization. Comprised of ninjas who have also suffered under the oppression of the great ninja villages, our goals align. Only together can you fulfill your quest for vengeance." Jiang Tian continued to entice. "How can I trust your words? Does your organization possess such strength?" Scorpion inquired, showing signs of wavering. Jiang Tian discreetly smiled. "I can assure you, the masterminds behind the recent QB invasion of the Leaf Village were none other than our Akatsuki organization. You have witnessed my strength, and our Akatsuki, I rank merely as average." This was the first time Jiang Tian recognized the success of the QB incident, as it could serve as proof of his organization's might, while he humbly downplayed his own abilities. "Very well, I shall agree, provided your claims are truthful. However, you must first defeat me. Only then will I consider joining your so-called Akatsuki. Be forewarned, I shall not show mercy. Should you fall to my hand, I will take my leave." Scorpion conceded with a nod. Jiang Tian smiled knowingly. "Once you have agreed, everything will fall into place. I shall bring you into the Akatsuki. The capture of Sasori of the Red Sand is a success. All right then, let us commence our battle. I hope this time you can truly showcase your abilities." Jiang Tian approached Scorpion, effortlessly traversing the large iron sand needles that jutted from the ground, leaving Scorpion astounded. Jiang Tian's time for intangibility was limited. As previously mentioned, a typical J-nin could hold their breath for 5 to 6 minutes without air, while those of a higher caliber lasted slightly longer. Upon becoming intangible, one's body could no longer breathe, Thus, the maximum duration of intangibility could not exceed the typical breath-holding limit. Jiang Tian had tested himself and found he could remain intangible for 8 minutes, with 6 minutes being the optimal duration, causing no interference. Beyond that, the effects of having held one's breath would impact the subsequent battles, as the initial moments of inhalation would be marked by heavy gasping, which could prove detrimental. Moreover, should the materialization occur after merely 6 minutes, the subsequent interval required for dematerialization would be a mere minute. If 7 minutes elapse, the interval extends to 3 minutes. And as time progresses, the intervals lengthen. This is due to the increased toll on the body, necessitating a longer recovery period. In the past, Jiang Tian was oblivious to this aspect, partly because his strength was insufficient and the opponents he faced were not formidable. It was almost always a swift transition from dematerialization to materialization, akin to a person abruptly halting their breath and resuming it moments later without gasping for air, as such a phenomenon bears little impact on the individual. Now, however, Jiang Tian primarily confronts shadow-level adversaries, each possessing unique abilities that significantly extend the required duration for dematerialization. This has become a matter of concern for Jiang Tian himself. As his 6-minute threshold approaches, in order to avoid injury from the sand-iron needles within his body upon materialization, he must extricate himself from this sand-iron barrier. Scorpion, having recovered from his astonishment, pondered the capability to evade attacks. No wonder he felt certain of Jiang Tian's demise, yet found him capable of launching a surprise assault. Since my third Kazekage puppet's abilities have been discerned and substantially damaged by you, I shall now engage you with my true strength. Scorpion retracted the third Kazekage, simultaneously withdrawing the sand-iron barrier, thus alleviating Jiang Tian's concern of having to break free. Scorpion removed his outer garment, revealing his body crafted from puppetry. With a large character for Scorpion emblazoned on the core located on his left chest, it appeared that Scorpion was indeed serious. Scorpion did not employ his secret technique, 100 Machines Performance, as it is a jutsu reserved for large-scale battles and would be ineffective against Jiang Tian, potentially resulting in unnecessary damage to the puppets he had painstakingly assembled. In truth, Jiang Tian understood Scorpion's motivations for continuing the fight. Firstly, he had been at a disadvantage in their recent skirmish, and Scorpion needed to salvage his pride. Secondly, he fought for his status within any organization. The hierarchy among members varies. Although it is often claimed that all members of Akatsuki are equal, it is evident that Deidara holds a degree of influence over Scorpion. Haiden listens to Kakuzu, and Kisame heeds Itachi. Though subtle, it is clear that during their missions, it is Scorpion, Itachi, and Kakuzu who dictate the course of action. To be swiftly accepted into a new organization, one must possess formidable strength, especially in a world where power dictates all, particularly among ninjas. Scorpion aspired to elevate his status through his prowess, thereby reaping the rewards that accompany it. No one wishes for a mere novice to overshadow them in an organization. Is your true capability merely yourself? Jiang Tian inquired knowingly. Indeed, this is my greatest achievement, transforming myself into a human puppet. In doing so, I can exist eternally in this world, impervious to the ravages of time and perpetually vibrant. How magnificent is my art! Scorpion's excitement was palpable as he spoke of puppetry. Is it meaningful to survive for millennia in such a manner? Do you not feel loneliness? Only by striving to fulfill one's ideals and aspirations within a limited time frame does life attain significance. It becomes grand and noble. Like you, if one cannot even savor the exquisite flavors of food, is there any meaning in existence? Jiang Tian found this matter to be quite peculiar. You are merely a fool who fails to comprehend the essence of art. In this world, only that which is eternal possesses true beauty. Scorpion, with a look of rapture, decided not to engage in further discourse. After concluding this encounter, I must return to repair my puppet. Let us settle this swiftly. With a swift motion of his right hand, a kunai materialized in Scorpion's grasp as he charged towards Jiang Tian. He chuckled. So? Is a quick resolution merely a matter of physical prowess? Jiang Tian drew forth his kunai, charging towards Scorpion. After several clashes of metal, Scorpion swiftly unleashed a series of poisoned kunai from his left hand. Jiang Tian did not flinch. The kunai pierced through his body. Employing the technique of air void, air cannon, Jiang Tian compressed the air around him, conjuring a sphere of energy that materialized in his hand. Scorpion recognized the potency of this ninjutsu and retrieved a scroll from his back, invoking the Inferno prison formation. Jiang Tian hurled his energy sphere just as Scorpion activated the fire scroll, releasing flames of immense melting power from his palm. The energy sphere and the colossal flames rapidly converged, and the surrounding air, which fueled the fire's combustion, resulted in a tremendous explosion. Both Jiang Tian and Scorpion hastily retreated to evade the scorching inferno, yet the structures nearby were not as fortunate, instantly consumed by Scorpion's specialized flames, reducing them to nothingness. After such a battle, a barren expanse formed within a 30-meter radius around Jiang Tian and Scorpion. Hey, commendable strength. However, your ninjutsu has depleted, while mine remains intact, Scorpion remarked, directing the aperture of his palm towards Jiang Tian once more. Scorpion's flames were exceptional, they could be regarded as ninjutsu or not, as they were controlled at will through chakra generated by a nucleus. When intensified, they could sear opponents like a welder's torch, rendering them mere targets for slaughter. When minimized, they resembled a direct fire flame cannon, capable of turning steel and stone into molten liquid in an instant. Currently, Scorpion unleashed a smaller flame, akin to a direct fire cannon, surging towards Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian quickly erected a wall of water before him. Can water truly extinguish fire? The flame cannon approached with astonishing speed, rendering the diminutive water wall utterly ineffective as it evaporated into nothingness. The howling flames engulfed the astonished Jiang Tian, showcasing the formidable ferocity of the Scorpion's fire. This time, the Scorpion did not relent. Torrents of flames were unleashed directly upon Jiang Tian amidst the inferno, causing a conflagration that soared skyward. Even structures situated far from the battlefield succumbed to the raging fire, igniting in its wake. Traders waiting on the periphery of the poisoned nation could see the sky above it glowing ominously red. From within the searing flames, Scorpion gradually discerned a hazy silhouette, which drew closer until it emerged from the inferno in a disheveled manner. Clearly, it was Jiang Tian. The once composed Jiang Tian now appeared fraught with distress, and his attire bore the marks of the blaze. You are indeed formidable, yet I must unveil a new tactic. I hope you can survive its onslaught. The wind began to rise, gathering speed and intensity. Jiang Tian's black trench coat and hair danced wildly in the gusts, while small stones from the ground were swept into the air. The wind began to spiral, drawing up the flames that still burned below, until all traces of fire were lifted skyward, culminating in the formation of a ferocious fire tornado. The colossal vortex seemed to connect heaven and earth, rendering Jiang Tian and Scorpion as insignificant as mere ants in its presence. Scorpion struggled to maintain his footing, utilizing devices on his feet to anchor himself firmly to the ground, his face a mask of astonishment at the spectacle of a single individual conjuring a tornado from the forces of nature. The tornado, ablaze with orange hues, was a sight that drew the attention of the surrounding ninjas. Although Jiang Tian's complexion was somewhat pallid, a testament to his rapid depletion of chakra, his heart brimmed with joy. This was an impulsive whim. If he could command the air to create wind, might he also summon a tornado of devastating power? Sensing the growing difficulty in controlling the vortex, Jiang Tian ceased its expansion and strained to direct the formidable whirlwind towards Scorpion's position. As the tempest bore down upon him, Scorpion inwardly cursed Jiang Tian's treachery. Is this something mere mortals can withstand? Yet, he had no choice but to mount a defense. Hastily, he summoned the third Kazekage's iron sand, compressing it into a massive sphere that enveloped him. The tornado roared as it approached the iron sandball, even the most magnetic of forces being gradually drawn into its core. Hidden within, Scorpion recognized the dire predicament. He had no recourse but to disperse the iron sand beneath him, hoping to diminish the tornado's might. As the iron sand was slowly consumed, Scorpion gritted his teeth, resolved to burrow underground. However, the tornado's ferocity was overwhelming, and he found himself being lifted from the earth. Should he be swept away? He would be mercilessly shredded by the tempest within. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, Jiang Tian emerged from the ground. Just when Scorpion thought Jiang Tian would sever his grip, he instead grasped Scorpion's hand. In that moment, calamity struck. The very ground beneath Jiang Tian could not withstand the tornado's pull and was drawn skyward. Panic seized him as he clung tightly to Scorpion, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to transport them both from this perilous domain of death. Jiang Tian lay on the ground, clutching Scorpion, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The peril he had just faced was nothing short of harrowing. Had he failed to secure Scorpion at that crucial moment, the latter would have undoubtedly met a gruesome demise. As he beheld the tornado still wreaking havoc upon the surroundings, Jiang Tian trembled, astonished by its formidable power. His own chakra was already waning after unleashing such a technique, and witnessing Scorpion's near demise spurred him into action. However, he had not anticipated that the ground itself would falter under the relentless assault of the vortex. Had it not been for his exceptional composure, he might have perished alongside Scorpion instead of saving him. Nevertheless, they had emerged from this ordeal relatively unscathed. "You have defeated me, and then you saved me. I promised to join your Akatsuki," Scorpion murmured weakly, snapping back to reality from his earlier panic. It is a challenge for any desperate soul to remain composed in such circumstances, especially for one as young as Scorpion, who was merely 20. Observing Scorpion still in a daze, Jiang Tian felt a twinge of concern. Would Scorpion's character undergo a transformation? Would he abandon his ruthless ways? Jiang Tian diverted his gaze from Scorpion, focusing instead on the battered ground beneath the tornado, which had been stripped of its surface, and the countless small houses that lay in ruins. He felt a profound sense of helplessness. He had previously jested about Scorpion being the king of destruction, yet in comparison, his own abilities dwarfed Scorpion's efforts. At that moment, the tornado loomed larger than ever, and Jiang Tian found himself in a quandary. How could he obliterate this monstrous entity? Surely it could not continue its rampage unchallenged. Though he was reluctant to engage in senseless slaughter, as the protagonist of this tale, he needed to avoid incurring the audience's ire. While Jiang Tian pondered this predicament, the tornado, which had been demolishing structures, underwent a transformation. The once expansive vortex, twisting and connecting the sky to the ground, began to contract inward, gradually coalescing into a colossal energy sphere with a radius of 100 meters. The sphere continued to shrink at an alarming rate. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Tian's expression shifted dramatically. The power contained within that massive energy sphere was unfathomable. The moment his senses brushed against it, he lost all connection. As he observed the diminishing sphere, he ceased his contemplation and, seizing Scorpion, swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the impending doom. At the very instant of their disappearance, the previously contracting energy sphere erupted, expanding at a terrifying velocity until it burst through its outer membrane. A tremendous mushroom cloud blossomed in the sky, and waves of energy surged recklessly through the air. The capital of the Land of Poison, situated at the epicenter, was obliterated into nothingness, followed by the energy dispersing outward, erasing the decimated villages from existence. In various locales, the fabric of space began to collapse, and anyone caught within would be vaporized without a trace. Half an hour later, tranquility returned to the desolate scene. Originally situated at the border of the Land of Poison, the inhabitants, having sensed that something was amiss, retreated far away. Upon gazing back, they were struck with astonishment. The entire Land of Poison had been reduced to nothingness, with even the smallest blade of grass and tree vanishing, leaving behind an immense chasm. What magnitude of energy could eradicate an entire nation from the map? Just as the collective consciousness of the crowd began to falter, the ground beneath them commenced to tremble, instilling terror in countless souls. Could calamity befall us as well? Oh heavens, grant me mercy. I have an elderly mother of 80 and an infant dependent on me. At this moment, the fragility of human nature was laid bare. After a considerable interval, the crowd realized that no immediate danger loomed, and they had not yet expressed their gratitude to the Six Paths Sage. Suddenly, they beheld the large crater, which had once been the Land of Poison, rapidly regenerating. Astonishingly, a pristine landscape emerged anew, with grass and trees sprouting forth. Trees that would typically require decades to mature flourished in mere minutes. The erstwhile Land of Poison was supplanted by a vast forest, and those fortunate enough to witness this phenomenon believed it to be divine favor bestowed upon the land, transforming the once toxic realm into a beautiful woodland. This extraordinary event provided ample fodder for banter among friends, and as their vivid recounting ensued, the tale grew increasingly embellished. Ordinary folk came to believe that this was indeed a manifestation of celestial benevolence, conveniently overlooking the prior cataclysm. Those who discerned the truth conformed to this narrative, yet tragically, none mourned the disappearance of the Land of Poison. Jiang Tian and Scorpion were among the few fortunate souls to witness this marvel, and they alone grasped the underlying reality. Jiang Tian marveled at the potency of his ninjutsu, which had seemingly obliterated an entire nation. Elated, he mused that he might possess the potential to become a human nuclear weapon. No, that bears little relevance to you. Though your ninjutsu is formidable, its destructive capacity is not so extensive. It merely obliterated the capital and its surrounding areas, Scorpion calmly analyzed. Oh, if that is not the case, could you assist me in discerning the cause of such a tremendous explosion? Jiang Tian, relieved to see Scorpion revert to his previous demeanor, inquired. The truth eludes me as well, Scorpion replied, his tone unchanged. At that moment, the ground began to rise, culminating in the emergence of towering trees. How is this possible? Jiang Tian stammered, his astonishment rendering him incoherent. Scorpion gazed placidly at the unfolding scene and stated, now I comprehend. You have triggered a restriction, resulting in this phenomenon. Restriction? Jiang Tian's face was a canvas of confusion. Indeed. Do you recall the legends surrounding the land of poison? The inhabitants are unable to venture beyond their borders, and even the toxins that permeate their air cannot escape. This is due to the 10 most revered onmyoji of the era uniting to impose a restriction upon the land of poison, Scorpion elucidated. I have heard of this as well, but what relevance does it hold for the present? Jiang Tian inquired. I surmise that your tornado has triggered the restriction, thereby compromising it. This activation has initiated the ultimate protective mode of the seal, which is to obliterate the entire poison kingdom, subsequently giving rise to a forest. I believe the 10 onmyoji feared that one day their seal might be dismantled by the denizens of the poison kingdom, thus leaving behind this contingency. However, they did not anticipate that you would inadvertently activate it, Scorpion deduced. Given this perspective, the onmyoji must possess formidable strength to develop such capabilities. Since the onmyoji were able to govern their era, it indicates their inherent greatness. Yet, humanity must evolve with societal advancements. The current society has embraced ninjas, while the onmyoji are destined to become relics of history. Just as one day in the future a brand new profession may supplant ninjas. People will inevitably flow with the currents of survival, humbly adapting, Scorpion remarked as he gradually moved towards the horizon. Hey, where are you going? Didn't we agree to return to the Akatsuki together? Jiang Tian called out, a sense of urgency swelling within him as he watched Scorpion depart. Do not fret. I assured you I would accompany you to the Akatsuki. I merely need to retrieve some items from my research base. Just follow me, Scorpion replied without looking back. Then you must wait for me to fetch my sister. Hey, wait for me. Jiang Tian exclaimed, hastily pursuing Scorpion. Isn't it the same if you wait until I bring her to the base? Scorpion continued to advance at a swift pace. Jiang Tian followed Scorpion for 30 minutes and finally reached an entrance to the Scorpion's base. It was a small hill, and despite his efforts, Jiang Tian could not discern the existence of the base. Enough of this, hurry and bring your sister over, I am about to enter, Scorpion urged Jiang Tian. Reluctantly, Jiang Tian ceased his search and vanished. Upon arriving at the place where he had left his sister, he found it to be a secret base that he had previously chosen. Aside from himself and Zhou Yu, no one knew of this location, which Jiang Tian had secretly established for their escape. He saw his sister sitting on the edge of a bed, sulking. Jiang Tian quietly approached, overhearing her muttering, "Bad brother. Horrible brother." Seizing the moment, he rushed forward and lifted Zhou Yu into his arms. The suddenness of this action startled Zhou Yu, prompting her to instinctively prepare to retaliate against her assailant, only to discover it was her beloved older brother. In Jiang Tian's embrace, Zhou Yu clung tightly to his right arm. You wicked brother. How dare you scare me? You didn't even take me along to fight. Do you think I would be a burden to you? Humph. I shall ignore you. Despite her harsh words, she remained nestled in her brother's arms. Jiang Tian understood that his sister was not truly angry with him and hurried to apologize. After promising various delights, he finally managed to cheer Zhou Yu up. It was only then that she inquired about the battle. Jiang Tian suddenly remembered that Scorpion was still waiting for them and quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique to take Jiang Yu away. You were quite slow. You know I detest waiting for others, Scorpion complained upon seeing Jiang Tian's delayed arrival. Jiang Tian could only offer sincere apologies. Zhou Yu was astonished to see Scorpion still present and pressed Jiang Tian for details. He briefly recounted the events of the battle, eliciting laughter and exclamations from Zhou Yu. Although she grasped the situation, she did not extend any friendliness towards Scorpion, as the memories of his merciless slaughter of innocents lingered in her mind. However, she did not display overt hostility either, which relieved Jiang Tian. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a difficult position, especially before reaching the Shao base. At the entrance of Scorpion's base, a massive stone blocked the opening. No wonder Jiang Tian had not discovered it. Most individuals would employ restrictions or illusions at the entrance, a tactic likely unique to Scorpion. This method had its advantages, making the location easily overlooked. Furthermore, Scorpion had mentioned that even if discovered, entering would be a perilous endeavor. Jiang Tian pondered this, realizing that navigating through a base designed for puppet creation without sufficient skill would be tantamount to certain death. descending into the cave. The three of them immediately found themselves in a long corridor, following closely behind Scorpion, treading only where he had stepped. After approximately 10 minutes, they finally spotted a room adjacent to the sprawling corridor. It truly is difficult to find. The room was spacious, filled with a chaotic assortment of items. Even the corpses of the living abound here. Upon returning, Scorpion plunged headlong into the solitary experimental table, disregarding both Jiang Tian and Jiang Yu, and began to repair and enhance his battle-damaged puppet. Observing Scorpion's indifference, Jiang Tian led Jiang Yu to explore the laboratory. First, they encountered an array of tools resembling a factory filled with various ninja equipment. Adjacent to this area was a room housing the instruments used to create these tools. It became evident that the weaponry Scorpion employed in his puppets was of his own design. No wonder he sought the techniques for weapon crafting from the land of tools. It explained why his weapons were markedly sharper and more resilient than others. He had fashioned them himself. Next, they discovered a collection of poisons, each housed in sealed bottles marked with labels, exhibiting a spectrum of colors. Nearby were numerous implements akin to those used in contemporary chemistry experiments: test tubes, flasks, funnels, and the like. Following this was the creation of talismans, with the most ubiquitous being explosive tags. Yet, Scorpion's explosive tags possessed far greater power than those commonly found outside. The remainder was largely unfamiliar to Jiang Tian. Additionally, there were scrolls in various stages of research. Jiang Tian speculated that Scorpion's scroll, the Hellfire Formation, was conceived through this very experimentation. They then encountered ordinary puppets, a few completed samples on display, each adorned with a scorpion emblem, signifying their origin from the puppet master, Sasori of the Red Sand. Scattered across the floor were numerous small components, though humble. They were indispensable to the crafting of puppets. At the heart of the spectacle lay the human puppets. Countless bodies sealed by Scorpion were arrayed here, along with several successfully created human puppets, though Jiang Tian possessed little understanding of these. Nevertheless, this did not diminish Jiang Tian's admiration for Scorpion. Human puppets, despite evoking disgust in many, could not overshadow Scorpion's genius. Unlike ordinary puppets, human puppets were crafted from once-living individuals and imbued with their life force chakra, thus preserving all their ninjutsu skills, a remarkable advantage of human puppets. This was an extraordinary achievement, a breakthrough in the realm of puppetry. One that would cause even the proud Chiyo, the progenitor of puppetry, to bow her head in humility before Scorpion. Even aside from the human puppets, the ordinary puppets produced by Scorpion were the finest in Sannin. This was evident from Scorpion's ability to independently fabricate all the necessary components for puppet creation. His puppets wielded the most durable weaponry, employed the most potent poisons, and demonstrated unparalleled might. The human puppets, ninjutsu scrolls, intricate mechanisms, and hidden weapons all served as irrefutable evidence of his unparalleled mastery. In the past, while watching the anime, one might have thought highly of Kankuro. However, it was astonishing to discover that the puppets he utilized were merely discarded creations of Scorpion from Sannin. These cast-offs had somehow transformed into treasures of the village, accessible only to capable puppet masters. This indirectly indicated that Kankuro either lacked the skill or produced inferior puppets. Jiang Tian and Jiang Yu took a tour of Scorpion's laboratory. While Scorpion remained deeply engrossed in his work, brimming with enthusiasm, the two found a clean spot to converse and patiently awaited Scorpion's return. Of course, Jiang Tian occasionally toyed with Scorpion's tools, particularly his weaponry. It was during a battle with Scorpion that his own blade had met its demise. Days slipped by, and for 10 consecutive days, Scorpion remained at the experiment table, only stepping away to fetch tools. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian and Zhou Yu nourished themselves with rations, occasionally utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to stretch their legs. Jiang Tian reflected on Scorpion's remarkable tenacity. Since becoming a human puppet, he had no need for food or rest, his eyes never having closed even for a moment. In truth, Scorpion had completed his modifications on the first day. However, a new idea had sparked within him, and he was now diligently working on his latest puppet, the Scarlet Flow Pearl. According to Scorpion, this creation was inspired by his battle with Jiang Tian, aimed at ensuring his own protection. After 9 days of meticulous crafting, both the creation and functionality of the Scarlet Flow Pearl brought Scorpion immense satisfaction, leading him to joyfully retreat into his new puppet. With all preparations complete, Scorpion utilized a large scroll to gather all the useful items from his base. Noticing Jiang Tian's interest in his finely crafted blade, Scorpion generously gifted him the sharpest knife he possessed, which Jiang Tian accepted with delight. Subsequently, after Scorpion thoroughly obliterated the underground base, the group set forth on their journey to the Akatsuki's headquarters. In that moment, the renowned Scorpion of the Red Sand had truly been subdued. Outside the Rain Village, an unusual trio emerged, a member of the Akatsuki carrying a sword, a beautiful girl, and a mysterious man resembling a reptile. Shrouded in a black coat that obscured all but his shadowy visage, Scorpion's Scarlet Flow Pearl was a crawling puppet, yet his speed was not to be underestimated. While it could not match that of a ninja, it was comparable to the pace of an average person. Thus, their journey did not consume excessive time. I detest rainy weather. It poses a significant risk to my puppets, Scorpion remarked disdainfully, surveying the drizzling rain village with a voice that dripped with malice, sending shivers down spines. Scorpion, do bear with it. This level of rainfall will hardly affect your puppets, Jiang Tian replied, leading Zhou Yu into the ring. Humph. Even the mightiest dam can succumb to a mere ant's burrow, Scorpion muttered in annoyance yet proceeded onward. What troubles you, Conan? Are you thinking of Jiang Tian again? Nagato had appeared silently behind Conan. I am not, Conan exclaimed, jolted from her reverie, her face flushing crimson. It's just that he has been gone for so long without a word. I can't help but feel concerned. Is that not a sign of longing? Nagato teased, but was abruptly interrupted by an unusual silence from Conan. Hiki, your beloved has returned. Aside from Jiang Yu, I sense a rather unfamiliar chakra. Judging by its intensity, it appears to belong to a formidable expert. Let us venture outside, Nagato suggested. Jiang Tian has come back. Shannon's spirits lifted instantly as she followed Nagato out. Welcome back. Zuke, has the mission been accomplished? Nagato encountered Jiang Tian and his companions at the entrance of the base. Yes, the mission has largely been resolved. I also encountered a remarkably powerful ninja, who, like us, has been deeply affected by the ravages of war. I invited him to join us. You should see if he can become part of our organization, Jiang Tian replied. Oh, let me take a look, Nagato said, approaching Scorpion and scrutinizing him intently. Scorpion immediately sensed a tremendous power surveying him, causing a wave of danger to wash over him. His body tensed, feeling as though all his secrets were laid bare before this individual. You are the leader of the Akatsuki? He asked, attempting to alleviate his tension, unaware that this admission might undermine him further. Indeed, I am the leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato replied, still fixated on Scorpion. You may call me Zero. Your strength is commendable. Welcome to our organization. Since you are Zhuke, brought in by Jiang Tian, it indicates you are well acquainted with our rules and authority. You may select a place within the base as your quarters. As a puppeteer, you may also seek a location outside the base for your research. Handing Scorpion a ring, clothing, a hat, and a scroll containing essential ninjutsu, Nagato continued. These are for you. You are the man who defeated the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, the former leader of the Rain Village, aren't you? Scorpion suddenly inquired. Indeed. Do you know of me? Nagato acknowledged. No, your name is known throughout the ninja world, though I have never encountered you. I did not expect the leader of the Akatsuki to be such a powerful figure. I am Scorpion, an S-rank rogue ninja from the Sand Village. Scorpion, the genius puppeteer from the Sand Village? Indeed, your reputation precedes you. Although I have not fought you, I imagine your puppetry skills are exceptional. Very well, we shall have an opportunity to spar in the future. Jiang Tian, please show him around our organization. Nagato concluded before departing. Jiang Tian, would you mind if I took your sister out to play for a bit? Xiaonan interjected, holding Jiang Yu's hand. Observing their joyous demeanor, it was evident they had already shared a delightful conversation. All right, you two may go. I will find you once I finish my tasks, Jiang Tian replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. I mind, yet it seems you will proceed regardless. Watching the pair depart in high spirits, Jiang Tian resignedly led Scorpion on a tour of the base, simultaneously helping him select a room. Naturally, Scorpion's door bore an emblem of his likeness. By the time Jiang Tian returned to his humble abode beside the waterfall where he usually practiced, he stumbled upon Jiang Yu and Xiaonan playfully tussling on the bed. The subtle hints of springtime revealed amidst their frolic captivated Jiang Tian's gaze. In particular, the slight exposure of Xiaonan's ample bosom, her pristine collarbone, and her rosy complexion nearly overwhelmed him, inciting an urge to unleash torrents of blood from his nose. Engrossed in their playful antics, the two suddenly sensed an intensely invasive gaze sweeping over their vulnerable forms. Only then did they notice Jiang Tian standing in the doorway, his once handsome visage now contorted into that of a lecherous old man. drool glistening at the corners of his mouth and a hint of crimson liquid trickling from his nostrils. Alarmed, they hastily concealed their exposed charms beneath the covers, glaring indignantly at him. As the enchanting sight faded, Jiang Tian remained visibly enthralled, his expression tinged with dissatisfaction over the sudden loss, which only fueled the ire of the two women. Brother, I've just realized you're quite the lecher, Zhou Yu exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. Xiaonan, don't you think my brother is exceedingly wicked? Xiaonan shot Jiang Tian a reproachful glance, affirming, Indeed. It appears your brother is a deeply hidden wolf in sheep's clothing. The piercing look from Xiaonan nearly left Jiang Tian dazed. Her allure was undeniably exceptional. Sensing the growing anger of the two ladies, Jiang Tian swiftly suppressed his inner turmoil, donning a woeful expression. Can you blame me? Any man would be stirred by such a sight. Jiang Yu, charmed by his words, flaunted her elevated chin and beamed with delight. Xiaonan, too, was visibly cheered by Jiang Tian's remark, her earlier discomfort forgotten. With the matter no longer weighing on their minds, Jiang Tian felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had managed to preserve his image. Women, after all, often seek affirmation of their beauty from men they hold dear. Zhou Yu, don't you wish to soar through the skies? Jiang Tian leaned closer to Zhou Yu, his voice laced with flattery. A delightful fragrance wafted into his nostrils, invigorating him, and he inhaled deeply a few times. He noticed both Jiang Yu and Xiaonan blushing again and realized it emanated from their perfume, which made him feel somewhat guilty for their discomfort. Is it really possible? Upon hearing she could fly, Zhou Yu instantly forgot the earlier embarrassment, leaping from the bed in excitement, revealing herself once more, startling Jiang Tian. Must you be so exuberant? Watching Jiang Yu retreat beneath the covers, her enchanting eyes still fixed on him, and noting Xiaonan's equally curious gaze, Jiang Tian felt a surge of satisfaction. However, he refrained from teasing them further. Indeed, I know of a hidden village with a technique that can materialize chakra. If we master this skill, we shall be able to condense our chakra into wings, enabling us to take flight. It seems you have heard of this too, Zhou Yu sighed, clearly disheartened. Soaring into the skies is no trifling matter. Is there truly such a ninjutsu? Xiaonan expressed her skepticism regarding the existence of such a technique. Indeed, what I speak of is utterly authentic. I even know the name of that hidden village. How could I deceive you? If you do not believe me, I shall venture forth alone to procure this ninjutsu. What do you say? Jiang Tian, observing the two beautiful women doubting him, confidently patted his chest in assurance. I suppose I could reluctantly accompany you, but you must not jest at my expense. Should I discover that you are merely trying to amuse me, I will ensure you suffer the consequences. Zhou Yu tidied her attire slightly, concealing her exposed skin, stood up, and playfully poked Jiang Tian's forehead. If that is the case, I shall accompany you on this task, may I? Xiaonan gazed at Jiang Tian with affectionate eyes. Understanding her feelings, Jiang Tian realized that if he refused her, he would indeed face dire repercussions. Thus, he consented, knowing that her presence would make the journey delightful. Very well, we have an agreement. Upon hearing Jiang Tian's acquiescence, Xiaonan's face brightened with joy. She leaped up, embracing Jiang Yu, and the two began to frolic joyfully on the bed, witnessing their playful antics. Jiang Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue, ready to indulge in this delightful spectacle. However, he soon discerned that, although the two were engaged in merriment, their glances frequently darted towards him, signaling that he ought to take his leave. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Tian remarked, I am currently unaware of the location of this hidden village. I shall go seek someone to inquire. Enjoy yourselves. When it is time to act, I will notify you. Reluctantly, Jiang Tian departed from the grass hut, his heart heavy with longing, for within, a grand performance akin to a romantic drama was likely unfolding, yet he, the sole spectator, was deprived of this visual feast. Jiang Tian understood that the Star Village's ability to utilize chakra for tangible offensive or supportive ninjutsu stemmed primarily from its treasure gem, a celestial object resembling a meteorite. Known as the Star, this meteorite significantly enhances an individual's chakra, yet it also emits radiation-like energy, causing one to endure suffering during training. The side effects are not limited to this. Should one's body be unable to withstand the overwhelming chakra and radiation, it may lead to lifelong disability or even death. For Jiang Tian, the Star holds considerable promise, as his own chakra reserves are rather modest, placing him below average among those of elite status. Originally, his chakra could have been greater, but in his pursuit of merging with the Sharingan, he altered his physique to resemble that of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan's chakra has always been limited. Following Orochimaru's plan to destabilize Konoha, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki ventured into the village. After utilizing Tsukuyomi on Kakashi and Sasuke sequentially, Itachi's chakra reserves were significantly diminished. Subsequently, he was swallowed by Jiraiya's toad, and after employing Amaterasu to escape, his chakra was nearly depleted, leaving him with no choice but to retreat. This indicates that a formidable technique like Tsukuyomi or Amaterasu consumes approximately one-third of Itachi's chakra, highlighting the issue of his limited chakra capacity despite the high consumption of such powerful techniques. Moreover, during his confrontation with Sasori, although Jiang Tian had already expended nearly half of his chakra to purify the toxins in the air, employ the Flying Thunder God technique to send Jiang Yu away, and engage in a fierce battle with Sasori, he found himself unable to fully control the tornado with the remaining chakra, preventing the most powerful manifestation of this ninjutsu from occurring. Jiang Tian had two motivations for traveling to the Star Ninja Village. The first, of course, was to assist his sister in realizing her dream of soaring through the skies. This ninjutsu held no direct benefit for Jiang Tian himself, as he possessed a bloodline limit that allowed him to perform a powerful technique he had yet to utilize, the Celestial Winged Beast, which would transform him into a great bird or sprout wings akin to Conan's. However, this technique was a closely guarded secret, meant for his own survival, and he would not employ it lightly. After all, every member of Akatsuki possesses their own hidden techniques for survival. The second reason for Jiang Tian's interest in the Star Ninja Village lay in the Peacock mystical method, which piqued his curiosity. He aspired to draw inspiration and assistance for his own ninjutsu research through this technique. Previously, he had conducted experiments on chakra materialization, achieving some success, yet it remained imperfect. Controlling the manifestations demanded a significant amount of mental energy. As a transmigrator, his soul had merged with that of a pitiable being, endowing him with greater mental fortitude than the average individual. However, he was wary of potential repercussions on his mental state from acquiring the Manjiki Sharingan, given that Itachi's overuse of it had adversely affected his psyche. A compromised mental state could severely impact one's combat effectiveness. Nonetheless, Jiang Tian did not abandon the Sharingan, as its advantages outweighed its drawbacks. The Peacock mystical method not only facilitated chakra materialization but also required minimal mental energy to control the resulting creations. Thus, Jiang Tian's decision to visit the Star Ninja Village was also aimed at refining his own ninjutsu. Furthermore, the toxic mist surrounding the Star Ninja Village posed no significant obstacle for Jiang Tian. The villagers could utilize the Peacock mystical method to condense chakra into wings and fly across. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian could directly evade the toxins. He was not overly concerned that Conan might be aware of this ninjutsu, as both she and Nagato specialized in specific secret techniques and did not show much interest in others. Additionally, he wished to reassure Nagato that he was not concealing everything from him. In truth, Jiang Tian held Conan in high regard and found it difficult to refuse her. Currently, the atmosphere is exceedingly gloomy. In recent days, there have been no significant events within the organization. All that remains is the completion of mundane tasks. Moreover, these tasks do not require any observation, which renders Zhu, an avid voyeur, quite uncomfortable. He is not a combat-type ninja and finds it difficult to partake in these assignments while remaining on standby for Nagato's orders. Lately, boredom has taken hold. Everyone seems preoccupied, leaving no one to engage in leisure activities with us, White Zhu lamented. As if you were the only one aware. Could you possibly keep it down? I had hoped to enjoy some peace during these days, yet you persist in your incessant chatter, Black Zhu retorted. How can we rest? We are vibrant youths, brimming with energy. Only in such a state can we flourish healthily, White Zhu replied. Why don't we engage in a quarrel to pass the time? As the air began to coalesce, it gradually took the form of Jiang Tian. Zhu, at last, I have found you. Wow, Jiang Tian, you're here. Come join us for some fun. We have been dreadfully bored lately, White Zhu exclaimed, suddenly invigorated. I did not come here to play. I require your assistance in locating a specific ninja village. This village, known as Star Ninja Village, is encircled by a sheer cliff and suffused with toxic gas. Can you assist me? Jiang Tian stated plainly. Ah, so that is the matter at hand. Aren't your scouting abilities quite formidable? Why do you need my help? White Zhu inquired, intrigued. My skills are not on par with yours. My ninjutsu permits me to secretly probe designated targets, but I am unable to gather information about places I am unfamiliar with, Jiang Tian explained. Oh, I see. Regardless, I am quite bored, so I will assist you. Give me 5 days, and I shall uncover the information you seek. With that, Zhu's body gradually sank into the ground until he completely vanished. Seeing Zhu's willingness to help, Jiang Tian felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He would soon ascertain the location of Star Ninja Village, alleviating his previous concerns about finding Zhu. For the next 5 days, Jiang Tian spent his time with Zhou Yu and Nan. When Nagato learned that Nan would accompany Jiang Tian on a mission, he said nothing but nodded in agreement, reminding her to heed Jiang Tian's guidance during their outing, as he possessed extensive experience in the field. On the 5th day, Zhu appeared punctually. Jiang Tian, the place he requested was quite elusive. However, my abilities are formidable. After considerable effort, I have located it. Here is the map. Zhu complained as he emerged, completely disregarding Jiang Tian's companions, Nan and Jiang Yu. Among them, Zhu exhibited the most enthusiasm, while Black Zhu remained reticent in the presence of outsiders, only speaking to counter Zhu's claims. Jiang Tian smiled as he accepted the map. Thank you for your assistance. Hee, just ensure you leave me a few particularly chewy specimens. Zhu chuckled, his tone grating. Rest assured, I will reserve some for you, Jiang Tian replied. Without uttering another word, Zhu burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Let us prepare and charge towards Star Ninja Village, Jiang Tian said to Jiang Yu and Sannin behind him. The group had gathered their supplies days prior and returned to the thatched cottage to equip themselves before departing from Rain Ninja Village. Both Jiang Yu and Sannin found the conical hats quite unappealing. Not only did they refuse to wear them, but they also forbade Jiang Tian from donning one, thus bringing an end to his days of pretense. Upon exiting Rain Ninja Village, Shannan's mood transformed remarkably. Her joy was distinct from her usual demeanor, emanating a sense of inner relaxation intertwined with a hint of curiosity about the world beyond. Sensing Shannan's elation, even Jiang Yu, who had ventured out numerous times, was influenced by her exuberance and found herself smiling as well. Observing the two ladies frolicking ahead, Jiang Tian smiled knowingly. Although he regarded this mission as a leisurely outing, the happiness of both women was his primary concern. Deep down, Jiang Tian perceived this as an excursion. After all, could Star Ninja Village truly possess formidable ninjas capable of halting his advance? It seemed implausible. Perhaps Red Star had yet to eliminate the star shadow, which meant that this star was likely sealed away in some obscure location. Hence, locating that star would prove to be a formidable challenge. Brother, what are you pondering? 2 stunning beauties are right before you, and yet you seem lost in thought, Jiang Yu said, appearing before Jiang Tian and waving her hand in front of his face. Oh, nothing much. I was just contemplating how to accomplish this mission flawlessly, Jiang Tian replied with a smile as he caught up to the distance between himself and Xiaonan. What is there to think about? Once we arrive, we simply steal what we need, Jiang Yu remarked without a second thought. Huh, if it were that simple, wouldn't all missions be straightforward? Jiang Tian countered. You don't even know where what you seek is located. How can you steal it? Xiaonan added with a slight smile. If stealing is too difficult, then we should just seize it. With our current strength, how many can withstand our assault? Jiang Yu stated confidently. What if we encounter formidable enemies? Wouldn't that mean we'd have to exhaust ourselves battling them? Xiaonan replied. And aren't you relying on your brother's strength? Sister Xiaonan, do not underestimate me. After all this time, my abilities have grown significantly. It's always been brother who prevented me from joining the fray. If you doubt me, I shall demonstrate my prowess this time and leave our foes in disarray, Jiang Yu said with spirited enthusiasm. All right, we all believe in you. However, we truly need to act as a trio this time. If we falter, we want to just be up against a few adversaries, but the entire force of Star Ninja Village. Although their numbers are few, their strength should not be underestimated, Jiang Tian cautioned, looking earnestly at his sister. While he had involved Jiang Yu in various tasks, she had always faced opponents within her capacity. Whenever confronted with perilous adversaries, Jiang Tian would invariably take it upon himself to resolve the situation. Although he recognized that this tendency was detrimental to Jiang Yu's development, he was reluctant to expose his only sister to excessive danger. However, witnessing Jiang Yu's current state, Jiang Tian realized that his indulgence might not align with her true feelings. While she appeared joyful, her heart might not entirely embrace such a sheltered existence. Gradually, he resolved to involve her in combat, assuring himself that he would possess the capability to protect her in her most perilous moments. Following the markers on the map, they discovered that Xingren Village was situated in a small nation known as Bear Country. After traversing for over 10 days, Jiang Tian and his companions arrived at the outskirts of Xingren Village. Observing the yellow-brown haze before them, Xiaonan and Jiang Yu sensed that the air was tainted. Noticing the furrowed brows of Xiaonan and Jiang Yu, Jiang Tian explained that the yellow-brown air was toxic, a naturally occurring miasma that served as a barrier for Shinrin village. To gain entry, they would need to navigate through this poisonous fog. I can carry Zhou Yu over. But we cannot both pass without drawing the attention of the ninjas from Shinrin village, Xiaonan remarked. It is daytime now, making infiltration challenging. We should wait until nightfall to act. Do not worry about crossing this barrier. I shall handle it, Jiang Tian replied calmly. Neither Xiaonan nor Zhou Yu objected to Jiang Tian's proposal. The group lingered in the surrounding forest of Shinrin village for the afternoon. But no one emerged from or entered the village, leaving them perplexed. Surely, Shinrin village was not truly a secluded ninja stronghold? As midnight approached, the conditions for action were ideal. The sky was devoid of stars, the wind rustled the leaves ominously, creating an atmosphere ripe for stealthy endeavors. Wait here. I shall enter first and then return for you, Jiang Tian stated. Can you make it? Perhaps I should go first, Sannin expressed her concern. Let my brother handle it. His abilities are formidable, so do not worry about him, Jiang Yu reassured Xiaonan, blissfully unaware of Jiang Tian's feelings. Jiang Tian offered a resigned smile. Rest assured, these challenges are trivial for me. He swiftly approached the outskirts of Shinrin village, activating his Sharingan, which granted him the power to see through the toxic mist, revealing the cliffs beyond. There lay Shinrin village. Jiang Tian produced a wooden kunai and hurled it across, where it embedded itself accurately into the ground of the village. Utilizing the flying thunder god technique, he instantaneously appeared beside the kunai. At this midnight hour, the village was shrouded in darkness. Not a single light illuminated its confines. It seemed the ninjas of Shinrin village were all resting. Ah, this is a quaint little village. Do they truly believe that this veil of poisonous air can deter intruders? Jiang Tian mused as he retrieved the wooden kunai and concealed it in a discreet location. After a final glance at Shinrin village, which remained unresponsive, he departed. Let us proceed. Their vigilance is sorely lacking. Jiang Tian's sudden appearance startled Xiaonan. And how do we get in? Xiaonan inquired, her curiosity piqued. Just hold me tightly, Jiang Tian said to Xiaonan with a meaningful glance. What hold you? Xiaonan's cheeks flushed instantly. Despite her profound feelings for Jiang Tian, she hesitated to surrender to his warm embrace, especially with the imminent battle ahead. You're being rather frivolous at a time like this, she murmured weakly. What do you mean, Sister Xiaonan? My brother possesses spatial ninjutsu and intends to teleport us together, Jiang Yu chimed in, boldly enveloping Jiang Tian in her arms, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Sister, your thoughts are rather impure. Ah, I see. Jiang Tian, you ought to have clarified, Xiaonan said, her face reddening further as she gradually leaned into Jiang Tian's left embrace. With the beauty nestled against him, Jiang Tian tightened his hold on Xiaonan, inhaling the fragrant aroma that wafted from her. Observing Jiang Tian's actions, Xiaonan said nothing, since she had already surrendered to his embrace. She decided to disregard her embarrassment and leaned even closer to him, her face aglow. Though Jiang Tian relished this ethereal experience of having two lovely ladies by his side, he remained mindful of his mission. He understood that excess could lead to backlash, and he certainly did not wish for Xiaonan to develop any aversion toward him. In an instant, the trio traversed through the poisonous gas, arriving on the soil of Star Ninja Village. As he watched the two beauties slip from his embrace, a wave of reluctance washed over Jiang Tian, prompting Jiang Yu to scold him playfully. The slight awkwardness that had lingered vanished in an instant. Jiang Tian, I didn't realize your strength was so formidable, mastering such advanced spatial ninjutsu, Xiaonan remarked, her heart brimming with joy. It is every woman's desire for her beloved to be strong, and this thought led her to ponder Uchiha Madara, the immortal who had mastered spatial manipulation. Surely, Jiang Tian could surpass him. Should any divergences arise, he could mediate and prevent internal strife. Brother, what shall we do next? Jiang Yu asked, her excitement palpable as this was her first experience with covert infiltration. Just follow me closely. I will first scout the situation in Star Ninja Village. Jiang Tian whispered to Xiaonan and Jiang Yu. Utilizing his abilities, Jiang Tian summoned myriad senses. And soon the entire layout of Star Ninja Village coalesced into a three-dimensional model within his mind. There were a total of 45 ninjas in Star Ninja Village, including 3 exceptionally powerful ones. One elder's strength was nearly on par with that of a Jainin, his chakra rivaling that of an elite Jainin. He must be the Star Shadow. The other 2 were a married couple. Jiang Tian surmised that these 3 must be adept practitioners of the highest peacock mystique. However, Jiang Tian could not locate the being known as Star, whose chakra energy was unusually abundant. It seemed he was indeed sealed away in some hidden location. This complication would require a direct confrontation with the star's shadow. Only by defeating him could Jiang Tian hope to extract information regarding star. Jiang Tian stumbled upon a peculiar edifice, one of considerable size, yet devoid of any inhabitants. It appeared to be of great significance to the Star Ninja Village. Jiang Tian surmised that the scroll he sought was likely within its confines, having already grasped the circumstances surrounding the Star Ninja Village. He turned to the waiting Zhou Yu and Sannin and declared their departure, aware that the vicinity housed individuals of varying prowess. Jiang Tian recognized that he and his companions surpassed most ninjas within the village in strength. Stealthily, they navigated to the heart of the Star Ninja Village, arriving unscathed at the extraordinary large house. The absence of any unforeseen incidents heightened their caution. Surely, success could not be so easily attained. To avert the possibility of ambush, Jiang Tian meticulously examined the premises, discovering no barriers or traps. With a firm push, he opened the grand door, and the three entered silently. The Star Ninja Village displayed an alarming degree of arrogance, lacking any protective measures apart from the naturally occurring toxic gas surrounding the village. Let us commence our search, Jiang Tian advised. Do take heed. The location of the ninjutsu scroll may be sealed. Upon discovery, refrain from opening it recklessly. He particularly emphasized caution to Zhou Yu, who, despite her vast knowledge acquired through Jiang Tian's nurturing, still possessed a certain navet. The trio set to work, scouring for the scrolls. The interior was replete with an abundance of artifacts, including numerous historical records pertaining to the Star Ninja Village. Although Jiang Tian had a penchant for history, particularly that of ancient China during the Three Kingdoms, Tang, and Song dynasties, he had little interest in these records and discarded them carelessly on the floor. After half an hour, the floor was strewn with various scrolls. Jiang Tian was astonished to discover that such a small village could house so many items. In a concealed compartment within the wall, he found the ninjutsu scroll. Every village possesses something akin to the Book of Seals from Konoha, and the Star Ninja Village was no exception. Summoning Zhou Yu and Sannin, Jiang Tian sensed no immediate danger from the scroll and proceeded to unfurl it. He began to sift through the contents for the ninjutsu he required, ultimately locating the peacock mystical art, feather transformation technique. Jiang Tian extracted his prepared scroll to transcribe the relevant information. He refrained from simply taking the scroll, believing that such a cumbersome item would be impractical to carry away. Moreover, he could not deprive the Star Ninja Village of its own ninjutsu. That would be akin to taking a life. Retaining the scroll was also a strategic move in preparation for acquiring the star. In addition to transcribing this technique, Jiang Tian discovered methods for controlling chakra manifestation, which would significantly enhance his ninjutsu research. Thanks to the Sharingan, he had acquired a plethora of formidable techniques across various attributes, yet he seldom employed them, reserving their use for encounters with lesser opponents. The Sharingan, which Jiang Tian has transplanted, serves to augment his Jinjutsu prowess while also granting him the formidable techniques unique to the Meijiki Sharingan. However, he deems it premature for such power. Unlike Orochimaru, who seeks to master every ninjutsu, Jiang Tian believes that only those techniques which resonate with him are worthwhile, as their potency will be amplified in his hands. In confrontations against formidable foes, he relies on the jutsu derived from his bloodline limit, alongside the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique, each a decisive blow against his adversaries. Upon concluding these tasks, Jiang Tian carefully stowed away the hand-drawn scroll into his ninja tool pouch. Zhou Yu, the flying ninjutsu you require is contained within this scroll. Now, we must proceed to the next phase of our plan. Is there a next phase? Haven't we completed our mission? Zhou Yu, initially elated by the acquisition of her desired technique, inquired with a hint of confusion upon hearing her brother's words. Isn't that obvious? If the mission were so effortlessly accomplished, I wouldn't have come all this way just to deliver this ninjutsu to you. Wouldn't that have delighted you even more? Jiang Tian retorted, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Observing the siblings bickering, Sannin chuckled softly, though she admired the bond they shared. Please, refrain from squabbling. After all, we are on the territory of the Star Ninja Village. Our easy entry has already been a slight against them. If we continue like this, the Star Ninja Village will find it difficult to maintain its standing in the ninja world. Jiang Tian, do share your subsequent plans. My primary objective in coming here was to locate a celestial object akin to a meteorite, a star. As I suspected, this star is not within the confines of the Star Ninja Village. It appears to be sealed by the village's star shadow. We must capture the star shadow if we wish to obtain this star, Jiang Tian elucidated. A celestial meteorite, how does it benefit you? Sannin inquired, perplexed. Indeed, Acquiring this celestial meteorite would exponentially enhance my chakra production, significantly aiding my future battles. Noticing Xiaonan's hesitance, Jiang Tian smiled reassuringly. I understand that power derived from external sources comes with its risks. However, I have devised methods to mitigate those risks. Otherwise, I would not pursue this avenue. In the future, please voice your thoughts openly. There is no need for restraint between those who share a close bond. Upon hearing Jiang Tian's words, Xiaonan felt reassured, a blush creeping onto her cheeks at the mention of their close relationship. She shot a glance at Jiang Tian, aware of his tendency to take advantage of her. Proceed to the location where we first entered the Star Ninja Village. I will scout the Star Shadow. Exercise caution. A confrontation may ensue. Take this scroll with you, Jiang Tian instructed as he handed the ninjutsu scroll to Xiaonan before vanishing from sight. Xiaonan, along with Jiang Yu, cautiously made their exit with the scroll in hand. The room returned to a tranquil silence. Jiang Tian swiftly leaped across the rooftops. Moving toward the dwelling he sensed to house the most potent chakra, making not a sound in his passage. Upon arriving at the residence of Xingying, Jiang Tian halted. If one wished to clandestinely infiltrate Xingying's abode, it was essential to eliminate the 2 guards stationed at the door. Old Four, one of the ninjas complained to the other. What are we two doing here in the dead of night? We might as well return home to sleep. You don't understand, Xiao Lu, Old Four retorted. We are here to ensure the safety of Lord Xingying. All you think about is slumber. But we are merely guarding Lord Xingying, who is the most formidable ninja in the entire village. Why do we need to protect him? Xiao Lu questioned, perplexed. I cannot say for certain. However, ever since Lord Xiari Xing and Lord Inghua Xing returned from a visit to Konoha, they suggested to Lord Xingying that he require a few guards. Old Four elucidated. Our ninja village is as secure as a fortress. In all these years, I have yet to witness anyone penetrate our village, Xiao Lu proclaimed proudly. As the two engaged in conversation, they felt a presence tapping on their shoulders. Turning around, they beheld a stranger, just as they were about to scream for help. They were entranced by the man's captivating right eye, gradually succumbing to a heavy drowsiness and collapsing. Jiang Tian gazed with satisfaction at his handiwork, retracting his Sharingan. His singular desire was to obtain Star. He wished to avoid any violent confrontations with the Xingren village, despite their already strained relations, as he sought to prevent any irreconcilable incidents leading to death. Jiang Tian feared that the people of Xingren village would rather perish than divulge the location of Star. In his mind, the lives of the villagers paled in comparison to the value of a single star. Silently, he dragged the 2 guards aside and, becoming intangible, leisurely entered Xingying's chamber. Since Jiang Tian had rendered himself incorporeal, he left no trace as he crossed the threshold. Inside, the room was shrouded in darkness, obscuring the environment. Save for the faint sounds of breathing, the eerie stillness fostered a sense of unease. The night had little effect on Jiang Tian. His Sharingan enabled him to discern any obstructions ahead. He approached the source of the breathing, soon arriving at the bedside where Lord Xingying lay in a deep slumber. Jiang Tian smirked coldly. When one grows old, one becomes feeble, oblivious even to the presence of others nearby. Materializing his body, he withdrew a kunai, inching it toward Xingying's throat. The kunai in Jiang Tian's hand was effortlessly pressed against Xingying's neck. Ah, so this is the Star Ninja Village. It is indeed all too simple to eliminate them. Suddenly, Xingying, lying in bed, opened his eyes. In the darkness, Jiang Tian witnessed everything unfold. From beneath the covers, a colossal orange-red spear emerged and swiftly pierced Jiang Tian's body, propelling him violently outwards and collapsing the wall of Xingying's bedroom. Xingying rose to his feet, disregarding the damaged furniture, and fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Tian, who was at the other end of the chakra-concentrated spear. Young man, he declared, how dare you trespass into the Star Ninja Village? You shall face the consequences. Remarkably resilient, even at his age, Xingying's strength was still formidable. Jiang Tian's voice resonated from behind Xingying, where another kunai was pressed against his back. A mere push would plunge the kunai into Xingying's heart. The Jiang Tian, previously impaled by the spear, had transformed into a mere seat. How could he not have sensed Xingying's awakening? He had felt the chakra within Xingying stirring rapidly. Everything that had transpired was merely a ruse to ensnare him. Suddenly, over a dozen ninjas materialized, encircling Jiang Tian and Xingying. The entire Star Ninja Village was illuminated, and amidst the stillness of the night, the thunderous crash of a collapsing wall echoed. Yet it was insufficient to alert the ninjas of an invasion. They should have taken their own lives for such negligence. Some ninjas were scouring the vicinity for Jiang Tian's accomplices. Oh, how amusing. When I entered, Everyone was sleeping like dead pigs, and now they are all wide awake. Jiang Tian jested. The assembled ninjas glared ferociously at him, their pride wounded by his words. Among them were two notably powerful ninjas that Jiang Tian had sensed earlier. A man stepped forward, stating, "I am unaware of your reasons for ambushing Xing of the Star Ninja Village, but I implore you to depart. Should you do so, we will overlook your transgressions. Indeed, release Lord Xing at once, or you shall face the wrath of the Star Ninja Village." One of the 6 major ninja villages, a retribution far beyond what a mere ninja like you can endure, one of the Star Ninjas bellowed. The arrogance of the Star Ninjas was palpable. They fancied themselves as the potential 6th major ninja village after the 5 great villages. Yet they lacked even the protection of shadow-level or elite Jonin-level ninjas. This reminded Jiang Tian of his former village, which too had dreamed of ascending to the status of the 6th major ninja village. However, the 5 great villages understood all too well the resources and strength required to achieve such a stature. One day, I shall ensure that the dream ninja village is reduced to ashes. The ninja's words struck a chord within Jiang Tian, recalling his own wounds. Surrounding the Star Ninja Village lay a valley of miasma, serving as a natural barrier against enemy incursions. Yet, it equally obstructed the village's foreign interactions. Akin to the Qing dynasty's isolationist policies, leading inevitably to one outcome: stagnation. Do not hold yourself in such high regard. I have no desire to harm an elder of your age. Please hand over the meteorite known as Star possessed by the Star Ninja Village, and I shall release him. Jiang Tian stated matter-of-factly. Firefly Star, do not relinquish that meteorite to him. It is a harbinger of misfortune and must be sealed away permanently. Lest it brings calamity upon humanity, Star Shadow admonished the man at the forefront. Master Star Shadow, if you act thus, your life will be forfeit. Firefly Star exclaimed urgently. In comparison to that malevolent meteorite, my life is of little consequence, Star Shadow proclaimed with righteous resolve. I did not expect Master Star Shadow to be so magnanimous. However, should you perish, the ninjutsu scrolls of the Star Ninja Village, and you will vanish. And while your demise may not matter, it will render the village's children incapable of learning ninjutsu in the future. Jiang Tian laughed heartily. What? You have actually stolen the ninjutsu scrolls from the Star Ninja Village? Upon hearing this, Star Shadow trembled with fury. At that moment, a ninja from the Star Ninja Village rushed over. Master Star Shadow, Master Firefly Star, Master Summer Star, calamity has struck. The ninjutsu scrolls from the ritual chamber have vanished. I do not wish to linger on idle chatter. In half an hour, meet at the periphery of the Star Ninja Village. We shall exchange the star for Star Shadow and the ninjutsu scrolls. Be punctual, Jiang Tian declared before vanishing with Star Shadow. Master Firefly Star, Master Summer Star. What shall we do now? The ninjas of the Star Ninja Village were too preoccupied to ponder Jiang Tian's sudden disappearance. Their immediate concern was retrieving Master Star Shadow. Firefly Star glanced at his comrades, who had shared both hardships and joys, and then at his beautiful wife, lost in contemplation. After a few moments, he raised his head. Summer Star, go retrieve the star from the place where we previously sealed it. Husband, have you truly made your decision? Summer Star asked, regarding Firefly Star. Yes. I must safeguard the security of our village, yet we must also protect our future and Master Star Shadow. The rise of the Star Ninja Village is inextricably linked to them, Firefly Star replied. Unbeknownst to others, Firefly Star had resolved upon a secret decision. Very well. Summer Star sprouted a pair of wings from her back and soared into the sky. Summon all ninjas to assemble. We shall prepare for the exchange, Firefly Star commanded. Brother, you have returned. Where have you been? What transpired? Just now, I saw the entire village stirring with activity. Who is that old man? Zhou Yu approached Jiang Tian, bombarding him with questions. I just went to capture that old man, engaged in a skirmish, and awaken the ninjas of the Star Ninja Village. He is the Star Shadow of that village, Jiang Tian explained, shaking his head in exasperation. Since we have roused the enemy, what shall our next course of action be? Xiaonan inquired. Simply wait here. I have struck a deal with the people of the Star Ninja Village, Jiang Tian replied. Half an hour later, we exchanged items here. We traded the Ninja Scroll and Star Shadow for the Meteorite Star. Wow, is this truly Star Shadow? This marks the second shadow I have encountered. I must scrutinize the distinctions between him and that short fellow, Earth Shadow. Zhou Yu immediately expressed interest. This left Star Shadow quite embarrassed. It appears he is the most humiliated shadow in the ninja world. Enough of the jesting. Although I currently have everything under control, we must not let our guard down. There may yet be a battle ahead. Jiang Tian dismissed the overly curious Jiang Yu, sealing Star Shadow and casting him aside. disregarding him entirely. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed, and Firefly Star, accompanied by over 40 ninjas, arrived punctually before Jiang Tian, holding an oddly shaped meteorite. Presumably the star that enhances ninja chakra. How shall we proceed with the exchange? Firefly Star inquired. First, send someone over to verify the goods. If everything checks out, each side will send one representative forward with the items for exchange, while the others must maintain their distance. How does that sound? Jiang Tian proposed. Agreed, Firefly Star affirmed. Then leaned towards Summer Star beside him, saying, Go check on Star Shadow to ensure he is unharmed and that the scroll has been switched. Xiaonan, please go and take a look. If the star is genuine, you should sense a powerful aura emanating from it. Additionally, exercise caution. While Jiang Tian did not believe Xiaonan would encounter any danger, it was prudent to offer a word of warning. In relationships, love is seldom verbally expressed. Yet a simple I love you from a man can profoundly touch a woman's heart. Xiaonan and Summer Star each approached their respective positions to inspect the items, nodding in confirmation that everything was authentic. The main event was about to unfold as they prepared for the exchange, while Jiang Tian's proposed method appeared sound. The essence of the transaction depended on the adaptability and timing of the two participants. Those who seized the moment would gain the advantage. Jiang Tian, with the ninja scroll in one hand and the sealed Star Shadow in the other, advanced towards Firefly Star, who approached with the star in hand. The distance between them closed, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Finally, they stood face to face. Let us proceed with the exchange, Jiang Tian stated nonchalantly. Could you first unseal our Lord Star Shadow? Firefly Star requested. That cannot be done until after the exchange, Jiang Tian replied. Firefly Star remained silent, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Jiang Tian. Very well. I shall concede slightly, Jiang Tian said, releasing the seal on Star Shadow. He possessed the confidence that he could effortlessly eliminate all the star ninjas present. Unfazed by their potential tricks, he knew that in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies were mere illusions. Jiang Tian exchanged the ninja scroll and Star Shadow, while Firefly Star handed over the star. At that moment, an unforeseen transformation occurred. Xingying abruptly seized the ninjutsu scroll from Jiang Tian's left hand and swiftly leaped into the encirclement of the Xingren. The star that had previously reached Jiang Tian was also reclaimed by Xing. This entire sequence transpired with such suddenness that Jiang Tian found himself caught off guard. Or perhaps it was his complacency that precipitated these events. He had not anticipated that the ants would return to defy the elephant. I had no intention of taking lives. But your actions leave me no choice but to punish you. Jiang Tian's tone turned icy. I understand that collectively we cannot match your strength. Yet each individual possesses something worth defending, even at the cost of their own life. Today, I shall stake my very existence to protect my village, declared Xing. Very well, let us see how you intend to safeguard your village. You deluded fools who fancy yourselves great, retorted Xing. His words struck a deep chord within Jiang Tian, for his father had fought valiantly, sacrificing everything to protect Mengren village. Yet what had the village offered Jiang Tian's parents in return? Nothing but stark betrayal and assassination. Such was the cost of safeguarding one's home. In a shocking turn of events, Xing performed an astonishing act. He consumed the star entirely. If this grants me formidable power, enabling me to annihilate you, then I shall do so. A surge of extraordinary chakra erupted from Xing's being, illuminating the night sky that had previously been dim. His visage began to contort in agony, revealing the immense pain he endured. Xingying and Xing, witnessing Xing's actions, refrained from intervening. Such a sacrifice was necessary to vanquish the foe, even at the cost of the village's most prodigious ninja's life. My son, still in swaddling clothes, you must ensure your father defeats the enemy, Xing whispered, tears cascading down as he beheld Xing growing ever stronger, yet increasingly wounded. Jiang Tian stood transfixed, contemplating Xing's willingness to relinquish his life for the sake of his village. He had not foreseen that the catalyst for this upheaval would be a mere meteorite. How unexpected. How careless. Haha. I can feel the surge of tremendous power. Now I will demand your demise. Xing's consciousness was gradually consumed by the overwhelming chakra, leaving behind a monstrous entity driven solely by the thirst for slaughter. Jiang Tian sighed deeply. This marked the second time he had encountered a humanoid monstrosity. As Xing charged towards Jiang Tian, the emotions of the Xingren village ninjas surged, compelling them to rush to Jiang Tian's side. However, they were promptly halted by the appearance of Zhou Yu and Xiaonan. Do you truly believe that with such forces you can defeat me? with an expression of disdain. Jiang Tian, now a well-established shadow-level powerhouse, regarded the flickering firefly star with scorn. The latter had merely relied on external forces to barely attain the shadow level, which could only be termed as a pseudo-shadow level. Utilizing the peacock mystical technique, ninjutsu beast mimicry, a vast expanse of orange-red chakra enveloped the firefly star, transforming it into the visage of a colossal tiger as it sprinted while roaring fiercely at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian remained unperturbed as he observed the ferocious tiger lunging towards him. With a swift leap, he unsheathed his and plunged it into the exposed back of the firefly star. However, the chakra enveloping firefly star was exceedingly dense, resembling a formidable armor that thwarted Jiang Tian's lethal strike. The moment Firefly Star detected Jiang Tian's aerial assault, the chakra on its back split into several sharp spears, launching themselves at Jiang Tian with ferocity, each impact leaving deep craters in the ground. While Jiang Tian engaged in a grand display of combat, Zhou Yu and Sannin enjoyed a comparatively easier time, having neutralized the other excess ninjas not through killing, but by rendering them incapable of further resistance. They had no desire to commit further sins. The present scenario unfolded with Jiang Tian confronting the monstrous Firefly Star, Sannin facing Star Shadow, and Zhou Yu battling Summer Star. This extraordinary clash hardly qualified as a battle of equals, for the disparity in strength was glaringly one-sided, and it seemed likely that a resolution would soon be reached. Countless red spears manifested from Firefly Star, relentlessly aimed at Jiang Tian, who deftly dodged. The spears narrowly grazing his face and creating several craters in the earth, debris scattering in all directions. Jiang Tian wiped his cheek, feeling a sharp sting from the orange-red chakra that had brushed against him. The chakra emanating from this foe was now extraordinarily potent, akin to a humanoid tank. It appeared that the only viable strategy was to maneuver patiently, awaiting the opportune moment to unleash a decisive blow. Among them, Sannin experienced the smoothest progress, her secret techniques proving to be both mystical and formidable. Star Shadow, employing the art of shape-shifting knee beasts, sprouted a pair of wings and soared into the sky, engaging in an aerial onslaught against Xiaonan. In response, Xiaonan utilized paper ninjutsu angel form, sprouting a pair of wings crafted from paper, and ascended into the air. The sight of Xiaonan's wings left Star Shadow astonished. He had naively believed that only the ninjas of Star Ninja Village possessed the ability to fly, a misconception that had emboldened him to aspire to rival the sixth great ninja village. Now, that powerful illusion had shattered. Countless spears formed from the wings of Star Shadow, swiftly launching towards Xiaonan, who, with her superior agility in the air, effortlessly evaded them. Her feet transformed into a myriad of paper shards, soaring towards Star Shadow. Upon witnessing the floating paper, Star Shadow scoffed, dismissing it as inconsequential, believing that such flimsy paper could not possibly defeat him. Unbeknownst to him, Shannon's paper held a hidden potency. She secretly reveled in his underestimation and swiftly formed a hand sign, explode. The paper surrounding Star Shadow erupted in a cacophony of explosions, resounding through the sky. The paper in Star Shadow's grasp detonated first, inflicting direct harm upon him, causing his chakra control to falter, and the chakra wings on his back dissipated, sending him plummeting to the ground. During the descent, she inadvertently entered the explosive zone of other paper fragments, resulting in an immediate increase in damage. Ultimately, she fell heavily to the ground, leaving Xingying unable to rise again, clearly suffering severe injuries. Upon returning to the ground, Xiaonan once again activated her ninjutsu, paper release, paper prison technique, and countless paper pieces surged toward the fallen Xingying, enveloping him completely. Thus, Xingying was subdued. On Jiang Yu's side, circumstances were becoming dire. Xiari Xing had also employed a transformation technique, summoning a knee beast that soared into the sky. In this battle, Jiang Yu found himself at a disadvantage. Xiari Xing hovered above, motionless, while countless long whips materialized behind her, lashing down at Jiang Yu, who stood on the ground. With the terrain not in his favor, Jiang Yu faced relentless attacks, forced to evade continuously. When evasion proved impossible, he resorted to utilizing water-release ninjutsu for defense. However, if this continued, it would only lead to his inevitable defeat. Seeing Jiang Yu reduced to mere evasion under her assaults, Xiari Xing could not suppress her inner laughter. To expedite Jiang Yu's downfall, she slightly lowered her altitude, allowing her attacks to become more frequent and hastening his defeat. Several long leather whips relentlessly struck the ground, creating fissures, and it was clear that if they connected with Jiang Yu, he would sustain grave injuries. Aware of this, Jiang Yu recognized the precariousness of his situation. Despite the limited water resources in the area, he had no alternative but to expend a considerable amount of chakra, employing ninjutsu to dodge the rapidly approaching whips. As Xiari Xing appeared increasingly relaxed, Jiang Yu sensed that his opportunity had finally arrived. He swiftly formed hand seals, due to his emphasis on the speed of sealing. He had come to prioritize it himself. In less than a second, he completed a 4-seal ninjutsu, Jinjutsu, blooming petals. Suddenly, Xiari Xing realized that her original surroundings had vanished, and she found herself standing amidst a grove of peach blossoms, where trees were adorned with delicate pink flowers. A gentle breeze swept through, causing countless petals to dance gracefully in the air, and Xiari Xing inhaled the fragrance of the blossoms. Although Xiari Xing lacked proficiency in Jinjutsu, she understood that she had fallen victim to it. However, the illusion felt astonishingly real, and she had no means of breaking the technique. Jinjutsu that instantaneously draws individuals into its realm is notoriously challenging for most to escape. Once ensnared, one becomes acutely aware of being trapped in another's illusion. If such illusions were easy to dispel, their effectiveness would be nullified, rendering the technique futile. Xiari Xing summoned the chakra-formed whips to encircle her, safeguarding against any potential ambush. In her quest to escape the illusion, she searched the peach blossom grove for an exit, oblivious to the beautiful pair of eyes observing her from above. As she advanced slowly, petals materialized around her, manifesting as Jiang Yu's attacks, simultaneously draining her mental energy. As the summer star approached a peach blossom tree, a sudden gust swept through the entire grove, lifting petals from their branches to dance gracefully in the air. The swirling petals multiplied, ultimately cascading around the summer star, engulfing her entirely. With a frightened scream, she vanished amidst the floral tempest. Yet in reality, nothing had transpired. The scene remained eerily tranquil. The summer star, who had once soared through the skies, found herself inexplicably grounded, clutching her head in terror, trembling in shock. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Yu advanced and swiftly subdued the summer star. Avoiding the spear that flew towards him, Jiang Tian sensed a significant reduction in its chakra. Now was the moment. He conjured several shadow clones to distract the firefly star, while his true self vanished underground. The red spear struck true, piercing Jiang Tian, but in a puff of smoke, all his clones dissolved. Facing the emptiness before her, the firefly star roared in fury. Jiang Tian re-emerged behind her, unleashing a great ball of spiral energy. A massive energy sphere manifested in his right hand as he charged towards the frenzied firefly star, pressing forward with determination. The blue chakra of the spiral clashed with the red chakra enveloping the firefly star, gradually consuming it. Ultimately, the spiral struck its target, sending the firefly star hurtling away, leaving a distinct trail on the ground. Attempting to rise, the firefly star faltered, collapsing halfway. His chakra began to wither, mirroring the decline of his life force. The star had granted him immense chakra but had also ravaged his physiological integrity. When his life ebbed away, the star would depart from within him. Jiang Tian's earlier great ball of spiral energy had hastened the end of the firefly star's existence. He lingered on, clinging to the last vestiges of life. The star had already vacated the firefly star's body. Jiang Tian approached, capturing it and sealing it within a pre-prepared scroll. Gazing at the wretched form of the firefly star, Jiang Tian shook his head in resignation. He had once believed his plan would unfold flawlessly, allowing him to acquire the star without harming the ninjas of the Star Village. Knowing that even the star shadow of the village understood the peril of the star. However, he had not anticipated that this man would consume the star to protect his village. Now, with his life extinguished, death would be his only destination. Though this man had perished due to Jiang Tian's actions, he felt not a trace of sorrow. Such is the law of survival in this world. You have perished, and one can only say you brought this upon yourself. This is not a reflection of Jiang Tian's cold-heartedness. When Jiang Tian's parents were slain by their own village comrades, who mourned for Jiang Tian and Jiang Yu, war has rendered countless children homeless, yet who has truly cared for their plight? Only those who have genuinely experienced suffering can comprehend that all pain is ultimately trivial. One must persevere alone through the arduous journey of anguish. Jiang Tian gestured to Xiaonan and Jiang Yu, who released the captured Xingying and Xiari Xing, joining him at his side. The protagonists were no longer them. Xiari Xing rose to her feet and beheld the desolate battlefield, spotting her husband lying on the ground, his visage irrevocably altered. She rushed toward him in tears, cradling the fading firefly star. "Please, do not leave me. If you go, what will become of our child?" Tears streamed from her eyes, her voice choked with despair. In that moment, she was no longer a formidable ninja, but merely an ordinary woman. "Do not grieve for me. You must live well and raise our child." Firefly Star struggled to lift his hand, caressing his wife's lovely face. I am sorry," I have broken my promise. I cannot be with you until the seas run dry and the stones decay. Now, I wish to hear you. Sing that song once more." Firefly Star gazed deeply into his wife's eyes as he spoke. Nearby, Xingying witnessed this poignant scene, discreetly wiping away her tears. "Such is fate. Very well, our child shall be named on Firefly Star. Do not worry too much. You will be all right." Xiari Xing wiped her tears and began to sing that song. At first, her voice trembled, but gradually it steadied. Why does Summer Star weep in the night? Dreaming of sorrowful dreams with eyes so red? Why does she wander, searching for her lost child, dreaming of sorrowful dreams? At that moment, Firefly Star's hand, which had been tenderly stroking Xiari Xing's, fell limply to the ground. Xiari Xing sensed this and tears fell once more, yet she continued to sing passionately, guiding her husband joyfully toward the afterlife. In the distant sky, there is a star. No one knows whence it comes. It sparkles and shines, as if speaking, "Dear child, let me embrace you. After I depart, the stars will accompany you. Do not cry anymore. You must be strong." Listening to the heart-wrenching melody, Xiaonan and Jiang Yu shed tears, as women are often prone to sentimentality. Jiang Tian felt a stir within. His own mother, Saika must have been weighed down by grief greater than that of Xiari Xing upon realizing the loss of her husband and son. How unfortunate that he never even got to see her one last time. As Jiang Tian and his companions faced betrayal, the ninjas from Mengren village commenced their assault on Jing Xianggui and Jiang Yu. From the demeanor of the enemies, Jing Xianggui realized that her husband and son were in dire peril. Jiang Tian stepped forward, enveloping the two weeping girls, Xiaonan and Jiang Yu, in an embrace. Xiaonan, having previously endured the tragedy of Yahiko's demise, was somewhat resilient. Yet, the tale of love still stirred her youthful sensibilities. Jiang Yu, however, was overwhelmed. Though she had previously navigated the grief of her parents' passing, it was only after awakening to their absence that she truly comprehended the loss. The present scene unfolded like a live rendition of Romeo and Juliet, rekindling her inner anguish. With the situation spiraling, Jiang Tian felt an urgent need to depart. Furthermore, it was ill-advised for both parties to cross paths at such a moment, as unforeseen calamities could ensue. He also needed to console the two distraught girls, and this was not the appropriate setting for such comfort. Thus, leaving was the most prudent course of action. In an instant, Jiang Tian vanished, reappearing far from the bear country. Noticing the dampness on his chest, he chuckled ruefully. Indeed, women were made of water. Gently pushing aside the two girls still nestled against him, he urged, "Enough with the sorrow. Is it not merely a parting between life and death? Try to see it with a lighter heart. Those unaware might think I have met with misfortune." He added, "Xiaonan, stop your tears. If you swell your eyes, Nagata will think I have wronged you, and I shall bear the brunt of his wrath. Brother, you are so heartless. If I were to perish, would you feel nothing?" Jiang Yu murmured, wiping her tear-streaked face as she looked at Jiang Tian. "Why entertain such thoughts? I will protect you well. If death were to come, it would be I who precedes you," he replied, drawing her into his embrace once more for comfort. "Jiang Tian, do you think what we are doing is right?" Xiaonan questioned for the first time, doubt creeping into her heart. There is no absolute right or wrong. We occupy different positions that lead to divergent perspectives. To alter this reality, the only solution lies in unity. Only when the world is devoid of discord can this suffering cease, Jiang Tian articulated. He believed in Nagato's vision of alleviating the world's suffering, understanding that only through war could war be concluded. This conviction spurred his involvement with the Akatsuki. He perceived no simpler method to achieve such a goal. The notion of winning the hearts of the world to eradicate war was an impossibility. Will I ever possess a love akin to that of the summer stars? Xiaonan suddenly posed a poignant question, throwing Jiang Tian into momentary contemplation. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, remaining silent as he tightened his embrace around her slender waist. Xiaonan sensed his response, and despite the tears lingering on her cheeks, a smile of happiness blossomed upon her face. Jiang Tian took a deep breath, inhaling the fragrant air as he gazed at the woman peacefully resting in his embrace. These two individuals represented the most significant aspects of his life, his only sister and the person he cherished deeply. A resolute determination surged within him. He vowed to protect them with his very existence. With no possibility of returning today, Jiang Tian sought a place to rest, stealthily slipping away. The time that had passed, compounded by the recent battle, had left the sky nearly on the brink of dawn. As Jiang Tian, along with Xiaonan and Jiang Yu, passed through a quaint little town, they found a modest inn where they could recuperate. After enduring the recent upheaval, all of them were utterly fatigued, especially Jiang Tian, who had exerted considerable effort in soothing the two women. To alleviate their stress, they decided to indulge in the inn's hot spring. Jiang Tian was elated upon their arrival. Only one room remained at the inn, necessitating their shared accommodation. Inside, a small hot spring awaited them. A mischievous smile crept onto Jiang Tian's face as he thought that Nan and Zhou Yu were likely still recovering emotionally, requiring his continued comfort. Soon, they would all bathe together. As he donned a towel and followed the two women towards the outdoor hot spring, a subtle chuckle escaped him. "Humph, Sister Nan. My brother is quite the heartless fellow. Just look at his lecherous grin. He must be thinking of something inappropriate," Jiang Yu remarked, fully wrapped in her towel. Observing Jiang Tian's amused expression. "Indeed, I thought he was a good person just moments ago, but now he has revealed his true nature," Sannin added, playfully stepping on Jiang Tian's foot, causing him to almost lose his balance. "We'll go in first. Once we're done, you can join us. But if I catch you peeking..." Sannin smiled gently, making a cutting motion with her hand. Startled, Jiang Tian quickly shielded himself, fervently assuring them while shaking his head vigorously. Nearby, Zhou Yu stifled her laughter. Gazing at the closed wooden door, Jiang Tian felt a pang of regret. It appeared that he needed to discipline his sister, who was not supporting her elder brother. His imagination wandered to Nann's delicate figure in the hot spring outside, igniting a fervent restlessness within him. Yet, recalling the consequences of being discovered, a cold sweat broke out on his brow. Life was far from easy. He had anticipated that sharing a room with Nan might lead to enchanting moments, but it now seemed like a torment. Neither option was bearable. After a restful night, both Nan and Jiang Yu noticeably revived. The trio set off on their journey with cheerful spirits. They had spent over 10 days reaching Xingren village, and the return journey would take an equal amount of time, totaling a month. However, with the Akatsuki organization currently devoid of missions, the atmosphere was notably relaxed. Jiang Tian could dedicate a month to his own pursuits without attracting much attention. Once he had safely returned Nan, Jiang Tian and Zhou Yu commenced the next phase of their training, beginning with the enhancement of their chakra reserves. Jiang Tian retrieved the star he had sealed and utilized his void escape technique to extract a considerable amount of ozone and carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, encircling them around the star. He understood that these elements could effectively obstruct and absorb radiation, with a heightened sensitivity to all that permeated the air. Jiang Tian distinctly perceived a reduction in the radiation emitted by the star, yet a residue remained. He was unwilling to gamble with the lives of himself and his sister. Therefore, Jiang Tian conducted experiments with various gases present in the atmosphere, dedicating an entire day to successfully containing the radiation emanating from the star. Jiang Tian and Zhou Yu sat quietly beside the star, generating their respective chakra. Jiang Tian could noticeably feel an enhancement in the speed of chakra production within him as it surged vigorously through his being. Previously, the amount of chakra within him had reached saturation, but thanks to the star, the capacity of his cells to harbor chakra had more than doubled, filling him with immense joy. With this reward, his motivation to continue intensified, and he eagerly continued to produce chakra. Thus, a month passed. Jiang Tian sensed that he could no longer increase his chakra and ceased his efforts. Remarkably, the quantity of chakra within him had more than doubled, rivaling that of the tailless beast, Kisame Hashigaki. This meant that Jiang Tian was now capable of engaging in battle with formidable techniques without fearing a depletion of his chakra. On the 16th day, Jiang Yu found her chakra could no longer grow. Although she had attained the rank of elite jonin, her chakra was now formidable enough to stand among shadow-level powerhouses. While Jiang Tian was still generating chakra, she diligently studied the peacock mystique technique he had provided her, and it was reasonable to assume that she had made some progress in her training over the past weeks. It is noteworthy that both Jiang Tian and Zhou Yu's chakra remained in their original hues, unlike the orange-red transformation seen in the ninjas of Star Ninja Village. Jiang Tian speculated that this was due to their lack of exposure to radiation. Donning the Akatsuki cloak, he stood up, picked up the star from the table, and smiled contentedly. This item was indeed remarkable, and he had not suffered a loss in his mission. Had this object posed no threat of radiation, it would surely have drawn envy from any individual or faction. Alas, this world offers no what-ifs. A surge of chakra flowed from Jiang Tian towards the star, and after 10 minutes, the star could no longer withstand the overwhelming force and shattered into fragments. Once a coveted object sparking countless disputes, the star quietly vanished. After tidying up, Jiang Tian exited his room. A month had elapsed, and it was time to venture out and check on Zhou Yu's progress with the peacock mystique. Swiftly teleporting to the grass hut where he and his sister often resided, he sensed two powerful chakras nearby. Glancing around, he discovered that Zhou Yu and Sannin were engaged in a fierce battle above the waterfall. One bore resplendent white wings while the other sported ethereal blue wings. Set against the backdrop of a breathtaking environment, reminiscent of two celestial beings gracing the earth, Jiang Tian was utterly entranced by the scene. In the midst of battle, Sannin and Jiang Yu evidently sensed Jiang Tian's arrival, ceasing their skirmish to soar towards him. "Brother, what do you think of me?" Jiang Yu exclaimed, her spirit brimming with vitality as she twirled gracefully in the air before landing. "Absolutely stunning. I never anticipated my sister to be so astute, mastering this ninjutsu so swiftly." Jiang Tian praised. "Of course. Do you even know who I am?" Jiang Yu replied, her head held high in pride. Observing Jiang Yu's demeanor, Sannin chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. "You've completed your training, haven't you? This ninjutsu was just learned by Jiang Yu yesterday morning. Once she grasped it, she insisted we engage in aerial combat. I had no choice but to indulge her." "Oh, is Sannin, who is always bothered by you indeed?" Jiang Tian teased, gently tapping Jiang Yu's forehead. Playfully, she stuck out her adorable little tongue. "Don't mind me. Just continue with your fight." At that moment, Jiang Tian revealed his true nature. I refuse to showcase it to you, you lecherous scoundrel." Jiang Yu aptly discerned Jiang Tian's scheme. Sannin stood by, quietly amused. After several days of playful interaction with Jiang Yu and Sannin, Jiang Tian resumed his training, this time focusing on refining his ninjutsu. He extracted techniques for chakra manifestation and, after a thorough study, finally comprehended the intricacies of its application. Having grasped the concept, he embarked on experimentation. Targeting his signature techniques, the Rasengan and the wind release, Rasen Shuriken, both required precise control of the energy sphere, demanding considerable effort. Unlike Naruto, who possessed the Nine Tails' extraordinary abilities for recovery and resilience, Jiang Tian found managing the Rasengan to be quite taxing, which was precisely why he sought training in Star Ninja Village, where chakra manifestation was executed effortlessly. Through diligent practice, Jiang Tian ultimately mastered the technique, significantly enhancing his prowess. His repertoire of ninjutsu had expanded considerably. He took time to categorize his skills. Among lightning release techniques, the most formidable was Chidori, his strongest move. However, lacking lightning affinity chakra, he was unable to replicate Sasuke's Chidori stream, which formed an absolute defense. Kakashi, despite lacking wind affinity chakra, could utilize the Rasengan, showcasing the prowess of the Sharingan. Refer to the segment where Naruto learns the Rasen Shuriken for further context. Earth release was seldom employed by Jiang Tian, likely reserved for specific terrains. Fire release, on the other hand, was a solid aspect of his skill set, as he had mastered several powerful fire techniques. Wind and water release required no elaboration. These two were pivotal to Jiang Tian's focus, and he had assimilated every learnable ninjutsu in these domains. At present, Jiang Tian's most formidable abilities lie in the complementary nature of his space-time ninjutsu and wind ninjutsu. The fusion of these two techniques can unleash immense power. After meticulously reviewing all his ninjutsu, Jiang Tian embarked on a significant endeavor, the enhancement of the Flying Thunder God technique. He wielded this technique with remarkable finesse, and the more he employed it, the more he discerned its inherent flaws. For years, Jiang Tian had aspired to refine the Flying Thunder God technique. Through his relentless efforts, he had made notable progress by enabling space-time transportation. However, he found himself yearning for more. Although the fourth Hokage had conceived the Flying Thunder God technique, he too recognized its principal drawback, the necessity of a coordinate kunai as a medium. Jiang Tian envisioned a method to minimize or entirely eliminate the reliance on the coordinate kunai. In doing so, the Flying Thunder God technique could rival the space ninjutsu possessed by Uchiha Madara, thanks to his Meijiki Sharingan. The essence of the Flying Thunder God technique hinges on having spatial coordinates that serve as the medium for the practitioner's teleportation. Previously, these coordinates were inscribed on wooden kunai, but now, a novel substitute was required to replace the wooden kunai. This new alternative needed to address the inconvenient portability of the wooden kunai, leaving only one viable option, the air, an element with which Jiang Tian was intimately familiar. To others, air may seem imperceptible, being intangible. Yet, for Jiang Tian, air was akin to an extension of his own hands. He was profoundly acquainted with it, viewing it both as a companion and a weapon in battle. His concept was to establish spatial coordinates within the surrounding air. While this notion might appear whimsical to others, it proved to be exceptionally practical for Jiang Tian. The method entailed selecting a specific volume of air, inscribing spatial coordinates within it, and then dispersing this air around him, allowing it to move in tandem with his own movements. For Jiang Tian, maintaining control over the air as it perpetually accompanied him was a remarkably effortless task, requiring almost no chakra or energy expenditure. These musings were merely the foundation. Jiang Tian aimed to bring them into fruition. Thus, he dedicated the subsequent period to rigorous practice in this domain. A month swiftly passed. Zhou Yu and Sannin were seated on the grassy expanse before a quaint cottage, engaging in lively conversation. Although their dialogue was spirited, a keen observer would notice their gazes frequently drifting toward the lake beneath the waterfall. The water cascaded relentlessly from the heights of the waterfall, crashing upon the lake's surface with a resounding roar. Standing upon the lake's surface was a striking young man. He remained motionless for a moment, then suddenly his eyes snapped open. In the next instant, he reappeared over 10 meters away at the water's edge, only to vanish again, re-emerging in yet another location. As the young man's movements accelerated, he became a blur, outpacing the human eye entirely. As the human eye tends to linger, Zhou Yu and Sannin eventually caught sight of the ethereal reflections of over a dozen youths upon the lake's surface. Jiang Tian halted, suppressing the tumult of excitement within him. After a month of relentless effort, he had finally realized his vision. No longer did Jiang Tian require a wooden kunai to serve as a medium. He could now traverse any location within a 500-meter radius at will. His Flying Thunder God technique had evolved into a genuine spatial ninjutsu, enabling him to execute instantaneous movements. Furthermore, the potency of Jiang Tian's Flying Thunder God technique now surpassed its original form. Jiang Tian could manipulate the air marked with his spatial coordinates to infiltrate his adversaries' bodies. Consequently, regardless of how deftly an enemy might evade, Jiang Tian could materialize beside them, delivering a fatal blow. However, one must not presume that such power bordered on the grotesque. By subtly introducing air imbued with spatial coordinates into an enemy's body and biding his time, he could strike when they least expected it, perhaps while they slumbered, thus effortlessly dispatching them. The air inhaled would, after a few minutes, completely vacate the body, returning to the atmosphere. At present, Jiang Tian's Flying Thunder God technique facilitated only short-range spatial movement, within his line of sight, at most 1,000 or 2,000 meters, to instantaneously transport himself to Konoha village. He would still require the wooden kunai hidden in a secret location there. Nonetheless, his current mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique was already formidable. In combat, he could engage enemies from a distance of up to 100 meters, making it considerably easier to strike. With the completion of this ninjutsu, Jiang Tian exhaled in relief. He now possessed the capability to contend with Nagato. Naturally, should he succeed in awakening the Mangeki Sharingan in his right eye, his strength would become even more terrifying. Observing Sannin and Jiang Yu seated amidst the grass, Jiang Tian materialized at their side. Jiang Tian, your power has grown even stronger, Sannin remarked with a smile. Hiki, I've recently had some insights, which has led to a rapid enhancement of my abilities, Jiang Tian replied with a grin, unabashedly settling himself between the two women. It seems you have a matter to discuss with me today? He inquired of Sannin. How did you know? Sannin expressed mild surprise. Indeed, Nagato seeks you. Oh, your expression gave it away, Jiang Tian chuckled. Do you know the nature of the matter? I'm afraid not. Nagato did not elaborate, but it appears to be related to the hidden mist village in the land of water. All right, you two enjoy yourselves. I shall pay Nagato a visit, Jiang Tian declared before vanishing. Nagato, what brings you here this time? Jiang Tian entered the conference room, addressing Nagato, who was perpetually present there. In private, Jiang Tian referred to him as Nagato. During meetings, he called him Zero. In battle, he was Pain. This time it is not I who seeks you, but rather someone else desires your presence, Nagato replied, maintaining his impassive demeanor. Uchiha Madara, a name that startled Jiang Tian, as it had been quite some time since he last heard news of him. What could he possibly want from me? Within the Akatsuki organization, only Konan, Nagato, Ju, and Jiang Tian were aware of Madara's existence. He had seized control of the 4th Mizukage, attempting to dominate the entire Hidden Mist village. However, the immense power of the Kagaya clan, a prominent family within the village, prevented Uchiha Madara from fully asserting his control. Consequently, Madara harbored intentions to eradicate this clan. Coincidentally, the foolish feudal lord of the Land of Water also harbored grievances against the Kagaya clan, which possessed the coveted bloodline limit. Through their covert collaboration, preparations were underway to eliminate this influential family within the Hidden Mist village. To accomplish this task flawlessly, Madara sought Jiang Tian's assistance. as Nagato disdainfully remarked. Though Jiang Tian struggled to recall the original anime's storyline, he understood the turmoil within the Land of Water, due to the incompetence of the former feudal lord. The region had endured prolonged internal strife. Against this backdrop, one family had risen rapidly during the conflict, the Mizunaka's clan. Exploited as instruments of war by the current feudal lord because of their unique bloodline abilities, the clan faced dire consequences after the war's conclusion. The feudal lord, seizing upon the intense anti-war sentiment among the populace born from years of conflict, falsely accused the Mizunaka's clan of plotting rebellion, nearly annihilating them, with only a handful managing to escape and conceal themselves among the common folk. Meanwhile, the Kagaya clan had also been eradicated by Madara, leaving only Kimimaro, who was rescued by Orochimaru. Had this not already occurred long ago? Why was it only now beginning? What seems to be the problem? Nagato inquired, observing Jiang Tian lost in thought. If we can gain control over the hidden mist village, the strength of our Akatsuki organization will significantly increase, allowing us to advance our plans. Although Nagato and Madara had their disagreements, their ultimate goals aligned, leading him to wholeheartedly support this advantageous endeavor for the organization. No issues on my end. I shall prepare to descend. If this is only just beginning, then we shall face it head-on. Upon returning to his modest dwelling, Jiang Tian gathered his belongings and set forth, accompanied by his sister Zhou Yu. Konan had her own matters to attend to and did not join Jiang Tian and the others. As Jiang Tian prepared for his journey to the hidden mist village, he contemplated his plan. While he was to assist Madara in seizing control, there were many aspects of the hidden mist village that intrigued him. The Kagaya and Mizunaka's clans, both possessing bloodline limits, piqued his interest, particularly the latter. Their ice release techniques were a fusion of wind and water chakra, and Jiang Yu possessed water and wind chakra, which manifested upon her promotion to Jonin, contrasting with Jiang Tian's own abilities. He was eager to explore the potential of the Mizunaka's clan's bloodline limit, pondering whether he could enable Jiang Yu to utilize ice release techniques. Though he was well aware of the slim odds of success, the Mizunaka's clan was born with both wind and water attributes, whereas Jiang Yu's abilities were acquired only after her elevation to Jonin. These were fundamentally different concepts, the former being a bloodline limit and the latter a common phenomenon. However, Jiang Tian still wished to take a glimpse, for it was exceedingly difficult for the ordinary spirited Jiang Yu to evolve into a formidable ninja. This was but one of the means for her to gain strength. Jiang Tian only shed tears and relinquished hope after witnessing the coffin. Although the Mizuki clan had met its demise, many of its members had survived in obscurity. Jiang Tian was filled with confidence in locating the remaining members of the Mizuki clan. The renowned ninja faction, the Seven Blades of the Mist, the current puppet of Obito, the shadowy figure of the Mist, and the future beauty, the fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei, were all individuals Jiang Tian yearned to encounter. The Land of Water resides upon a chain of independent islands, and the sole passage to this realm is by ship. One could traverse by foot, as Jiang Tian and Jiang Yu did, hastily journeying for several days. They crossed through the land of rain, reaching the shores of the sea, and upon traversing the ocean, they would arrive at the enigmatic Land of Water. Though both Jiang Tian and Jiang Yu had seen the ocean in their youth during a mission, they lacked the time and energy to truly appreciate its grandeur. Now, as they walked along the serene seascape, feeling the gentle caress of the sea breeze upon their cheeks, inhaling the ocean's distinctive aroma, and admiring the seagulls that danced around them, they could not help but slow their pace, momentarily liberated from the fatigue of their relentless journey. Initially, they reveled in the beauty of the sea, yet as time wore on, the endless horizon began to breed a sense of ennui. Thus, Jiang Tian and Jiang Yu resumed their hurried march. The Land of Water is not solely known by that name. It is also referred to as the Land of Mist, a title that birthed the infamous Mist Ninjas. This nation is perpetually shrouded in mist. For instance, Mist Ninja Village lies nestled within a deep valley, enveloped in thick fog. Should enemies invade, the Mist Ninjas would activate their barriers, rendering visibility non-existent. Those who are not from Mist Ninja Village, upon trespassing, would likely perish without ever knowing the manner of their demise. Of course, not every locale is as obscured as Mist Ninja Village, for such density of mist is intentionally cultivated to conceal the Mist Ninjas, serving as their unique barrier technique. Nonetheless, each morning, the Land of Water is cloaked in heavy fog, with even the clearest areas being no exception. Now was the opportune moment for Jiang Tian and Jiang Yu to infiltrate Mist Ninja Village. Upon reaching the outskirts of the village, Jiang Tian had yet to devise a subtle approach for entering. Suddenly, 3 Mist Ninjas appeared beside him. It appears you are the individual summoned by the 4th Mizukage. stated the leader, a man adorned with a mask depicting a human face, adorned at the top with the emblem of the Mist Ninja Village, characterized by 4 wavy lines. Recognizing the operatives of Mist Ninja Village, Jiang Tian remained unfazed, understanding that Obito had surely informed them of his distinguishing features, such as the Akatsuki cloak embroidered with red clouds upon a black background. We are the ninjas invited by the Mizukichi. We hope you will guide us. Very well. We have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Follow our lead and stray not from our path, lest you encounter traps or trigger a barrier. Should any issues arise, do not blame us for failing to warn you. The 3 ninjas turned and swiftly departed. Jiang Tian and Jiang Yu trailed closely behind, vanishing rapidly into the enveloping mist.